In Jiangning city of the Hua Kingdom, Ning Feng's entire body trembled, as if electrified. He struggled to wake up. Damn, what was happening? Vast amounts of information surged into his mind, and pain struck instantly. A playboy, a scumbag, a degenerate, a ruthless entrepreneur, the tyrant of Jiangning. He was called Ning Feng, an irredeemable villain. Damn, was he transmigrated into a book? System buddy, where are you? Ning Feng's heart jolted. Damn it, don't tell me there's no system. Was he brought here just to be cannon fodder for the antagonist? Damn it, I was already living worse than a dog and my dad is still waiting for me. Is this trying to kill me? Damn it, help. But the next second, ding. As a seasoned bookworm, he instantly burst into ecstasy. Huh, I knew it. There had to be one. Standard transmigrator equipment. Dear user, your villain system has been activated. Please survive in this book, earn points, and successfully live to the finale. The points you earn will be converted into real money from your world, and all abilities you gain here can be taken back. Good luck, and may you go further and further down the path of seeking death. Then the system's voice abruptly ceased, disappearing without a trace. Huh, that's it. That's all. What kind of system are you? You bastard, come out. Where's my newbie gift pack? Ning Feng felt like tearing the damn system apart. This was pure hell mode, impossible to get through. He remembered the protagonist of this book, a freak who could punch through the stars. And he himself was crushed very early on. Just kill me, then I'm done playing. The system's voice sounded again. Dear, are you sure you want to give up? If you give up, you will instantly return to the moment of your jump and blue star smash into a pile of meat paste. Then your old father facing uremia will witness the loss of his son and have to repay your massive debts. Are you sure? He'll reset you right away. Ning Feng quickly stopped him. Just kidding, just kidding. He began to ponder inwardly. Because his father was seriously ill, and he was also gravely ill, the two had spent all their savings on treatment and owed huge loans. He couldn't bear it and chose to jump off a building. Then that damn system pulled him into this book. As long as he survived as the villain until the grand finale, he could exchange his earned points for money in Blue Star. 1 point for $100, and he wouldn't have to die. He was naturally very willing, but this transmigration was too difficult. He would have to face that heaven-favored protagonist who could crush him with a single finger. Ning Feng said, but this is too hard. Can't you give me a chance? Dear man proposes good luck to you. Ning Feng froze. That's it. That's all. What kind of garbage system was this? He washed his face fiercely in the sink. His gaze turned cold. Wasn't it just about being a dog? Anyone could do that. He had to go back alive. He quickly recalled the current plot of the book. The book was called The Expert Descends the Mountain Life Without Shame with 7 senior sisters. Just listen to that. Who knew which idiotic author wrote this smutty novel? It was a story about the protagonist Yi Chun, whose family was annihilated. After training in the mountains for 10 years, he came down to take revenge and build his own business empire. The current plot was Chapter 5. He was now at the Lin family's residence. The old master Lin had an old injury relapse and was about to die. He had spent a great fortune to invite a medical saint to treat him. The Lin family was weak. Before his death, the old master entrusted Ning Feng to help the declining Lin's Oriental group. The middle and young generations of the Lin family lacked resolve except for Lin Qingcheng, who early on showed a kingly demeanor. At a young age, she took over the Oriental group and became the high-profile Ice Queen CEO of Jiangning City. And Ning Feng took advantage of the situation to threaten the old master, demanding that the eldest daughter Lin Qingcheng be married to him. The old master gave his word, and it was settled. In this way, he not only got Lin Qingcheng, but also the Lin's Oriental group. Who was Lin Qingcheng? The president of the Oriental group. An absolute beauty. But most importantly, she was the #1 heroine among the 7 senior sisters in this book. Yi Chen's woman. The two had bonded in childhood. Little Lin Qingcheng once gave the dying Yi Chen a mouthful of food, and he completely fell for her, vowing to return and repay her. But in Ning Feng's view now, what the hell was this cliched and cheesy plot? A mouthful of food, and you want to repay her for a lifetime. And the key point is that this repayment means making her your woman, your plaything. Was this repayment? What kind of nonsense was that? Repayment like that? Bring me 1 batch, I won't mind brain dead. Of course that was all nonsense. Nevertheless, Ning Feng had indeed succeeded in his threat. He got the engagement with Lin Qingcheng. But typically this is when the protagonist should make his entrance. Yi Chun casually cured the old master's illness, bringing him back from the brink of death, granting him several more years. Yi Chun then took the chance to demand that the old master dissolve the engagement between him and Lin Qingcheng. Ning Feng attacked in anger, but was struck by Yi Chun with a palm spitting blood, shocking everyone. Lin Qingcheng was moved and admired Yi Chun. But the engagement had just been announced, so it was temporarily put on hold. What followed was a series of revenge attempts by Ning Feng, all easily handled by Yi Chun. Later, Yi Chun openly cuckolded him. Finally, when Ning Feng tried to force himself on Lin Qingcheng by drugging her, Yi Chun saved her and killed Ning Feng with a single palm strike, crushing him into dust. Thus ended the life of the villain. Now that Ning Feng had a cheat system, he couldn't let this happen. He needed to survive to stay as far away from these male and female leads as possible. The core point was that as long as he didn't have too much financial power and influence and operated carefully, he could gradually fade from Yi Chen's sight. Therefore, he had to squander his wealth. But he couldn't squander recklessly, he had to do it rationally. He absolutely must not die. He had to go back with the money. Ning Feng washed his face, walked out of the bathroom, and entered the old master's room. At that moment, the old master was surrounded by the Lin family's old and young, each wearing expressions of grief. The old master Lin had single-handedly propped up the Lin's Oriental group. Now that he was about to die, it was as if the spiritual pillar was about to collapse. Among them, the most sorrowful was a girl in a black dress kneeling beside the bed, tears streaming down. "Grandpa, you won't die." The girl was so beautiful that the scene seemed to freeze, naturally flawless, a sight pitiable. The old master lay gasping on the bed. Seeing Ning Feng arrive, he struggled to show a smile. "Xiao Feng is here." Many eyes turned to Ning Feng. "Grandpa Lin, it's me." Ning Feng ignored their gazes and stepped forward. The old master smiled. "All of you leave. I have something to say to Xiao Feng and Qingcheng." No one dared to defy the old master's words. They all left the room, leaving only the three of them. "I don't have many days left," said the old master. But Ning Feng smiled. "Grandpa, you can rest assured you won't die. You'll live to 100. Ning Feng had a cheerful expression on his face. But in his heart, he said, "Don't worry, old master, someone will come to save you soon. Not only will you not die, you'll live a few more years, and you'll have a badass grandson-in-law." Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng immediately glared at Ning Feng fiercely. "What nonsense are you spouting here?" Ning Feng was startled. "What? Did I say something wrong about Grandpa Lin living 100 years? Lin Qingcheng paused. No, that voice just now was different from the current one. It sounded as if it were covered by a film. "Silly girl, you'll know soon. Your grandfather won't only not die, he'll live well." Boom. The protagonist makes a flashy entrance. "Yi Chen will save your grandfather, and then you'll fall for him wholeheartedly." Hearing these words, Lin Qingcheng glared at him fiercely. What the hell was this bastard talking nonsense about? Her grandfather was like this. Top doctors had seen him. He would pass away within a day or two. And what Yi Chen, what harem, what rolling in the sheets. He was simply a beast saying such things at a time like this. Lin Qingcheng glared at him. "If you can't speak properly, get out." Ning Feng shrugged helplessly. "I didn't say anything." "Lin Qingcheng, what are you doing?" "Hallucinating." Lin Qingcheng paused. Indeed, she hadn't seen his mouth move just now, and the voice was slightly off. Was she hallucinating? The old master coughed twice. "All right, Qingcheng, you're too tired. I don't have much time left. Listen to me." Lin Qingcheng looked sorrowful. Xiao Feng, after him gone, the Oriental group will be left solely to Qingcheng. Her father and uncles are not up to it. I'm afraid she can't handle it alone. For the sake of this old man, can you help Qingcheng? Give her support, and the Lin family will thank you. Ning Feng knew the critical moment was coming. But Lin Qingcheng said, "Grandpa, I don't need his help. I can protect the Lin family on my own." Hearing this, Ning Feng laughed inwardly. "Do you really think I want to help you? I'm itching to stay far away from you right now, lest I get killed by Yi Chen later. Just wait for Yi Chen to save your grandfather, then you'll adore him and become a member of his harem." Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng glared at him fiercely. But now she finally understood it wasn't him speaking, but his inner thoughts that she could hear. She could hear Ning Feng's inner voice. It was shocking. But soon she felt a little angry. What was all this nonsense Ning Feng was thinking? Wasn't he supposed to like her? Why was he talking such rubbish now? It didn't sound like something a suitor would say. What, Yi Chen? Someone she didn't even know. She snorted coldly in her heart. A figment of his imagination. The old master coughed twice again. "Qingcheng, you can't hold on alone. I know you have strong abilities, but the Lin family is already teetering. You need someone else's help to stabilize the situation. Xiao Feng is the best candidate. Xiao Feng, are you willing to help Qingcheng?" Hearing this, Ning Feng smiled. "Grandpa Lin, you overestimate me. How could I help her? Besides, your granddaughter is destined for riches. The Lin family won't collapse." Anyway, Ning Feng was now dead set on not getting involved with Lin Qingcheng. That way Yi Chen wouldn't target him, and he would have time to survive and maneuver later. The old master sighed and shook his head, knowing it would be like this. "Xiao Feng, haven't you always liked Qingcheng?" Ning Feng shook his head. "I don't like her anymore. I dare not like her. She belongs to Yi Chen. If I mess around again, it'll be the one spitting blood." Lin Qingcheng looked at him. What was this guy rambling about? Who the hell was this Yi Chen? The old master coughed twice and said, "I know you still like her. He'll make the decision here. Let Qingcheng be engaged to you. Then can you help her?" At these words, Lin Qingcheng and Ning Feng were both stunned. Ning Feng was completely dumbfounded. "Old master, what are you doing? I didn't even threaten you to marry Lin Qingcheng to me. I gave up. And now you pull this stunt. You're not following the script." Ning Feng was extremely shocked. He could hardly believe it. Has this old man lost his mind? Is he delirious? Oh heavens, old master, please stop playing around. My poor heart can't take it. How could I dare marry her? She is Yi Chen's woman. If I touch her, he'll be dead for sure. Once the engagement is established, he'll be beaten to death. Let me go, I need to leave this place of trouble. Yi Chen is about to appear. When Lin Qingcheng heard these inner thoughts, she was furious. Calling her Yi Chen's woman was utter nonsense. Was Lin Qingcheng that kind of woman? Now with the offer delivered to his doorstep, he was actually spurning her. What did he take her for? A cheap woman who could be summoned and dismissed at will. Ning Feng quickly waved his hands with an awkward smile. Old master, you must have misunderstood me. The Lin family doesn't need my help. The Lin Corporation will soon revive and you won't die. Believe me, you will see it then. Let's not talk about this now. I have things at the company. I'll take my leave. Cough cough. Xiaofeng. The old man's groaning voice made Ning Feng freeze in his steps. Lin Qingcheng walked up to him pouting angrily. My grandfather is like this. Can't you stay a little longer and play along? When you were young my grandfather was good to you, wasn't he yet? Hearing this, Ning Feng sighed inwardly. Lin Qingcheng, to be honest, I want to help you, but I can't marry you. It's fate that you belong to Yi Chen, and that cannot be changed. This is destiny. Once our engagement is confirmed, I will die. Hearing these words, Lin Qingcheng fell silent for a moment. She snorted coldly in her heart. I, Lin Qingcheng, refuse to believe in your so-called destiny. You don't want it. Then I insist on marrying. Let's see if this Yi Chen you speak of will actually beat you to death, you bastard. Serves you right. Ning Feng turned around smiling. Grandpa Lin, you are blessed with great fortune. Nothing will happen to you. The old man shook his head. Just tell me, do you like Qingcheng? Lin Qingcheng desperately signaled him with her eyes. Ning Feng sighed helplessly. I don't. Please find someone else. The old man smiled. Xiaofeng, I know you have a tough exterior, but a soft heart. It's settled then. Qingcheng, come here. Grandfather, I'm here. Lin Qingcheng looked sorrowful. I want you to marry Xiaofeng. Are you willing? Lin Qingcheng glanced at Ning Feng, who was frantically signaling her. She nodded. Grandfather, I am willing. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. Seriously, sis, what are you two doing? The old man smiled with satisfaction. Good. With Xiaofeng by your side, I can rest easy. You two must get along well. Don't listen to the rumors about him. His heart is not bad. Call the others in. I want to announce this. Hearing this, Ning Feng's expression turned sour. Coerced. That old fox. How could he not know that this move would seal the deal? It would bind the Lin and Ning families together, ensuring the Lin Corporation's survival and letting him pass away in peace. Disaster. Disaster. You two are playing it this way, aren't you? You are dragging me to my death. I deliberately changed the course, but you still managed to set things straight. Am done for. Yi Chen will surely kill me. Lin Qingcheng ignored his inner chaos and hurried to call the others in. The middle-aged and younger generations of the Lin family, along with the renowned healer, all entered. The old man coughed twice. I want to announce one final thing. Qingcheng will be engaged to Xiaofeng. Best to hold the ceremony tomorrow. He'll try to hold on till then. This announcement sent a shockwave through the room. What a... Dad, isn't this too hasty? Yes. Did he threaten you? Lin Qingcheng's parents were also shocked, but they could accept it. Although Ning Feng had a bad reputation, he could help their daughter take control of the Lin Corporation and the Eastern Group, preventing others from seizing power after the old man's death. The old man's move was brilliant. Truly brilliant. Each of them harbored their own schemes, but the old man saw through them all. His eyes, full of authority, glared at the crowd. What? Do you think I'm senile just because I'm not dead yet? Old Yang. Master, I'm here. A servant stepped forward. Old Yang, a founding member of the Lin Group's Eastern Group, a trusted elder. Immediately send a citywide announcement that they will be engaged tomorrow. I will witness it myself. Yes. Old Yang left. Except for Lin Qingcheng's parents, everyone else grew anxious. They had to think of a way out. Ning Feng, meanwhile, looked utterly hopeless. He had never expected it to come to this, though it wasn't his intention. He finally understood that even without his coercion, old Master Lin had already planned this. He had been so eager to propose this idea only to realize it was a foregone conclusion. So his engagement to Lin Qingcheng was inevitable. Then Yi Chen's hatred toward him would still be ignited. The key to breaking the deadlock was not here. He had to quickly think of the next step. Right? Yi Chen is about to appear, which means now is the time. Suddenly hearing Ning Feng's inner thoughts again, Lin Qingcheng was startled. Was he telling the truth? Would this Yi Chen really appear? But the next moment Lin Qingcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. I, Yi Chen, do not agree to this marriage. Old master, I can save you. You don't need to sacrifice your granddaughter's lifelong happiness. A loud voice rang out. Everyone was startled. The family members except Lin Qingcheng's parents looked hopeful. But when they looked over, they saw a thin young man in cheap clothes. Ning Feng was overjoyed. Great. Great. Someone disagrees, so let's call it off. He'll be going now. Just as Ning Feng was about to leave, someone pulled him back. Where did this brat come from? Get out of here. Lin's father bellowed in anger. How could they let such trash affect their plans at a critical moment like this? Who brought him in? Throw him out immediately. Yi Chen, however, spoke with the demeanor of a master. Rest assured, curing the old man's illness is a simple task for me. I can extend his life in no time. Upon hearing this, the Lin family sneered. Arrogant nonsense. My grandfather's condition was diagnosed by a national medical saint retired from the southern military district of Huaxia. It's hopeless. It was the son of the Lin family's third uncle who spoke, a typical fool. Ning Feng shook his head. Did this guy even realize he was talking about his own grandfather? Instantly, countless glares fell upon him. The third uncle roared, "You bastard, what are you saying?" But deep down none of them wanted the old man to survive. If he died, they could seize power. Ning Feng sighed inwardly. Now, except for Lin Qingcheng and her family, everyone wants the old man dead. Don't doubt it. Once this guy makes his move, the old man will come back to life in an instant. Right? Once the old man is revived, Yi Chun will demand the dissolution of the engagement, and he'll agree. Maybe the engagement will be called off. I need to let him treat the old man quickly. This is the key to breaking the deadlock. Lin Qingcheng's heart trembled. Could this guy actually be capable? Ning Feng's words had proven true once before. Get this insolent wretch out of here. What nonsense, the third uncle cursed. Even Saint Li just examined him and said it's beyond remedy. Yi Chun maintained his masterful air. I have trained under my master for 10 years. I have mastered his medical arts completely and even surpassed him. Driving me away will be your greatest loss. Guards, show him out. The old man doesn't need disturbance. The third uncle was determined to prevent him from treating the old man. At this critical juncture, no mistakes could be made. As for Ning Feng and Lin Qingcheng's engagement, they could deal with it slowly. There would always be opportunities. If the old man came back to life, they would have to wait again. Lin Yaoqing grew anxious. Dad, say something. Yi Chun remained aloof. Lin Qingcheng's father Lin Beishan also hesitated. Saving the old man would benefit them, but trusting a young man like this carried risks. If the old man got hurt, the eldest and third brothers would use it against them, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Ning Feng grew impatient. Lin Qingcheng, step up. Override all objections and save the old man. You'll earn great merit. The old man's revival will benefit you. Oh, how anxious I am. Just say it. Then you'll fall for him. Everything will fall into place. Our engagement will be voided, and it's a win-win. Ning Feng could only fret, silently adhering to his principle of lying low and saying as little as possible. Lin Qingcheng felt a surge of anger. Just as Yi Chun was about to be thrown out, she called out, "Wait." Ning Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the one who least wants the old man to die. Such filial piety witnessed by heaven and earth, filial to the extreme. Thumbs up. All right, no problem now. The engagement can be dissolved. The old man watched quietly. When Lin Qingcheng spoke, the entire room fell silent. She was now the most powerful person in the family. You say you can save my grandfather? Yi Chun looked at Lin Qingcheng and sighed inwardly. He nodded. I can save him. With my treatment, the old man will recover fully in no time. Then please act quickly and save my grandfather. He'll give you whatever money you want. The crowd stirred, and the eldest and third families grew anxious. Qingcheng, you're being reckless. Your grandfather is on the brink of death, and you want someone to torment him. This is great disrespect. If your grandfather gets hurt, we won't let this slide. Lin Batian frowned. Qingcheng, isn't this too hasty? Saint Li chimed in. Miss Lin, letting someone treat your grandfather now will only add to his burden. But Lin Qingcheng declared authoritatively, I trust him. Whatever happens, he'll take full responsibility. Yi Chun was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to gain her trust so quickly. Things were going far more smoothly than he had imagined. Yet he said, I don't want money. I want nothing. I just don't want you to be bound by an engagement to this Jiangning scoundrel. Yi Chun sneered inwardly. Ning Feng, aren't you going to shout? Ning Feng gave an awkward smile and waved his hand. I think this engagement is unfair too. If you think you can go ahead. The crowd was taken aback. Was this the notorious Jiangning bully? Acting like this. Wasn't he madly in love with Lin Qingcheng? Now that someone was trying to break his engagement, this was his reaction. Too unusual. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. This was decided by my grandfather. I can't overrule it. If you want to ask, save my grandfather first, then ask for his opinion. Yi Chun nodded without another word. All right, soon you'll see the old man as good as new. Now please leave. I need to begin treatment, and no one can be nearby. Lin Qingcheng complied. But the third uncle objected. No, the old man is at death's door. I won't allow him to be alone with an outsider. I don't trust it. Yi Chun snapped coldly. If the old man suffers the slightest harm, you can flay me alive right here. For Lin Qingcheng, Yi Chun was willing to take the risk. Otherwise, if others begged him to heal someone, he wouldn't even bother. 1,000,000 gold pieces wouldn't move him. Lin Qingcheng added, everyone out. If anything happens to Grandpa, he'll resign. At these words, the whole room erupted in shock. Lin Batian was frantic. His daughter had lost her mind over the old man. Qingcheng. But the third uncle smiled. Fine, let's go. The situation shifted, and now they wanted the old man dead even more. Lin Batian pointed at his daughter. You're too impulsive. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. Dad, don't worry. Grandpa will be fine. Yi Chun said, Qingcheng, don't worry. Your grandfather won't die, and the Lin Corporation won't fall. Lin Qingcheng's heart jolted. Was everything that came out of Ning Feng's mouth going to come true? They all left the room. Ning Feng kept marveling. Lin Qingcheng, impressive. Your domineering aura is showing. But alas, this fate is unavoidable. Hurry up and cancel the engagement. I need to stay far away from these two and survive longer. Lin Qingcheng shot him a glare. Are you done? Ning Feng looked helpless. Why are you glaring at me? Everyone waited anxiously. Some wanted the old man to die, you others didn't. Such was a conglomerate family, too heartbreaking. Before long, Chen opened the door. He strode out with pride. Done. The old man is perfectly fine. At these words, everyone was stunned. Saintly couldn't believe it. They all rushed in. And there they saw the old man sitting up in bed on his own, his face a mix of astonishment and delight. He looked nothing like a man on his deathbed. Lin Batian said urgently, Saintly, please examine my father. Li was already at work. After a thorough check, his eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Seeing this, everyone was on edge. Saintly, what's going on? Li stammered. Old Master Lin's pulse is vigorous and powerful. All his ailments have vanished. It's a miracle. Unheard of, unseen. He's been granted at least 5 more years of life. I stand corrected. I was too ignorant earlier. I apologize to this young friend. Chen waved his hand, feigning calm, though he was greatly drained. Everyone was astounded. Lin Qingcheng's eyes reddened. Grandpa was truly alive. Ning Feng mused. Oldly, I have to praise you. Well said. I almost want to applaud this Chen. All right, Lin Qingcheng, are you moved? Ready to give your heart? Go ahead, throw yourself into his arms, thank him properly, offer yourself to him, and everything will fall into place. Ning Feng's thoughts ruined Lin Qingcheng's moment of joy. He saved my grandfather. He'll thank him, but nothing more. Chen beamed with pride, basking in the admiring gazes. Only the eldest and third families were forced smiles. The old man laughed heartily. Young friend, your medical skill is truly divine. This old man is fortunate to have been treated by you. Ask for anything, and I shall grant it. Ning Feng grew excited. Quick, Chen, demand the cancellation of the engagement, so I can get out of here. Chen smiled. Old Master Lin, I want nothing. I only ask that you annul the engagement between Qingcheng and this scoundrel. Chen looked disdainfully at Ning Feng. What are you waiting for, you scoundrel? Get angry and attack. Let me beat you to a pulp. But soon Chen sensed something off. This guy showed no anger, he almost seemed happy. That can't be right. Wasn't he madly in love with Lin Qingcheng? Him taking her from him. He should be furious. Ning Feng was ecstatic. Here it comes. I can get out. I've made it through this trial. The old man frowned at this. He paused for a moment. Young friend, I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. The engagement between them cannot be dissolved. They are in love. Why would I break it? Ning Feng froze instantly. In love? Are you kidding me? System, you're messing with me. Ning Feng's head was spinning. Elder, what on earth are you doing? You're perfectly fine now, so why are you still clinging to me? I beg you, let me go, will really die. Sooner or later, it'll be driven to my death by you grandfather and granddaughter. Hearing these words, Lin Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If it's just right to torment this scoundrel, now you can't escape. Seeing him like this, Lin Qingcheng felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Chen was also baffled. Why would he insist on the marriage engagement under these circumstances? Elder Lin, why is this? You're already safe. The engagement is completely unnecessary. If you're worried about the Lin Corporation, I can assure you it won't fall, it'll help it rise again. Hearing this, the old man smiled. I want to ask, young friend, why are you so certain? And why are you so determined to save me? Chen was taken aback, silent for a moment. He couldn't possibly reveal his true intentions. He looked at Lin Qingcheng with tender affection. This all starts with Qingcheng. Everyone was slightly stunned. Look, he's about to get sentimental. Lin Qingcheng fall in love with him quickly. Lin Qingcheng frowned. Chen said with deep emotion, when I was very young, I nearly starved to death. It was kind Qingcheng who gave me a bowl of rice, allowing me to survive. That gave me the chance to follow my master into the mountains for cultivation, and now I've returned with my skills. I naturally came to repay Qingcheng. Seeing her about to marry such a scoundrel, I couldn't bear it. I must stop this. And I believe Qingcheng surely doesn't like this despicable scoundrel. She must be forced into this. How could I watch her fall into the fire pit? So I have to stop this. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, never expecting such a backstory. Has her heart been secretly given? Marrying such an extraordinary man won't be a loss. Lin Qingcheng heard Ning Feng's inner thoughts. She nearly vomited. I refuse. Now making Lin Qingcheng fall for Chen was utterly impossible, it was genuinely nauseating. Ning Feng stepped forward theatrically and said, what a touching story, and moved too. Elder Lin, look, it's clear that a talent like Chen is already deeply in love with Qingcheng. I think you should just let them be. Chen frowned slightly. Why wasn't this guy opposing him? He was just about to slap his face. But since he was speaking nicely, let it slide for now. Everyone was astonished. Was this scoundrel actually willing to give up Lin Qingcheng? Too abnormal. Chen directly said, so I asked Elder Lin to cancel the engagement. Am willing to help Qingcheng rise. Stay by her side. The Lin Corporation crisis and the Ning family are mere trifles. I can handle them with ease. Ning Feng secretly gave a thumbs up. You're amazing, you're something. Now the engagement should be called off, right? Elder Lin smiled. I understand. Young friend, yes, medical skills are divine, commanding my respect. The Lin family is very willing to befriend such a capable person. However, regarding the engagement, I'm afraid it cannot be cancelled. Yi Chen was stunned. Why? Ning Feng was in despair. He didn't want to say anything more. The old man had him cornered. No matter what, he wouldn't cancel it. He was doomed. Yi Chen would surely hate him. The old man smiled. The news has already spread. If we cancel it now, what will people think of the Lin family? Besides, we should ask Qingcheng's opinion. Qingcheng, what do you say? Do you want to cancel the engagement? Lin Qingcheng glanced at Ning Feng. She couldn't let him off so easily, and she didn't want to lick toes if she wanted to change her fate. Now just looking at Yi Chen made her feel nauseous. Ning Feng, through his own efforts, had completely disgusted Lin Qingcheng with Yi Chen. Lin Qingcheng said, I don't want to cancel the engagement. I want to be with him. Ning Feng has pursued me for 3 years. Ning Feng was dumbfounded on the verge of tears. Big sister, what are you doing? Saying that, doesn't your conscience hurt? Hearing these thoughts, Lin Qingcheng was secretly pleased. She just wanted to torment him. Ning Feng was in despair. Coming here today was a mistake. The grandfather and granddaughter were doing their best to ruin him, leaving him no way out. Let it all end. I'm tired. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's eyes had turned icy cold. He stared fixedly at Ning Feng, wishing he could kill him. What tricks had this guy used to make Qingcheng submit to his tyranny? How dare he touch my woman? He'll make sure you die without a burial place. Yi Chen said anxiously. Qingcheng, do you have some unspoken difficulty? You can tell me, I can help you. Mister, no one is threatening me. I truly have feelings for Ning Feng. I know you're strong, but there's always someone stronger. Mister, you should be careful. Yi Chen smiled. I understand, Qingcheng. I know your heart. Ning Feng felt bitter inside. I'm really done for. This guy could kill me with one slap. Lin Qingcheng was disgusted by Yi Chen's condescending tone and also annoyed with Ning Feng. Why are you so afraid of him? But seeing his miserable inner cries, she felt an unspeakable relief. Finally, she had vented her anger. The old man chuckled. You see, my granddaughter herself likes Xiao Feng. So it's settled. Young friend, you saved my life. The Lin family will repay you. Name your price, or whatever we can fulfill we will. No need for thanks. Saving you today is repayment for the meal I had back then. A life for a life. I take my leave. With those words, Yi Chen turned and left, his hatred for Ning Feng rising sharply. The old man quickly said, Young friend, you don't rush. We must express our gratitude. Let the Lin family thank you properly. But Yi Chen was unwilling to stay. He had to leave. He had other ways to make Lin Qingcheng fall for him. The old man immediately ordered some cash cards to be prepared and sent to him, and instructed his people to see him off respectfully. Lin Qingcheng also went to see him off. Mister, Yi, am grateful you saved my grandfather, but my marriage is my own decision. Please don't interfere. If you have any trouble in Jiangning City, you can contact me. The Lin family will help. Then Lin Qingcheng handed him a business card. Yi Chen gave her a deep look. He accepted the card. While she was his future wife, he wouldn't get angry with her. It'll make you see Ning Feng's true despicable nature. Yi Chen left directly. But Lin Qingcheng thought to herself, I see it more clearly than anyone. Ning Feng also took his leave. He was tired and just wanted to escape. He only told Elder Lin to postpone the engagement. No need to rush, and the old man agreed. Ning Feng was utterly helpless. He lit a lonely cigarette and got into his car. In Elder Lin's room, the old man looked at Lin Qingcheng with satisfaction. Why did you agree to the engagement? Lin Qingcheng smiled and said, Grandfather must understand. Rather than entrust me to someone with an unknown background, it's better to entrust me to Ning Feng. Besides, Ning Feng likes me. This is the best outcome for me. It can help the Lin Corporation, a union of equals. That Yi Chen may have an extraordinary background, but he's too arrogant and conceited. He promises to help the Lin Corporation with empty words. Besides, he's clearly not a man I can control, so grandfather rejected his proposal. Haha, truly my granddaughter. Such insight, excellent. The old man laughed heartily. Xiao Feng may have a bad reputation now, but look how thriving the Ning Corporation is under his control. He appears wild and indulgent in pleasure, but he's a master at business. That's his disguise. And men when young are always a bit romantic. Your grandfather was the same in his day. Once he settles down, he'll restrain himself. With my granddaughter's abilities, controlling him will be a piece of cake. Lin Qingcheng smiled, just wanting to be a good granddaughter to her grandfather. As for whether she would become Ning Feng's wife, that was for another day. That guy was a bit annoying, but she agreed to avoid falling into Yi Chen's trap. The old man added, but we must not neglect Yi Chen. Treat him with courtesy. Lin Qingcheng nodded. Grandfather, rest assured I know what to do. Leaving the Lin family, Yi Chen's face was dark. Damn Ning Feng, how dare he block my harem. I won't let you off. Since the Lin family didn't work out, he'll put Lin Qingcheng aside for now and start with that other woman. Her father is on his last legs. Easier to handle there. If I cure her father, shall help me. Then he'll find evidence of the Ning Corporation's shady dealings, which can be used to restrain Ning Feng and also show Lin Qingcheng his true colors. Killing two birds with one stone. That's the plan. Unconsciously, Ning Feng arrived at the company in his driver's car. He returned to his presidential office like a walking corpse. Many employees and executives saw him initially intending to celebrate his success in winning the woman he loved. However, seeing his dejected state, they dared not speak. Instead, they whispered among themselves. President Ning must be overjoyed, he hasn't come to his senses yet. The crowd nodded in agreement. Let's wait until he recovers before offering our congratulations. Let President Ning rest for a while. Everyone nodded. Ning Feng slept for 2 hours, genuinely exhausted. Upon waking, he sighed. This was only his first day after transmigrating, yet it was already so tiring. This dungeon was too difficult to conquer. Now Yi Chun had developed a grudge against him, and he had to find a way to resolve this. The marriage contract must also be dealt with. He would rather die than comply. He just couldn't understand why Lin Qingcheng, who despised him so much, would agree to it now. What was going on? Could it be that the plot couldn't be changed, but the details could? The main storyline remained unchanged while minor branches shifted. He was puzzled and asked the system, but it replied with utter ignorance, refusing to disclose anything. Next, the main storyline involving Yi Chun would continue to develop, and he needed to prepare himself. Just then a rash and beautiful figure entered. Her pitiful appearance was utterly captivating. To have such a beautiful secretary. Suddenly a flash of lightning struck his mind. Damn it, Ning Qingcheng. She was also one of Yi Chen's women. How could he have forgotten this? That damn Yi Chen not only wants to steal my fiancée, but also my secretary. Damn it, I want to kill him. But I can't do it. If he doesn't kill me, I have to struggle desperately. Ning Qingcheng trembled. What madness was this scumbag boss up to now? Ning Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. This Ning Qingcheng will later help Yi Chen steal evidence of tax evasion and other unfavorable documents from the company, which will be a fatal blow to me. Ning Qingcheng said, President Ning, I am absolutely loyal to you. I would never betray you. I swear to heaven. Ning Feng nodded. I believe you. He closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering how to handle these matters. How should he deal with them to survive better? Ning Qingcheng said, President Ning, these are the documents that need your signature today. Ning Feng waved his hand. Leave them here, I'll sign them later. Go make me a cup of coffee. The clatter of Ning Qingcheng's high heels echoed across the floor as she went to prepare the coffee. But inwardly, she was also pondering those matters. He said she would help Yi Chun steal evidence from the company. What was all this about? She clearly had no such intention. Was he out of his mind? She really couldn't understand. She decided to focus on her job and ignore the rest. After all, she needed money for medical treatment and couldn't afford to lose her job. She had to work hard. President Ning, I have an urgent report. Just then a hasty, alluring figure burst into the room. Lu Xuanqi, what's the rush? What happened? The vice president panted heavily, catching her breath. She finally explained, President Ning, a major crisis. A quality incident occurred at the high-speed rail New City project. In an instant, Ning Feng and Ning Qingcheng were both stunned. What? Inside the business van, Lu Xuanqi was reporting to Ning Feng. President Ning, it's the Quality Supervision Bureau. They received an anonymous tip claiming serious quality issues with the main structure and some auxiliary structures of our high-speed rail New City project. The estimated loss from this issue will exceed 100 million, making it a major quality accident. Through some people's covert investigations, they've confirmed multiple problems like material skimping and insufficient strength grading. Now the Quality Supervision Bureau municipal leaders and relevant departments are all on their way to the construction site. Ning Qingcheng exclaimed in shock. How could this project have issues? This project was given strict orders by President Ning. Lu Xuanqi shook her head helplessly. I don't know which link went wrong. Ning Feng, however, remained composed. He was originally an ordinary man, but his predecessor Ning Feng was well-versed in such matters, so he just followed suit and managed adequately. What's the situation with Tianqing? Why wasn't I informed immediately? What is Li Qingcheng up to? Lu Xuanqi replied. President Li is currently overwhelmed trying to find a way to handle it. He plans to seal off the scene and allow no one entry. He called me first to ask for your thoughts. Ning Feng snapped. Is he out of his mind? This matter has escalated to this extent. Clearly someone is targeting him and the group. What's the use of trying to suppress it? Does he want to join Fan in sewing machines? Now call him immediately and tell him to open the gates wide, receive them normally, and not to engage in any underhanded dealings. No one is to attempt bribery until I arrive. Once they act, they'll certainly be caught red-handed. Then it will be too late to take it back. Lu Xuanqi was astonished. President Ning, are you sure about this? Ning Feng glanced at her. What? Is my word no longer valid? Lu Xuanqi, frightened, quickly made the call, but inwardly she was shocked. When did President Ning change his ways? At this moment, President Li's approach was essentially President Ning's usual tactic: first block, then treat them to dinner, foot massage, and a spa. Nothing that couldn't be smoothed over. Even if it couldn't be truly suppressed, controlling the public opinion was paramount. But Ning Feng's current actions left her puzzled. Lu Xuanqi was on the phone. Ning Qingcheng, however, looked worried. President Ning, the high-speed rail New City project is a key project in Jiangning City with a total investment of over 30 billion. If this matter can't be suppressed, it will severely impact our Ning Group stock price, and it will definitely be very troublesome. The other side is clearly prepared. Ning Feng knew this well. He understood the reasons behind this incident. In the original story, this event was supposed to happen later, but for some reason it had come early. Behind it were Yi Chun and the Tang family of Jiangbei, pushing to bring down the Ning Group. Although they didn't succeed in the end, it still dealt a heavy blow. And at that time, Yi Chun and that Tang family member will show up. They are indeed well prepared. Don't say anything for now, let me think in peace. He was contemplating. If he went along with this and let the Ning family collapse, would Yi Chun stop targeting him? If he were ousted from Jiangning's top tier, maybe Yi Chun would truly let him go. If Yi Chun was destined to devour the Ning Group, then he might as well hand over a hollow shell. But without power and wealth, could he still protect his own life? Moreover, he couldn't squander the family fortune too extravagantly. It had to be done reasonably. So today's incident was his perfect opportunity to waste money in a plausible way. An idea gradually formed in his mind. Then he looked at Ning Qingcheng again. Alas, Ning Qingcheng is also a problem. When the time comes, Yi Chun will surely make her a spy. It's so contradictory. If I want to survive, I can't let Yi Chun catch me with these dark secrets. But what's wrong with Ning Qingcheng today? I haven't said anything, and she just stripped off begging me not to fire her. How should I resolve this? Ning Qingcheng's eyes reddened again. President Ning, I will never betray you or the company. Please don't fire me. Without this job, I can't hold on. Ning Feng looked helpless. Where did you get the idea I was going to fire you? Lu Xuanqi, who had just finished her call, stared at them in shock. Weren't you two just together? Why are we talking about firing now? Could it be that President Ning threatened Ning Qingcheng with dismissal? That tactic. Alas, this scumbag President Ning is truly ruthless. Ning Feng said, Qingcheng, how about this? I'll raise your salary to 200,000 a month plus performance bonuses, and you don't have to come to the office. What do you think? Ning Qingcheng directly shook her head. If that happened, President Ning would kick her out soon enough. If she stayed, even if he took advantage of her, at least he'd remember her. Once she left, it would be truly over. President Ning, I won't leave. Please be magnanimous. I'm willing to do anything, even that. But I can't lose this job. Ning Qingcheng looked pitiful. She had no intention of seducing Ning Feng. If she wanted to, she would have done it long ago. Now she had no choice. Her father's condition was worsening day by day. Ning Feng sighed. If she leaves reluctantly, Yi Chun will hate me too. Damn it, why is this so hard? Ning Qingcheng was puzzled. Why was President Ning so adamant about this? Would brother Yi Chun really harm the Ning Group? Ning Qingcheng has no idea that Yi Chun approached her deliberately, helped cure her father's illness, and then made her search for the company's illegal evidence. Then the Ning Group will be in trouble, and Yi Chun will have a reason to come after me, causing trouble everywhere. He'll end up bandaging my hand today, my leg tomorrow, coughing blood the day after. He'll die? But honestly, I don't want this for Ning Qingcheng either. I know her struggles best, bearing her father's illness alone, managing her brother's studies, and coming to work to be tormented by me, the scumbag. She's such a good girl. For her father and brother, she hasn't dared to spend recklessly in 4 years. She won't even treat herself to coffee, and besides her work uniform, she hasn't bought new clothes in ages. The old me was truly a beast. How could I treat such a good girl like this? Alas, forget it. He'll be kinder to her from now on. Hearing these words, Ning Qingcheng was shocked. Was President Ning praising her? Was President Ning concerned about her? He even called himself a scumbag and a beast. What was going on? Was this really President Ning? Or had he always been like this? He just never said it, deliberately tormenting her to make her strong. So that's why he didn't react when she stood naked before him. He cares about me. In an instant, Ning Qingcheng's perception of Ning Feng completely changed. So this was who he really was. Inner thoughts don't lie. So President Ning had always been gentle and kind inside. She had misunderstood him all along. A warmth rose in her heart. No one had ever cared about her, but it turned out that the most beastly person had always been the one who cared the most. Ning Feng suddenly thought of something. Since I don't want Yi Chun to catch those handles, there is a way. Tax evasion. I can just pay it up. And issues like employee severance compensation and some policy problems, I can resolve them. Aren't these the key matters? Then the minor things won't give him any leverage. And from now on, I just won't commit any offenses. This way, as long as I don't touch Ning Qingcheng, Yi Chun won't be able to do anything to me. With that thought, Ning Feng smiled. Ning Qingcheng was stunned. President Ning was willing to do all this for her. Those things would cost money, a lot of money. Even if 100 of her were sold, they wouldn't be worth that much. Ning Qingcheng was deeply moved. Her eyes welled up, and she lunged forward. She kissed Ning Feng directly on the lips. The firm yet soft weight pressed against his chest, so comfortable. Ning Feng was so startled, he nearly lost control of his bladder. He pushed away those soft lips. Ning Qingcheng, what are you doing? Damn it, I just kissed Yi Chen's woman. Ning Qingcheng's expression of gratitude and willingness to give herself was terrifying to Ning Feng. Are they all crazy today? Ning Qingcheng, behave yourself. Am I the boss, or are you? How dare you take advantage of me? Ning Feng said fiercely. But Ning Qingcheng just smiled, gentle as a little wildcat. Even if he was a scumbag, so what? His inner thoughts didn't lie. Ning Feng was truly afraid. You're all insane. Ning Qingcheng just kept smiling. Ning Feng thought for a moment. Now immediately call the finance and accounting departments. Have them pay all the taxes that were deliberately delayed or legally avoided right now immediately. Also all the back employees' subsidies, compensations, and overdue performance bonuses. Distribute them all immediately. And those unreasonable policies that infringe on employees' legal rights like unpaid overtime. Get rid of them all. As for signing, send the documents to your phone, and he'll sign remotely. Ning Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. This kind of President Ning was even more likable. Okay, they'll do it right away. Lu Xuanqi was completely baffled. President Ning, what are you doing? Weren't those the funds you strictly ordered not to touch? The amount is enormous. The tax alone is several hundred million, and those compensations and subsidies for nearly 10,000 employees across the group are no small sum. Ning Feng glanced at her. How much liquid capital do we have on the books? Lu Xuanqi replied, still over 50 billion. Ning Feng said authoritatively, so are you the boss, or am I? Lu Xuanqi shuddered and dared not say another word. Serving a ruler is like living with a tiger. Lu Xuanqi was truly frightened. This was a demeanor she had never seen before. President Ning had changed. Ning Feng cleared his throat. Lu Xuanqi, you're my vice president. Can't you see this? Obviously someone is targeting our Ning group. If we don't clean up our mess and they grab hold of our weaknesses, which side do you think will suffer greater losses? Lu Xuanqi's body trembled. President Ning is wise. I was short-sighted. Ning Feng waved his hand. This counted as a reasonable way to waste the family fortune. They were about to arrive at the construction site entrance. Just then he received a call. It furrowed his brow. Xiao Luoi. Why is this woman calling me? Wasn't she abroad? She wasn't supposed to return for a while. No. Because of this incident, she had also come back early. Damn it. Ning Feng's head was throbbing as he only now realized that this incident would trigger a chain of events. Many things were about to unfold. The deputy secretary of the municipal party committee would suddenly fall ill. This woman would step in to save him. Complications would arise. Yi Chen would arrive just in time to rescue the situation. The two would become entangled, and in the end Xiao Li would shamelessly become one of Yi Chen's harem. Wave after wave crashed upon him. Xiao Luoi, one of the leading ladies in Yi Chen's harem. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family in Jiangning, a business prodigy, beautiful and kind-hearted with a strong sense of justice. And she possessed a hidden identity befitting a heroine, a medical genius. Ning Feng wanted nothing to do with her and planned to brush her off. Hello, what do you want? A furious voice came from the phone. Ning Feng, look at the mess your Tianqing has made. Why aren't you here yet? Ning Feng frowned. You're at the site. What do you think? Isn't it obvious? This project was a joint bid between our two companies. Now thanks to your Tianqing screw-up, our side has also come to a halt. The stock price is about to fluctuate. You have to give me an explanation. Xiao Lui's voice was clearly furious. Ning Feng was somewhat exasperated with this young lady. She had a loud voice since childhood and was utterly annoying. All right, I'm almost there. I can see you now. Ning Qingcheng had also finished her calls. The company's accounting and finance departments were going crazy, and the whole company was in a frenzy. Subsidies and performance bonuses were to be distributed. Now everyone wished they could help those two departments. They only hoped to finish everything before President Ning changed his mind. They got out of the car together, and his bodyguards emerged from the following vehicle. They were long accustomed to this, using forceful measures to suppress things, which was Lu Xuanqi's own initiative. They appeared at the entrance of the construction site. By now the site entrance was packed with vehicles from the relevant departments. The people had already gone inside. At the gate stood a beautiful young woman and a group of men in suits. This beauty was dressed in a stunning purple dress, exuding nobility, yet retaining the youthful radiance of a girl. Not a single flaw could be seen on her. She was delicate and tender. Most notably, she had a face that looked like that of an 18-year-old. Yet her chest was at least a cup. It was terrifying. Had this woman been raised on coconut milk? A childlike face with such. What rotten luck running into this girl at a time like this. I just hope she's not crazy. Stay away from her, solve this matter, and preferably never see her again. Anyway, she's hated me since childhood, so it should be fine now. When the time comes, she and Yi Chen will join forces, get entangled, and tumble into bed. They'll just keep my distance, and Yi Chen won't come after me because of her. As soon as he arrived, Ning Feng's chatter began. You're the one with the screw loose. Do you really not want to see me? Ning Feng was taken aback. What, President Xiao? What did I say? How am I the one with the screw loose? Ning Qingcheng stifled a laugh as she understood. President Xiao must also be able to hear President Ning's inner thoughts. How bizarre. Xiao Luoi looked puzzled. Didn't you hear what he just said? Can you hear it? Xiao Luoi turned to Ning Qingcheng. Ning Qingcheng shook her head. President Xiao or President Ning didn't say anything. You must be mistaken. Ning Qingcheng naturally couldn't reveal such a thing. She's really out of her mind. Among the women I've met today, only Lu Xuanqi seems normal. What's wrong with the rest? I'll forget it. Just solve this problem. I don't want anything to do with this girl anyway. Xiao Lui's eyes widened. Listen, Even as she said it, she found it absurd. Ning Feng's lips hadn't moved, yet she clearly heard his voice echoing in her mind. Ning Feng was about to speak. Ning Qingcheng said, "President Xiao, are you too tired? Our President Ning hasn't said a word." Ning Feng added, "President Xiao, you're not a kid anymore. Still playing those childhood games. We're all grown-ups now. Time to be serious." Xiao Luoyi was furious. "You're the old one. I'm only 25. Fine, fine." Ning Feng waved his hand. "Little girl, only 25, and already that chest size. Do you drink coconut milk like water? Still got that loud voice. Just get this over with. Don't get tangled up with me. Go ahead and lick Yi Chen's soles. They'll go back and sleep peacefully. Leave each other alone. Otherwise that bastard Yi Chen will keep beating me up endlessly." Xiao Luoyi's heart trembled. She was certain now. This wasn't Ning Feng speaking. It was his inner thoughts. How had she acquired such an ability? She squinted her eyes. "Fine, so he says she drinks coconut milk. Has he been skimping on his goji berries? Living a life of debauchery every day, and with his current state, he must have been consuming plenty of goji berries. And he wants nothing to do with her. Who is Yi Chen? Why would she stoop to lick his soles? What nonsense is all this? President Xiao, what exactly do you want to say? I need to go in and deal with this now." Ning Feng said coldly, deliberately aloof. He was genuinely terrified. He must not get involved with any of Yi Chen's women. Xiao Luoyi temporarily suppressed her shock. "You owe me an explanation. Because of your subsidiary Tianqing, the entire project has been halted. Since it was a joint bid, our Xiao family has also been affected. Tell me, how do you plan to handle this? Let's discuss it here." Ning Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No need to discuss. They'll take full responsibility. For the losses caused by the shutdown to your Xiao family, you can directly coordinate with Tianqing. They'll cover it. As for the stock market, after this is resolved, your Xiao family can hold a press conference to distance yourselves. If it truly is an internal issue on our side, they'll also issue a statement. It won't affect your Xiao family. Is that acceptable?" Hearing this, Xiao Luoyi was left speechless. This wasn't like Ning Feng at all. He was a scoundrel, a cunning businessman. At times like this, he would usually shift the blame. Getting money out of him was harder than reaching the heavens. She had cornered him here to get a commitment to minimize the Xiao family's losses. But now, without her even asking, he was offering it willingly. He was even volunteering to pay. How interesting. She couldn't find a word to refute him. "Once this is settled, let's never cross paths again. I'd even sell you this project. Go find your brother, Yi Chen, lick his soles, tumble into bed, and have his babies. He'll just lie low. As long as I don't get near you, anything goes. Too bad his toes already belong to Lin Qingcheng. Otherwise you could compete for them too." Xiao Luoyi was furious. "Do you dislike me that much?" And she was supposed to lick some brother Yi Chen's soles and tumble into bed. Was she that kind of person? And what was this about competing with Lin Qingcheng for toes? Infuriating. What was Lin Qingcheng compared to her? A woman with an icy exterior and a scandalous interior. Humph. Ning Feng smiled. "How could I dare to dislike you, President Xiao? Come on, enough nonsense. Let's deal with the matters at hand." As he walked, Ning Feng was constantly busy signing documents. At the same time, he cast a casual glance at a certain business vehicle. Persistent as ever. Xiao Luoyi snorted lightly. A debauched scoundrel now suddenly transformed into a busy man. "President Ning, you certainly are a busy man," Xiao Luoyi sneered. She had always despised Ning Feng for his debauchery, bullying of the weak, and tyranny. Ning Feng replied flatly, "After all, I am the president. I have to do something." Xiao Luoyi was speechless. What kind of president? Just a scoundrel in human form. As they entered the construction site, the window of a black business vehicle outside slowly rolled down. Two pairs of eyes watched from within. When should we have the internet trolls spread these rumors? No rush. Well, fan the flames at the crucial moment for maximum effect. Best to wait until he's dealing with the reporters. Then you arrange for those reporters to block the municipal officials, let the news fly everywhere, and stir it all up at once. The man laughed. "Brother Yi, you're truly one step ahead. If it weren't for your senior sister's introduction, I would have missed out on a genius like you." Yi Chen raised his goblet and sneered. "Dealing with a scumbag like him. How hard can it be?" They all walked into the construction site. Soon in the project department's meeting room, they saw a crowd that was overflowing. At that moment, the expressions of some of the heads from Tianqing Company were extremely sour. Lin Qingcheng, the boss of Tianqing, was being severely criticized by the municipal party committee leaders. General Li, as a key subordinate of the Ning family, were you not aware of the importance of this project to the city? The high-speed rail Newtown project is a crucial step in developing the eastern part of Jiangning. We entrusted this commercial complex to you out of trust. This is just the first step. The subsequent amusement park, hospitals, and schools are already in preparation. Now, because of your mishandling, it has become public knowledge, and letters of complaint have landed on my desk. Do you understand the immense impact this issue will have on future development? The deputy secretary of the municipal party committee slammed the table forcefully. As the dignified boss of Tianqing Company, he felt like a rat scurrying through the streets, being berated and humiliated. He dared not refute, for the man was the deputy secretary after all. He had to accept it. Speak up. You've seen the site, the problem exists. How do you plan to resolve it? Lin Qingcheng was truly at a loss. Normally with the standard three-step approach, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. He would have already wined and dined these eminent figures. But that phone call had left him baffled. Just then Lin Qingcheng spotted the big shot at the window. Thank heavens his savior had finally arrived. Ning Feng dropped his pretense and strode in directly. President Ning. Lin Qingcheng pleaded with a helpless expression. Ning Feng glanced at him, then turned to the leaders, focusing primarily on the deputy secretary. The others were merely there to fill the room. Secretary Ma, please calm down. Ning Feng offered a faint smile. As Ning Feng entered, the officials from the relevant departments shifted slightly in their seats. The main man had arrived. The tyrant of Jiangning, the despicable playboy. Secretary Ma looked at Ning Feng and chuckled. Ah, President Ning has arrived. Still as dashing and carefree as ever. Ning Feng laughed. Secretary Ma flatters me. Since it has alarmed you, how could I not come? Secretary Ma smiled. So President Ning, how do you plan to handle this? Secretary Ma, wait a moment. I caught a bit of the discussion outside. I will give you a perfect resolution without anyone needing to make a second trip. With those words, everyone waited. Someone in the crowd was secretly tipping off others, sneering, inwardly eager to see how he would handle it. Surely Ning Corporation stock would take a massive hit. Xiao Luai listened quietly from outside. Ning Feng turned to Lin Qingcheng. Tell me what caused the accident. Lin Qingcheng replied helplessly. All our construction procedures were flawless. Every step was approved by various parties before execution. The process was entirely correct. All technical documents and inspection records are impeccable. Yet after the curing period, the strength grade failed to meet standards. Ning Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. So the problem lies with the raw materials. Lin Qingcheng nodded, highly likely. Ning Feng nodded, step aside and watch carefully. This is how such matters should be handled. Ensure it never happens again. Lin Qingcheng could only comply. Then Ning Feng shifted his gaze to Secretary Ma and the officials from various departments. A smile appeared on Ning Feng's face. Secretary Ma, since the incident has occurred, Tianqing and Ning Corporation will not deny it. We accept any investigation and penalty. Whether it's a work stoppage for rectification or a fine, Tianqing and Ning Corporation will not utter a single word of objection. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Had the prodigal son changed his ways? Furthermore, regarding the structural issue, I believe this is a key project for both Jiangning and the province. There must be no flaws whatsoever. The problematic sections are the upper two floors of Zone 2 buildings C and D under construction. Since the strength grade is insufficient, I say we demolish them and rebuild. These words stunned everyone present. What a... Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Even Secretary Ma and the others were utterly shocked. This was something only an amateur would say, wasn't it? Lin Qingcheng was also dumbfounded. Secretary Ning Qingcheng and Vice President Lu Xuanqi were completely bewildered. Xiao Luai, standing by the door, stumbled and nearly fell. Had Ning Feng lost his mind? Demolish it directly. He had no idea that such a move would cause irreparable delays in the schedule. The financial losses would multiply. Demolition and reconstruction would double the work. A loss of 100 million would now skyrocket several times over. And then there were the astronomical penalty fees for delays. What was Ning Feng thinking? Even Secretary Ma was alarmed. The man wasn't an amateur. Why would he say such a thing? Ning Feng smirked inwardly. Being this wasteful was reasonable, wasn't it? Fools, you think him an idiot. The best is yet to come. Since I finally get to play this game, I might as well see it through. After all, avoiding harmful deeds ensures a long life. If you do it to perfection. Ning Qingcheng and Xiao Luai, hearing his inner thoughts, were truly baffled by him. Xiao Luai was most puzzled. Based on her understanding of him, he was a cunning businessman who hated wasting money on such things. When problems arose, there were always ways to fix them without going to such extremes. Secretary Ma's eyelid twitched as he said, President Ning, it doesn't seem to have come to that yet. There are other options. But Ning Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's not about whether it's come to that. It must be done this way. How else could he waste money? Ning Feng launched into a lengthy speech. The high-speed rail New Town project is a key city project and a provincial-level observation project. From the start I made a pledge. Now that this problem has arisen, it's not my wish, but I bear the responsibility. For the long-term interests and the project's image in the eyes of Jiangning's citizens, Ning Corporation must show accountability. Demolish what must be demolished, build what must be built, and pay the fines. I know what everyone is thinking. We could consult experts and make conservative improvements. But I, Ning Feng, do not want to leave such a stain on Jiangning. To put it bluntly, if a problem arises in the future, who will take responsibility? Where will Jiangning's pride be? I want the entire city to see Ning Corporation's resolve face problems and solve them. No cheating or cutting corners. Only then can the subsequent development of the high-speed rail New Town be healthy without this stain affecting future projects. Everyone present, the City Committee, the Quality Supervision Bureau, the Safety Supervision Bureau, and all related departments. was stunned by his words. His approach felt like a desperate gamble for survival. It would have made sense coming from another entrepreneur, but it should never have come from his mouth. I won't do anything harmful to others or myself. I must never commit a single bad deed. That's the only way to stay safe. And spending money wisely is a win-win. Why not? Xiao Luoyi was utterly confused upon hearing this. Was he happy? Happy about such a huge disaster? At that moment Xiao Luoyi began to wonder had her perception of him all along been wrong. He didn't seem so blackheart. Xiao Luoyi shook her head fiercely. No, this man had never had a good reputation. He'd swindle too if he couldn't swindle one, an utterly ruthless profiteer. There must be a reason behind this. Secretary Ma almost wanted to applaud him, but found it hard to express. President Ning, this will cause schedule issues and create a lot of trouble later. Ning Feng smiled, a carefree expression on his face. Compensation will be fully covered by Tianqing. Lin Qingcheng's legs went weak. This was gambling with his life and fortune. He would be ruined. President Ning. Shut up. Ning Feng barked. So my stance is clear, all consequences will be borne by Tianqing and Ning Corporation. We will not let the citizens waste a single penny. But I have one condition. Secretary Ma's heart skipped a beat. Also, this was his real move. Secretary Ma smiled and said, go ahead. The penalty from the relevant departments must be the maximum. No leniency. I want to set an example for the entire city. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded once again. What in the world was he up to? Was the capitalist's money not money anymore? Secretary Ma was also baffled. How could anyone act like this? If you handle it this way, what is there for us to penalize? Secretary Ma chuckled and said, President Ning, you flatter me. With such a resolution, how could we possibly be dissatisfied? As for the penalties, they will be issued once the accident investigation results are out. Secretary Ma was beaming with joy. With someone taking the blame for such an incident, he had nothing to fear. If the government didn't have to spend money or clean up the mess, what could be better? Ning Feng said, no, there must still be a penalty, a heavy one. That's enough, Secretary Ma replied. It must be imposed, Ning Feng insisted. A token gesture will do. It must be imposed. Ning Feng persisted. Secretary Ma was speechless. All right, impose it. Only then was Ning Feng satisfied. This was how he could squander his fortune. Then with a grand wave of his hand, he declared, now I hope the municipal committee will immediately establish a rectification supervision team. We will fully cooperate. Lin Qingcheng suspend all work on the project immediately for rectification. Quickly organize expert discussions and draft a specialized construction plan for the areas requiring demolition. At the same time, the more urgent it is, the more we must prioritize safety. No more issues allowed. Demolish what must be demolished, deploy more personnel, and accelerate the schedule. As for Shao Corporation, compensate them for the losses incurred from their work stoppage. You handle the coordination and Tianqing will bear the costs. Also call the police immediately to thoroughly investigate the raw material issue. Every procedure must be checked. I want to see who is pulling strings behind the scenes. They are disgracing Jiangning, and I will not let them off. Everyone's bodies trembled. Was this the decisive efficiency of a capitalist? Well said. Let the Municipal Public Security Bureau conduct a full investigation. We must not allow a conscientious entrepreneur like President Ning to be harmed. Secretary Ma trembled with excitement. Lin Qingcheng was on the verge of tears. How much would this cost? Tianqing would be completely drained. Meanwhile, the figure lurking in the shadows shuddered, hoping this wouldn't implicate him. But it should be fine. Everything had been prepared on that end. Secretary Ma quickly added, President Ning, I think there's no need to halt Shao Corporation's operations. And aside from the problematic area, other parts of the project shouldn't be suspended. The schedule is tight. He'll make a decision here, well, set up a supervision team to expedite the demolition and reconstruction. In terms of policy, well, give you a green light for this part. Hearing this, Ning Feng inwardly frowned. He had wanted to lose even more money. Oh, well, he couldn't overdo it. Ning Feng smiled. Then thank you, Secretary Ma. Secretary Ma stepped forward and grasped Ning Feng's hand. The light in his eyes was unmistakable. President Ning, you are truly a pillar of society, a master craftsman of the nation. I have had a biased understanding of you before. Now it seems that an entrepreneur like you is exactly the talent Jiangning needs most. You flatter me, Secretary Ma. Though I am a businessman, I will never do anything harmful to society. As individuals, we must act with conscience. Secretary Ma patted Ning Feng on the shoulder. Excellent. Young and accomplished with a righteous heart. Worthy of commendation. We won't stay long. The relevant personnel will soon begin their investigation. Ning Feng quickly stopped him. Please don't go, Secretary Ma. Let me take this chance to properly thank you. Secretary Ma laughed. Thank me for what? For giving us the green light. Secretary Ma waved his hand repeatedly and leaned close to Ning Feng's ear. Not today. There are still many reporters outside. Ning Feng nodded hastily. Oh, I forgot about that. Then I won't see you off. Secretary Ma smiled. Stay here. Then the municipal committee members and officials from various departments prepared to leave. Xiao Luoyi and Ning Qingcheng were stunned for a long time. but soon they felt an indescribable emotion. The municipal committee and relevant departments who had arrived furious were now all beaming with joy. Was this President Ning's foresight? In some respects, Ning Feng had indeed won this battle, but the cost seemed far too high. Xiao Luoyi couldn't figure it out either. Was this guy willing to spend so much money just for a reputation? That didn't seem like him. She had to ask if he was sincere. Xiao Luoyi quickly approached. Were those words just now sincere? The cost is too high, isn't it? Ning Feng glanced at her. No, I can't tell the truth. I need to make her hate me now. Hearing this, Xiao Luoyi was startled. Not tell the truth. So his next words would be the opposite. He said softly, what are you thinking? Could I possibly be sincere? I had no choice. This way it won't affect future project acquisitions. He'll lose a bit here and make it back with some tricks next time. By pleasing Secretary Ma, there's plenty more money to be made later. Isn't that right, President Xiao? How do you think ID tell you the truth? No matter what, ID never do anything wrong. I have to stay true to my conscience. This place was bought with the hard-earned money of ordinary people. If something goes wrong, ID be a sinner for eternity. This way the label of a profiteer will stick with you, and you'll still hate me. Soon your brother Yi Chun will appear with a righteous demeanor, and you'll be all lovey-dovey rolling in bed licking the soles of his feet. Ugh, thinking about that guy makes me sick. Then I'll go back to where I came from, and you won't come near me. Huh. Imagenius. Xiao Luoyi fully understood now. So this was his true thoughts. It seemed he wasn't so utterly villainous after all. He still had some conscience. Had she misjudged him? But why did he keep mentioning this Yi Chun? Rolling in bed with him. And disgusting. What nonsense was that? Looking at Ning Feng, Xiao Luoyi changed her attitude completely. She grinned and said, Brother Ning Feng, you're truly one step ahead. Luoyi is convinced. I just hope Brother Ning Feng won't forget me when you're making money. Ning Feng was bewildered. What was she up to? Milady, what are you doing? Didn't I make myself clear enough? Didn't I imply I wanted to earn dirty money? Aren't you the one who hates profiteers like me the most? When did you change your ways and become a profiteer yourself? What's wrong with everyone today? They're all out of their minds. Hey, don't come near me. Get lost. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Luoyi had already approached, directly grabbing his arm and swinging it. Brother Ning Feng, you must take me along to make money. Ning Feng was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, she's crazy. System, explain this to me clearly. Why isn't a single female lead acting normal today? Are you trying to drive me to death? The system's voice rang out. Dear, you misunderstand. We're not trying to drive you to death. We're just pushing you as far as we can without killing you. Ning Feng, he directly shook off Xiao Luoyi's hand, muttering, absolutely crazy. Lin Qingcheng, get these matters handled immediately. Lin Qingcheng was in tears. President Ning, how can I bear this? Even if we drain Tianqing, we can't come up with that much money. Ning Feng snorted coldly, just do it. Consider the money alone from the Ning Corporation, and it'll waive 2 years of interest. The interest counted as a small loss, an interest-free loan. Why didn't the Ning Corporation pay directly? Squandering the subsidiary's money was still squandering. Lin Qingcheng felt a bit better. Ning Feng was about to leave. President Ning, a large group of reporters, has blocked the construction site entrance. Secretary Ma and the others can't get out, Ning Qingcheng suddenly said. Ning Feng's expression changed instantly. Oh no, Secretary Ma is in trouble. Xiao Luoyi needs to go over there. Hearing this, Xiao Luoyi was startled. Why did she have to go? Secretary Ma is about to fall ill. Then Xiao Luoyi will step in to treat him, but something will go wrong, and Shell almost kill him. Yi Chen will appear, work his miraculous healing, and Xiao Luoyi will be in awe of his medical skills. They'll get together and start a shameless relationship, rolling in bed and licking the soles of his feet. Yes. Send Xiao Luoyi over now, and soon he'll be out of the picture and can just leave. Xiao Luoyi was shocked inwardly. This guy could foresee the future. Ning Feng had already approached. Come on, President Xiao, let's go meet those reporters too. We can clarify this matter and reduce the losses for your Xiao Corporation. Xiao Luoyi snorted inwardly. She had to see if what he was thinking in his mind was really true. They rushed over quickly with burly bodyguards following behind. Sure enough, they soon saw the construction site entrance completely surrounded with Secretary Ma and his team unable to get out. Ning Feng keenly spotted Yi Chun standing behind the reporters. A cold smirk hung on his face. Ning Qingcheng started speaking again. President Ning, something's wrong. A huge number of online trolls are hyping up this quality incident. It's about to trend on the hot search. Ning Feng waved his hand. I know. Don't mind it. Why should he care? If the stock price dropped, wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity to squander? Lu Xuanqi was anxious. President Ning, the stock price will fluctuate soon. He'll contact PR right away to suppress this. Ning Feng snapped, stop. He had worked so hard to lose money. How could he let her ruin it? For now, no one makes a move. President Ning. Both Lu Xuanqi and Ning Qingcheng were frantic. Listen to me. Xiao Luoyi was astonished by this guy. Was he really not worried at all? Or had he already planned everything and feared nothing? As they were about to appear at the entrance, any moment now, Secretary Ma is going to collapse. At that moment, Secretary Ma was explaining the situation to reporters with a smile. Since Ning Corporation had proposed such a solution, he naturally had to cooperate to avoid leaving them too vulnerable. Everyone rest assured. Ning Corporation has already provided a perfect solution which will be made public shortly. Before he could finish his last words, Secretary Ma's face suddenly contorted in pain and he collapsed to the ground. Secretary Ma? Secretary Ma, quick, call an ambulance. At this moment Xiao Luoyi was completely stunned. It had really come true. The surrounding journalists were startled and stepped back. Yet they continued snapping photos. This was a major scoop. Many minds were already racing. The Ning Corporation's shoddy work on the high-speed rail Newtown project had enraged Municipal Party Secretary Ma, causing him to collapse. Absolutely sensational. Ning Feng quickly moved closer, tugging Xiao Luoyi along. Xiao Luoyi, go ahead. Now it's your turn to step in, unleash your national treasure of knowledge. Yi Chun is right beside you. When you make a mistake, he'll step forward, and everything will fall into place perfectly. If you two get all tangled up, it'll be out of the picture, he. Xiao Luoyi remained stunned, utterly unable to fathom the reason behind this. Yet she didn't hesitate for long. It was her instinct as a doctor faced with such an emergency, she simply couldn't ignore it. Move aside, let me through, Xiao Luoyi urged. What are you doing? A government official blocked her, forbidding anyone from approaching Secretary Ma. Xiao Luoyi quickly explained. I am Xiao Luoyi of the Xiao Corporation. I know medicine and hold a medical license. Without treatment, Secretary Ma will be in danger. Hearing this, they all stepped aside. Ning Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. Then he spotted Yi Chen offering an awkward smile, signaling for him to take over. Yi Chen also walked forward slowly. The moment to show off had finally arrived. Xiao Luoyi was his. How wonderful. Xiao Luoyi conducted an examination and found the issue wasn't too severe. She had her security retrieve the silver needles from the car. Ning Feng sighed inwardly. Xiao Luoyi is about to fall into Yi Chen's hands. How helpless. Xiao Luoyi's talent in medicine is undeniable, but she lacks experience and discernment. In her eyes, this is a simple heart attack, but it's not. The condition is quite serious. Her returning immortal needle technique is indeed unparalleled, but she's been away from this field for too long. She's hesitant in her application, choosing a conservative approach and omitting the Tianshu acupoint, which will worsen Secretary Ma's condition to the brink of death. Then it's Yi Chen's turn to work his magic, saving the day for Xiao Luoyi, earning her admiration, a natural progression. That's perfect. You two can flirt, leaving me out of it. As long as you leading ladies stay far away from me, anything goes. Hearing Ning Feng's inner thoughts, Xiao Luoyi was utterly shocked. Could this guy possibly know medicine too? But how could he articulate her own thoughts so accurately? This was terrifying. Yet she refused to believe it. Her judgment was absolutely sound. It was just a heart attack. With her needling approach, there would be no problem. After Xiao Luoyi completed the acupuncture, she exhaled in relief. Secretary Ma's complexion immediately eased. Good, Secretary Ma is out of danger. The government officials rejoiced. Xiao Luoyi cast a proud glance at Ning Feng. Ning Feng had nothing to say. But then Yi Chen spoke up. Miss Xiao, don't celebrate too soon, his voice rang out. Xiao Luoyi frowned slightly, looking at him. Was this the Yi Chen? In an instant, Secretary Ma's face contorted in agony, again groaning in pain. Xiao Luoyi's pupils dilated in shock. How was this possible? Yi Chen shouted, let me handle it. Quickly. Everyone was astonished. Xiao Luoyi, swift as lightning, inserted another silver needle into Secretary Ma's Tianshu acupoint. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. What is this girl doing? Shouldn't Yi Chen be the one? What is she doing? Even Yi Chen was stunned. Miss Xiao, what are you doing? Wasn't this his moment to shine? How was he supposed to show off now? Ning Feng was frantic inside. My dear lady, what are you up to? You didn't use the Tianshu point earlier, and one needle now won't suffice. But that little brat Yi Chen won't tell you that. He's waiting for this chance to show off. You've only done half the work. He won't say a word, letting you wait until Secretary Ma is at death's door, then step in when you're panicked. He doesn't care if Secretary Ma lives or dies. Oh, how can I remind you? The Qisha acupoint. It's the Qisha acupoint. If you don't needle that, Secretary Ma will be in critical danger and your reputation and skills will be questioned. Wait, it doesn't matter. Yi Chen will still step in. Why am I worrying? Xiao Luoyi will just lose some face. False alarm, false alarm. But Xiao Luoyi was deeply shocked. It hit her like a thunderbolt. Yes, the Qisha acupoint. Yi Chen was about to speak, his heart racing with joy. Finally, his moment to show off had arrived. But in that instant, Xiao Luoyi inserted another needle. Yi Chen was utterly bewildered. What was this girl doing? Wasn't it over? He had been foolishly waiting to show off. Was her medical skill really that profound? She could find such an obscure needling point. Ning Feng was even more stunned. It was over. Just like that. Where's Yi Chen's chance to shine? Was it stolen by this girl? Without giving Yi Chen a chance to show off, how will you two get together? How will you worship him? How will you bear his children? Wouldn't Yi Chen be suffocated with frustration? At this moment, Yi Chen's face darkened completely. Everything was finally settled, Secretary Ma's condition stabilized, and he slowly opened his eyes. Secretary Ma is awake. President Xiao's medical skills are truly divine. I've heard of them before, but seeing it today leaves me in awe. Xiao Luai exhaled in relief. She still felt a lingering fear and some embarrassment. Her skills were still lacking. Yet inwardly, she was deeply grateful for Ning Feng's words. They had nearly cost her medical career. At the same time, she felt a growing disgust toward Yi Chen. Had he deliberately waited to act just to show off and impress her? How despicable. This was a human life, a matter of life and death. How could anyone behave like that in such a situation? How hateful. Xiao Luai said, Secretary Ma is stable for now, but he should go to the hospital for a heart checkup. I suspect there's a minor issue in his heart. Don't underestimate it. Thank you, President Xiao. We'll take him right away. Secretary Ma's secretary and others expressed their gratitude. An ambulance arrived and Secretary Ma was taken away. Everything settled. The journalists were held back by security. Ning Qingcheng and Lu Xuanqi went to handle them. Yi Chen feigned astonishment. Miss Xiao, hello. I'm Yi Chen, and I know a little about medicine. The 2 needles you added just now were sheer brilliance, truly awe-inspiring. May I ask how you thought to needle the Tianshu and Qisha acupoints? Ning Feng sneered inwardly. Can't show off, so you resort to flattery. Fine, as long as you 2 get together, it's none of my business. We're not connected, so Yi Chen won't take his anger out on me because of you. I'm off. Ning Feng said with a smile, President Xiao, this is Master Yi. His medical skills are unmatched. He brought old Master Lin back from the brink of death. You 2 can discuss medicine. Master Yi, you 2 chat him leaving. Yi Chen snorted coldly, finally some sense. But suddenly a soft little hand grabbed him. Ning Feng felt as if electrocuted. What are you doing? Brother Ning Feng, why the rush? I still have things to say to you. If you want to talk, then talk. Let go of my hand. Xiao Luai, you're trying to kill me. Don't touch me. Yi Chen will come after me and beat me to death. First Lin Qingcheng, now you. You're all trying to ruin me. I'm so done. Everyone's crazy. I just want to survive quietly. Why is it so hard? Everyone's out to get me. Ning Feng was bristling. He could feel Yi Chen's murderous intent toward him. That gaze could kill. Yi Chen's eyes were icy. Dare to touch my woman. Ning Feng's heart was bitter. It wasn't him who touched her, she initiated it. What did it have to do with him? Xiao Luai chuckled inwardly. So that's it. But why was he so afraid of this Yi Chen? The more you fear, the more he'll do it. And I refuse to believe he'll end up flirting with such a petty man. Lick his feet. No way. Xiao Luai looked at Yi Chen. It's nothing if I just guessed. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched. Did you think I'd believe that? You're telling me you guessed when it comes to saving lives. You ruined my chance to show off with a guess. Why is everything going wrong today? At least Ning Qingcheng's side went smoothly. I only managed one show off today, totally beneath my persona. Damn it. Xiao Luai said with a charming smile. If I have to give a reason, I should thank brother Ning Feng. Ning Feng was shocked. Thank me for what? What does this have to do with me? You 2 talk, I'm leaving. Ning Feng tried to pull away, but Xiao Luai held on. Brother Ning Feng, don't be in such a hurry. I really do have more to say. Her coquettish voice could melt bones. But Yi Chen's murderous intent was boiling over. Wasn't this the attitude Xiao Luai should have toward him? Why was she showing it to such a scumbag? Yi Chen stared at Ning Feng, grinding his teeth, as if to say, you'd better explain yourself. Touching my woman. Do you want to die? Ning Feng was on the verge of tears. This lady is literally dancing on my Achilles heel. I'm dead. Yi Chen will kill me. Xiao Luai was delighted inside. This annoying guy actually had someone he feared. If it weren't for brother Ning Feng angering me earlier, I wouldn't have thought of the Tianshu and Qisha acupoints. Just a lucky flash of inspiration. Brother Ning Feng, I really must thank you. And just now the way you spoke in front of Secretary Ma was absolutely stunning. I loved it. Ning Feng was dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down. That's it, I'm doomed. What sin did I commit? Why are all these women acting crazy today, clinging to me instead of Yi Chen? You're all going to be the death of me. Yi Chen approached Ning Feng, whispering a threat. Ning Feng, is it? Maybe you don't know me, but I'm warning you, stay away from Qingcheng and Luai, or it'll make your life miserable. The Ning Corporation means nothing to me. You'd better be smart. Yi Chen glared at him venomously, hoping to provoke him into action. Come on, make a move. Ning Feng, aren't you a scumbag? Aren't you the fearless tyrant of Jiangning? Hit me. Let me beat you senseless. Ning Feng's heart ached. I'll endure. He nodded repeatedly. I'm going now. You 2 talk. Ning Feng bolted away. Yi Chen is on the verge of exploding. I have to get out of here, or hell break my legs. Just then the journalists had dispersed. Seeing Ning Feng like this, Yi Chen was utterly puzzled. Every time he wanted to strike, the guy never gave him an opportunity. Why was that? Miss Xiao, I see you as an on-scene generation medical prodigy. I have a medical text in my hands. Brother Ning Feng, wait for me. Yi Chen was left standing in the wind. Oh, damn it. I need to explode, I need to show off, I need to. Yi Chen's pent-up frustration was suffocating him. Why wouldn't anyone cooperate with him? Why was his path to showing off so difficult? Ning Feng panicked, sprinted toward his commercial vehicle. He knew Yi Chen was about to explode. It wasn't his fault, but he understood that Yi Chen would surely vent his anger on him. The only option was to flee. He was about to get into the car. But Xiao Luoyi grabbed him again. Ning Feng grimaced, "Dear lady, what exactly do you want? I want to go home and rest. Please let me go. Don't you hate me the most?" "Oh Ning Feng, I've never hated you. Don't rush, I have something to tell you," Xiao Luoyi said coquettishly. Ning Feng saw Yi Chen approaching with murderous intent. "I just want to survive. Why is it so difficult? Everyone is against me. Spit it out if you have something to say." He truly didn't want to get involved with this woman. One Lin Qingcheng was already enough trouble. He didn't want to add Xiao Luoyi to the mix. But as soon as he spoke, he caught Yi Chen's murderous glare. "How dare you talk to my future wife like that? He'll beat you to a pulp." Ning Feng immediately changed his expression and smiled ingratiatingly. "Dear lady, please speak. I'm all ears." Xiao Luoyi said, "It's nothing much really. Aren't you worried about public opinion?" Ning Feng glanced at Yi Chen. "I need to tell the truth now." "Of course not. I walk upright and sit straight. I am what I am. I'm not afraid of public opinion, and I don't take a single cent from the people, so why should I fear it? Justice lies in the hearts of the people." Xiao Luoyi noticed Yi Chen behind her and sneered inwardly. Why is this guy so afraid of that man? He won't even utter those corrupt lies now. Fine. Xiao Luoyi's eyes sparkled. "Ning Feng, I see you in a new light. I absolutely adore you. Give me a hug." Ning Feng was at his wit's end. Look at Yi Chen, who was about to explode with rage. "Adore him? Dear lady, do you know what you're saying? You want me to hug you in front of your future male led? Do I want to die? I'd rather die than hug." "What hug? Go back now. Oh, I have a lot to handle." Xiao Luoyi stomped her foot like a little girl, her chest heaving in a way that was hard to ignore. "Just a hug. Didn't you love hugging me when we were kids? And you'd take me to a secluded grove and ask me to lift my skirt." Ning Feng was instantly furious and quickly covered her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense. That never happened." Yi Chen was now seething with rage. Xiao Luoyi snorted, "Huh? Am I talking nonsense? I remember a certain boy back then. Dear lady, I beg you to stop. He's about to kill me." Ning Feng hastily hugged her and then quickly pushed her away. Xiao Luoyi nearly fell, but was caught by Yi Chen's swift reflexes. His eyes blazed with cold fury. "President Ning, isn't that a bit too harsh toward a lady?" Just then Ning Feng's bodyguard snapped. "Who do you think you are to speak to President Ning like?" Ning Feng clamped his hand over the guard's mouth and laughed awkwardly. "The staff is clueless, Master Yi. I was just startled by static electricity. Anyway, I'll be off now." He glared at the guard. "Get back to your own car. You're not needed here." The guard was bewildered. Why is President Ning so afraid of this poor brat? "Well, President Xiao, you can chat more with Master Yi. I'm leaving." Xiao Luoyi had already steadied herself. "Ning Feng, I'll come visit you at your office sometime," she said, playfully waving. Ning Feng slammed the door shut. "President Ning, wait for us." Lu Xuanqi and Ning Qingcheng rushed over and pulled open the car door. Xiao Luoyi saw Ning Feng's face ashen as a pig's liver and rejoiced inwardly. This guy finally got what he deserved. He used to be so arrogant and domineering, now she had found the way to control him. "Yi Chen," Ning Qingcheng exclaimed, noticing him only then. Yi Chen saw this stunning secretary and smiled gently. "Qingcheng." Ning Feng had a stroke of inspiration. "Qingcheng knows Master Yi. You can keep him company a while, come back to the office later, or even tomorrow. If I send Ning Qingcheng to him, he might cool down a bit." Yi Chen's expression softened. This guy had some sense after all. But Ning Qingcheng quickly shook her head. "No, I have a lot to do. Yi Chen, let's talk another time." Yi Chen was frustrated, but had to nod. "All right, next time. Take me to visit your father." Ning Qingcheng didn't respond, and simply got into the car. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Why had Ning Qingcheng suddenly become so cold? Ning Feng couldn't wait to leave. Drive, faster. Floor it, 180 miles per hour. Hurry. As the car sped off like a mad thing, Ning Feng nearly collapsed. He felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell, slumping weakly into his seat. President Ning, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Let me massage your shoulders and legs. Just leave me alone." After Ning Feng left, Xiao Luoyi's demeanor shifted entirely. No longer playful, she became a cold, regal queen. "Miss Xiao, that guy was so rude. Did he frighten you? I can teach him a lesson." Xiao Luoyi looked at him with deep disgust. "Oh, Master Yi, he's the president of Jiangning's Ning Group, a notorious playboy with ruthless tactics." Yi Chen laughed heartily. "Miss Xiao, just call me Yi Chen. You might not know my capabilities. The Ning Group, I could crush it with a flick of my finger." Xiao Luoyi smiled. "Crush it with a flick of your finger. Then my Xiao Group is the same, I suppose." "Of course." Yi Chen stopped himself mid-sentence, realizing his mistake. Xiao Luoyi gave a cold laugh. Yi Chen forced an awkward smile. "Miss Xiao, I didn't mean that." But Xiao Luoyi had already walked away, got into her car, and slammed the door. With a whoosh, she left him standing amid a swirl of fallen leaves, utterly bewildered. Yi Chen was furious. What the hell is going on? Damn it. What's with these women today? None of them want anything to do with me. This isn't right. When have I ever failed to win over a woman? What's gone wrong? Is it related to that Ning Feng? Oomph. Just then a rich young master approached with a grin. "Brother Yi, good news. The Ning Group stock is dropping. If the market hadn't closed, it would be even worse. We'll see good results tomorrow. Finally hearing some good news, Chen's expression improved slightly. But something seemed off with Ning Qingcheng. President Tang, have someone report them to the tax bureau directly. Hit the Ning group hard, and put them in the spotlight. Make sure the stock price crashes this time. Brother Yi, aren't we waiting for the evidence? Chen shook his head. It doesn't matter now. We just need to create a stir and expose the Ning group's ugly face to everyone. Then we can buy up their shares at a low price, guaranteed profit. Haha, great, I'm with you, Brother Yi. He had someone make the call. Let's go. Tonight's on me, Master Tang. I'm going to treat Brother Yi to a wild time. Let's go. Chen's mind was in turmoil, so he decided to put it aside and take things step by step. In the car, Ning Feng felt utterly drained, as if his soul had left his body. What is wrong with these women today? Lin Qingcheng, who has ignored me for 3 years, suddenly wants to marry me. Ning Qingcheng, always cold and businesslike, has also fallen. Xiao Luoyi, who has hated me since childhood, suddenly rushed at me as if she had taken the wrong medicine. If I touched these 3 women, Chen would kill me 100 times over. I must be careful and keep my distance from them. Ning Qingcheng listened to these words, laughing inwardly. She knew the key point now. However, since President Ning was so afraid of that Chen, it seemed Chen must be a threat to him. She resolved to distance herself from Chen and remain loyal to President Ning. The system's voice rang out. Dear, there is only 1 night left, and you will have completed the first day. This time the system has prepared a survival first day grand gift pack with plenty of rewards. Keep it up, dear. Survival first day grand gift pack. What's in it? Dear, it's not convenient to disclose here. You'll know once you survive until tomorrow. Ning Feng thought for a moment. He decided to rush home immediately and sleep until dawn. As the sky darkened, Ning Feng lost all appetite. Just then a phone call came in. Seeing the name on the screen, Ning Feng was a bit surprised. Hey, you brat, you actually called me. A cheerful voice came from the other end. Come out for a drink. I'm back in Jiangning, waiting for you at the usual place. Ning Feng said, all right. Ding dong. Today's mission: meet with Xiao Liangya and stay for 4 hours. Reward 100 points. Su Liang was speechless. You sure have perfect timing. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes. Knowing the dog-like nature of this system, it couldn't be this simple. What if I refuse? Dear, refusal will cost you 100 points. Ning Feng's head was about to explode. I only have 70 points total. If I don't have enough, won't it go negative? Dear, it won't go negative. Instead, you will be immediately terminated from the story and sent back to the moment you jumped. Damn it, you win. Ning Feng gritted his teeth. The system was forcing him into a corner. A voice came from the phone. What are you mumbling about? Ning Feng replied with a headache. All right, wait for me. I'm coming. Then he said to the driver, take me to Royal Bay. Drop me off there, then take the 2 ladies back to the company. Come pick me up in 4 hours. The driver quickly turned around. Lu Xuanxi finally dared to speak. President Ning, before the market closed, our stock price had already fallen. If we don't quickly handle the online rumors, we'll be ruined when the market opens tomorrow. Ning Feng waved his hand. Don't do anything. If any of you dare to do PR behind my back, they'll fire you. I've finally managed to ruin the family business. If you do PR, I'll have failed at ruining it. Are you kidding? To survive, I must plan ahead and cover all bases. President Ning. Lu Xuanxi truly didn't understand. Within the golden 12 hours, this kind of thing could be suppressed. If they didn't act tonight, everything would be lost by morning. Ning Feng shot her a glare. Listen to me. Ning Qingcheng, immediately issue a notice to everyone in the company. No one is allowed to refute or do PR on this rumor. Violators will be fired directly. Ning Qingcheng was also deeply confused, but as his secretary, she could only carry out orders without participating in decisions. What about the other shareholders? Ning Qingcheng asked. Ning Feng waved his hand grandly. If they don't trust me and want to withdraw their shares, just sign the agreement. Before the market opens tomorrow, have them all sign. They'll buy them all at today's closing price. Just do it. Ning Qingcheng was shocked. This way, all the losses would fall on President Ning alone. What was he doing this for? Lu Xuanxi was at a loss for words, completely stunned. Ning Qingcheng said helplessly, some shareholders have already called. Then go back and sign with them. Send it to me remotely for my signature. That's it. They'll say it one more time, no one is allowed to do PR. After saying this, Ning Feng closed his eyes to rest for a while. He calculated in his mind, once the stock price drops tomorrow, the Ning family would no longer be the richest in Jiangning. How beautiful. Drinking with that guy, sleeping until dawn, and ignoring everything. Truly wonderful. Before long, he arrived at his destination, a luxurious palace-like entertainment venue where one could find most pleasures. Ning Feng found Xiao Liangya. He glanced at him and slowly sat down beside him, gesturing for the girls to go play elsewhere. When did you get back? Xiao Liangya smiled. Just arrived today. Did your sister come back today too? Ning Feng asked. Xiao Liangya said, we came back together. Why? Did you see my sister today? Ning Feng nodded. She almost skinned me alive. No way. Even if my sister hates you, she's the type to avoid you. How could she lay a hand on you? Ning Feng waved his hand. It's not like that. He didn't want to explain. He He poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, slumping there. Brother Feng, what's wrong? You look like a man drained of his essence. Feng, why are you acting like a completely different person today? Not even playing around with your sister. And you've got all these sudden sighs. Ning Feng shook his head. He spoke earnestly. Liangya, get serious. Do something else. Hearing this, Xiao Liangya fell silent for a moment. Feng, do you still remember our dream? Ning Feng was taken aback as if lost in memory. His gaze gradually brightened. At the Dongfang Group in Lin Qingcheng's CEO office. After the old man was safe, Lin Qingcheng returned to the company immediately. As night fell, she frowned at the online comments about the Ning Group's high-speed rail new city project and the smear campaign against them. Still, there was no sign of the Ning Group issuing a public relations response. So much time had passed. Given the Ning Group's style, they would never sit idly by. If this golden window was missed, the Ning Group's stock price would surely experience significant fluctuations when the market opened tomorrow. What on earth was Ning Feng up to? She dialed a number. It's me. Where are you? I need to talk. Lin Qingcheng's voice came through the phone. Ning Feng was stunned. She actually called me. Damn. Off duty at a nightclub. I'm busy. He hung up directly. At the Dongfang Group, Lin Qingcheng was furious. She could hear the lewd sounds coming from the phone. At the Royal Bay, Ning Feng, who had hung up, looked utterly indifferent. What a nuisance. He resumed his banter with Xiao Liangya. They drank partly because they hadn't seen each other in nearly 2 years, and partly to complete the mission. Damn, 4 hours. This was probably just the first round. There would be another. Meanwhile, in another private room, Yi Chen and Tang Yiru of the Jiangbei Tang family were toasting each other. Tang Yiru sneered. This fool still has the nerve to fool around with women here. I told you there's nothing in that idiot's head. Yi Chen scoffed. Just a fool, that's his only pleasure. Just wait until tomorrow. The Ning Group's stock will plummet. Before the market closes tomorrow, we'll arrange for someone to buy in at low prices. This is our first step in swallowing the Ning Group. Tang Yiru flattered him. Brother Yi, that's truly brilliant. When we get to Jiangbei, Brother Yi, you must put in a good word for me with your senior sister. Tang Yiru was thrilled. Yi Chen sneered inwardly, with you. You're not worthy. My senior sister is mine. You are just a pawn of mine. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. President Tang, rest assured. My senior sister has mentioned you a few times already. Tang Yiru was ecstatic. Excellent. Waiter. The check. Tonight's tab is on me, Master Tang. The waiter came in and apologized. Master Tang, I'm sorry, but tonight's entire bill has already been covered by President Ning of the Ning Group. At this, Tang Yiru's face stiffened. That bastard had stolen his thunder. Damn it, he's about to hit rock bottom, and he still has money to pay, eh? The waiter dared not say a word. How many big shots had shown up today? Yi Chen waved his hand, dismissively sneering, forget it. If he wants to court disaster, let him. Tang Yiru nodded with a smile, and the waiter left. Just then, Tang Yiru received a call. President Tang, all of the Ning Group's tax evasion issues were resolved this afternoon. The tax bureau is planning to commend them tomorrow. His expression immediately soured. Are you serious? The voice on the other end confirmed it. Absolutely certain. When we reported it, they almost called us idiots. Tang Yiru was furious, nearly smashing his phone. Bastard. Is this guy out of his mind? Just throwing away hundreds of millions like that. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression also darkened. Brother Yi, has this guy lost his mind today? How is he acting like a completely different person? Yi Chen fell silent for a moment. Probably someone behind him gave him advice. Tang Yiru's face changed slightly. And the stock price issue tomorrow. Yi Chen waved his hand. This is an inevitable trend. No matter how they handle public relations, there's nothing they can do. Besides, they haven't come out to shift the blame yet. Don't worry, tomorrow will be fine. Tang Yiru calmed down a little. Damn it, that blow didn't land. Yi Chen's heart grew heavy, but he said nothing more. Taking down the Ning Group wouldn't be difficult. Meanwhile, inside the private booth, the two were engrossed in lively conversation. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open as someone barged in. Both Ning Feng and his companion were startled. Ning Feng was all too familiar with that silhouette. He could recognize who it was even from the blurry outline. Lin Qingcheng. Damn it. How did she find this place? She had brought a group of police officers with her. Lin Qingcheng directly addressed the officer behind her. Officer, I suspect my fiancé of drug use and solicitation. Please take him away. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. Lin Qingcheng, you're a real piece of work. She stared at him coldly. The officer stepped forward. Sir, please come with us for investigation. Ning Feng felt like cursing. He still had a mission to complete. And he was no sir in that context. Ning Feng forced a bitter smile. Officer, accusations require evidence. You can't just arrest someone on a whim. Hey, race my ID. Oh, check it all you want. I'm not going anywhere. I suspect she's making false reports to waste police resources. This left the officers in a dilemma. Without evidence, they couldn't make an arrest. They had mainly come to show Lin Qingcheng some courtesy, not expecting this outcome. Still, they conducted a routine check. Meanwhile, Lin Qingcheng sat down beside Ning Feng, without a word, remaining silent. Ning Feng couldn't care less. She could sit or leave, it was none of his concern. After finishing the check, the officer apologized. Sorry, Miss Lin, may have made a mistake. We'll take our leave now. It was a farce. Ning Feng glanced at Lin Qingcheng. Having fun? She sneered. Yes, very much. What's it to you? Ning Feng muttered. You're out of your mind. Lin Qingcheng didn't get angry, she simply remained silent. Wherever Ning Feng sat, she followed, not uttering a single word. Xiao Liangye, observing the situation, dared not move a muscle. Thus the booth fell into an eerie silence. The three sat there idly as if prepared to stay until dawn. Ning Feng paid no heed and drank on his own, clinking glasses with Xiao Liangye. Come on, drink up. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Xiao Liangye wanted to leave, but Ning Feng held him back, refusing to let him go. As time dragged on, Lin Qingcheng seemed to grow thirsty. She picked up a glass and began drinking on her own with no one speaking. They just drank in silence. Ning Feng swore this was the most tedious drinking session in both his lives. What the hell? Lin Qingcheng was like a lunatic, even meddling in his nightclub visits. She must have a screw loose. When he sensed the time was nearly up, Ning Feng stood up to leave, ignoring her. But she clung to him like a piece of sticky candy, following him even though she was already drunk. He had no idea what she was thinking. As he stepped out of the club, he said, Old Xiao, let's meet another time. There's a crazy woman tailing me today. Xiao Liangye didn't dare to respond. Style, we'll talk later. Handle her first. He fled with relief, having wasted so much time. What a drag. Had better find a better spot and invite some girls. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Ning Feng glanced back at Lin Qingcheng. What? Are you following me home too? To his surprise, she turned around and walked away without even looking at him. Ning Feng was stunned. Damn, is she really out of her mind? What the hell is she playing at? She just stared at me for 4 hours straight. She must have a door slammed on her head. The next day, Ning Feng groggily awoke from his bed. He had breakfast with his parents as usual. To his astonishment, Lin Qingcheng was at his house. Why are you here? Lin Qingcheng replied indifferently. I came to see Uncle Ning, not you. Ning Feng couldn't be bothered with her. Just then his phone rang. He hurriedly answered. Hello? What's up? Before he could finish a sentence, Lu Zuanqi's excited, urgent voice broke through. President Ning, now I finally understand your profound intentions. I was blind. I apologize for my foolishness yesterday. I almost couldn't resist doing damage control, but I held back, thankfully not ruining your grand plan. From today onward, you are my god. Your business acumen. I couldn't catch up even after 10 more years of study. I adore you. We've already arranged a celebration banquet, just waiting for your return. Ning Feng was baffled. What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind too? A voice came through the phone. President Ning, look at the stock price. The stock price. Because of your speech, we've made a killing. At least 5 billion in profit. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was utterly stunned. What a... We made money. Ning Feng was truly dumbfounded. The voice on the other end was ecstatic. He could hear the entire corporation going wild, filled with cheers. Yet Ning Feng had no idea what was happening. What is going on? Just then his father Ning Qianhua cleared his throat softly beside him. You handled that matter well yesterday. That video was good for our stock price. A rise was inevitable. A crisis turned into a comeback, and you even made a small profit. Having such foresight truly surprised me. Ning Feng looked at his father. Dad, what are you talking about? His father was praising him. What was happening? At the same time, his phone buzzed incessantly with a stream of congratulatory messages. His mother couldn't take it anymore. She explained the video of you speaking at the high-speed rail New City project yesterday was leaked online. It caused an uproar last night. Now the entire city and its surrounding areas are praising you as a conscientious entrepreneur who truly considers the people's perspective. Yesterday, instead of plummeting, the stock price for the high-speed rail New City project soared, driven by your speech and the footage of on-site demolition. Ning Feng was completely bewildered as he checked the trending news on his phone and saw the video of his own speech. The video was very covert, filmed from a hidden angle. His words were righteous and impassioned. Ning Feng froze solid. His mind went blank. He truly had no words. Ning Qianhua asked, did you avoid damage control because you were confident? Was the person who filmed at your arrangement? But Ning Feng shook his head, numbly walked to the sofa and collapsed onto it like a vegetable. Tears of regret streamed from the corners of his eyes. Heavens above, earth below, what is going on? How could this happen? Why did it rise instead? Damn it, which little bastard stabbed me in the back? They'll kill that voyeur. It's over, him completely finished. Lin Qingcheng, hearing these words, was also stunned. He was unhappy. He seemed to resent the person who secretly filmed. What was going on? He made money and was still unhappy. Lin Qingcheng wished for such a situation, but such fortune never fell upon their Oriental group. Yet he was unhappy. Lin Qingcheng narrowed her eyes slightly. There must be a secret here she didn't know. This was definitely not the normal reaction he should have had. Ning Feng roared inwardly, damn system, get out here. Are you the one messing with me behind the scenes? I just want to reasonably squander my fortune. Is that so hard? The system's voice appeared. Dear, that absolutely does not exist. The system does not interfere with any events in this world. Everything is a result of your own actions. Congratulations, your strength has grown once more. The system congratulates you on taking another step forward on the path to self-destruction. Then the voice vanished. Ning Feng was in despair. Was it really this hard to just squander his fortune? Ning Feng was in despair. Was it really this hard to fail at being a wastrel? Not long after he staggered to his feet, ready to leave. With Lin Qingcheng here, that little bastard Chen might show up any moment. He had to get away quickly to avoid bringing trouble home. Dad mom him off to the company. Ning Qianhua said nothing more, merely nodding slightly. Brother Ning Feng, wait for me. I'm going to the company too. Lin Qingcheng hurriedly rose. Ning Feng's heart trembled. Good heavens, now she was calling him brother again. Her face changed faster than flipping a book. Uncle Ning, Annie, thank you for your hospitality. Qingcheng will take her leave now. Ning Feng flatly refused. Not on the way. Call your own driver. Ning Qianhua grabbed a stick. Say that again. Ning Feng glanced at Lin Qingcheng. Let's go, it's on the way. Panic surged in his heart. Chen was surely on his way. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully survived another day. Your first day gift pack has arrived. Please check it. A flash of joy lit up Ning Feng's face. Before him appeared a virtual screen visible only to him. He was utterly thrilled. Staring at the screen, he rubbed his hands together. He finally opened the 3 treasure chests, and his eyes sparkled. Congratulations. You have received a Transcendent Grandmaster Experience card valid for 3 minutes. Congratulations. You have received a Marrow Cleansing and Physique Refining card, elevating your physical strength to the External Force Expert level. Congratulations. You have received 300 points. Ning Feng finally burst into laughter. Ha! Ha! It's finally here. He laughed inexplicably on the spot. Everyone assumed it was joy over the stock price rise, just with a delayed reaction. Ning Feng kept laughing. TSK tisk, a Transcendent Grandmaster Experience card. Incredible. Doesn't that mean invincibility? And a Marrow Cleansing and Physique Refining card, an External Force Expert. That's a rare find. Plus 300 points, awesome. In this world there existed ancient martial arts masters, inheritors of long traditions, each possessing power beyond ordinary mortals, almost like superhumans. Ancient martial arts were divided into several levels. Starting from an ordinary person, one reached the external force stage, subdivided into early, middle, and late phases. Next came internal force, then innate realm, and finally transcendent realm. The transcendent realm was generally known as Grandmaster. It was nearly the pinnacle of ancient martial arts. An experience card would allow him to challenge the most fearsome existence in this world. But that wasn't the real problem. The trouble still lay with Chen. That guy was entirely different, a master descending from the mountains, basically invincible across the land. His realm and cultivation couldn't be compared to ancient martial arts. He stood above the transcendent realm, becoming another kind of being. Ning Feng sighed, still not enough. I have to stay low. But with the Transcendent Grandmaster Experience card, at least I can survive the first wave of lethal danger. Right now Chen has depleted his vitality, healing old Master Lin, so his strength should be at the Grandmaster level. Ning Feng nodded. Surviving the first calamity was enough. If worst came to worst, head, just lie low. Then Ning Feng immediately used the Marrow Cleansing and Physique Refining card. In an instant, a surge of electricity coursed through his body. Within just a minute, he felt power brimming within him. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. From now on, him, an ancient martial arts expert too. He took a moment to calm down and checked his points panel. 370 points. That was equivalent to 37,000 blue star dollars. Not bad, the earning speed was quite fast. And with Ning Feng's business acumen, making money in the future would be easy. Wait, I had a quest yesterday. Where's the reward of 100 points? Ding. You didn't mention it, so we forgot to settle, the system's voice chimed in. Given that you failed yesterday's quest, missing the deadline by 10 minutes, 100 points will now be deducted. Ning Feng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Damn it. Ning Feng lamented bitterly over the loss of 10,000 yuan. Yet he quickly collected his thoughts and cast a glance at Lin Qingcheng. She remained as noble and elegant as ever, breathtakingly beautiful. Ning Feng was utterly captivated. Though she could be cold and aloof at times, he still found her stunningly unreal. Hearing Ning Feng's words, Lin Qingcheng offered a faint smile. The sight was simply exquisite. Let's go, Ning Feng, she said softly. Ning Feng nodded, dazed. This scene moved Ning Qianhua and his wife deeply. Our little pig has finally found a cabbage to nibble, Ning Qianhua remarked with a sigh. Ning Feng's mother shot him a glare. Who are you calling a pig? Ning Qianhua laughed heartily. As soon as they got into the car, Ning Feng could clearly detect the fragrance emanating from Lin Qingcheng, a scent that lingered and enchanted him. If only this woman could truly become my wife, he thought. Lin Qingcheng chuckled inwardly. This guy was clearly smitten, yet he pretended otherwise. Noticing her smile, Ning Feng's expression shifted. Li Gang, drive. What are you waiting for? There's someone ahead, mister. Ning, Li Gang replied. Ning Feng and Lin Qingcheng looked forward. Ning Feng was instantly alarmed. Damn it. When did he get here? This is trouble. I'm done for. He's really here. This bastard always appears wherever the heroine goes without any rhyme or reason. In that instant their eyes met. Ning Feng could clearly sense the murderous intent in Yi Chen's gaze. Lin Qingcheng furrowed her brow slightly. She opened the car door and stepped out. She was determined to confront this Yi Chen and understand why Ning Feng feared him so much. Yi Chen stared at Ning Feng in the car. He had seen the news online. Ning Corporation's stock price hadn't fallen, instead it had surged. He realized that behind Ning Feng there must be a mastermind. A scumbag like him couldn't possibly orchestrate such a move. For now his plan to acquire Ning Corporation's shares had to be put on hold. Of course he still had a backup plan hoping to turn the tide. Though frustrated he could accept it. One Ning Corporation was nothing, there would be other opportunities to seize it. What infuriated him more was the engagement between Lin Qingcheng and him. How dare someone touch his woman? He was asking for death. I haven't even touched her yet, and this scum dares to. Moreover, Lin Qingcheng had just come out of his house. He needed to confirm whether her chastity had been taken. If it had, the situation would change entirely, and he would have to alter his strategy. Fortunately, Yi Chen possessed the art of aura reading, allowing him to discern at a glance whether Lin Qingcheng's virginity remained intact. Meeting Lin Qingcheng's gaze, Yi Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was still intact. His expression softened into a smile. Qingcheng. Master Yi. Qingcheng, just call me Yi Chen. Lin Qingcheng forced a faint smile. Master Yi, what are you doing here? Yi Chen replied bluntly. I came for you and for him. Lin Qingcheng found him utterly repulsive. How could he be so lacking in boundaries? It was as if he had already claimed her as his own. Yet having learned of Yi Chen's ulterior motives, she was now on guard. If not for the fact that he had saved her grandfather, bestowing a life-saving grace upon the Lin family, she would have cursed him outright. Suppressing her discomfort, Lin Qingcheng shook her head. Master Yi, I don't know what grievances you have with Ning Feng. If there's nothing else, please step aside. We need to go to the company. Lin Qingcheng's words carried a hint of coldness. The Oriental Group was the lifelong endeavor of her grandfather. It could never become a blade in anyone's hands. Nor would she, Lin Qingcheng, ever become a plaything in anyone's grasp. A slight frown creased Yi Chen's brow, but he could clearly sense the frost in her tone. This was truly amiss. He had gone to such great lengths to save her grandfather. Shouldn't she feel at least some gratitude and admiration toward him? Wasn't this how the plot was supposed to unfold? Qingcheng, get in the car first. I have something to say to him. Ning Feng, you scoundrel, get down here. Inside the car, Ning Feng's heart trembled with irritation, yet he still stepped forward. Damn it, if I'm going down, I'm going down. But this is my last chance. As long as I kneel properly, he won't have the nerve to hit me. Besides, I'm the villain, the unrivaled tyrant of Jiangning, the scum and trash everyone speaks of. And now I have revolutionary capital in hand. What do I have to fear? Ning Feng was about to move. But the driver in the front seat, Li Gang, had already roared in fury. Damn it! How dare you insult President Ning? Have you tired of living? Li Gang got out of the car to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Ning Feng was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He scrambled out of the car. You can't court death like this. Yi Chen watched the murderous Li Gang. A smile curled on his lips. Find a small fry here to deliver experience. Perfect timing. I can take this chance to teach Ning Feng a lesson and display my unparalleled brilliance before Qingcheng. Come on then. Lin Qingcheng caught Yi Chen's gaze, and the wink he threw her way. Ugh, how disgusting. Why does he seem so lecherous winking at me like that? You. Goosebumps instantly erupted all over. Yi Chen was poised and ready, already picturing how he would send this insignificant minion flying with a single slap, showcasing his supreme elegance. But the next moment, Ning Feng directly pinned the burly bear-like Li Gang to the ground. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Isn't this the person I was supposed to discipline? What's the point of you disciplining him yourself? Why was it so hard for him to get any credit in front of Ning Feng? Especially when he saw Lin Qingcheng's eyes sparkling as she watched Ning Feng's posturing. Yi Chen felt like vomiting blood. What's going on? Wasn't this pose supposed to be mine? Heaven, open your blind eyes and see. I'm the protagonist here, alright. Lin Qingcheng's eyes truly gleamed. Ning Feng's slender frame had effortlessly overpowered Li Gang's massive bear-like form. Paired with his tailored suit, the posture was genuinely striking, like a suited thug exuding a dangerous charm. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Lin Qingcheng. When did he learn to fight? Ning Feng, however, paid no attention to this. He merely said helplessly, Gang, I'm not your father, am I? Li Gang was taken aback. President Ning, why do you say that? You're certainly not my father, but you're my benefactor, my second parent. Please let me up first. Ning Feng sighed in exasperation. So this is how you repay your benefactor? By being a thorn in my side. Li Gang was bewildered. President Ning, I don't understand. That brat called you by your name and told you to get out of the car. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll think he's some big shot. Ning Feng easily kept him pinned. Now an external strength expert himself, dealing with someone like Li Gang was a simple matter. Get back in the car. Ning Feng hissed through gritted teeth. If Li Gang made a move today, would be utterly ruined. President Ning, I'm your bodyguard and driver. How can I tolerate this? Let me take him down. Li Gang, burly and bear-like, was Ning Feng's enforcer, always by his side. Ning Feng was on the verge of tears. Please just stop making trouble. Get back in the car, and I'll give you anything you want. Seeing Ning Feng's state, Li Gang relented. Fine. Ning Feng truly wished he could kill him for leading him into such a dead end. He roughly shoved him into the driver's seat and snarled, "They'll deal with you later. Stay put." Ning Feng sighed. If he was going to die, so be it. He still had a trump card to save his life, and this would be the test. Ning Feng walked over. I am the villain, the ultimate antagonist. I have my own dignity. Oh, I can't die like this. Damn it, let's fight. Ning Feng fervently brainwashed himself. He strode over with an air of arrogance. Yi Chen was also deeply puzzled. Every time he wanted to show off, as long as Ning Feng was around, he never succeeded. When he was absent, his displays of prowess were seamless. Gazing into Yi Chen's icy eyes, Ning Feng matched his arrogance. Master Yi, is there something you wish to discuss with me? I'm in a hurry to get to the company. If there's nothing, I'll take my leave. Damn it, hold firm. I must hold firm. I'm the villain. As long as I don't make a mistake, he has no reason to kill me. Besides, I didn't sleep with Lin Qingcheng. He's probably here to probe why my stock price didn't drop yesterday. He and Tangiru pulled strings behind the scenes to bring down the Ning Corporation, but it backfired, didn't it? Ning Feng's demeanor greatly astonished Yi Chen. What was this guy up to? One moment, he feared him, the next he didn't. Lin Qingcheng, hearing Ning Feng's inner thoughts, was shocked. So Ning Feng knew the mastermind behind it all. It was this Yi Chen and that Tangiru. He had been confident all along, truly worthy of Ning Feng. She became even more wary of Yi Chen. This man was definitely not simple. Yi Chen sneered, trying to act tough with me. Ning Feng, you're lucky today. If anything happens to Qingcheng today, will be your end. Good thing you have some self-awareness. Ning Feng looked at Yi Chen and said calmly, It seems Master Yi is still uneasy. Who am I, Ning Feng? Would I stoop to such despicable acts at a time like this? Yesterday, I was just purely drunk. Master Yi, I know you like Qingcheng, and I've made it clear that I will resolve our engagement. Don't worry. When that happens, you can pursue Qingcheng however you wish. Is that enough for you? Lin Qingcheng was furious. You are the overlord of Jiangning, and now you're this afraid of him. I refuse. You want to shake me off now? What kind of woman do you take me for? If you insist on this, I'll do the opposite. Lin Qingcheng stepped forward and firmly grasped Ning Feng's arm. I disagree with that. I'm sticking with you. Master Yi, I'm sorry, but the person I love is Brother Ning Feng. If you care for me, please let go. Isn't loving someone about wishing them well? So Master Yi, please stop threatening Brother Ning Feng. Ning Feng awkwardly tried to pull away, but Lin Qingcheng held on tightly. You're going to get me killed. He won't listen to your youthful notions of love. He's already decided you're his woman. Doing this will be my death. He's probably about to lose control and strike me dead with a single slap. At that moment, Yi Chen's face was as dark as water. He couldn't understand why Lin Qingcheng hadn't fallen for him. Something was clearly wrong. It must be Ning Feng's doing. Damn it. He could no longer tolerate it. Yet he suppressed his rage. Since Ning Feng hadn't attacked him, he couldn't unjustly strike him down. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Yi Chen said, Qingcheng, you have no idea what kind of man he is. You know his reputation, a scoundrel, a degenerate, a mercenary businessman. I know you're under his coercion now, with the pressure from the Lin Corporation on your shoulders. Rest assured, it'll soon help you and the Lin Corporation out of this predicament. Then you won't have to be under his thumb anymore. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng was exasperated. Is this guy mentally ill? Why is he so self-righteous? Yi Chen slowly stepped forward. Ning Feng was nervous inside. He clutched the temporary card for the Grandmaster of Transformation Realm, ready to activate it the moment Yi Chen made a move. Let's fight. Hold on, the villain's persona must not crumble. But Yi Chen didn't act. He merely walked to Ning Feng's other side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered in a chilling tone. I'll give you one last chance. If you haven't resolved the engagement within 3 days, I can't guarantee you'll still be standing to speak with me next time. She is mine. Touch her, and you die. With those words, Yi Chen left, believing he had made his point with flair. For Ning Feng, the threat was indeed intimidating. But to Lin Qingcheng, this guy really seemed off his rocker. Once Yi Chen was gone, Ning Feng's legs nearly gave way, and he almost collapsed to his knees. Close call. Thank goodness I didn't slip up in action or word. I've survived this hurdle. 3 days, only 3 days left. I must resolve the engagement. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng was furious. She abruptly let go, and Ning Feng fell to the ground. What are you doing? Lin Qingcheng glared at him. Get your head out of the gutter. Get in the car. Ning Feng resignedly got in. What's wrong with this woman? She's been so erratic these past 2 days. With a stomp on the accelerator, the car vanished. Yi Chen watched the car disappear in the distance, a sense of helplessness welling up inside him. Why couldn't he do anything about this Ning Feng? He was clearly a dissolute second-generation heir, arrogant and despicable, yet when confronted with the public threat to take Yi Qingcheng, he showed no anger, nor did he strike or hurl insults. It left Yi Chen with no chance to show off, and it was suffocating. Since yesterday, he had felt a pent-up frustration. This was far too abnormal for the current situation. After a moment of thought, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Soon a seductive voice came from the other end. "Oh, little Chen, why are you calling your senior sister? Is something not going smoothly?" Chen sighed softly. "I didn't want to trouble you, but things are indeed not going well. I'd like to ask you to come to Jiangning and perform a divination for me. I want to calculate someone's fate and see if we're in conflict." "Hee little Chen, can't you do divination yourself? I tried once but couldn't figure it out. So I'm hoping you can help me." There was a pause on the line. "Little Chen, I'm a bit tied up right now. Send me the person's name and information and he'll calculate it from here." "All right. His name is Ning Feng, the current president of the Ning Corporation in Jiangning." "Okay, I've got it. Give me a moment." Not long after, a grave voice came through the phone. "That can't be right. How is this possible? Senior sister, what's wrong?" "Little Chen, I couldn't figure it out either. It's too strange. In theory, aside from a select few in this world, there's no fate I can't calculate. This is the first time I've failed with such an ordinary person." Hearing this, Chen's eyes widened in shock. "Don't worry, let me try again." Another moment passed. "Little Chen, I'm sorry, but I still can't figure it out. All I see is chaos, as if something has been erased to prevent us from calculating. It's likely not simple. Little Chen, is he hard to deal with? Should I send someone to secretly eliminate him for you?" Chen replied, "No need. He's still useful to me for now. Besides, killing him would be as easy as a single palm strike." "Well, in that case, I'll send Qin Rui to help you. Then he'll contact the senior sister to arrange some assistance for you to take over Jiangning." Chen didn't refuse, he indeed needed some help. "All right, thank you, senior sister." "Little Chen, am your senior sister. No need for thanks. But you know about Qin Rui, she has a slight defect in her soul and can't speak. Please be understanding. Anyway, she's prepared for you. But you can't touch her yet or it's not the time. Senior sister, rest assured. I know about Ruier's condition." Then the call ended. Chen's expression brightened a little. Having helpers would make things easier. Inside the car, Ning Feng had just recovered from the harrowing escape, yet he found himself lost in thought as he gazed at Lin Qingcheng, who was visibly fuming. "Do you despise me that much?" Lin Qingcheng asked, looking at him. Ning Feng was taken aback. "Huh, yes." Ning Feng nodded. "Qingcheng, let's call off the engagement. Don't you hate me?" Lin Qingcheng stared at him calmly. "Give me a reason." Ning Feng replied with utmost composure. "Does it need a reason? Doesn't it?" "Does it, eh?" "It does." Ning Feng felt somewhat helpless. How was he supposed to explain this? "For the past 3 years, haven't you always loathed me? You've wished you could just strike me down. Now that I'm no longer bothering you, why do you still insist on this? Continuing like this is bad for both of us." Ning Feng spoke earnestly. Lin Qingcheng looked at him. "Is it because of Chen?" Ning Feng grew somewhat irritated. "Why do you care so much? I just don't like you anymore. I found someone else. Why do you have so many questions? For 3 years you've ignored me completely, and I've exhausted all my patience. I simply don't like you now. I like someone else. Yesterday's engagement was your grandfather's unilateral decision. I only went along with it out of consideration for him, which is why I didn't object. It was all just a pretense." Lin Qingcheng watched his anger, her heart aching. "Even if you have secrets you can't reveal, you shouldn't speak to me like this, or be so heartlessly absolute. Qingcheng, we're truly not meant for each other. Tomorrow we'll go see your grandfather and dissolve the engagement. You deserve someone better. A scumbag like me isn't worthy of you. Don't worry about the Lin Corporation. Now that it's in your hands, hasn't it already started to improve?" Lin Qingcheng stared at him. "You've tormented me for 3 years, and now you want to just walk away." The situation was turning unfavorable when at that moment his phone rang. Ning Feng was relieved and quickly answered. After picking up, "Hello, Sister Luo. Missing your Ning Feng brother." Ning Feng's lecherous voice chimed in. On the other end of the line, Xiao Luo was puzzled. What was he up to? But soon she played along, finding amusement in the game. "Oh, Ning Feng brother, why are you calling me that? How embarrassing." Her coy, flirty voice came through the phone. Lin Qingcheng was furious. When had they gotten involved? "Luo, I've missed you so much. Where are you? He'll come find you soon." Ning Feng feigned frivolity, hoping this would finally make Lin Qingcheng break things off. The call couldn't have come at a better time. A godsend. "Oh, Ning Feng brother, what you said yesterday made Ning Corporation stock rise, and even our Xiao family made a small profit. I was planning to thank you." "Oh, is that so? Then make sure to wear your Lolita dress and white stockings. They'll be waiting." "Oh, stop it. Who wears that to the office? Come on, I like it." Ning Feng's tone was utterly shameless. Lin Qingcheng couldn't take it anymore. "Stop the car." Li Gang slammed on the brakes, and Lin Qingcheng stormed out, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Ning Feng was startled. Had probably really angered her this time. Mission accomplished. "Ning Feng brother, what was that noise?" a seductive voice asked from the phone. Ning Feng's demeanor instantly changed. "It's nothing. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." "Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. Hello? Is the signal bad? Hello?" Ning Feng hung up directly. What a relief. 2 birds with 1 stone. On the other end, Xiao Luo was furious. That bastard dared to hang up on her. In the car, Ning Feng laughed. "Haha, I'm sure I've gotten rid of her this time. She must be furious." Mr. Ning, why do you want to cancel the engagement? You've pursued Miss Lin for 3 years, and now that you've won her over, you're backing out. Li Gang asked, puzzled. Gang, you don't understand. Taming a woman is all about the process, not the outcome. What's the fun if it's too easy? Li Gang nodded, half understanding. You're truly profound, Mr. Ning. I'm just a brute. He'll probably never learn. Ning Feng chuckled. By the way, Mr. Ning, how did you suddenly become so strong? I couldn't even put up a fight just now. Hearing this, Ning Feng recalled the earlier incident and remembered his own words. You little brat. Who told you to take it upon yourself to send Lin Qingcheng and me to the villa? They'll beat you to a pulp. Ning Feng gave him a sharp rap on the head. Mr. Ning, that hurts. I'm driving. Ning Feng almost cursed. You nearly got me killed, do you know that? Did I? Mr. Ning, weren't you supposed to be happy last night? You were on top of the world. Top of the world, my ass. Remember this, if you ever run into that guy from earlier, never ever be reckless enough to fight him. He could crush you into paste with one slap. Li Gang looked skeptical. Mr. Ning, is it really that terrifying? Gang, there are many things and people in this world beyond your understanding. So listen to me. It's always right. If I don't tell you to act, you absolutely must not. Otherwise, not only will you die, but I will too. Do you understand? Li Gang nodded, still puzzled. Mr. Ning, you seem different. Before, even if we couldn't beat someone, you'd secretly find a way to take them out. Ning Feng sighed helplessly. That was then, this is now. From now on, we must be law-abiding citizens. No bullying the weak. The old ways must never resurface, understand? Li Gang nodded. Got it, Mr. Ning. From now on, if you don't say anything, I won't do anything. But if you give the order, I'll act. Ning Feng nodded. Also, never let something like last night happen again. Don't ever casually send me and another woman to the same room. Li Gang nodded. All right, Mr. Ning, I understand. Ning Feng finally calmed down. With 2 women dealt with for now, the only one left connected to Yi Chun was Ning Qingcheng. Soon Yi Chun would go to save her father, and things would naturally fall into place there. Since Ning Qingcheng could no longer find evidence against the company, everything should be fine. At least he could survive for a while. Now he could think about how to squander his fortune. Yesterday's mishap, despite project losses, had still netted him over 5 billion. What a damn loss. He had to find a way to ensure that bastard Yi Chun wouldn't benefit in the end. His eyes fell on Li Gang. Now his own strength surpassed Li Gang's. Although Li Gang was a retired Special Forces soldier, he was far from reaching the level of an external force expert. So keeping him as a bodyguard was probably useless. This guy was so simple-minded. Hee. Gang, do you want to become a boss yourself? Upon returning to the company, he was greeted by waves of applause. President Ning, you are truly a genius. President Ning, with a single word, you brought the group over 5 billion in profit. An achievement we could never reach no matter how long we worked. I truly admire you. President Ning, please accept my utmost respect. Your acting has completely won me over. Ning Feng's lips curled slightly. If death was his inevitable fate, then doing these good deeds was also well and good. He was about to close his eyes for a brief rest. The office door was suddenly pushed open again. Ning Feng felt a surge of irritation. You idiot, so happy that you forgot to knock on my door. Oh, Ning Feng, don't be so angry. I was already startled by your employees' cheers from afar, and now you're shouting at me. Ning Feng looked up. Damn, why is she here? What does she want from me? Yet he couldn't help but be drawn to the girl before him. Today Xiao Loi wore a youthful white pleated miniskirt paired with a tight light pink t-shirt, which accentuated her ample chest to perfection. She must have turned countless heads on her way here. Probably every man would want to get a handful. She wore no makeup, just a light dusting of powder and a simple lipstick, yet she radiated an extraordinary youthful beauty. She exuded an aura of youthful vitality. Her hair was simply coiled at the back, and on her calves were white ankle socks paired with black leather shoes. Stunning. There was sensuality within her youthfulness, yet she appeared pure within that sensuality. Unlike Lin Qingcheng, she was truly just like a little girl. She was undoubtedly the dream goddess of every otaku. This girl is definitely a siren in her past life, a soul-stealing enchantress. Oh, look at those plump fair thighs, that slender waist, and those breasts. Damn, my nose is bleeding. Hearing this, Xiao Loi smirked inwardly. She found his dazed expression amusing. She plopped down right next to Ning Feng. Ning Feng, I think I'm starting to like you. How about we get engaged? Ning Feng nearly spat out his water again. He stared at Xiao Loi in shock, while she blinked her eyes playfully. Are all these women insane? Have their brains rusted? I'm the villain. I'm scum. I'm a degenerate. Why don't you pester Yi Chun instead of me? Xiao Loi chuckled, inwardly determined to make his life difficult. President Xiao, please don't joke like that. My poor heart can't take it. Then why can you get engaged to Lin Qingcheng? Am I inferior to her? She's so cold and aloof. Besides being taller than me, what else does she have? Does she have bigger breasts than me? Ning Feng was astounded. What is this girl up to? Is this really her? I realize I don't understand these women at all. Xiao Loi, stop fooling around. I don't have time for this. I'm telling you, whether it's you or Lin Qingcheng, it's impossible between us. I won't marry either of you. He'll soon call off my engagement with Lin Qingcheng. I am President Ning after all. How could I be tied down by a woman? Xiao Luai smiled. Fine, I'll wait for your good news. Then I'll have my chance. God, please take these women away from me. I can't take it anymore. Alright, I'll stop teasing you for now. The main reason I came is to discuss another collaboration. I've realized you're quite remarkable in business. I hope you'll help me make more money, President Ning. I'm about to gradually take over the Xiao Corporation. I recently heard a rumor that the government is planning to develop a large-scale tourist attraction to capitalize on the trend of internet-famous tourism. The investment is likely substantial. Since you made a good impression on Secretary Ma yesterday, I was hoping you could invite him out to see if we can get some useful information. Hearing this, Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback. He immediately understood. He was well aware of this matter. But this was the key for Chen to show off at the Lin family and help them turn the tables, so he couldn't interfere. He had to wait. The timing wasn't right yet. Alright, we'll talk about it later. I'm a bit tired from yesterday and need to rest. I want to see you out. Xiao Luai snorted lightly. Looks like you had a long night. President Ning, take care of your kidneys. Should I prescribe you some medicine? ITLL keep you vigorous and strong. Sis, I'm begging you, just let me rest. Xiao Luai snorted again. You don't know what's good for you. Fine, I won't bother you anymore. But there's one more thing I need to tell you. She's retired and coming back to take over the Bai family. Tonight is the welcome banquet, and she's invited us childhood friends. She didn't invite you directly, but she made it clear she wants me to ask you. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was stunned. She's back. There was once a topic on Jihu. What exactly is an 18-year-old boy's regret? Is it the dream university just out of reach by a hair's breadth? Or is it the girl who loved you but was defeated by distance? Ning Feng didn't know what others' regrets were. But he knew clearly that his 18-year-old regret was definitely her. Bai Qiuqiu. In Ning Feng's mind, that scene surfaced: the girl in a white dress, her eyes red with tears, heartbroken and furious, storming away. That departure lasted 7 or 8 years. He heard she went to university, earned several degrees, and after graduation chose to enlist in the military. Ning Feng knew very well that in those 7 or 8 years she had never been in a single relationship. Damn it, Chen, if I had the power, I'd slap you to death. Ning Feng cursed under his breath. But there was nothing to be done now. He could only wish her happiness. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Forget it, he wouldn't think about it. Tonight was her welcome banquet. As the scumbag he was, he wouldn't go and upset anyone. Maybe she wanted to see him, but he didn't want to cause any more trouble. It was better to forget each other in the vast world. He had no part in tonight's banquet anyway. Their group of childhood friends would gather to celebrate Bai Qiuqiu's return. Among them was that bastard who had always liked Bai Qiuqiu. Bai Qiuqiu would be heartbroken when Ning Feng didn't show up, drinking herself into a stupor. Then that beast from the Ma family would take the opportunity to drug her, igniting her with burning desire. That way Bai Qiuqiu would come to Ma Wide herself, and he wouldn't bear responsibility. He would not only get Bai Qiuqiu, but also the Bai group, allowing the Ma family to rise. But he was overthinking. That was when the protagonist, that idiot Chen, would step in. Chen happened to be there and discovered the scheme. He beat that beast until he couldn't take care of himself, nearly crushing his manhood into mush. In that situation, Bai Qiuqiu was burning with desire. If not relieved, her mind would be damaged. Adhering to the principle of saving a life being more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, that beast Chen helped her neutralize the drug's effect in a rather embarrassing way. The thought of it infuriated him, but there was no help for it. The deed was done. Chen displayed his unparalleled charm and gradually won Bai Qiuqiu over. They naturally ended up together. The Bai group slowly fell into Chen's hands. What could Ning Feng say? Tonight was Chen's night to shine, and he had no way to stop it. After all, he wasn't the protagonist. Forget it, it wasn't his concern, it was all water under the bridge. Best to steer clear. Not long after, Li Gang knocked and entered. President Ning, about that matter you mentioned this morning, I've thought it over. I still don't want to start a company. I don't have the talent. I'd rather stay by your side and continue as your driver and bodyguard. That's my specialty. Ning Feng was still a bit tipsy and wasn't in the mood. He had originally planned to have Li Gang start a company with his investment. Given how simple-minded the guy was, he'd surely lose money on any business. But now he really didn't have the time to think about it. Just as he was about to speak, Li Gang added, "But I can recommend someone to you. He's my childhood friend. He's been studying the art of business for over a decade. He's a master. I can introduce him to you." Ning Feng nodded without interest. "All right, bring him to see me when you have time." He didn't want a master, he wanted a fool. Ning Feng figured he wouldn't snap out of it all day looking utterly listless. Just then a rustling came from outside the office. A knock sounded. "Come in." Several people in police uniforms and others in black suits entered. Their faces were stern. Ning Feng was taken aback. He immediately spotted a beautiful woman at the front of the police team. She was valiant and spirited. "Damn, Zhong Xinting. What is she doing here?" The leading officer, Zhong Xinting, furrowed her brow, looking at Ning Feng with utter disgust. They were also classmates. Zhong Xinting had followed in her father's footsteps. Her father was a leader in the public security department, and she had grown up going to school with them. But this woman had always looked down on them, the wealthy science. She especially loathed Ning Feng. Ning Feng had a terrible reputation as scumbag and a degenerate. She had long wanted to bring him to justice. She was also one of Yi Chen's harem members. In the future, during a mission, she would be gravely injured in a fight with bandits, and Yi Chen would step in to save the day. He would take her for medical treatment, seeing her naked body, and because of his impressive skills they would gradually come together, and she would shamelessly become one of his harem. Ning Qingcheng said coldly, President Ning, regarding the report we received yesterday about the concrete material ratio being secretly altered in your high-speed rail new city project, causing the main structure to fail quality standards and resulting in a quality accident, we have some leads. The problem lies with your own subsidiary Feyue Concrete. Now we suspect that this whole affair was orchestrated by the Ning Group from start to finish, using these illegal means to defraud public trust and manipulate the stock price maliciously. Now we need to take you back for investigation. These are colleagues from the Securities Regulatory Commission. This is a summons. Please review it. If there are no issues, please come with us. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. What? You suspect me of stock manipulation? Ning Qingcheng nodded. According to our investigation, that's the case. Don't worry, if there's nothing wrong, you'll be back soon. Ning Feng exploded inwardly. Me manipulating the stock price? You're kidding. I'd be thrilled if the stock price dropped. Oh crap, this must be Tang Yiru and Yi Chen's dirty work. Ning Qingcheng frowned slightly. President Ning, what did you say? She detested this scumbag to the core. Saying so much was only due to regulations, otherwise she wouldn't want to exchange a single word with him. Ning Feng was momentarily stunned. Oh, I didn't say anything. Ning Qingcheng frowned. But you just spoke. She looked at her colleagues, who all shook their heads. Could she be hallucinating? Ning Feng suddenly realized. Wasn't he exactly hoping for the stock price to drop? This incident would create a stir when he was taken away in a police car. Maybe the stock price would plummet. Heh, Yi Chen had actually done him a big favor. Ning Feng smiled. Fine. I have no problem. He'll fully cooperate with the police investigation. Check whatever you want, he'll accept whatever you find. Let's go. Right now? Lu Xuanqi take care of the company. He'll accompany these comrades. Lu Xuanqi was baffled. Had President Ning really manipulated the stock yesterday? This was a disaster. Was the money just in his pocket about to slip away? Ning Qingcheng was also surprised. This wasn't like Ning Feng. Normally he would argue and pretend to know nothing. Ning Feng was inwardly delighted. As long as him taken away, the stock price will drop. Have that some compensation. I'm a genius. I need to make a big show when I go out. What did you say? Ning Qingcheng asked, baffled. Was this guy crazy? He seemed to be hoping for the Ning Group's stock price to fall. Ning Feng was taken aback. Huh, I didn't say anything. I said I'll go with you. Ning Qingcheng's mind was reeling. She had clearly heard those two sentences, but everyone around her acted as if they hadn't. Didn't you hear that? Everyone shook their heads. Qingcheng, you must be hearing things, Ning Feng said with a smile. Be serious. Don't get familiar. Call me officer. Ning Feng nodded with a forced smile. But inwardly he sneered. You little vixen, all upright on the surface, but inside you're a little pervert who loves sex toys. If you weren't Yi Chen's woman, I'd actually have fun with you. Whipping your big ass with a little whip would definitely be interesting. Too bad you're Yi Chen's woman. Let him play those games with you. I don't have that luck. Ning Qingcheng was shocked. This scumbag's mouth hadn't moved, but she had clearly heard what he said. Was that his inner thoughts? Probably. No one else heard it, and he wouldn't dare say such things in public. But she was also incredibly angry. This scumbag. What was he saying? And how did he know she liked those things? That was her private life, very secret. Scumbag. Ning Qingcheng cursed angrily. Ning Feng looked innocent. Qingcheng, why are you calling me a scumbag for no reason? You're an officer, you can't just say things like that. Ning Qingcheng snorted coldly and walked away directly, with Ning Feng following. Before they left the company, a phone rang. Ning Feng answered. A desperate, tearful voice came through the phone. President Ning, please save my father. Ning Feng heard the frantic, tearful cries over the phone. He was immediately startled. Calm down, Qingcheng, speak slowly. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Ning Qingcheng's sobbing voice came through the line. My father suddenly had a severe episode today. The doctors said there's no hope. President Ning, I can't think of anyone else to turn to. I beg you, for the sake of all the years I've worked by your side, please save my father. Ning Feng was shocked. Something was wrong. His father's critical condition wasn't supposed to happen today. Why was it suddenly like this? That's right. Find Yi Chen. Call Yi Chen immediately. He can save your father. Contact him now. Ning Qingcheng watched Ning Feng, but didn't urge him. Ning Qingcheng's choked voice came through the phone. I tried, but the call didn't go through. Once it connected, but he didn't answer. I truly have no other option. President Ning, please, I beg you to save my father. Ning Feng was furious. That fool, why isn't he answering his phone? Where did he go? This shouldn't happen. This is exactly what he's supposed to do. Ning Feng's mind was in turmoil. The event had occurred early, and now that idiot Yi Chen was nowhere to be found. What was he playing at? He had seen him just this morning. But Ning Feng had no way to contact him. He thought darkly. If Yi Chen didn't save Ning Qingcheng's father, then Ning Qingcheng would end up with Yi Chen, and she would always stay by his side. That would inevitably lead to more trouble. Besides, he couldn't bear to see Ning Qingcheng so heartbroken. If she wasted away, Yi Chen might still take his anger out on him. What was going on? System, get out here. Why has the plot advanced, and that bastard Yi Chen disappeared? Where is he? Is there any way to alert him? Dear user, we are equally clueless. We don't know why the plot has advanced. As for the protagonist, Yi Chen, it seems he won't be able to appear for now. What the F? Ning Feng exploded. Everything is in chaos. It's all messed up. Ning Feng scratched his head in frustration. What's messed up? Zhong Xinting asked. Ning Feng didn't want to answer. He called Xiao Luoi and explained the situation. The call was quickly answered. Xiao Luoi said, if you want my help, it's simple. Transfer all your shares in Tianhong Pharmaceutical Factory to me, and I'll agree to save him. Ning Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. He was more than willing. Fine. He'll give them to you all for free. Go now. Ning Feng immediately told Li Gang go find Xiao Luoi and head to the first hospital to help. Li Gang nodded and left. Ning Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief. He steadied his mind. The family fortune still had to be squandered. He walked out of the company building surrounded by police officers. Then he proudly waved to the onlookers. Hey everyone. I'm just going to cooperate with the investigation. Come on. Take lots of photos. Get a close-up from the side. Ning Feng was like a celebrity with many people snapping pictures. He was a tycoon in Jiangning's business world, and paparazzi always watched his movements. Being taken away by the police now was big news. Ning Feng even struck poses enthusiastically. President Ning, where are you going? He replied with a smile, it's about yesterday's incident. They're taking me in for questioning. The results will be out soon. Zhong Xinting was speechless. Was this guy really not worried about Ning Corporation's stock price at all? It seemed like he actually wanted the stock price to fall. She was utterly baffled. But just as they got into the car, Ning Feng suddenly froze. What about Bai Qiuqiu? Ning Feng rambled on for a long time in the car. Zhong Xinting was utterly annoyed. This man was loud and unpredictable, laughing one moment and crying the next. She could not understand him at all. After arriving at the bureau, Ning Feng remained in the same state. After a round of interrogation, Ning Feng knew nothing. First of all, he had no idea how the whole thing was orchestrated. He only knew it was manipulated by certain people, but he couldn't reveal them. Moreover, he was thoroughly fed up and didn't want to deal with any of it. Nothing was more important than his white moonlight. He was temporarily set aside to wait. Ning Feng asked the system, when will that little bastard Yi Chen come out? Sorry, I don't know where he went. Hearing this, Ning Feng exploded. That damned fool never showed up when he was needed, but appeared relentlessly at the wrong times. Ning Feng sighed. He didn't want to see Bai Qiuqiu fall into Yi Chen's hands, but even less did he want that beast Ma Wai to lay a finger on his white moonlight. That absolutely could not happen. If Yi Chen didn't show up, Bai Qiuqiu might be harmed tonight. So he couldn't sit idly by, he had to act. Ning Feng calmed down a bit. Once this matter was resolved, it shouldn't take too long. Ning Qingcheng's side should be fine by now. But after waiting 2 hours, there was still no result. Ning Feng grew anxious. It was almost 5 o'clock. Officer Zhong. Officer Zhong. Ning Feng spotted Zhong Xinting. Officer Zhong, can I leave now? You know I make millions every minute. I can't afford to waste any more time. Zhong Xinting sneered. A big boss indeed, making millions every minute. The investigation results aren't out yet. You can't leave for now. But we provide meals here, so don't worry about going hungry. Ning Feng's head was about to explode. Zhong Xinting. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? Just because I accidentally pulled down your pants in elementary school, do you have to hold a grudge until now? Zhong Xinting froze, surrounded by so many colleagues. Her face flushed crimson. Everyone around was stunned. Their Officer Zhong had her pants pulled down as a child. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for sexual harassment. But Ning Feng was determined to make a scene. We're all adults now. What's there to hide about childhood matters? Because of such a trivial thing, you've held a grudge against me, opposed me at every turn since school, and I've already apologized. Can't we let it go? I really have urgent business now. I can't waste time here. And I didn't do this, nor did I manipulate anything behind the scenes. Others are trying to frame me to crash the Ning Corporation stock. Yesterday was all a coincidence, and that video definitely wasn't released by anyone from Ning Corporation. You can investigate and I'll cooperate, but you can't keep me detained here. I've had enough. After today, you can do whatever you want. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Zhong Xinting was stunned as well. Somewhat embarrassed and angry, she had indeed intended to mess with Ning Feng. Technically, she had only summoned him, not detained him, so he could leave. But she had deliberately said otherwise. Now she was cornered. Ning Feng stared at her. He snorted inwardly. Get out of here. Get out now. Zhong Xinting's chest heaved with fury. He was nothing but a scumbag. She had been right all along. His mind was full of filthy thoughts. Seeing her like this, Ning Feng felt a twinge of unease. Did I really piss her off? No way, I just got carried away. Will she keep making things difficult for me in the future? I'll forget it, I'll just stay away from her. Ning Feng gave an awkward smile. He'll get going now. You continue the investigation. I'm available anytime. Everyone, good work. Ning Feng darted out of the hall in a flash. Zhong Xingting returned to her office, her eyes red with rage. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Bastard. Just wait until I catch you." Ning Feng hailed a taxi and rushed back to the company. He called Xiao Luoi. "Don't worry, her father doesn't have a terminal illness. It's a very rare disease. After my treatment, he's out of danger and has been transferred to our Xiao hospital. They'll treat him once more, and he should be fine." Ning Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Luoi. Don't thank me. I'm just taking money to solve problems." Ning Feng nodded slightly. "All right, come to my company now. They'll transfer the shares to you." After hanging up, he soon returned to the company. His eyes flickered coldly as he dialed Li Gang's number. "Gangzi, go do something for me." When Ning Qingcheng returned later, her face was streaked with tears as she looked at Ning Feng. She had learned that he had used 5 billion to save her father. Ning Feng felt something was off the moment he saw Ning Qingcheng, a headache creeping in as he couldn't pinpoint the problem. "System, get the hell out here. Are you behind this?" "Dear, not at all. I've told you before I never interfere in anything. Perhaps it's just your charm. Congratulations, you've taken another step on the path to self-destruction." New mission arrived, expose Ma-wide schemes. Reward, 300 points, and a Vajra Indestructible Divine Art Experience card. No refusal allowed. Failure deducts 300 points. Insufficient points, and you'll be sent back to your original world. Ning Feng exploded. What a heart-wrenching blow. You damn dog of a system. They'll curse you too. Ning Feng truly felt doomed, as if he were being toyed with to death. To avoid provoking by Qiuqiu, he couldn't act directly. Alas, such worry. Ning Feng rubbed his temples vigorously. Ning Qingcheng watched his pained expression. Her heart was still deeply moved. No matter what, even if President Ning had his own motives, he had still spent 50 billion for her sake. What more could be said about such a man? And he cared for her so deeply. A man like this was impossible to find, even with a lantern. She walked behind the sofa where Ning Feng sat. Her delicate hands reached for his head. "President Ning, let me massage you." Ning Feng was slightly startled, but said nothing. Since that fool Chen wasn't around, he might as well enjoy this. This was his secretary. Those tender jade-like hands gently pressed on his temples. The faint scent of a young woman gradually drifted into Ning Feng's nostrils, intoxicating him. Ning Qingcheng, such a beautiful secretary. I really don't want to hand her over to that beast Chen. He already has so many beauties, yet he wants to steal mine. He's an absolute beast. Actually, compared to Lin Qingcheng and the others, someone like Ning Qingcheng is the most suitable to be a wife. She's caring, attentive, family-oriented, filial, easy to please, and so beautiful. I really want to marry her and settle everything. Then I could torment her in every way possible. That's the life a villain like me should live. Behind him, Ning Qingcheng was astonished, her cheeks flushing with shame. President Ning actually wanted to marry her. Her eyes reddened instantly. Were these his true feelings? So President Ning liked me. I am the one most fit to be his wife. Ning Qingcheng's heart swelled with immense gratitude, tears of emotion streaming down. In his heart, I am this wonderful. But Ning Qingcheng knew it was impossible. The president of the Ning Corporation could never marry a secretary like her. Even if he agreed, his parents would not consent. It would make him a laughingstock in Jiangning's business circles. Yet it no longer mattered. She had already learned this man's heart. Even without a title, what did it matter? She would be the woman behind him, asking for nothing but to stay by his side, easing his troubles and fulfilling his desires. He could do whatever he wanted with her. To meet such a man in a lifetime, wasn't that enough? Her tears dripped onto Ning Feng's face. "Hey, is it leaking?" Ning Feng exclaimed. Before he could react, Ning Qingcheng behind him leaned down and turned her head. Her cherry-like lips pressed directly against his mouth in a kiss. Ning Feng was stunned. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Just a kiss, a little indulgence. It should be fine, right? That little bastard, Chen, won't come beat me up, will he?" With a what's done is done attitude, Ning Feng grabbed Ning Qingcheng from behind and pulled her over. With his current strength, lifting 10 of her was no problem. Ning Qingcheng immediately landed on Ning Feng's lap. Ning Qingcheng's cheeks flushed crimson. Tears still glistened in her eyes, but she said nothing, her gaze full of deep affection. She kissed him again. The scene unfolded. Ning Feng abandoned all resistance. His hands grew restless. If I'm going to die, so be it. I'm already in despair. Ning Qingcheng's blouse was roughly torn open. The sound of ripping fabric was intoxicating. She showed no panic, only deep affection. "Come, President Ning, I willingly give myself to you." Ning Feng went mad. What cadre could withstand such a test? Ning Qingcheng spoke tenderly. "President Ning, I don't want a title. I just want to be your woman." She said, her eyes hazy with emotion. Ning Feng stopped caring. To hell with it. He lifted her in his arms, heading toward the hidden compartment in the office. Just then a knock sounded. Ning Feng's ardor instantly cooled. Damn it. Who the hell is that? He'll kill them. But the interruption sobered Ning Feng a little. That was close. He had nearly made a mistake. He had already tasted a bit of sweetness, but he had to hold back, hold back. He roared inwardly. "Calm down." Ning Feng shouted angrily toward the doorway. Ning Qingcheng looked at his state, feeling a hint of regret, but it didn't matter. Since the window paper had been torn, there would be plenty of opportunities later. She smiled faintly and leaned against Ning Feng's chest. President Ning, no rush. Tomorrow I'll give myself to you. He'll wait. An electric shock ran through Ning Feng's mind. Damn, she's a real enchantress. No, wait. Why did she suddenly change like this? Because of the 50 billion. That makes sense. Both of them dressed quickly. Ning Qingcheng approached Ning Feng, her face radiant with charm. President Ning, I know my place. Rest assured from now on I'll only be the woman behind you. I don't want any title. You can do whatever you want with me. I won't disturb your personal life. Just remember me sometimes, and don't leave me feeling empty. Ning Feng looked at her like this. Damn you, Chen. I really want to kill you. Such a wonderful girl. I must have her. Yes, when we negotiate, Ning Qingcheng is just a minor heroine. If I take her directly, he shouldn't react too much. Damn it, can a villain like me enjoy himself for once? Ning Feng pinched her chin, grinning slyly. You little vixen, you'll get what's coming to you. Then he sat up straight. Come in. Li Gang entered accompanied by a short, stout man. The man appeared to be around 30 with a long goatee. He held a fan that looked like it was made of rosewood, and he had a slight squint. Dressed in a worn-out tracksuit, he struck Ning Feng as a character. Wow, what a talent. Ning Feng was astonished. He felt a strange sense of déjà vu. President Ning, allow me to introduce you. This is my childhood friend, named Pei Qian. He has devoted himself to the study of commerce for over 20 years. When I joined the army back, then he was already delving into this path at home, suffering for lack of a wise patron. It took considerable effort on my part to persuade him to emerge from seclusion. Li Gang said, somewhat embarrassed. Ning Feng was astounded upon hearing the name. Excellent. He immediately stepped forward eagerly. Pei Qian, indeed, reputation is nothing compared to meeting you in person, truly. A man of extraordinary talent. I implore you to come and assist me. Pei Qian rolled his cross-eyed gaze and asked, have you heard my story? No. Ning Feng replied, gripping his hand with fervor. But your face is etched with stories. I have a knack for reading the tales written on people's faces. Is that so? Ning Feng suppressed the turmoil in his heart and nodded. Li Gang chuckled. President Ning, you see, the man I recommended is beyond reproach, isn't he? Ning Feng clapped his hands vigorously. Gang, I never dreamed in my wildest fantasies that you could bring me such a top-tier talent. Which school did you two graduate from? I must go and thank the principal for burying such talent. Li Gang laughed. Forget the thanks, the principal is long gone. Pei Qian said with profound gravity. If it weren't for my mother forcing me to go on blind dates recently, I wouldn't have emerged from seclusion. A man must prioritize his career. So I had no choice but to come out and look around. I can help you, but I have one condition. Name it, said Ning Feng. Pei Qian fanned himself twice and said, I can help you establish a company, but I don't want a monthly salary or an annual one. I only ask for 10% of the profits after the company is running a 10% equity stake and annual dividends. Ning Feng chuckled. Are you joking? Pei Qian frowned slightly. President Ning disagrees. Then I shall take my leave. Ning Feng grabbed him. Pei Qian, you are my lucky star. How could you leave? Let me tell you. A monthly salary of 200,000, not a cent less. Not only will I give you 10% of the shares, but I will also give you a year-end bonus. Pei Qian's complex expression began to tremble. My liege, please accept my deepest bow. From now on, my life belongs to my liege. Ning Feng helped him up. Have you been watching too much Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Call me President Ning. Fine. It's settled. Tomorrow you two will go and handle this matter. Hire your own people. For funds, ask Ning Qingcheng. My only requirement is that you establish an investment company for me. Once it's operational, I will inject 1 billion as your startup capital. If that's not enough, keep calling and let me know. Make it big. If we lose money. Make money however you can. They'll give you a name. My dad is Li Gang, Pei Qian Investment Development Co. Ltd. Ning Qingcheng, standing behind, was dumbfounded. Was President Ning out of his mind? 1 billion. Thank you, President Ning, for the name. Pei Qian said excitedly. Li Gang asked tentatively, President Ning, won't this be too high profile? The name sounds a bit. What do you know? An investment company needs a name that stands out. It's settled. Qingcheng, give them a startup fund of 1 million right away. Pei Qian, Li Gang, make sure you get the company licensed by tomorrow. The sooner the better. Yes. Pei Qian said excitedly. Li Gang said with a resentful tone, President Ning, let me stay as your bodyguard. After introducing such a capable man, don't I deserve some credit? Ning Feng laughed heartily. You do. And great credit at that. Your salary will also be raised to 200,000. Qingcheng, notify them to handle it later. Oh, by the way, Qingcheng, your father has been transferred to another hospital, and the expenses there are high. Your salary will also be raised to 200,000. Ning Qingcheng was utterly stunned. She was completely numb. She could only nod. Gang, Pei Qian, I won't keep you any longer. I have a gala to attend later. You two go back and prepare now. Strive to bring me good results tomorrow. Yes. The two left arm in arm, brimming with excitement. After they had gone, Ning Qingcheng voiced the doubt in her heart. President Ning, do you truly trust this Pei Qian? I just can't shake the feeling that he's unreliable. Injecting 1 billion. That's too absurd. Ning Feng smiled. Don't judge a book by its cover, Qingcheng. Some people you can't assess by their appearance alone. This man possesses great talent. Yang Qingcheng felt that Ning Feng was fooling her. When the chairman finds out, he'll probably break your legs. Ning Feng smiled, but inwardly he thought, compared to surviving, what's a broken leg from my dad? Pei Qian, you'd better lose money well. Yang Qingcheng didn't catch the meaning behind lose money, and was somewhat baffled. Soon it was about time. Ning Feng strode out of the company. It was already past quitting time, a little after 6. He called Li Gang, and 2 bodyguards got into the car and headed straight for the destination. Even without their notification, Ning Feng knew exactly where it was. It was at Hanshan Courtyard, a secluded spot on the western outskirts. In the car, Ning Feng thought, damn this accursed system. Damn Yichun. The protagonist's job is being done by me. Isn't that ridiculous? Whatever death or life after saving Bai Qiuqiu today, he'll make a quick getaway. Anyway, Yichun won't know anything. Even if he does, he should be grateful, right? Otherwise Bai Qiuqiu would have fallen into that beast's hands. Within the secluded cold mountain courtyard, a refined private room was filled with a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women. Lin Qingcheng, Xiao Luoyi, and other young scions of prominent families were present. Essentially the future pillars of Jiangning, all destined to be successors. They had once been classmates, all from prestigious clans. At the head of the table sat a girl in a white dress with short hair, dignified, graceful, generous, and intellectual. Hers was a beauty distinct from the other women around, radiating a gentle and tender charm. Though she had spent years in the military, her face bore no trace of the scorching sun. Instead, it glowed with youthful vitality. She remained as beautiful as ever, rivaling Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luoyi without yielding an inch. A faint smile lingered on her face. Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luoyi's gazes frequently drifted toward her. This was the woman who had broken that bastard's heart, driving him down the path of a playboy. Also present at the table was another girl, equally stunning, matching the trio in allure. A man suddenly rose, raising his glass. Now that Qiuqiu is back, it's rare for us all to gather like this. Come, let's toast to Qiuqiu. Soon we'll see her often. This cup is for welcoming her back and celebrating good fortune. Cheers. Several voices chimed in, eager to join the excitement. Everyone knew that Ma Wide had always harbored feelings for Bai Qiuqiu since childhood. But back then Bai Qiuqiu's eyes were only for Ning Feng. From the start of the gathering, Ma Wide's gaze had landed on her no fewer than 30 times, his fervor undisguised. The others chuckled and raised their cups. The Ma family, though only worth tens of billions, still had a seat at this table, and few would slight them. Bai Qiuqiu lifted her glass in response, offering a polite thank you. Yet she seemed distracted. Those with keen eyes knew that the one she truly longed for had not appeared. Someone deliberately stirred the pot. Qiuqiu, you 4 have always been the 4 pearls of Jiangning. Now that you're back. I heard you never dated in college or the military. Now that you're home, shouldn't you find a boyfriend? Qingcheng is already engaged. At these words, Ma Wide inwardly applauded the setup. Bai Qiuqiu, slightly embarrassed, took a sip of juice and smiled. I don't have such plans for now. Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luoyi's minds churned. Anyone could see that Bai Qiuqiu still harbored old feelings. Lin Qingcheng couldn't help but feel tense. Was she returning to compete for Ning Feng? Wait, no. What did compete even mean? That bastard Ning Feng never had his heart set on me. He probably only wanted to call off the engagement because he heard Bai Qiuqiu was coming back. Yes, that must be it. The thought made Lin Qingcheng fume. She set down her cup with a bit too much force, causing a clatter. The room fell silent. Was she jealous? To ease the tension, another woman laughed. How can you have no such thoughts? Honestly, we're not getting any younger. Is it that you haven't found the right person? How about I set you up with someone? Bai Qiuqiu smiled, fully aware of the news about Ning Feng's engagement to Lin Qingcheng. That was why she had rushed back, cutting a 3-day journey short. Oh, Jingru, who do you have in mind? Jiang Jingru grinned. Look, he's right here. So close yet so far. Ma Wide puffed out his chest, striving to appear tall and mighty. Internally, he was ecstatic, grateful to Jiang Jingru. He then gazed at Bai Qiuqiu with deep affection. Qiuqiu, you know how I feel. All these years I've been waiting for you. The scene grew chaotic. Lin Qingcheng, Xiao Luoyi, and Wang Xuanyi frowned slightly. What was this, a confession session? Bai Qiuqiu smiled serenely. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I truly have no such intentions now. If not for my injury, I wouldn't have retired and returned. Since I'm back, I'll devote myself fully to taking over the Bai family and won't dwell on such matters. Ma Wide felt a pang of awkwardness. He's already engaged to Qingcheng. You should let go. Bai Qiuqiu shot him a look, calm but carrying a chilling distance that said, even so I'd never consider you, Ma Wide. Ma Wide sensed the disdain and fumed inwardly. Damn it, I don't believe this. You'll regret this soon enough. Jiang Jingru quickly smoothed things over. All right, let's drop this for now. Let's drink. It's been ages since we've gathered. No more of this talk. The atmosphere revived. Glasses clinked and cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lin Qingcheng, Xiao Luoyi, and Wang Xuanyi barely drank, staying clear-headed and only sipping lightly. As the meal wound down, Bai Qiuqiu hadn't seen the one she wished to meet. A sense of loss settled in her heart. No matter what it was over between them, she regretted leaving without saying a word back then. Now that he was about to be engaged, and knowing she was back, shouldn't he at least come to see her? Was he so afraid to face her? She felt a tipsy haze creeping in. Gradually, everyone began to think of leaving. Lin Qingcheng, Xiao Luoyi, and Wang Xuanyi had wanted to go earlier, but didn't want to offend Bai Qiuqiu. Just then Ma Wide stood up again. Pouring wine, he declared, "Qiuqiu, regardless, I still want to express my feelings. Love must be spoken boldly. Even if you don't like me, I've loved you for 10 years. The room fell quiet. As Ma Wide poured Bai Qiuqiu's wine, an inconspicuous pill slipped into her glass, unseen by anyone. He gloated inwardly. Soon you'll learn that you, Bai Qiuqiu, are nothing more than a woman within my reach. Soon you'll be begging to throw yourself at me. Tonight no one can stop me. 10 years. A full decade. Bai Qiuqiu, I've loved you for 10 years. Do you know how I've endured? Surrounded by cheap flirts every day, I'm sick of it. I will have you. I know your heart still clings to him, but he won't come. I won't badmouth him. His reputation speaks for itself. Qingcheng, no offense." Lin Qingcheng simmered with resentment, but said nothing. Bai Qiuqiu and Xiao Luoyi watched Ma Wide's drunken antics in silence. He continued, "I just love you, Bai Qiuqiu. It's fine if you don't love me. That's my concern. But today I want to draw a line under the past. A toast to the man who loved Bai Qiuqiu for 10 years. Qiuqiu, will you drink with me? After this I won't bother you again." Frankly, the four beauties found it nauseating. Such lines might fool other girls, but not them. Everyone knew Ma Wide's true character. So Bai Qiuqiu thought drinking this cup would be fine. It would put an end to him. Smiling, she took the glass from Ma Wide. "I'm glad you can see it that way. All right, this toast is to the past." Bai Qiuqiu clinked her glass with Ma Wide's. His heart pounded with excitement. It was about to happen. She was about to become his plaything. Everything was set. Tonight I'll have my way with you. You'll film it, and then you'll be at my mercy. Ma Wide drank his own wine, watching as Bai Qiuqiu's glass neared her lips. In that critical moment, bang! The door was brutally kicked and shattering into pieces. Damn it, this is a raid. The entire venue fell into an instant deathly silence. Ma Wide was seething with rage internally. Who dared to disrupt his scheme? Yet upon glimpsing the group of figures bursting in, a flicker of fear crossed his mind. It seemed his plan would fail today. He had to devise a way to knock the wine glass from Bai Qiuqiu's hand. Destroy the evidence. As the surrounding crowd remained stunned, he lunged to collide with the glass, but Li Gang's swift and sharp snatched it away first. Li Gang sneered, "What? Trying to destroy the evidence?" By then the others present were terrified, for the door had been shattered with a single kick. Such brutality. Lin Qingcheng fumed with jealousy, just as she suspected. He still harbored feelings for Bai Qiuqiu. Instead of coming himself, he sent his underlings. Ma Wide snorted coldly, "Who are you people? What do you think you're doing? Get out now, or he'll call the police." Li Gang let out a cold laugh. "What do I mean? Damn it, have you really forgotten who I am? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Beat him until he can't even whimper." Li Gang's gang of underlings rolled up their sleeves with a sinister grin. "You got it, boss." Behind Li Gang stood two burly men from the security team. Ma Wide panicked instantly. These were all retired special forces. "What are you doing?" Someone cried out in fear. "We're calling the police." Ma Wide was also frightened. "I haven't provoked you, why are you hitting me?" Li Gang snorted, "Shut up, all of you. I'm the bully of Jiangning, and I don't feel like explaining now. They'll beat him first and talk later." "Hit him. Give it to him good." They set to work. "Brother Gang, how far should we go?" a lackey asked. "Beat him until he shits himself," Li Gang commanded. Soon screams like a slaughtered pig rent the air. He'll never let this go. Call the cops." Don't hit my face." The onlookers backed away, not daring to get involved. With Ning Feng's thuggish reputation, who would dare provoke them? The Ning family was now the richest in Jiangning. Who would risk crossing them? Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luoyi hurried over. Lin Qingcheng asked, "Li Gang, what are you up to?" Xiao Luoyi was also confused. "Both of you step back, you'll find out soon enough. That bastard is no good. He tried to drug you." Li Gang was just following orders, unafraid to stir up trouble. In fact, he aimed to make a scene. The four women present were jolted. Drugged. They turned pale with terror, imagining the dire consequences if they had been drugged. Li Gang waved his hand. "Ladies and bosses, don't worry, everything's under control. Brothers, remember, beat him until he shits himself." "You got it, Brother Gang, rest assured." Li Gang cursed. A welcome banquet, a welcome banquet. Just have a proper dinner. Why resort to such dirty, underhanded tricks? Jiang Jingru spoke timidly. "You're behaving like a gang. Call the police, call the police." Gongzi sneered. "Jiang Jingru, you're no saint either. You helped that bastard with the drugs, didn't you?" At these words, Jiang Jingru's face turned ashen. "You're talking nonsense." Li Gang chuckled scornfully. "Nonsense. Once the police arrive, everything will come to light." Damn. He had to admit playing the tough guy felt exhilarating. Boss Ning was awesome, giving him such a chance to show off. Good thing had chosen the right master. Now he could strut too. Li Gang walked over to his men. All right, stop for now. But a lackey said, Brother Gang, he hasn't shat himself, yet we still owe 50 kicks and 30 punches. The onlookers shuddered. What kind of thugs kept count like that? Li Gang waved dismissively, forget it if he shits it'll stink and be disgusting. Li Gang crouched down, grabbing Ma Wide's chin. Everyone watched closely. The crowd was puzzled. What was Li Gang up to? Ma Wide was genuinely terrified, especially when he saw Li Gang approaching with that glass of wine. He was afraid. He absolutely could not drink it. No, don't. His face was a mask of terror. Li Gang sneered, scared now. Regretting it. Too late. Hold him down. His underlings immediately seized him. Ma Wide trembled in terror, yet he was pinned down by 3 retired Special Forces soldiers, and Ning Feng, whose strength was terrifyingly immense. He was overwhelmed by despair. No, I confess. I confess. He could not fathom how these people had discovered the drug in the wine, who had leaked the information. This deed had been executed in perfect secrecy. Li Gang let out a cold laugh. This was his moment to shine, and he would not let him admit fault. He directly poured the wine from the glass into Ma Wide's mouth. Pinch his nose. Gulp, gulp. A full glass of wine was forced down his throat. Ma Wide went mad. Lawless. Utterly lawless, someone roared in indignation. But Li Gang declared domineeringly, all of you shut up. I'm in charge now. Since you're here to watch the show, just watch. Ma Wide, driven to insanity, sought to flee immediately. The drug's effect was about to take hold. Let me go. They'll call the police. They'll call for help. They'll sue you all. Li Gang sneered. If I let you escape today, my name isn't Ning Feng. Hold him tight. If he gets away, he'll skin you alive. No reminder was needed. Escape was impossible. The women watched Li Gang in bewilderment. Only Xiao Loi and Lin Qingcheng knew this was Ning Feng's doing. Why didn't he take the credit himself? Li Gang set down the glass, clapped his hands, and walked before Ma Wide. He smiled and said, all right, it's time to tell you the truth. The crowd was puzzled. What truth? When he poured this wine just now, he laced it with a drug. If President Bai had drunk it, she would soon act strangely lost in passion and might have ended up in Ma Wide's arms. Then you would have thought she was moved by him and succumbed to his embrace. And he would have taken Qiuqiu away with him. As for what happens next, you can all guess with your gut. These words shocked the entire room. Is that so? Do you have any evidence for such claims? Jiang Jingru snapped. You're nothing but thugs retaliating out of spite. Li Gang said coldly, what President Ning says is absolutely true. The result will show soon. Just watch, the drug is taking effect. Sure enough, Ma Wide's body soon flushed red. His consciousness grew hazy, and he began to giggle foolishly. Huh. Qiuqiu, come give me a hug. Qiuqiu, I've always liked you, just give in to me. Haha, great. Come, don't bother showering, let's start. Qiuqiu, you're so beautiful, ooh, I love you to death. Qiuqiu, come give me a kiss. Hearing Ma Wide's perverse murmurs, everyone was stunned. The drug had indeed taken effect. Had he already cast Bai Qiuqiu as the target of his lustful fantasies? Bai Qiuqiu cast a deep glance at Ning Feng, utterly captivated. No one wished to watch as Ma Wide writhed with burning desire. Li Gang said disdainfully, turn him around first, let him face the pillar. Then fetch an old sow to quench his fire. By now Ma Wide was clinging to the stone pillar, licking it frantically. His limbs wrapped tightly around it, muttering disgusting phrases. Everyone looked on with disgust. Who would have thought Ma Wide was such a beast? I can't imagine what would have happened if Qiuqiu had fallen into his hands. He's nothing but an animal. Li Gang, did Ning Feng send you to save Sister Qiuqiu? Xiao Luai suddenly asked. Li Gang's expression stiffened. President Xiao, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, the matter is resolved, and I should take my leave. This glass will be left for the police to test. It will reveal the drug. That bastard must still have drugs on him. Li Gang was about to slip away. Haha, I'm off now. He turned to leave. But the girls followed closely behind him, especially Bai Qiuqiu, who yearned to know if it was Ning Feng who had come to save her. If it was Ning Feng, it would prove he still had feelings for her. Ladies, please don't follow me. The women glared at him. Hurry up and take us to Ning Feng. Li Gang's face fell to a grimace. President Ning had instructed him not to be exposed. What? Don't want to work anymore. Do you realize who I am? Lin Qingcheng threatened. Li Gang felt like crying if this act of bravado had failed miserably, but he hoped President Ning wouldn't blame him. Soon he led the women to Ning Feng, who was hiding in a car outside the small courtyard. Ning Feng's head throbbed with pain. Gongziyu. President Ning, Li Gang looked helpless. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuqiu's gaze locked onto Ning Feng's face. Years had passed, yet he seemed unchanged. Ning Feng tried to flee. Just then he spotted several figures in police uniforms, including Zhong Xinting. We received a report of malicious assault and battery here. It was me, Officer Zhong. I'm the one who did the beating. Arrest me now. A savior. Please take me away. Ning Feng was on the verge of tears. He rushed straight up to Zhong Xinting. Officer Zhong, that man Ma Wide inside maliciously drugged someone. My bodyguard caught him, and I beat him up. In the mastermind. Arrest me. Li Gang, get the glass and Ma Wide into the police car now. Comrade, please put me in the car, I can't stay here. Ning Feng dashed toward the police car outside. Only after the door closed did he feel at ease. Everyone inside was dumbfounded. Zhang Xinting conducted a brief investigation, discovering they were all her former classmates. After leaving contact information, she took Ning Feng and Ma Wide away with Li Gang and the others following in their car. Inside the vehicle, finally escaped by the skin of my teeth. I was almost devoured whole by them. Oh, is that so, President Ning? It's been a while, and now you're in my hands again. This time I finally got something on you, haven't I? Seeing Zhang Xinting's sinister grin, a chill ran down Ning Feng's spine. Truly out of the frying pan and into the fire. Along the way, Ning Feng fell silent. He felt he could no longer escape Yi Chen's harem scheme. Damn it, you cursed Yi Chen, get the hell out here. With you gone, the plot is completely ruined. Everything is in chaos. Zhang Xinting listened curiously to his thoughts. Who exactly was this Yi Chen? What plot? What chaos? Early in the morning, Ning Feng woke up at the station, having slept soundly. He stretched lazily while the others locked up with him cowered in a corner, not daring to approach him. Hello, officer, good morning. A passing policeman looked at his rakish demeanor and was left speechless. Truly the legendary scumbag. This place was like his own home. Officer, haven't we already clarified everything? Can you let me out now? But no one answered. However, before long, the beautiful Zhang Xinting appeared. She glared at him coldly. Looks like you slept well. Ning Feng grinned. I have to say it was quite comfortable. Can you let me go now? It's almost 12 hours. Has Ma Wide confessed yet? Zhang Xinting glared at him, grinding her teeth in anger. How dare you say that? You told your men to rough him up, threatening to beat him until he shits himself. Is that how you interrogate people? Ning Feng said nonchalantly. Who told that bastard to try to drug by Qiuqiu? And being merciful by not killing him. Zhang Xinting sighed. She knew all too well what a scumbag Ma Wide was. This was exactly the kind of thing he would do. The problem now is that he insists the drug wasn't planted by him, and since you also handled that glass, he's adamant you put it there. Moreover, his precious parts are all scraped up, and now he's pressing charges against you. So procedurally, until the investigation is clear, I can't let you go. Ning Feng's eyes blazed. He's asking for death. Everyone saw it back then. He wants to sue me, huh? Just wait, he'll find a chance to finish him off. Zhang Xinting shot him a glare. Watch your mouth. This is a police station. Zhang Xinting knew deep down that although Ning Feng was a despicable scoundrel, he was certainly not low enough to resort to drugging someone. That wasn't his style. The key issue was the lack of evidence. Zhang Xinting wanted to teach Ning Feng a lesson, but everything had to be based on the law. Zhang Xinting said, now either you reach a settlement, since no harm came to by Qiuqiu, and he's already suffered consequences. The only way out is for you to get his forgiveness. Ning Feng was instantly enraged. Xinting, you know my character well. Even if you held a knife to my throat, I would never do something so despicable. Would I use drugs to show off? To harm him? He'll be damned if I beg for his forgiveness. He'll drag this out with him. Investigate. Check the surveillance. Get others to testify. He'll still crush him. Ning Feng was fuming. That bastard dared to bite back. Damn it, if I don't take you down, my name isn't Ning Feng. I'd be unworthy of my reputation as the ultimate villain. Zhang Xinting frowned slightly. Ning Feng, I'm warning you, don't you dare do anything rash. I'm telling you this because I trust you. Don't squander the little trust you have left with me. Ning Feng smiled. Since you trust me, then let me go. Zhang Xinting shook her head. No. I trust you, but the law doesn't. Everything requires evidence. You'll have to wait for someone to bail you out. Until this matter is fully investigated, you must be available for police summons at any time. Ning Feng's face fell, but there was no help for it. All right, I'll wait then. Thanks. Zhang Xinting said nothing. So Zhang Xinting does know me a bit. And she's not so fierce after all. She's pretty too. Why were we always at odds as kids? Hearing this, Zhang Xinting turned around, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. But the next thought ruined it. Oh, look at that little perky butt. She must have worked out a lot back in school. She even likes playing with toys. What a kinky taste. I like it. It's a shame she'll end up with Yi Chen eventually. Oh, what a pity. Zhang Xinting turned back, puffing with anger, and glared at Ning Feng. She was furious and also blushing with embarrassment. You bastard. She stormed off in a huff. She didn't dare stay any longer. How did that guy know she liked playing with toys? Was he spying on me? I must investigate this thoroughly when I get back. That's a crime. But who is Yi Chen? Why does he keep saying she'll end up with him? This damn scumbag is mine. Not long after, a police officer came to escort him out. As he left, those still inside respectfully bowed to Ning Feng. Take care, President Ning. Damn, why did it sound like he was being sent to the execution ground? Forget it, he wouldn't bother with those guys. Just as he reached the lobby, Ning Feng froze. Why is it you? Where's Ning Qingcheng? Lin Qingcheng gave him a cold snort. Oh, can it be me? I'm about to be your fiancé. Isn't it only right that I bail you out? Getting yourself into the police station twice in one day, that's quite something. I told you not to be impulsive. Lin Qingcheng's gaze carried a hint of reproach. Ning Feng was startled. Something's off. The way she's looking at me is wrong. Could this girl actually have fallen for me? Lin Qingcheng looked a little dejected. Am I really that unwelcome? Ning Feng played dumb. Huh, not at all. Let's drop it. Ning Feng signed the papers directly and strode out the door. Anyway, thanks. They'll take care of the engagement with your grandfather soon. Well, I'm off. Just as he stepped out, the others arrived. Ning Qingcheng by Qiuqiu Xiaoluai. Ning Feng's head was about to explode. This is a disaster. 4 of them. And there's still one inside the station. I won't survive this. I need to get out of here fast. Ning Feng tried to escape. Ning Feng. Brother Ning Feng. President Ning. The 3 women outside called out. Ning Feng's legs nearly gave way. He forced an awkward smile. Hello everyone, well I need to get to work or I'll be late. Xiaoluai gave a coquettish snort. You're the CEO, how can you be late? She swayed her shapely hips as she walked up, making as if to take Ning Feng's arm. Oh, don't. Luai, stay away from me. I just want to hold your arm, Xiaoluai pouted. Lin Qingcheng, watching from behind, frowned slightly. What was wrong with Xiaoluai? Was she also trying to cling to Ning Feng? Lin Qingcheng stepped forward directly. Xiaoluai, this is my fiancé, mind your manners. Don't act like I'm not here. Xiaoluai gave a light snort. You haven't even gotten engaged yet, he's still single. And don't think I don't know. You're not going to get engaged. At these words, Lin Qingcheng's brow furrowed deeply. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuqiu was utterly shocked. She looked at Ning Feng. Ning Feng, is this true? Have you been waiting for me? She stepped forward gently. Ning Feng was terrified. Truly terrified. Lin Qingcheng also came up and hooked her arm through his. Bai Qiuqiu, don't listen to Xiao Lui's nonsense. We will get engaged, so please stop interfering. I'm not talking nonsense. Xiao Lui retorted with a huff. Bai Qiuqiu's face was full of affection. The 3 women swarmed around Ning Feng, and he felt his head was about to burst. Oh, all of you let go of me. Ning Feng was furious, his usual presidential demeanor completely gone. Inside, Zhong Xinting watched the scene with utter disdain. What a heartless playboy. A scumbag. Entangled with so many women. Ning Feng lined the 3 women up. Stand in a row. They obediently did so like soldiers at attention, yet still vying for attention. Bai Qiuqiu was gentle and serene. Lin Qingcheng was cold, elegant, and noble. Xiao Luai was playful and cute with fair skin and a full figure. Ning Feng's head was truly spinning. Tangled up with these 3, he wondered if he'd even leave behind any ashes. I'm so done. You're all Yi Chen's women, why do you keep pestering me? I just don't get it. I'm a scumbag. Why go through all this trouble for me? The 4 women present smiled inwardly. Ning Feng began his lecture. Starting with Qiuqiu, there's nothing more to say between us. We've broken up. Bai Qiuqiu's eyes reddened. But you clearly still like me. You came to protect me yesterday and stood up for me. Shut up. Let me finish first. Ning Feng glared, his tone cold and ruthless. Qiuqiu, you were my first love, it's true, and I've always remembered you. But we're in the past now. It's impossible. Truly impossible. And back then you left me without a word. You dumped me. Isn't it a little late to say all this now? I'm sorry, Bai Qiuqiu said, tears nearly falling. Oh my God, don't cry. How can I act tough like this? No, I have to hold on. I must see this coldness through to the end. Sorry isn't enough. That doesn't work on me. I'm telling you solemnly now, there's no future for us. Don't come bothering me anymore. Bai Qiuqiu was heartbroken. And then there's you, Xiao Lui. Why are you butting in? You've hated me since we were kids, so why are you clinging to me now? I'm telling you, stay away. I'm a scumbag and a degenerate. One day I might do something beastly, and you'll regret it. Xiao Lui said coquettishly, oh brother Ning Feng, I do welcome it. In her heart, she sneered, I'll have my fun with you. Ning Feng pointed at her, clutching his chest as it trembled. You. Forget it, I'm not going to argue with you. And Qingcheng, as for you, the engagement was your grandfather's unilateral decision. He'll sort it out soon, so don't bother me either. Alright, that's it. That should be harsh enough, right? If I lay it all out, you'll finally hate me, won't you? Ning Feng hadn't expected that just thinking that thought would break his resolve. Lin Qingcheng stood still, her beautiful eyes flickering. She called out Ning Feng. He looked at her. I've realized I've fallen for you. Lin Qingcheng's heart wasn't entirely settled yet, and she had some thoughts of tormenting Ning Feng. But then Xiao Lui chimed in, brother Ning Feng, I like you too. Bai Qiuqiu also said, Ning Feng, I still can't let go. I want to keep liking you. The world was collapsing. Ning Feng's head was about to explode. No, I didn't hear any of that. I heard nothing. I'm leaving. Hurry. Qingcheng. Ning Feng grabbed Yang Qingcheng and fled frantically, jumping into the car. Li Gang floored the accelerator, and with a whoosh they vanished. The 3 women were left standing in the wind. But in their hearts they all felt a sense of relief. Then they exchanged glances. Their gazes clashed with sparks. Ning Feng is mine, he's about to get engaged to me. Nonsense. He won't get engaged to you. Bai Qiuqiu shook her head slightly. Let's each rely on our own abilities. Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Lui snorted and went their separate ways. Once in the car, Lin Qingcheng's heart felt dim. Could she really compete with Bai Qiuqiu? No. Wait, had she truly fallen for Ning Feng? But he kept saying he wouldn't get engaged to her. Suddenly she felt a sense of loss and sadness. Was this what love felt like? After Bai Qiuqiu got into her car, she too felt a pang of loss. He clearly still liked her, so why did he have to say such hurtful things? In Yi Chen's residence, he had just ended a phone call with Tang Yiru. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Rui, prepare yourself. I'm about to show off my brilliance. Tang Yiru will soon arrange for an out-of-town businessman to call Lin Qingcheng and trick her into signing a contract, but it's actually a trap. When the time comes, he'll make a grand entrance, teach that businessman a lesson, and then casually dangle a bait in front of Lin Qingcheng. She will definitely change her mind and fall at my feet. The Lin family will be within my grasp. Qin Rui clasped her hands respectfully and said, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, young master." Then during the day, you'll go heal Yang Qingcheng's father. Yang Qingcheng will soon return to my palm, and the first step to controlling the Ning family will be complete. Finally tonight at Baikyukia's side. She should be arriving today, and there will be a welcome banquet. Someone will try to take advantage of her, and that will be the crucial moment for me to show off. Today I must win over these 3 women. Everything will return to the right track. My grand ambitions are about to begin. Your wisdom is unparalleled, young master. Yi Chun waved his hand helplessly. Forget it, go prepare a car. It's almost time to set off. Remember, be extremely low-key. So low-key that no one can detect my peerless grace. Only then can I show off with seamless flow and one smooth motion, reaching the pinnacle. Yi Chun didn't want to say another word. Staring at the dilapidated 18-hand Alto in front of him, he felt somewhat crushed. Oh well, low-key it is. Forget it, let's go. Just like this. Go drive the car. Qin Rui was taken aback. Young master, I don't know how to drive. Yi Chen's eyes widened, instantly turning red. If you don't know how to drive, how did you get it back? I hired a chauffeur. Where is the chauffeur? He left. Yi Chun froze, furious beyond words. Third senior sister, did you send this woman to torment me? Yi Chun got into the car irritably, slamming the door shut. The headlight fell off and dust covered the entire vehicle. Yi Chun pounded the steering wheel hard on the verge of tears. Qin Rui also got in, sitting in the passenger seat. Young master, why are you angry? Please be careful with your divine strength, or the steering wheel might break. Yi Chun had given up on talking to her. It took several attempts to start the engine. The Alto's cabin was cramped. He practically drove hunched over the steering wheel. Then with a clattering roar, the battered little car set off. 3 steps forward, shuddering all the way. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was also on his way back to the company. He felt as if he had survived a catastrophe. Reclining in his luxurious business car with Yang Qingcheng's soft thighs as his pillow and one hand draped over them, a blissful smile spread across his face. This was the life a villain like him deserved. Luxury cars and beautiful women. What kind of hell had that been back there? Thankfully, he had made it out alive. Had the little secretary is already hooked. He'll find an opportunity to take her. This is the life I deserve. He was immersed in the tender embrace while Yang Qingcheng smiled, gently stroking his forehead. See, only I, the little secretary, can have this man. None of you can. As Ning Feng indulged in his reverie, his hand began to wander. Yang Qingcheng's cheeks flushed with shyness. She lightly tapped his arm and shot him a reproachful glare. In a voice as faint as a mosquito's, she murmured, "President Ning, there are still people around." Ning Feng chuckled softly. Yang Qingcheng's body burned with heat. President Ning actually wanted to do it with her in the car. But soon Ning Feng had a change of heart. No, I have to deal with those women first. Yi Chen gave me 1 day, and tomorrow is the deadline. I must settle the engagement with Lin Qingcheng today. Xiao Luai isn't a big problem. That little girl is definitely doing this on purpose. As for Qiuqiu, our connection isn't very deep anyway. As long as we don't meet, there shouldn't be any major issues. So the top priority is still resolving the matter with Lin Qingcheng. Ning Feng sat up straight. Li Gang, turn around. Head to the Lin family mansion. Yes. Li Gang immediately made a U-turn and drove toward the Lin family mansion. Then with a slight smirk, he closed the curtain, separating the driver's cabin from the back. A devilish grin appeared on his face. You little vixen, now he can't hear us. Time for you to give me a little taste of sweetness. Yang Qingcheng blushed deeply, covering her chest with her hands. President Ning, you're so bad. But I love it. Ning Feng's breath grew ragged. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This was the life a villain deserved. No matter how skilled Yi Chun was at driving the rickety old cars, jolting was unbearable. His bones felt like they were coming apart, as if only the wheel hubs were spinning with no tires at all. Young master, hold on a little longer, we'll be there in half an hour. Yi Chun really didn't want to talk to this silly girl anymore. Half an hour? Do you think we can make it in an hour? And that's if the car doesn't fall apart on the way. Rui, you must use your head from now on. I want to be low-key, but this isn't low-key. This can't even be called low-key anymore. Qin Rui asked with a serious face. Is slow-witted, young master, what is this called? Yi Chen's chest was filled with a stifling anger. He roared, this is called being a fool. Yi Chen really didn't want to say anything more. Qin Rui felt a little wronged. She had only followed his instructions. She said innocently, is too stupid, please forgive me, young master. She looked like she was about to cry. Yi Chun waved his hand. Forget it, just learn from me from now on. We just don't have chemistry yet. It'll get better later. The young master is wise. Yi Chun, wise my foot. Turning his head, Yi Chun was stunned. A large truck had been in an accident and flipped over. There was an opening on top of the tanker, and some dirty yellowish-black liquid was already leaking out. Chen saw a big character for manure on the tanker. His hair stood on end, and he was completely freaked out. He floored the accelerator, even braking the pedal, but the car wouldn't move. Chen was devastated. No. He reached out a hand, as if to block the flood of filth, utterly despairing, his body stuck by the steering wheel. The manure water splashed over him, giving him a thorough, unwelcome bath. The car was also pushed over and rolled down the shoulder of the road. An accident like this wouldn't kill Chen, but the damage was minimal, while the humiliation was immense, immensely immense. Young master, are you alright? Chen kicked open the door, stood up stiffly, covered in dirt and manure water, along with scraps of paper, blue pills, and sanitary pads. Chen really cried. Mommy. Master. No. The classic tune, snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling, came from the broken radio of the old Alto. Young master, hurry up. A second wave of manure water came surging in. But it was too late. The splashes still got into his mouth. Once something is imported, it's hard to export. Chen stood there frozen for a long time. His spirit had suffered a devastating blow. He wailed loudly. He had faced so many deadly crises on Kunlun Mountain, but never cried. Today, he truly wept. A tough man's tears fell. He turned and jumped into the river. But the river water was only clean enough to wash off the residue from his body. He scrubbed frantically, almost creating sparks. He washed for a long time. Chen Rue was still calling out from above. Young master, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop it. Chen didn't want to respond to her. The tough man's tears were still falling, and his skin was almost rubbed raw. When he finally came up, he was silent. The dirt was washed away, but the stench couldn't be removed. The car was ruined. They had to take a taxi. But when they hailed one, the driver saw him, soaking wet and reeking, and drove off. No one would take them. Chen didn't want to talk anymore. He just walked on his own slowly, using his inner energy to dry himself now, like a walking septic tank. He was dejected. Since Chenzi started out, when have I ever suffered such a disgrace? Young master, Chen Rue called out tentatively. Shut up. Chen snapped. Hurry up and think of something, you want to walk there. Chen Rue had to quickly come up with a plan, but the cars on the road wouldn't pick them up. Soon he saw an old man driving a three-wheeled scooter. Young master, I've got it. Chen Rue jumped directly in front of the scooter, stopping the old man. Chen was in despair. Doesn't this girl have any brains? A three-wheeler. Forget it, whatever, his heart was tired, let things be as they may. Chen Rue haggled for a while, bought the scooter from the old man, and pushed it over. Young master. Done. With this divine vehicle, we won't be delayed. Chen didn't want to say anything. He just sat down directly on the back seat. Young master doesn't know how to drive it. Chen exploded. Where's your brain? Does this need learning? There's only one accelerator and one brake, just twist the handle and drive. Even if you have to learn now, learn it. Okay, Chen Rue said cautiously. She sat on it tentatively, turned the key, then twisted the throttle. All the way down. With a whoosh. It shot forward. Young master, I'm scared. Chen, not sitting steady, did a backward somersault and landed flat on his face. Chen Rue also crashed the scooter into a tree, flipping it over and blocking the road. With her good reflexes, she had already jumped off. Chen lay on the road, pounding it with his fists, the tough man broken. The expedition failed before it even began. Chen was stunned only to see Ning Feng appear like a gust of wind. Ning Feng took one look at Chen's outfit. Awesome. This was the true posture of a master descending the mountain, dressed as ordinary as could be. He was covered in cheap street goods, not even worth $100 in total. This was the main character's standard gear. Awesome. The protagonist is the protagonist. Ning Feng gave him a silent thumbs up. Li Gang directly said, President Ning, don't worry, it's this guy blocking the road again. This time he's even faking an accident. They'll teach him a lesson right away and send him packing. Chen sneered, waiting for him to make a move. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng glared, shut up. Get out of the way. Ning Feng looked at Chen and smiled. Master Yi, you are a man of great magnanimity. Don't bother with these brainless fools. Quick. Apologize to Master Yi. Li Gang had no choice but to reluctantly apologize. I'm sorry, Master Yi. Chen was instantly disarmed by Ning Feng's attitude. How could he still make a move? Why was it so hard to show off in front of Ning Feng? Ning Feng smiled and said, Master Yi, my subordinates don't know their place. How could a great figure like you fake an accident? I know you must have felt something and wanted to listen to the pulse of the earth. Well, take a detour. Ning Feng, enduring the stench of the latrine, said with an awkward smile. Master, yes, taste is indeed unique, but let me offer a small suggestion. This smell can only be borne by a great man like you. Us ordinary mortals can't quite handle it. I suggest you improve it a bit. Chen wanted to vomit blood, but he couldn't admit that he had really been bathed in and even swallowed manure water. Just then a news report came from the business car. Breaking news at 10 a.m. Today at the intersection of Ring Road and Tianbei Road, a traffic accident occurred. A septic tank truck overturned and a second-hand Alto was covered in manure. A man was bathed in the manure. No casualties reported so far. Citizens are advised to be cautious. Traffic is under control. Please take detours. The scene froze. Ning Feng didn't know what to say. Could it be that unlucky guy Yichun? He looked suspicious. Yichun absolutely couldn't let this get out. He gave an awkward chuckle. President Ning, can you believe there are people this unlucky? Ning Feng also chuckled, strategically stroking his chin, pinching it tightly to keep from laughing. A bit unlucky, but it's fine as long as no one's hurt. Just then Ning Qingcheng got out of the car. Brother Yichun. Yichun gazed at the alluring Ning Qingcheng, her figure accentuated by a tight pencil skirt and a snug blouse that hugged her curves. This was the woman he had set his sights on. Truly exquisite. Yichun chuckled. Qingcheng, how is your father? He'll come find you this afternoon to cure your father's illness. Ning Qingcheng politely declined, shaking her head. No need, brother Yichun. Yesterday, when my father's condition flared up, President Xiao of the Xiao Corporation diagnosed him and transferred him to their hospital. They'll fully treat him in a couple of days. Thank you for your kindness, brother Yichun. Yichun grew anxious. Qingcheng, I'm the only one in the world who can cure your father. She won't succeed. Ning Qingcheng shook her head again. Thank you, brother Yichun, but President Xiao can handle it. Ning Qingcheng was now determined to sever ties with Yichun to remain loyal to President Ning. She swore she would never associate with Yichun again, as his motives were impure. He sought to possess her and then use her to harm President Ning. Would she ever do such a thing? She was now President Ning's woman. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yichun's face darkened. Meanwhile, Qin Rui approached from a distance. Ning Feng's heart jolted. Why is Qin Rui showing up now? Unbelievable. Another one of Yichun's harem, and it's endless. Qin Rui erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Take this. She moved to strike. Ning Feng was terrified but not entirely panicked. He still had his Grandmaster trial card and the indestructible Diamond Divine Art trial card. Miss, I didn't say anything. To kill me over nothing. That's unreasonable, isn't it? Yichun stepped in, glaring at her. Qin Rui withdrew her hand. They couldn't kill Ning Feng yet. Ning Feng forced a smile. Master Yi, I won't keep you. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Ning Feng backed away respectfully. Yet inwardly he observed Qin Rui. What a pity. This foolish girl will soon become his tool for gratification. Such a waste of a natural cultivator. Qin Rui was stunned. She might be a bit dull, but she wasn't stupid. She had indeed heard Ning Feng's voice. But his lips hadn't moved. What was this? Were these his inner thoughts? She couldn't fathom it, and decided not to mention it to her master for now, lest he call her foolish again. Ning Feng dared not turn his back on them. He retreated to the car. Li Gang started the engine, and they drove off, taking a slight detour. Yichun watched them leave, sighing inwardly. Why couldn't he ever pull off his grandstanding with this guy? He never got the chance. And Ning Qingcheng, how ungrateful. He had practically begged to cure her father, and she refused. What was she? Never mind. She was just a woman with little connection to him. The others were far more important. First, the main business. Where's the car? When Qin Rui pushed the vehicle over, Yichun's eyelids twitched. The front wheel was crooked. No choice but to get in, head drive this time. The car wobbled and swerved as they set off. He needed to find a place to freshen up. After they left, Ning Feng felt as if a huge weight had been lifted. Damn, that scared me. I almost got killed. I must never provoke him, or he'll die. Li Gang looked puzzled. President Ning isn't that an overreaction. He's just some kid. Remember this. If you ever disrespect him again, he'll fire you. Ning Feng snapped. Li Gang nodded weakly. I understand. Ning Feng embraced Ning Qingcheng again. Thinking of Yichun being drenched by a sewage truck, he burst out laughing. It's killing me. The great protagonist washed down by a sewage truck. That's the funniest thing ever. Ning Qingcheng laughed too, her jade hand beginning to wander. Ning Feng went with the flow. It turned into a passionate scene, clothes nearly stripped away. They only stopped when they reached the Lin family mansion. Straightening their attire. Wait for me outside. Yes, President Ning. Moi. Ning Qingcheng shot him a seductive glance and blew a kiss. Ning Feng shivered, got out of the car, and headed straight for the Lin residence. Oh, Xiao Feng is here. Lin Batian spotted him immediately. Ning Feng was now their prized son-in-law. Lin Batian and his wife greeted him warmly. The eldest and third sons were absent from the mansion, only the couple stayed to look after the old man. Ning Feng smiled. Uncle Lin, Auntie, I've come to see Grandpa Lin. I have something to discuss with him. Oh, the old man is sunbathing in the back courtyard. Go on in. He'll wait here for Qingcheng. Ning Feng was taken aback. What? Qingcheng is coming back. Lin Batian nodded. She said a foreign investor wants to collaborate with us, offering $5 billion to work on a project together. The investor specifically asked to meet us. Since she's still young, we arranged it here. They'll come over soon to discuss it. They've been in contact for a while, and after seeing us they plan to sign the contract. Hearing this, Ning Feng's heart sank. Damn it. So that's why he ran into Yichun on the road. He was waiting for me. Damn. This is deadly. No, he had to talk to the old man and leave quickly. Ning Feng asked, Uncle Lin, how long until Qingcheng returns? Lin Batian thought for a moment. About 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That was enough. Okay, good. Ning Feng headed straight to the back courtyard. He saw the old man reclining in a chair. The elder was radiant with health capable of running the Lin Corporation for a few more years. But since he had already delegated power to Lin Qingcheng, he wouldn't reclaim it. He wanted Qingcheng and Ning Feng to unite and expand the Lin family's influence. Yet Ning Feng knew that saving the old man had cost Yi Chen dearly. He couldn't recover to the transcendent realm anytime soon. This was supposed to be Yi Chen's grand scheme, but he hadn't anticipated that old man Lin and Qingcheng would change their minds and turn against him. He had lost both his investment and his ally. Grandpa Lin, Ning Feng called softly. The old man opened his eyes and saw him. Oh, Xiao Feng is here. Come sit. What brings you to see an old man like me today? Ning Feng smiled. I came because I care about you. Seeing you so well makes me happy too. He sat down on another chair to bask in the sun. I knew you were a good-hearted lad, always thoughtful toward your elders. I didn't spoil you for nothing when you were young. I know very well that your wild ways started after the college entrance exam when you broke up with that girl. I understand your true nature. The old man's words made Ning Feng feel a bit embarrassed. They chatted for a while, but the crucial matter still needed to be addressed. Grandpa Lin, there's actually something else. Old man Lin chuckled. Go ahead, don't be shy. Ning Feng said hesitantly. Maybe we should call off the engagement with Qingcheng. Old man Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Why? Observing the astonished expression on old Master Lin's face, Ning Feng found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly began to explain. Grandpa Lin, you know that Qingcheng has always detested me. For the past 3 years, she has wished for my disappearance, enduring the torment of my presence. I do not wish for her to continue living in such agony. She will find someone better. Do not worry about the Lin Corporation, it will recover soon and Qingcheng will meet her benefactor. If you are still concerned, Grandpa Lin, I assure you that even without a benefactor, the Ning Corporation will support the Lin Corporation. It will never fall. However, it is best to dissolve the engagement, for her sake and for mine. Ning Feng was unaware that Lin Qingcheng had already arrived at the doorway, silently listening. Old Master Lin paused for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. I understand. You still care for Qingcheng, but you do not want her to suffer, correct? Ning Feng's heart was filled with bitterness. I do care, but I dare not. Yi Chen only gave me 3 days, won't he strike me down? If I hinder Qingcheng from groveling at his feet, he will surely crush me. Hearing these inner thoughts, Lin Qingcheng seethed with anger. This damn Ning Feng, even now his mind was filled with such nonsense. Ning Feng forced a bitter smile. I once loved Qingcheng, but now I cannot. Old Master Lin chuckled again. Why? Is it because Miss Bai has returned? Ning Feng grinned inwardly. Perfect. He'll say I love Bai Qiuqiu here, and tell Bai Qiuqiu I love Qingcheng. Both sides handled. How delightful. Ning Feng nodded, his face brimming with feigned affection. You could say that. I have never been able to let her go. Behind him, Lin Qingcheng snorted coldly. Had she not heard his true thoughts, she might have believed his lies. I confessed my feelings to you, yet you still act this way. Fine. You want to leave me? I will not let you have your way. I tell you I will cling to you. If you do not marry me, you will marry no one else. The old man fell silent for a moment. He sighed. Alas, I can agree to this. Hearing this, Ning Feng jumped up in excitement. Really? Thank you, Grandpa Lin. Thank you. Seeing Ning Feng's joyful demeanor, Lin Qingcheng felt a surge of profound sorrow. Why? He had loved me for 3 years, yet now he retreats. Why? Is it because of Yi Chen? Were these 3 years all a lie? The happier Ning Feng became, the more lost and heartbroken she felt. Ahem, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. Ning Feng smiled. Please go ahead. This is perfect. Once the engagement is dissolved, it'll be temporarily safe from danger. Unexpectedly simple. The old man said, though I agree you must still discuss this with Qingcheng. If she consents, the engagement will be dissolved. Ning Feng chuckled. Alright, I'll talk to her. She will agree. Just then a voice tinged with anger echoed from behind. I do not agree. Abandon that thought. The engagement must proceed. In that instant, Ning Feng spun around, staring at her in disbelief. Damn, when did she return? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 minutes? It's only been 3 or 5. Ning Feng forced an awkward smile. Qingcheng, you're back. Well, your grandfather has agreed. I think it's best to call it off. Lin Qingcheng's eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Oh dear lady, please don't cry. I can't stand seeing you cry. Qingcheng, don't cry. Isn't this good for you? Lin Qingcheng, usually regal, now appeared fragile, sorrowful, and pitiable. Do you despise me so much now? Are you so eager to distance yourself? Have you considered my feelings? Was your affection for me these past 3 years all a lie? Tears streamed down Lin Qingcheng's face. Ning Feng's heart ached. I'm sorry. I have no choice. I don't want this either. Fate is cruel. Lin Qingcheng sniffled coldly, her voice choked with tears. You ran away, then immediately came to my grandfather to cancel the engagement. Where does that leave me? I tell you, Ning Feng, the die is cast. All of Jiangning knows about our engagement. You cannot change this. I don't care if you love me or not. It no longer matters. You decide when to engage and when to cancel. What do you take me for? Am I one of those women you summon and dismiss at will? I tell you in this life you have no choice but to marry me. Love me or not, you have tormented me for 3 years. Now I will torment you for a lifetime. Grandpa, ignore him. He must be your grandson-in-law. If he doesn't show up for the engagement, they'll have him dragged here. The engagement date is set for the 10th of next month. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. Lady, what are you doing? What is wrong with this world? How can a scumbag villain like me be so adored by the heroine? Qingcheng, listen to me. We cannot get engaged. I will die. Lin Qingcheng was already walking away. Even if you die, I will remain a widow and swear never to remarry. She strode away with regal defiance, wiping her tears. Ning Feng's head felt like it would explode. He felt doomed. Qingcheng. The old man watched with a knowing smile. Young man trying to outwit me. You're still green. You'll always be outmatched. Chasing after her, Ning Feng noticed 2 strangers in the hall being entertained by Lin Batian and his wife. A servant was about to summon Lin Qingcheng. Seeing her emerge, everyone was startled. Lin Batian was alarmed. What's wrong, Qingcheng? Why are you crying? Lin's mother hurried over. Ning Feng's scalp crawled with frustration. What a mess this was. But Lin Qingcheng suddenly smiled. It's nothing, Mom and Dad. Brother Ning Feng just proposed to me. I'm so happy. We're planning to get engaged on the 10th of next month. Thud. Ning Feng's mind exploded. Are you a demon? When did I propose? Uncle Lin, don't listen to her. That's not what happened. But Lin Qingcheng whirled around, her eyes boring into him like a wife scolding her husband. Ning Feng immediately fell silent. Lin Batian and his wife chuckled. Men can be shy about these things. No need to be embarrassed. We're all family now. Ning Feng forced a smile, glancing at Lin Qingcheng's expression. Damn it. They'll figure something out later. This place is too hot for me. Once they fall into these foreign businessmen's trap, Chen will come to the rescue. Maybe Qingcheng will change her mind then. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng was startled. A trap by the foreign businessmen. Chen to the rescue. What was going on? There was something fishy here. But she had met these 2 before, inspected them thoroughly. Everything seemed fine. What was this all about? Ning Feng gave a hollow laugh. Well, Uncle Lin, Annie, I need to get going. I have matters at the company. Stop. Lin Qingcheng commanded directly. Ning Feng felt like crying. Ning Feng was intimidated by Lin Qingcheng, as if he had a guilty conscience. Forget it, he'll just wait for her to finish reading the contract, then he'll leave after entertaining them. This is a scam. As long as she doesn't sign the contract, Chen will surely make a move soon. I just need to keep my mouth shut. Lin Qingcheng let out a soft snort inwardly. Can I handle you? Then Lin Qingcheng and her group began conversing with the 2 foreign businessmen. They chatted for a while, and then the other party produced the contract. Lin Qingcheng and Lin Batian reviewed it page by page. Lin Batian grew more excited the more he read. Once this project was finalized, the Lin family would rake in another huge profit. Good. Excellent. Lin Batian exclaimed excitedly. The 2 foreign businessmen gradually felt at ease as long as everything proceeded smoothly. Lin Qingcheng also nodded slightly. She picked up the contract and handed it to Ning Feng. Brother Ning Feng, please take a look as well. See if it's acceptable. If it is, well, sign it. Seeing the hopeful expression on Lin Qingcheng's face, Ning Feng reluctantly took the contract. He understood nothing of it. Lin Qingcheng didn't set down her pen, but picked it up to read again. In the end, she signed it. Ning Feng breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a pang of reluctance. This way, Lin Qingcheng had fallen into their trap. The 2 wealthy businessmen were also relieved. They didn't bother to scrutinize the signature on the contract, cheerfully putting away their copies. President Lin, let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. They shook hands with joy. Lin Qingcheng smiled faintly. Pleasant cooperation. President Lin, we won't disturb you any further. We need to prepare for the follow-up matters. We'll contact you by phone and get the project moving right away. Lin Qingcheng nodded with a smile. All right. Take care. Lin Batian excitedly saw them off. After they left, he burst into laughter. The Lin family is destined to rise. With this project, we'll steadily climb back to our former heights. Ning Feng smiled. Go ahead and revel. Soon you'll be suffering. Soon you'll cling to Chen's leg, pouring him tea and groveling. What a pity for my Qingcheng. Damn it, I have to make a painful choice. Survival is more important. I need to leave quickly. Chen must be getting impatient waiting outside. Lin Qingcheng sneered inwardly. This dead man. Just wait, he'll torment you later. Ning Feng said. Uncle Lin, since the contract is signed, I'll take my leave now. There are matters at the company to handle. But Lin Qingcheng stood up, darted to Ning Feng's side, and wrapped her arm around his. Brother Ning Feng, don't be in such a hurry. Stay with me a little longer. Lin Batian and Lin's mother looked away embarrassed. Their daughter had grown up, and it was good. By aligning with Ning Feng, the Lin family would only prosper. Ning Feng's scalp tingled. No, I must go. I really must go. My mom called me home for dinner. Second master, a man calling himself Chen, seeks an audience. He claims he once treated the old master and brings news that could save the Lin family 50 billion. Lin Batian was startled. Quick, show him in. Hearing this, Ning Feng bristled. Where's the back door? Lin Qingcheng glared at him. Stay put. If you dare run, I'll tell Yi Chen you proposed to me. Ning Feng was stunned. Then he'll go to the bathroom. That's fine, right? I have a stomachache. I need to go. Lin Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him. Ning Feng fled and burst into the restroom. Lin Qingcheng watched his panicked retreat. She smiled a smile that could topple cities. Finally, I found your weak spot. Just wait. They'll have plenty of time to deal with you. Hiding in the bathroom, Ning Feng's heart pounded. This was terrifying. But something felt off. In the villain aren't I? What's gotten into me lately? Why am I in such a mess? Even if I fear Yi Chen, I shouldn't be like this. It's all those women. They flock to him like mad. They'll just bear with it for now. Soon Yi Chen's pompous figure appeared in the hall. He had washed up, getting rid of the stench of feces. Master Yi, please come in. My apologies for the neglect. Lin Batian said warmly. He held him in high regard. If not for him, saving the old man, who knows if his daughter could still be the president. A smile played on Yi Chen's face as he saw Lin Qingcheng. The woman I've set my sights on is truly breathtakingly beautiful. Those radiant long legs flawless. Hardly anyone could compare. Perhaps only the senior sister could match her. Yi Chen smiled. Qingcheng. Lin Qingcheng nodded politely. Master Yi. Qingcheng, just call me Yi Chen. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. He'll stick with Master Yi. Yi Chen didn't insist. After today, Lin Qingcheng would surely kneel at his feet. Lin Batian said with a smile. I hear Master Yi brings news that could save my Lin family 50 billion. Yi Chen crossed his legs, adopting the air of a master. Inwardly, he rejoiced. The moment to show off had come. Step aside, I'm about to shine. Uncle Lin, you've been too careless. Lin Batian was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Yi Chen sighed and said, Uncle Lin, both you and Qingcheng have been too careless. Lin Qingcheng sneered, inwardly thinking, let's see how you keep up this act. What a petty man. If I'm not mistaken, the two who just left your Lin residence must have signed a cooperation contract with you. The Lin family invested as much as 5 billion. Lin Batian's heart jolted. How does Master Yi know that? This is our business secret. Yi Chen shook his head with a sigh. Uncle Lin, don't worry. They'll explain. I've been keeping an eye on those two for a while. I saw them approach Qingcheng, so I stayed vigilant, not wanting her to fall into trouble. I investigated them and discovered they are problematic. Their project is flawed. They're waiting for you to fund them, then they'll abscond with the money. The Lin family's 5 billion funds will be lost, plunging you into an unprecedented crisis. Upon hearing this, Lin Batian froze on the spot, his heart trembling with panic. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I reviewed the contract, and there's nothing wrong. Lin Qingcheng feigned shock. Really? Master, you don't deceive us. Yet, deep down, she loathed Yi Chen to the core, thinking his acting was truly impeccable. Better than Ning Feng's. Yi Chen sighed. There's no mistake. You can check the contract now. I used a little trick to eavesdrop on their conversation. The land you intend to buy is problematic. That land belongs to their group. Once you transfer the funds, they'll instantly siphon them away, and the land will be frozen due to unpaid balances. Even if you now know this and try to breach the contract, you'll face a hefty penalty. It's too late to turn back, Uncle Lin. They're not afraid of you refusing to pay. They'll freeze the Lin family's assets, leaving your cash flow immobilized. The Lin family is in danger. As he spoke, a memory flashed in Lin Batian's mind. He had indeed seen that clause, but hadn't paid much attention. Quick! The contract. Lin Batian urgently demanded the contract from Lin's mother. Once it was brought, he frantically flipped through it. Sure enough, he found the clause, a penalty of 20% of the total investment for breach of contract. That's 20% of 10 billion, 2 billion. He grabbed Yi Chen's hand and asked, Master Yi, are you absolutely certain? Yi Chen nodded. Absolutely. I heard it clearly, though I didn't record it. Lin Batian collapsed onto the sofa, utterly dejected, muttering, It's over, all over. The Lin family is finished. Panic-stricken, he cried, Who can save our Lin family? Yi Chen swelled with pride, thinking, I can. Look at me. The moment for my grand display has come. Right? Ning Feng. Ning Feng. Qingcheng, call Ning Feng out. Only he can save the Lin family. Lin Batian panicked. Yi Chen was taken aback. Ning Feng is here too. A servant had already gone to summon him. Young Master Ning. Yi Chen's heart raced. No, I can't let that scoundrel Ning Feng steal my moment. He waved his hand grandly. Uncle Lin, don't panic. Forget Ning Feng. I can solve this with ease. Lin Batian was stunned. Master, you can save us. Yi Chen nodded arrogantly. Watching his pretentious act, Lin Qingcheng felt nauseated. Bastard. First you trap the Lin family, then you play the savior. Do you think he'll give you that chance? Lin Batian clung to him like a lifeline. Please, Master, Yi, save the Lin family. We will be eternally grateful. Yi Chen smiled calmly. Uncle, don't worry. For Qingcheng Sake, he'll do this without hesitation. I've been tracking those two all along, but I encountered an unexpected delay on the way which allowed you to sign the contract. However, when I arrived, I already had my men watching them. They'll be captured soon. Once we tear up the contract, everything will be resolved. Hearing this, Lin Batian saw a glimmer of hope, his eyes reddening. Good, good. Master Yi, you are truly our family's savior. Yi Chen declared boldly. Don't worry, you'll call my men now to bring them back. Lin Batian said excitedly. Yes, call them now. Master Yi, if my daughter weren't already engaged, I would greatly admire a young talent like you. Yi Chen chuckled. Engagements can be broken, uncle. You know my feelings for Qingcheng. I have skills but no place to use them. Lin Batian hesitated. Yi Chen smiled again. Let's not dwell on that. First I'll have those scoundrels captured so you don't think I'm trying to extort you. My devotion to Qingcheng is pure and true, witnessed by heaven and earth. He thought, Qingcheng, aren't you moved? You'll soon fall at my feet. Huh. Join my harem. From now on we'll soar to glory and revel night after night, building our own business empire. Lin Qingcheng felt like vomiting. Ning Feng, who had already stepped out, hid behind the door, also on the verge of throwing up. You fool, save your breath. No one's heart is blacker than yours. Just as he was about to make the call, Lin Qingcheng spoke up. Master Yi, no need. Even if those two are gone, it's fine. The Lin family won't collapse. At her words, the room fell silent. Qingcheng, what are you saying? We can't delay any longer, or they'll escape. Lin Batian said anxiously. Lin Qingcheng smiled. I saw the problem long ago. Look at my signature. Lin Batian quickly flipped the contract to examine it. It wasn't Lin Qingcheng at all. It read, I refuse. Everyone was utterly stunned, including Ning Feng. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. After all that talk, I've made a fool. Ning Feng barely held back his laughter, almost bursting out loud. This guy was quite a character. Had he not bothered to confirm with those two idiots before trying to show off? Ning Feng never expected that Lin Qingcheng, though pretending to sign, had not written her own name, but instead penned I refuse. Ning Feng nearly choked on his amusement, his lips twitching uncontrollably. How had Lin Qingcheng seen through the trick? But now was not the time to ponder that. Blame those two fools for being so flustered, desperate for Lin Qingcheng to sign quickly. They had only glanced at it and failed to notice it wasn't her signature. When these people signed, they always scribbled like chicken scratch. If you didn't look closely, they all seemed the same. Ning Feng had nothing more to say. No wonder she was the woman he admired. Oh, when sharpness was needed, she was truly sharp. This time Yi Chen would be furious. At that moment, Yi Chen's face was as ugly as it could get, yet he had to force himself to hold back. He couldn't let any cracks show. He merely smiled, awkwardly cursing those two idiots in his heart, while outwardly praising Lin Qingcheng. His attempt to show off had failed, and he felt utterly stifled. Why was today so unlucky? He had been dragged around all day, hit by a manure truck in the morning, overturned by a three-wheeled cart, rejected when trying to heal Yang Qingcheng's father, and now his showing off here had failed again. His mind was full of question marks. He couldn't understand. As the destined protagonist, why did he keep failing to show off? Yi Chen forced a smile and said, Qingcheng lives up to her name, truly sharpied. Avoiding such a loss, I underestimated you. Lin Batian was ecstatic. Qingcheng, you are truly my good daughter. I can't imagine how your uncle and third uncle would have targeted us if this had gone through. We might have lost all control. Lin Qingcheng sighed inwardly. Her father's greatest concern remained control. She looked at Yi Chen. Master Yi, sorry for making you come all this way for nothing, and thank you for your concern. Brother Ning Feng, it's time to go to the company. She had already heard Ning Feng's inner thoughts. Ning Feng finally walked out nervously. Oh. Haha, I'll go by myself, no need to go together. But Lin Qingcheng glared at him. Yi Chen's gaze also fell on Ning Feng. He was here. Could it be because of him? Every time he wanted to show off, when Ning Feng was around he failed. When he wasn't, he succeeded easily. It seemed it was because of him. At this thought, anger surged in Yi Chen's heart. He stared at Ning Feng with dark eyes. This bastard was the one hindering his showing off. Ning Feng noticed his gaze and felt the chill. He put on a pained expression. Brother, you're not blaming me, are you? I didn't get in your way. You forced it and made a fool of yourself. What's it got to do with me? I need to get out of here fast. This place is dangerous. Yi Chen slightly eased his resentment. Wait, I have more to say. He waved his hand grandly, ready to start showing off again. He refused to believe he couldn't succeed just once. Lin Batian and Lin Qingcheng both looked at him. Ning Feng, however, gazed at the sky and ground, avoiding Yi Chen. Lin Batian asked Master Yi, what else would you like to say? Yi Chen squeezed out a faint smile. Uncle Lin, stopping this was just one of my goals today. Since Qingcheng has already prevented it, there's nothing more to say. It's a cause for celebration. I have another matter, a huge windfall for the Lin family. Whether you can seize it depends on the Lin Corporation's vision. At these words, both Lin Batian and Lin Qingcheng grew curious. Ning Feng thought to himself, he's about to start showing off again. This time he'll probably succeed. Getting back on track is fine too. Lin Batian asked in amazement, Master Yi, what windfall? Yi Chen smiled arrogantly, then fixed his gaze on Ning Feng. Uncle Lin, with him here it's hard to speak freely. If he secretly snatches it away, we'll lose big. Ning Feng chuckled. Alright, I'll leave first. You talk. Thank heavens, finally something normal. I've been wanting to leave. But Lin Qingcheng spoke up. He doesn't need to leave. I trust him. At a time like this, he won't harm the Lin family. He wouldn't stoop to such petty gains. Ning Feng smiled awkwardly. Maybe I should go after all it involves business secrets. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. No need to leave. Stay and listen and help with your opinion. She actually wanted to hear Ning Feng's inner thoughts to judge the truth. He could foresee things. Lin Batian also said, fine, I still trust Xiao Feng. Master, no problem. Yi Chen's expression darkened. He couldn't even get rid of a villain. Annoying. He looked at Ning Feng and said sinisterly, President Ning won't secretly sabotage us, will he? That was a blatant threat. Ning Feng smiled. Absolutely not. I wouldn't dare. I know your skills will master Yi. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. Ning Feng thought, he'll let you show off this time. I won't interfere. As a villain, I might even help boost your act. Raise an objection to heighten the drama. That's good enough, right? Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. He dared not cross me. If he did, I'd break his leg. This was the result his third senior sister had spent a great price to calculate. It couldn't go wrong. Yi Chen began solemnly. Uncle Lin Qingcheng, have you heard any news recently? Jiangning is planning to build a large tourist attraction to cope with the wave of online celebrity tourism. The estimated investment is over 50 billion. At these words, both Lin Batian and Lin Qingcheng nodded slightly. They had indeed heard this news. Lin Batian probed, what does Master Yi have inside information? Yi Chen crossed his legs, his show-off aura rising again. Ning Feng thought, I feel like giving you a thumbs up. This king of showing off is awesome. You know the plan site will make money for the Lin family. It's your ticket into the Lin family. Soon Lin Batian will offer you the vice president position. Lin Qingcheng was shocked. Ning Feng knew that Yi Chen knew the plan site. That was incredible. That Yi Chen knew the site was already terrifying. Ning Feng knowing it at an even higher level was more terrifying. Yi Chen looked at Lin Batian and smiled. Uncle Lin, please bring a map of Jiangning. Lin Batian quickly had Lin's mother fetch one. Yi Chen said, it took all my strength to find out the location of the plan site. But for Qingcheng and the Lin family, it's all worth it. Ugh, again with the sentimental act. I really want to slap you. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng burst out laughing. Everyone looked at her. Yi Chen was excited. Had Qingcheng finally been moved by him? Qingcheng, this is what I should do. For you I would give everything. Lin Qingcheng also felt like vomiting. After Yi Chen spread out the map, Lin Batian grew somewhat excited. Master Yi, are you absolutely certain the information you obtained is reliable? Even Lin Batian, however dense, could grasp the significance of such intelligence. Yi Chen nodded. It's absolutely true. If anything goes wrong, I will compensate the Lin family for all losses. Lin Batian was profoundly shocked, yet he was still willing to trust Yi Chen. How could a man who had pulled the old master back from the jaws of death be ordinary? Lin Batian exclaimed excitedly. Qingcheng's mother, go quickly and invite father over. This matter requires his discerning eye. Qingcheng's mother hurried to the backyard to fetch the old master. Before long, the old master strode over, vigorous and spirited. Master Yi. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Grandpa Lin, it's me. Master Yi honors us with your presence, yet this old man was asleep. And you all, why didn't you wake me? The old master chided them a couple of times. Yi Chen chuckled. No matter, Grandpa Lin. It's good to see you in good health. Your recovery seems excellent. I must thank Master Yi again. Otherwise this old man would now be nothing but a jar of ashes. Yi Chen smiled. I heard from the second daughter-in-law that Master Yi has obtained inside information about the government's plans for a tourist attraction. Yi Chen nodded. Indeed. It's absolutely true. Old Master Lin grew slightly excited. This could be the Lin family's chance for a comeback. Master Yi, please elaborate. Yi Chen began unhurriedly this piece. They discussed it for a long time. Lin Batian was overjoyed. The Lin family was about to turn things around. The old master glanced at him, his heart seething with anger. How had he fathered 3 such worthless sons? Only his granddaughter gave him some satisfaction. A faint smile lingered on Yi Chen's face. Lin Qingcheng, the Lin family. Surely now you'll be grateful to me, won't you? I've handed you such a windfall, one that others would kill for. Lin Qingcheng, fall at my feet. My great blade is already thirsting. I refuse to believe that a man of destiny like me putting in such effort won't move you, won't earn your admiration. The old master, however, smiled softly and turned to Lin Qingcheng and Ning Feng. Qingcheng, Xiaofeng, what do you think? His gaze lingered mostly on Ning Feng. The old master naturally knew this was a good project, but he felt it wasn't good enough. Their Lin family was now in a precarious state, and such an allure-nothing gamble still carried risks. As a wily old fox in the business world, he always thought one step further than others. So at this moment, he hoped Ning Feng would join the game. Having the Lin family enter with Ning Feng as a safety net was the best course. He had courted my granddaughter. Surely he couldn't avoid putting up money. Once the project started, how could the Ning family refuse to help the Lin family cover the costs? That would be the best outcome for the Lin family. Following that sly fox Ning Feng, the Lin family could make steady profits. That would be a brilliant victory. Lin Qingcheng nodded slightly. Regardless, the project itself is sound and the operational approach is flawless, essentially the best choice. Of course, the premise is that the planned land doesn't run into issues. That's the top priority. Yi Chen guaranteed, no problem at all. If something goes wrong, he'll bear the Lin family's losses. Lin Qingcheng smiled. Master Yi, can you really afford such losses? Yi Chen laughed heartily. Qingcheng, that's because you don't know me yet. In time you'll understand. My power far exceeds your imagination. Ning Feng sighed inwardly. Qingcheng, you really shouldn't doubt him. His second senior sister controls a trillion-dollar enterprise renowned throughout Huaxia. Tens of billions are nothing to him. Lin Qingcheng squinted slightly. So he knew Yi Chen that well. She was also amazed by the power behind Yi Chen. A trillion-dollar enterprise. Lin Qingcheng smiled if it had nothing to do with her. She was not a woman who would sell herself for gain. Lin Qingcheng turned to Ning Feng with a bright smile. But I still want to hear Ning Feng's advice. Instantly, everyone's eyes were on him. Noticing Yi Chen's icy glare, Ning Feng swallowed hard. Oh, the project is fine. Master Yi's proposal is excellent. It's sure to make a fortune. I wholeheartedly agree. Yi Chen smiled faintly. It seems President Ning agrees as well. Ning Feng chuckled. Now the key is that Yi Chen needs to show off and I have to help him. Brother, don't say I didn't support you. You must understand me. Brotherhood is in the heart. As long as you don't kill me in the future, everything is worth it. Lin Qingcheng narrowed her eyes slightly. This damned man was truly infuriating. All those sly thoughts in his head. Even at a time like this, he had to mess around. Ning Feng laughed. Master Yi truly stands out among men like a red rabbit among horses. His insights on commerce are exceptionally mature. Truly a king of. Yi Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Ning Feng was terrified. He made a sharp turn. More than a king. Well said. This is definitely a huge opportunity. With this, the Lin family will surely rise again. Keep it up. Everyone nodded with smiles, and Yi Chen also nodded. This guy hadn't tripped him up after all. Yi Chen began to show off. President Ning, you seem uninterested. Not at all. I won't interfere. I'll leave it to the Lin family. I'm just a spectator. Yi Chen sneered. Could it be that President Ning intends to take on the reviled old city renovation? Yi Chen's face was full of cold mockery. Ning Feng's eyes lit up. Old city renovation. Holy crap. What a perfect place to squander money. Ning Feng was ecstatic. Ning Feng sighed and said, indeed, I plan to do some good for my hometown. My next step is indeed to carry out the renovation. Yi Chen struggled to suppress his laughter. President Ning, I never expected you to be such a great philanthropist. You are truly a great man. You are burning yourself to illuminate everyone. That godforsaken place will cost you at least 50 billion. When you invest that 50 billion, it will boost the people's livelihood, giving them money to spend at our scenic spot, allowing us to rake in so much profit. You are a great man. Please accept my bow. Yi Chen clasped his hands together and was about to bow to Ning Feng. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with sneering contempt. Ning Feng dared not accept it. Please don't, Master Yi. I can't accept this. Ning Feng quickly held him back. Ning Feng didn't mind being seen as a fool. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at them for not seeing through. Lin Qingcheng shot a deep glance at Ning Feng. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. This guy was going to do something charitable. Where was that profit-driven scoundrel who only cared about money? She was utterly shocked, unable to believe any of this. And what was on his mind? It seemed so mysterious. The old master also asked Xiao Feng, are you serious? Ning Feng grinned. Of course I'm serious. Grandpa Lin, who else but me could take on a project that benefits the common people? The old master narrowed his eyes, a flicker of doubt passing through his wise-aged gaze. He truly couldn't understand this young man anymore. This kid was definitely not like this. He was a master at business, having fully inherited his father's talent. There was no way he could be such a great philanthropist. Even a fool could see that the old city renovation project was a bottomless pit that would only lead to total loss. This project had been stalled for 3 years. During that time, the government had brought in outside real estate developers, but as soon as the project started, people fled at the first sign of trouble. It was far too complicated. Not something an ordinary person could meddle in. Now the government was at its wits' end, with no one daring to touch this project. The 5 major families of Jiangning all avoided it like the plague. Now Ning Feng was saying he wanted to take it on. It was probably just a show. He must have sensed something and didn't want to get entangled with the Lin family. He likely just didn't want to put up the money. If he wanted to profit, he would probably try to do it all alone. Ning Feng laughed heartily in his heart. Yi Chen smiled. I never knew President Ning had such a philanthropic heart. I can only wish you good luck here. Don't lose your shirt. Ning Feng chuckled. Don't worry, it won't come to that. You guys have fun. I'm out. Yi Chen turned to look at Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Lin, this project is definitely doable, and we must act fast. Time is not on our side. Grandpa Lin nodded. He felt a pang of regret. That brat Ning Feng had dropped the ball at a critical moment. This meant Yi Chen's contribution was too significant, and he would have to promise him something. It seemed he would need to suppress Ning Feng's engagement to Qingcheng and give him a warning. Had Ning Feng come to break off the engagement today because he foresaw this? Grandpa Lin said, Master Yi has brought us such good news. There's no reason for us to refuse. So I'll make a decision here. I appoint Master Yi as the executive vice president of the Lin family. Work together with Qingcheng to secure this land, and then handle the negotiations with the government. You two will be fully responsible for this matter. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. This was the first step to success. Soon the Lin family would also become his possession. Thank you, Grandpa Lin, Yi Chen said with a smile. Good. Perfect. This way Yi Chen has finally set foot in the Lin family. Everything is back on track, and I can finally get out of here. Yi Chen said with a chuckle. Qingcheng, I hope you'll be more understanding from now on. Sorry I have no feelings for you. Don't waste your thoughts on me. Between us, there's only work. Yi Chen's face darkened. Qingcheng, don't you remember me? Lin Qingcheng shook her head. I don't remember. My only dream now is to marry brother Ning Feng, bear his children, and have a complete family. Ning Feng was instantly stunned. What the hell? Yi Chen froze on the spot. His eyes fixed fiercely on Ning Feng. Damn it, this guy needed to be taught a lesson. Lin Qingcheng was now bewitched, utterly devoted to a scumbag. What had gotten into her? Had she suddenly become love-struck? Damn it. No way. He would find a chance to cripple Ning Feng, make him forever unable to be a man. Problem solved. Yi Chen's heart seethed with murderous intent. Lin Qingcheng looked stubbornly at Ning Feng and asked, Brother Ning Feng, tell me, don't you think the scenic area project isn't worth investing in? Isn't the old city district the only one worth investing in, eh? Ning Feng sighed inwardly. What was all this about? No, I just want to do good deeds. The scenic area is investable, the old city district isn't. I'm purely a spendthrift. Before Ning Feng could say another word, Lin Qingcheng nodded directly. Fine. You do good deeds, and he'll do good deeds too. Hearing this, the old man and Lin Batian both twitched involuntarily. The old man cleared his throat twice. Nonsense. Acting like a 3-year-old. Lin Qingcheng waved her hand dismissively. Grandfather, I am the CEO now. No need to discuss it further. I'm going back to the company to gather the team and discuss this. I'm following Ning Feng. Lin Qingcheng was truly furious. Every word Ning Feng had said in his heart was about pushing her toward Yi Chen. She was heartbroken. She couldn't stay a moment longer. She was afraid she would break down. She had always thought she had found someone reliable. The old man rarely lost his temper. Nonsense. The Lin Corporation isn't yours alone. I am still the chairman. You have to listen to me. Lin Batian also raged. You insolent brat. What are you causing a scene for? Apologize to your grandfather immediately. How can you let this get out of hand? Lin Qingcheng's eyes reddened as she turned to look at her grandfather and father. Causing a scene. Grandfather, have I not listened to you? Grandfather has always been my favorite relative, even more than my parents at times. It was you who made me the president of the Oriental Group. You said yourself that all executive power was in my hands, and you wouldn't interfere. Grandfather, it was also you who arranged my marriage with Ning Feng, and I agreed. You told me to stick close to Ning Feng. Despite his bad reputation, he was a sharp businessman. You told me that born into such a family, many things were beyond my control. I couldn't spend my life with a guitar-strumming boy. I was born to do business. Don't fuss over small flaws, focus on the big picture. I've remembered all this, and I've acted accordingly. Now brother Ning Feng and I are engaged. I will become his woman. The Lin and Ning families will unite. Ning Feng is my husband. Whatever he says I do. He is my man. His word is law. I obey unconditionally. Is that wrong? Isn't that what grandfather wanted? Why is it wrong for me to follow brother Ning Feng in investing in the old city district now, eh? Yi Chen said urgently. Qingcheng, calm down. Ning Feng is a scumbag, not worth it. Don't believe him. Trust your grandfather, trust your family. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng smiled bitterly. Trust family. Do you have a family? Do you know what a family should be like? I have never felt the warmth of home or trust from my family. Since I can remember, every word and action has been strictly controlled. They made me learn from grandfather. His wisdom, his iron hand, his business acumen. If I made a single mistake, my parents wouldn't comfort me like other parents. I often saw other children fall and be held in their parents' arms, comforted with affection. But me? Falling once only earned me curses. They called me useless. I couldn't go wild like other kids. I had to be a dignified, elegant pet. No one ever cared about my feelings. From my relatives, I only felt coldness and snobbery. My entire upbringing was for the Lin Corporation. I'm just a puppet. As a child, I had no playmates. Do you know why? Tears streamed down Lin Qingcheng's face as she looked at everyone, utterly broken. Everyone fell silent. Because I was a princess from birth, spotless and pristine. Other kids could go wild, but I couldn't. No one liked the aloof me. They said I was pretentious. No one wanted to be my friend. They envied me. They said winning at the starting line was important, but I was born at the finish line. That distance made everyone unwilling to befriend me. My parents also told me those people weren't worthy of being my friends. My friends had to be descendants of families on the same level as the Lin Corporation. I once fell in love. He was a boy who loved to carry a guitar, sunny and cheerful, but from an ordinary background. He could never reach the heights of my family. But I liked him so much. I didn't care about anything about him. But what did he do? He schemed to possess me. He drugged my drink, trying to take advantage of me to get into the Lin Corporation and rise quickly. Ridiculous, isn't it? Have I ever felt warmth in this life? Have I ever had a home? Is there anyone worth trusting? Tell me, what should I do? I just want to ask, is there anyone in this world who would be wholeheartedly devoted to me without ulterior motives or schemes? Is it so hard to find someone like that? Is the warmth of home and the purest trust between people truly non-existent? Can any of you tell me? Lin Qingcheng's voice was hoarse, her eyes red, tears streaming uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ning Feng felt a pang of sorrow. So the woman he had pursued for 3 years had been suffering all along. No wonder she had remained unmoved for 3 years. Her heart had long been shattered. Qingcheng, I'm sorry. I didn't know your heart was so desolate. The rich have their own pains. They are destined to lose some ordinary joys. So in the end, it's not that happy either. I feel sorry for her. Damn, I really want to give her a hug. For 3 years I've been a rogue, but my feelings for her were sincere. Damn it, if it weren't for that bastard Yi Chen, I would treat her well. But I still have to restrain myself. There's no other way. I don't want this either. I won't say harsh words to her anymore. Sigh. Lin Qingcheng suddenly turned her head to look at Ning Feng. If you feel sorry for me, why keep it hidden? How can you be so cruel? Ning Feng didn't dare meet her eyes and guiltily lowered his head. Seeing Lin Qingcheng like this, Yi Chen also looked pained. This was the perfect moment for him to show tenderness. Qingcheng, I am the one you're looking for. My heart for you is as clear as the heavens. From now on, as long as I Yi Chen am here, no one will ever bully you. I will love you, cherish you, and dote on you. I will support whatever you do. I will make you feel the warmth of home. I will give you true trust. Yi Chen knelt on one knee. Qingcheng, will you give me a chance? Ning Feng almost threw up. You're something else, Yi. So disgusting. Ning Feng felt a wave of nausea. How could the protagonist utter such words? Considering the current situation, professing loyalty now, wasn't it utterly repulsive? Ugh, so sickening. That self-righteous, lovesick expression of yours. Has no one told you how foolish and pathetic you look? Qingcheng, accept your fate. Though it's nauseating, this is your destiny. Lin Qingcheng even heard such words, and a sense of despair crept into her heart. She turned her gaze to Yi Chen. Master Yi, there can never be anything between us. Never. I have already set my heart on Ning Feng. Ning Feng felt he was going mad. What had he done? He couldn't comprehend it at all. In his understanding, Yi Chen had thrown out such a huge bait. As the villain, a slight opposition from him would seem normal, highlighting Yi Chen's brilliance, and then Lin Qingcheng would naturally agree. It couldn't possibly go wrong. But now Lin Qingcheng seemed bewitched, stubbornly opposing them all, fixating on him instead. What was happening? He truly wanted to cry. Yet he failed to realize that the back and forth of the past 2 days had made Lin Qingcheng cling to him completely, especially those heartfelt words which convinced her that Ning Feng was someone trustworthy. But many of his inner thoughts had angered her, making her feel like a failed woman. Suddenly, everything erupted. Years of grievance and bitterness poured out, carrying a sense of reckless abandon. She didn't believe she was utterly worthless. Could she not even win over Ning Feng? Was offering herself up like this not enough? Girl, you have disappointed me. You will temporarily cease control of the Eastern Group. I will convene a board meeting to revoke your position as CEO. Take some time to cool off. Come talk to me when you've come to your senses. Upon hearing this, Lin Batian and his wife panicked instantly. Father, no. Lin Qingcheng. Apologize to Grandpa immediately. Look at what you've done. Quickly. Apologize. Or this family will have no place for you. But Lin Qingcheng just smiled a smile that could captivate a city. Her long, slender legs combined with her brilliant, tear-streaked smile made her the most radiant presence at that moment. Even Ning Feng felt a pang of attraction and pity. Grandfather, you have always been the one I respect most. Whatever decision you make, I will not object. But on this decision, you cannot sway me. This is what you taught me. When it's time to be decisive, one must be resolute. However you gave me the power, it cannot be revoked with just a word. Even if you expedite the process, following proper procedures will take at least a week. And in that week I can finish what needs to be done. Then Lin Qingcheng strode out the door, ignoring everyone. Her face bore an expression of determination alongside traces of sorrowful tears. No one was willing to believe her. Rebellious. Rebellious. This girl has gone too far. Father, don't worry. They'll go drag her back right now and make her reflect. Lin Batian was frantic. Ning Feng was also dumbfounded. Hatred festered in Ning Feng's heart. Ning Feng, it must be you who bewitched her from behind, making her follow you into investing in the old district, causing the Lin Corporation to suffer losses. That's it. That's your scheme. You want the Lin Corporation to go bankrupt so you can buy it at a low price and fulfill your disgusting intentions. Isn't that right? Yi Chen pressed aggressively. Ning Feng wanted to curse. Which eye of yours saw me wanting the Lin Corporation to fail? Listen to me, I have absolutely no such vile thoughts. I also want the Lin Corporation to thrive. Erase what'll do, wait for me. They'll go persuade Qingcheng to change her mind and invest in that plot of land. Yi Chen snorted coldly. You go? You're not worthy. Yi Chen, I know you have prejudice against me, but what I said was merely my business insight. I said I want to invest in the old district. I'm doing a good deed. What's the problem? When did I ever induce Qingcheng to invest with me? You clearly saw that I said nothing. It was all of you who pushed Qingcheng to this point. Just watch. He'll handle this alone and won't involve Qingcheng. Can you trust me now? Old Master Lin and Yi Chun were utterly stunned. Was this man sure his mind wasn't addled? Investing 50 billion just like that. That was 50 billion, not $50. How could they possibly understand Ning Feng's thoughts? He wanted to squander the fortune. Why would he let others in on such an opportunity? When the Ning Corporation collapsed, he would take a few hundred million or a billion to a small city, live as a wealthy retiree, and coast until the story's end. Wasn't that beautiful? Are you sure you're not joking? Old Master Lin asked. Ning Feng nodded firmly. Grandpa Lin, I never speak falsely. He'll take over soon. Just watch. He'll go persuade Qingcheng to come back now. Then you can discuss the scenic area project properly. Is that acceptable? Yi Chun froze instantly. There was nothing wrong with Ning Feng's words. This way Lin Qingcheng would have no choice but to return to the right path. What more could he say? As long as Lin Qingcheng invested in that land with him, they would surely profit, and their relationship would quickly heat up. Yi Chun smiled and nodded. Good, with President Ning's word, that's enough. Go and persuade her. Grandpa Lin and I will continue discussing the land deal. Ning Feng muttered a few curses inwardly. Damn bastard, I've done my part, and more. Stop plotting to destroy me. Well, never mind. It's good that things are back on track. He could finally have some peace. He took his leave and searched around the estate, but found no trace. Li Gang said she had just stormed out and driven off in a fury. Ning Feng immediately called the traffic department for assistance in tracking her. Her trail was quickly found. Li Gang floored the accelerator, chasing after her. Yang Qingcheng said, President Ning, the direction President Lin is heading, it seems to be Crescent Lake. She couldn't be thinking of doing something drastic, could she? Ning Feng's face instantly changed. Li Gang, hurry. We must catch up to her. Yes, President Ning. The business van began speeding wildly down the road. Lady, please don't do anything foolish. Ning Feng prayed silently. Ning Feng and his companions gave chase, even running 2 red lights. The journey to Crescent Lake, which normally took half an hour, was completed in just over 10 minutes. Spotting a sports car by the roadside, Ning Feng scrambled out of the vehicle like a madman. After a short sprint, he saw a breathtaking figure by the lake. She had removed her shoes and was standing in the water. Panic surged through Ning Feng. Without calling out, he dashed toward her frantically. Lin Qingcheng stared blankly at the lake, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suddenly a whirlwind of a figure rushed at her and pulled her into an embrace. What are you doing? Over something so trivial you'd resort to suicide. Ning Feng pinned her to the shore, both of them soaked from the waist down. She looked bewildered at first, but quickly understood. He still cared about her, fearing she might harm herself. Gazing at his imposing figure, her tears burst forth, no longer containable. Why do you care about me? Am I so worthless, Lin Qingcheng, that you Ning Feng fear me like a tiger or wolf? Ning Feng sighed in exasperation. Regardless, you can't take your own life. Why torment yourself like this? Lin Qingcheng sobbed uncontrollably. I don't need you to care. Why do you bother with me? Weren't you trying to shake me off? Then why come after me now? If I die, won't that settle everything? Ning Feng held her close, his face etched with concern. His voice softened. You can do whatever you want, but you must never take your own life. Otherwise, Yi Chun will not only beat me to death, but your father and grandfather will too. Lin Qingcheng fell silent for a moment, weeping softly. Ning Feng carried her to the shore, sat her down, and let her cry. Gradually she calmed down. In the distance, Yang Qingcheng and Li Gang stood guard, ensuring no one intruded on their privacy. Fool, life is the most precious thing. Once it's gone, nothing else matters. I deeply regret why I ever tried to end my own life. Lin Qingcheng slowly composed herself, though her eyes remained red. You attempted suicide, she asked, puzzled. Had Ning Feng once tried to kill himself? Ning Feng gave a bitter smile. That's all in the past, not worth mentioning. Now I strive to live. Yes, why did I want to die? I've come to realize that living well, living simply, is what truly matters. Lin Qingcheng's eyes flickered with curiosity. What had he gone through to drive him to such a thought? She hadn't intended to commit suicide. She only wanted to clear her head here. She was far from that point. Ning Feng, do you hate me now? Do you no longer like me? Ning Feng was taken aback, turning to look at her. Huh. If you promise not to kill yourself, I'll tell you. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. Who said I was going to kill myself? That was your assumption. Ning Feng was speechless. He had completely misread the situation. Just go back and talk things over with them. I know you're acting out of spite, but if you apologize to your grandfather, he won't strip you of your CEO position. The Lin Corporation has no one else suitable to take over. Then we'll annul the engagement, and you and Yi Chun can join forces to secure that land, giving the Lin family a lifeline. Hearing this, Lin Qingcheng's expression darkened again. No, I'm sticking with you. Ning Feng was utterly stunned. Great, my persuasion failed, and we're back to square one. Qingcheng, I really can't understand what you're thinking. Can you explain it to me? Ning Feng wore a pained expression. Lin Qingcheng suddenly broke into a smile radiant as a blooming flower. I'm not thinking anything special. I just want to stick with you. You never do anything without a reason, and following you is sure to make money. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. Oh heavens, have mercy on me. What sin have I committed? I've told her I'm doing this out of kindness. Can't she understand? This girl is acting like she's lost her mind. Ning Feng stood up and began strolling along the lakeshore. Lin Qingcheng put on her shoes and fell into step beside him. Ning Feng, when did you stop liking me? Was it the day you found out Bai Qiuqiu was coming back? Ning Feng shook his head. No, tell me, why do you want to cling to me? Lin Qingcheng was silent for a while as they walked, neither speaking. She couldn't articulate it herself. At first she had wanted to get back at Ning Feng to make his life difficult. But now she realized that wasn't the case at all. As they walked, Ning Feng pondered what had gone wrong. He sighed, inwardly uncertain of what to do. Ning Feng, Lin Qingcheng called out. Startled, he turned around. What is it? You said you don't like me anymore. Lin Qingcheng asked. Ning Feng nodded guiltily. Yeah, I guess. Lin Qingcheng didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled faintly, a smile that seemed to captivate all around her as she stood there, a graceful, exquisite silhouette. Like a blooming rose, she was stunningly beautiful. You're such a jerk. Back in the car, Ning Feng felt completely numb. Even Yang Qingcheng's flirtations couldn't rouse him. He only spoke once the entire trip. Take me home. Then his entire body went rigid. Lying in the back seat, he seemed like a machine that had frozen solid. Lin Qingcheng, the leading lady beyond those 7 wretched senior sisters of his. Even future women could hardly shake her position. He felt he couldn't go on like this. All he wanted now was a good sleep. Dazed, he made his way home. He was sent back to his parents' house. The moment he stepped in, he saw Bai Qiuqiu surrounded by his parents in the living room. Damn it. Mother Ning smiled and said, Xiaofeng, look who's here. Ning Feng's eyelids twitched. Damn it, was this never going to end? It was like they were pushing him to his doom. If he was going to die, so be it. He was ready to give up. Bai Qiuqiu wore a white dress as if taking him back 8 years. She was still so beautiful, gentle, and moving. She stood up gracefully. Somewhat shyly she called out, Ning Feng, go. Ning Feng merely nodded. Qiuqiu, is something the matter? I just came to see you, Bai Qiuqiu said. Back then they were a perfect match, and her coming here felt as natural as coming home. Now everything was so awkward. Ning Feng nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll head upstairs to rest. Mom, you keep Qiuqiu company. He went straight upstairs. Bai Qiuqiu's expression dimmed. Did he really not want to see her? Her eyes reddened. Mother Ning said, Qiuqiu, you two need to talk things out properly. Go on. Silly girl, go. Before Bai Qiuqiu could think, she was ushered up the stairs. She nodded blankly like a little white rabbit. In a daze, she found herself upstairs. Her cheeks flushed with shame. What was she doing? She reached Ning Feng's door and saw him lying on the bed like a heap of lifeless flesh. Bai Qiuqiu timidly called out, Ning Feng, go. Ning Feng turned to look at her and forced himself to sit up. Is there something else? His coldness was unmistakable. Bai Qiuqiu felt a chill in her heart. Why was he treating her so coldly? Was he still angry about her leaving without a word back then? Was it really necessary? She was a girl, and she had humbled herself to come find him. Why couldn't he let it go? Then why had he saved her last night? Thinking of this, her tears threatened to spill. For 8 years she had never dated. What was it all for? Wasn't it to wait for him? But she never got a single call from him, only news that he was about to get engaged to Lin Qingcheng. So she couldn't afford to wait any longer. She rushed back in a panic, never expecting such an outcome. Yet Bai Qiuqiu refused to give up and tried again. Ning Feng, good, thank you for last night. Ning Feng waved his hand. It's nothing, don't worry about it. You already thanked me this morning. You don't have to keep dwelling on it. If anything comes up in the future, just send me a message. He'll reply when I can. Bai Qiuqiu's face was full of sorrow. She had rehearsed countless words on the way here, wanting to say them to Ning Feng. But with him shutting her down like this, she truly didn't know where to begin. His words were clear enough. It was a coldness that pushed her away. Bai Qiuqiu never dreamed she would face such rejection in the Ning family. She had already lowered herself to come to him. Why did he have to be like this? She felt so humiliated and heartbroken. Her eyes reddened against her will, tears beginning to form. So what was lost was lost. What more could she say? It was all her own doing. Bai Qiuqiu sobbed, her eyes bloodshot. She forced a painful smile and nodded. All right, I understand. You must be tired. Get some rest. Then she turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Ning Feng felt a pang of pain. But he had no choice. This was the only way. He could only say in his heart, I'm sorry, Qiuqiu. We've missed our chance. Hearing this, Bai Qiuqiu's emotional dam broke. Ning Feng buried his head in the blanket, wanting to ignore everything. He just needed to figure out how to survive from here on. And how to escape Lin Qingcheng. Bai Qiuqiu left heartbroken for a long time. She went alone to a bar, crying bitterly and drinking alone. Meanwhile, Ning Feng, exhausted by 3 days of torment, fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, a phone call roused him. Groggily he answered. A cold, stern voice came through. Where are you? Ning Feng jolted awake. Bai Jinxia. It's me. I'm sending you a location. He'll wait only half an hour. If you don't come, our past friendship is over, and from now on we're enemies. Ning Feng was baffled. You bastard. 8 years without a word, and now you're threatening me. Do I owe you something? Come or not, it's up to you. He'll wait half an hour. Before Ning Feng could finish, the call ended. He was furious. What the hell was this about threatening to cut ties? Cursing under his breath, Ning Feng left the house, called Li Gang, grabbed some of his snacks in the car, and headed to the location. Bai Jinxia, another of Ning Feng's former close friends. Yes, former. He was Bai Qiuqi's younger brother, just a year younger than her. Along with that rascal Xiao Lianya, the three of them had been thick as thieves since childhood. But that year, after Bai Qiuqiu left in anger, Bai Jinxiao seemed to sever ties with him, and they lost contact. It seemed he had joined the military. In the original story, he rarely appeared, but rumor had it he became a remarkable figure in the army. Ning Feng grumbled the whole way. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a quiet bar. There stood Bai Jinxia, straight as a spear by the roadside. He had the bearing of a soldier, handsome and vigorous with well-trained muscles. His short hair and resolute features commanded respect, making people hesitate to approach. He gave off a faint sense of being on the verge of a martial breakthrough. Ning Feng grinned. Brother, 8 years. Do you know how I've survived these 8 years? I've missed you. He opened his arms for a hug. But the next moment, Bai Jinxia, cold and furious, swung a fist straight into his face. Bam! Ning Feng's mind went blank as he was sent flying. Holy shit! Ning Feng was utterly stunned. He was sent flying sideways. Li Gang behind him was terrified and rushed over. President Ning. But Ning Feng stopped him, his gaze fixed on Bai Jinxia. Do you have a screw loose in your head? You strike me the moment you approach. Are you out of your mind? Bai Jinxia snorted coldly. It's a mercy I didn't kill you. Get up. Ning Feng was also getting angry. Who attacked someone without a word? He now had some martial arts skills after all. He had a foundation. I think you're insane. Let's see what you've actually learned in the military. Bai Jinxia charged forward, throwing a punch. But Ning Feng was now an external force expert, his strength surpassing Bai Jinxia's. With a single clash, Bai Jinxia was inwardly astonished. Could a profligate son really unleash such power? How did he train? He himself had spent 8 years in the army to reach this level, while Ning Feng had idled for 8 years and was still stronger. Bai Jinxia got serious. Each punch was fierce, combining hands and feet. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes and cursed. You little brat, are you for real? Bai Jinxia snorted. Did you think I was joking? Bai Jinxia's powerful strikes whistled through the air, nearly producing sonic booms. Damn it, are you crazy? A punch like that could kill. Ning Feng cursed. Bai Jinxia snorted. Would killing you be such a loss? After a while of fighting, both fell silent. Ning Feng walked over to a bench on the sidewalk and sat down. He lit a cigarette. His regrets were like that wisp of smoke. Bai Jinxia sat down beside him and also lit a cigarette. Go apologize to my sister. Ning Feng sneered. Apologize my ass. She was the one who dumped me. Bai Jinxia was taken aback. What happened back then? Ning Feng said flatly. The Blue Cat Hotel. 2 idiots fled in panic and your sister saw me. I took the blame. What do you think happened? After saying these words, Ning Feng seemed relieved and lit another cigarette. Bai Jinxia was frozen stiff, feeling somewhat awkward. Well, Brother Feng. Ning Feng shot him a fierce glare. Get lost. Bai Jinxia said, but you clearly still love my sister. Love is love, but what use is it? Don't you know I'm engaged to Lin Qingcheng? Your sister and I. We're just the past. Ning Feng suddenly said. All right, we've cleared up the matter with your sister. Now let's settle our own score. You little bastard, you've been gone for 8 years too, just like your sister, hating me all along. 8 years, not a single phone call. And then today, the moment we meet, without a word you punch me. I've noticed that your family, the Bays, never like to let people finish speaking. Huh. Hearing this, Bai Jinxia gave an awkward smile. Brother Feng, let me explain. Hey, let me explain. Ning Feng ignored him, grabbed him, and beat him thoroughly. You little bastard, you come back and try to beat me. Where's the justice? Brother Feng, mercy. It hurts. Now you know it hurts. After a good while, Ning Feng stopped. Bai Jinxia truly dared not fight back. This was his debt. Crying for his parents was useless. He had to endure this beating. Ning Feng patted him. All right, we're even. Next time, think before you act. Bai Jinxia gave an awkward smile and nodded. He quickly lit a cigarette for Ning Feng. Both of them calmed down. Since the misunderstanding is cleared, I still suggest you come back and pursue my sister. What's so great about Lin Qingcheng? Does she have a bigger ass than my sister? Does she have rounder breasts? They are indeed quite big and round. Bai Qiuqiu, who had been quietly approaching, was now seething with rage. One was her first love, the other her own brother, and they were talking about her like this in public, involving such private matters. It was infuriating. Was this how a brother should behave? After so many years in the military, couldn't he be more restrained? She crept a little closer. Ning Feng gave a light cough. Be serious, she's your sister. It's not right for us to talk like this. Show some respect. Bai Qiuqi's expression softened slightly. At least this guy had some conscience. But the next moment, Bai Jinxia's words nearly drove her mad. What kind of brother was this? What's the big deal? She's my sister. We grew up together. I'm doing this for her own good. I'd rather she end up with you than with someone else. Ning Feng smoked his cigarette, and the wind smoked him. As night fell, the dim yellow streetlights rendered the city's beauty. He gave a wry laugh. There's no chance anymore. You'd better find someone else for your sister. She and I are done. Why? Just because of Lin Qingcheng. My sister was your one true love, and you can still hold back. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll talk to my sister, and you two can get back together. And my whole family will support it. Ning Feng sighed inwardly. You don't understand. If it were just that I could still win her back. But now there's Yi Chun in the middle. I have no chance at all. I'm already overwhelmed with Lin Qingcheng. If I add your sister to the mix, it'll be beyond redemption, beyond even divine help. Behind him by Qiu was baffled. Why did he keep mentioning Yi Chun? Who was this Yi Chun and how was he caught? Ning Feng shook his head with a smile. Worry about yourself. Stop meddling in adult affairs. You're 25. Time to find a wife. Don't let the military turn you into a dullard. From the way you handled things just now, you're still immature, just like before. Bai Jinxia shook his head. It's hard for now. I'm steadily rising in the military. This isn't the time for that. The family assigned me the task of making achievements in the army. I can't waste my uncle's guidance. Ning Feng chuckled. That doesn't conflict. Let me tell you, in this life, we put too much burden on ourselves. Sometimes keep it simple. Don't pile on so much pressure. Take it easy, embrace an ordinary life, a home, a stable income, a job, a wife, children, and a warm hearth. Imagine you come home from work every day, open the door, and a gentle wife greets you with a hug and a kiss saying you've worked hard. Then the whole family enjoys a harmonious dinner. You look at her, look at the kids, and feel infinite warmth in your heart. Isn't that wonderful? During the day you work hard. At night you two get under the covers and make love shamelessly. Isn't that happiness? Having a couple of little ones chasing after you calling daddy. Isn't that great? Behind him by Qiu was stunned. Was this what he had always been like inside? Had he once envisioned such a life with her? Bai Qiuqi's eyes glistened with tears, and she smiled knowingly. She longed to build that kind of family with him, to live that kind of life with him. But Bai Jinxia was taken aback. Damn, bro. Are you running a fever? He pressed his hand to Ning Feng's forehead. Ning Feng shot him a glare. You're the one who's feverish. Bai Jinxia said, don't think that just because I've been in the military for 8 years I don't know what you're really like. You are the tyrant of Jiangning, the infamous young master Ning, a scoundrel, a degenerate. Tired of being a villain. Want to retire to the countryside? Ning Feng gave him a sharp look. You don't get it. All the hustle and bustle pales in comparison to a simple life. The higher a merchant climbs, the harder the fall. Simplicity is the ultimate truth. Managing so many people, do you think it's not exhausting? I'd rather have a bit of money and live like a wealthy retiree. The cutthroat world of business is truly draining. I have no ambition to conquer the world, only a desire to protect my little home, to love those I love, to protect those I protect. Isn't that a real man? Bai Jinxia was dumbfounded. Behind him Bai Qiu was also stunned. This guy had never changed. The sweet moments they once shared had always been like this. They just wanted to live a carefree life together. Bai Jinxia laughed. I get it. You're trying to fool me. Don't think I don't know you. I've had people send me reports about you all these years. You've slept with plenty of women, haven't you? And now you're playing the saint with me. Ning Feng laughed heartily. That's right. I'm no saint. I'm a man. What man doesn't stray? And I wouldn't even call it straying. I eat openly. I've tasted many exquisite fruits, walked through a garden of flowers. Behind him Bai Qiu grew angry again. These two bastards. Just when they started talking sense, they went back to nonsense. Bai Jinxia grinned. So how do they compare to my sister? Ning Feng slapped his thigh. Are you kidding? Bai Jinxia and Bai Qiu were both startled. Ning Feng said bluntly, who can compare to your sister? Maybe Lin Qingcheng comes close, but even her chest is smaller than your sister's. Speaking of which, tell me honestly, does the military have some special coconut milk supply? How else did she get so big? If I didn't have such strong willpower, I'd wish those big white bunnies would just jump out. Huh? Bai Jinxia laughed. What coconut milk could make them that big? Don't be ridiculous. It's all my sister's good care waiting for you, isn't it? And tell me the truth. Did you ever get my sister that time? Or were you too exhausted and excited to remember? Are you kidding? If I succeeded, would I forget? I don't believe you. Swear it. Ning Feng grinned lecherously. I'll tell you. That day we were just one step away. I was completely naked. Your sister was wrapped in a towel, all clean and fresh, her hair damp, skin fair and tender. I was drooling just looking at her. She lay on the bed, clutching the blanket around herself like a little lamb, and I was the big bad wolf. Seriously, I was crazy about her. Damn. See, you said you didn't. Ning Feng suddenly cursed. Do you know what happened next? Bai Jinxia leaned in curiously. What happened? I was already kissing your sister's soft lips. That tender touch made me feel like I was ascending to heaven, almost ready to surrender. Then that bastard Xiao Liangye called, and the phone ring killed my mood instantly. You two bastards were fighting outside, and I rushed out with my pants on backward. Never got to taste your sister. Bai Jinxia was stunned. Was that the time we fought Ma Wide's gang? What else? Ha ha ha. Bai Jinxia laughed till tears streamed. Ha ha ha. Ning Feng joined in. The two rascals felt like they were 18 again, shooting the breeze. Thinking back to how irresponsible they were, missing such a critical moment because of a phone call. If they hadn't left letting those two take a beating first, maybe they'd have kids by now. Both were in hysterics. So Xiao Liangye and I were the obstacles between you and my sister. Exactly. Every time I think of you two, I want to tear you apart. The two kept laughing. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuqiu had approached them with a grim expression. She said coldly, Mr. Ning, should I bring you a bottle of wine? Ning Feng nodded. Yes, bring one. I'll make it two. Ning Feng slung an arm around Bai Jinxia. Let me tell you, you should have seen your sister's face red as a burning coal, her whole body stiff. When I kissed her gently, she trembled like she had been shocked. Then she threw off the covers and pulled away the towel. It was a magnificent sight. I was teasing her teasing. Suddenly Ning Feng registered the voice from before and saw the familiar silhouette under the streetlight. Bai Jinxia said, what happened next? After the teasing, Ning Feng turned stiffly to see the icy glare behind the lounge chair. Damn him dead. Lost in their engrossing conversation, Ning Feng and Bai Jinxia had utterly failed to notice their surroundings. They still assumed the person behind them was someone from the bar, one of their close friends. They had grown up chatting and joking together, and their favorite topic had always been discussing girls' figures. But Ning Feng could swear that matters concerning Bai Qiuqiu had only ever been shared with this one notoriously shameless younger brother of his. Today it was a sudden trip down memory lane. They simply hadn't been able to rein themselves in. They truly had no idea when Bai Qiuqiu had come to stand behind them. Bai Jinxiao also snapped back to reality. He immediately jumped up and pointed at Ning Feng. Ning Feng, shut up. That's my sister. My most respected sister, my most beloved sister. Although I hope you two end up together, how dare you say such despicable things? Ning Feng's hair stood on end. When exactly did she appear here? Li Gang, you bastard. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? How much did she hear? Did she hear everything? I'm such a damned fool. Why did I have to bring this up now? Ning Feng looked at Bai Qiuqiu with a guilty expression. Qiuqiu, listen, I can explain. This isn't what you think. I must have been knocked silly by your brother just now. Bai Jinxiao was also trembling with fear. Sis, well, I was actually seeking justice for you from him. Bai Qiuqiu shot them a single glare. Get lost. It was as if a crimson light radiated from her eyes. Bai Jinxiao was drenched in a cold sweat. Got it. I'm getting lost right now. Terrified, Bai Jinxiao rolled away to the side and fled far into the distance. Ning Feng tried to grab him, but he heartlessly shook off his hand. Bai Qiuqiu, dressed in a white skirt, trembled. Her eyes were redrimmed, her heart filled with grievance, resentment, sorrow, devastation, and humiliation. She spoke, her voice quivering. Ning Feng, what did our past mean to you? Was I just another woman you conquered? A plaything? Is that how you talk about me to others? Hey, do you see me as nothing but a slut? Are the things between us something for you to brag about? Do you think I'm cheap? Shh. Ning Feng was silent, his heart aching unbearably. Qiuqiu, I'm an animal. I'm not a good man. I'm scum. But you have to believe me, I have never ever spoken to anyone about what happened between us. Today with your brother was absolutely the first time. I, Ning Feng, may be a degenerate scoundrel, but I would never do such a thing. Ning Feng sighed inwardly. How could he be such a bastard? Yet men together are the same as women together. Men like to discuss women. Who's a prime catch who has high potential for enjoyment and development? These are common topics of conversation. Just like when women get together, they also talk about men with topics too embarrassing to discuss publicly. His stupidity lay in forgetting the time and place uttering these despicable words here with him. You, the young master of the Ning family, charming and flirtatious, must feel a great sense of achievement bragging about having been with the eldest daughter of the Bai family, right? Bai Qiuqiu's tears streamed down like rain. Ning Feng, you've disappointed me so much. I've been waiting for you to come around. I know now that what happened back then was a misunderstanding, and it was my fault. I thought we still had a chance. But you're willing to blurt out every detail of our moments together to anyone who'll listen. You've truly hurt me. Ning Feng's face was full of remorse. Qiuqiu, don't be sad. I'm just an animal. I'm sorry. Is sorry enough? I'd rather you hadn't saved me yesterday. I wish you'd just let me become Ma Wide's plaything. Then we could go our separate ways. As she spoke, Bai Qiuqiu had already picked up her phone. What are you doing? Bai Qiuqiu, her face full of sorrow, dialed a number. Ma Wide, where are you? Don't you want to have me? I'm giving myself to you now. At these words, Ning Feng was frozen to the spot. Meanwhile, Ma Wide on the other end went wild with excitement. He quickly gave an address. Good. I'm on my way, Bai Qiuqiu said, as if in a fit of pique. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. The plotline with Ma Wide had already concluded. This was an unexpected twist. Ning Feng immediately blocked her path. Qiuqiu, don't do anything stupid. You can't go see him. Bai Qiuqiu was crying bitterly. Mind your own business. Who are you to me? In your eyes, aren't I just a slut? I'll go give myself to Ma Wide right now and never bother you again. Let the whole world know that I, Bai Qiuqiu, am such a cheap woman. Ning Feng looked at her, his face full of heartache. Bai Qiuqiu was the most innocent and gentle one of all. For her to speak of herself this way was like stabbing a knife into her own heart. Qiuqiu, listen to me. It's all my fault. Ma Wide is nothing. You absolutely must not go near him. Bai Qiuqi's face was full of resentment. I don't need you to tell me what to do. From now on, even if I die, even if I marry an animal, it has nothing to do with you, Ning Feng. Bai Qiuqi stormed off in a huff. Ning Feng chased after her, but just at that moment Li Gang came running over. President Ning, it's young Master Xiao on the phone. He says he's at the Tianshui Palace nightclub, and someone's out to get him. He's asking you to come help. At these words Ning Feng was jolted violently. Damn it, that fool Xiao Liangye is in danger. He had to be saved. But the situation with Bai Qiuqi here was also a problem, and now a new side quest had suddenly appeared. Ning Feng felt like his head was about to explode. It was truly giving him no room to breathe. Bai Jinxia. Quick, grab your sister. I don't dare to, Bai Jinxia said, his face full of bitterness. Ning Feng roared. She's going to give her first time to Ma Wide. Tie her up. I don't have time to deal with her now. That idiot Xiao Liangye is being attacked. I have to go save him. Bai Jinxia was stunned. What? Where? I'm coming too. As Ning Feng got into the car, he saw Bai Qiuqi being reluctantly pulled inside. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. What are you doing? I'm going to a fight. Why are you bringing your sister? I want to go too, Bai Jinxia said. I haven't even seen that guy since I got back. Ning Feng felt a bit helpless and dared not look at Bai Qiuqi. Bai Qiuqi also snorted coldly. We'll just have to see what tricks you two are trying to pull now. Some roundabout tactic, I suppose. Ning Feng couldn't be bothered to explain things to her. Li Gang, get moving. That kid will be beaten to a pulp soon. He floored the accelerator, speeding straight towards Tianshui Palace. Ning Feng was seething with murderous intent. He kicked the door open. Bai Qiuqi looked at him speechlessly. Is this what you meant by being on the verge of death? Ning Feng ignored her. He simply walked over and turned off the music. Xiao Liangye immediately sprang up in fury. Damn it, who is it? When he saw Ning Feng, and Bai Jinxia, his face lit up with surprise. Feng Gu. Old Xia, when did you get back? Why didn't you tell me? I missed you so much. 8 years, you little bastard, not even a single phone call. Do you have any idea how I've been these 8 years? Ning Feng looked awkward. They truly were birds of a feather, even their lines were identical. Xiao Liangye said with a woeful expression, 8 years. I've eaten fish for 8 whole years all alone, and you weren't even by my side. Bai Jinxia waved his hand dismissively. Why do you have so much nonsense? Who wants to fight you? Where are they? Ning Feng nodded as well. It's not that Chen guy who wants to fight you, is it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Liangye suddenly became animated. Don't even mention it, it's that bastard Ma Wide. Feng Gu, old Xia, today the three of us absolutely have to beat that little punk to a pulp. He's been against us since school. Today we must vent our anger. Bai Jinxia nodded too. He was just looking for that bastard Bai Jinxia who dared to have designs on his sister. That was practically a death wish. Bai Qiuqi, however, said, be careful, don't blow things out of proportion. Ning Feng sighed, pulled the two of them into a hug, and shooed the other girls out. Listen to me, we're not kids anymore. It's not appropriate to be brawling in a place like this. Xiao Liangye and Bai Jinxia glared at him. So when you threatened to beat the crap out of him yesterday, was that out of the goodness of your heart? Ning Feng shook his head. The situation was different then. That was a different matter. I had a reason. Now the nature of it has changed. This is just a gang fight. Fatty, listen to me. Don't come here anymore. It's really dangerous. Both of them looked at Ning Feng in disbelief. Feng Gu, when did you become such a coward? Bai Jinxia asked. Ning Feng shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, the door was kicked open again. Damn it. Xiao, get the hell out here. Old grudges and new scores. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, my name isn't Ma Wide. Hurry up and finish this, don't delay me from enjoying the beauties. Ma Wide's figure appeared at the doorway. He immediately spotted Ning Feng and the other two. He was startled for a moment, but then rage surged within him. Good. So all three of you are here. Ning Feng, I'm not done with you. You embarrassed me yesterday and hurt my brothers. Today I'll make you pay with blood. Ning Feng gave a cold laugh. Ma, why'd you dare bring up yesterday? You won't stop until I crush your balls, will you? Ma Wide roared in anger. Ning Feng, today will settle all accounts, old and new. You think I'm still afraid of you? Brothers, get them. Beat them to death. Xiao Liangye snorted coldly. Ma, why do you think bringing a few puny guys with you is enough to take us down? Let me tell you, I have a bone to pick with you too. Pockmarked. Li Gang, guard the door. If even one gets away, I'll hold you responsible. Yes. Rest assured, young master, Xiao, no one is leaving today. A voice came from outside. It was one of Xiao Liangye's lackeys. How could a rich young master like him not have people waiting when he was about to fight? They had been waiting outside all along. Ning Feng's expression turned grim. If a fight was truly unavoidable today, he had no choice but to use the Grandmaster experience card. Ma Wide, however, burst into manic laughter. Today you're the ones who are going to die. Xiao Fatty. Bai Jinxiao, Ning Feng, if I don't beat the crap out of you today, my name isn't Ma Wide. Bai Jinxiao and Xiao Liangye were seething with anger. How dare this defeated opponent bark at them? The three brothers finally reunited after so long was an incredibly rare occasion. They never expected it to begin with a brawl. The bloodlust that had been dormant for 8 years seemed to be awakening all at once. They had grown up together, and getting into fights was an everyday occurrence. They had long cultivated a roguish demeanor on the streets, a unique arrogance of the idle rich. With their decent family backgrounds, the three of them had even signed up for Sanda classes back in the day, so they were quite skilled. When it came to fighting, they were not at all intimidated by common street thugs. Damn it! Who do you think you are, Ma Wide? Xiao Liangya bellowed. He stomped his foot, and some clubs rolled out already prepared. Xiao Liangya handed them to the other two. I may not be the elevator god of war Ding Qing today, but I'll be the private room god of war Xiao Liangya. Today all three of us are the private room gods of war. Let's relive our youth. Leave this bastard to me. Fenggu attack. Old Xia, you handle the small fries and watch our backs. Let's have a good fight today. Bai Jinxiao was also a brawler at heart. Alright, let's fuck him up. Ning Feng was also getting angry. That bastard Ma Wide Ning Feng hadn't even bothered to settle scores with him, and yet he dared to come looking for trouble with them. What a suicidal fool. Ma Wide let out a wild cry, somewhat excited, as if he could finally wash away years of humiliation. With this expert of the Dao, he was sure to turn the tables. Ning Feng snorted coldly. Then let's fight. Ma Wide grew excited and let out a strange cry. Good. Brothers, guard the place well. Don't let a single one escape. Yes. A uniform voice rang out. Xiao Liangya was instantly enraged. Damn it. What the hell is this? Let me handle it. They'll cripple this brat. Xiao Liangya was about to charge out. However, just as he was about to rush forward, Ning Feng grabbed him like a chick and lifted him up. Fenggu, what are you doing? Let me take him on. Ning Feng shook his head. I'll do it. Xiao Liangya and Bai Jinxiao were skeptical. You alone, eh? Ning Feng shook his head again, unwilling to explain. He was now a master in his own right. Dealing with these small fries was a simple matter. The scene was tense with both sides ready to clash. Just then the bathroom door swung open. A stunning figure in a white dress emerged, moving gracefully with delicate steps. In such an entertainment venue, she outshone everyone. Pure as a lotus rising from mud, untouched by the filth. Everything was perfectly and beautifully arranged. Ma Wide was stunned. Why was Qiuqiu here? Wasn't she supposed to be waiting for him at the hotel? Everyone stop. Ma Wide held back his men. He turned to look at Qiuqiu. Bai Qiuqiu felt uneasy under his lecherous gaze, and quietly stepped closer to Ning Feng, half hiding behind him. Look at that scumbag across from us. His perverted eyes are practically bulging out, and it seems like drool is about to drip. Disgusting. There's no way I'd ever like someone like that. That damn Ning Feng calling her his moonlight, yet treating her like this. Ning Feng was quick to act. He sneered, Ma Wide, weren't you itching for a fight? Come on. She pinched him hard on the back. Ning Feng winced in pain, and quickly shook her off. Bai Qiuqiu said coldly, Ma Wide, is this the kind of person you are? Get lost now. Qiuqiu, why are you here? Didn't I give you the address? She ignored them and said coldly, what are you all gathered here for? A fight. I hate nothing more than brawlers. Idle and useless. Xiao Liangya, you little brat, fighting again. A beautiful figure burst in. Xiao Luai, clad in a little white dress that accentuated her delicate charm, stormed forward angrily. She grabbed Xiao Liangya's ear firmly. When will you ever grow up? You're this old, and still brawling every day. Sis, let go, there are people watching. Leave me some face. How did you get here? You should leave now. Xiao Luai glared face. Then she saw Ning Feng. Ning Feng, were you the one who started this? Ning Feng felt relieved seeing this little demoness arrive. The fight probably wouldn't break out now. But Ma Wide didn't care about that. He jumped out directly. Damn it. No one's leaving today. Xiao Luai, get out of here. This is men's business. None of you are getting away today. And Qiuqiu, you leave first. They'll come to favor you later. Brothers, let's take them down. Beat them all to the ground. Tonight you can do whatever you want. I promise you'll have the time of your lives. Bai Qiuqiu said with disgust, Ma Wide, you're really something. Ma Wide explained, Qiuqiu, I'm not like that. I've always been pure and upright. Am righteous and incorruptible. How could I engage in such vile acts? Would I ever visit brothels? One of Ma Wide's henchmen said dumbly, Boss, you weren't like this just now. When we were drinking you said 10 in one night was just to start, 20 was barely satisfying. If not for the business, we'd all want to witness your prowess in action. Ma Wide's face darkened, turning red from neck to forehead. Bastard. You. What nonsense are you spouting? Impure and upright. Definitely not that kind of person. You've mistaken me for someone else. Ma Wide could barely speak smoothly. He couldn't afford to tarnish his reputation now. Huh. The henchmen were baffled. What about the girl who just turned 18, whose chest you groped, and the one you showed off your tongue-kissing skills with? You're giving up on them. Fuck off. Ma Wide was about to spit blood. Bai Qiuqiu and Xiao Luai felt nauseated hearing Ma Wide's words. A toad seeking a frog, ugly and debauched. Disgusting. Tongue-kissing skills. The thought alone gave them goosebumps. Xiao Liangya and Bai Jinxiao were confused. They asked softly, Fenggu, what's wrong with this idiot? Ning Feng chuckled, just a fool. Let's go kill him. Get revenge. Go. Kill him. Ma Wide panicked. In an instant, everyone surged forward and a melee began. Ning Feng was no ordinary person now. Ordinary people couldn't block him. He slapped Ma Wide across the face. A crisp sound rang out, heard by all. After being slapped, Ma Wide fell to the ground, 2 of his front teeth knocked out. Wow. Wow. So handsome. The 2 women gasped in admiration, stars shining in their eyes, acting like infatuated fools. Their 2 younger brothers looked at them in bewilderment. Were these the Xiao Lui, and by Qiuqiu they knew, so they could be this smitten. But Brother Feng did seem quite handsome and formidable. The women's exclamation was like a death knell for Ma Wide. Ning Feng had begun to unleash his fury. His movements exploded with incredible speed. He threw punches and kicks with graceful flair. Ma Wide started screaming in agony, blood streaming from his nose as he wailed in pain. Bastard! How dare you hit me? He'll fuck your mother. Boom, bang, slap, clash, thud. Ma Wide was kicked around like a ball, destroying countless things. Few teeth remained in his mouth. The onlookers were both horrified and amused by his miserable state. You idiots, when will you snap out of it? Fucking get him. Those men finally reacted. Mister. Ma, we don't know where his mother is. I said get his sister. Ma Wide was losing it. We don't know where his sister is either. Ma Wide was going crazy. Get him. I said get him. Do you have shit in your ears? Why didn't you say so earlier, mister? Ma, you should have said so. Ma Wide was barely conscious. Get him. Why didn't you say so earlier? They burst out laughing. How did Ma Wide end up with such idiots? No wonder they always lost fights back in school. The lackeys filed in. They surrounded Ning Feng. Damn it. Let Mr. Ma go. You all get out. Give me a minute, I don't want to hurt you by accident. They quickly shuffled out. As the door closed, Ning Feng grinned savagely. Time to let off some steam. Then everyone stood outside watching through the glass panel on the door. They were all stunned. Amid a flurry of sounds, not one of Ma Wide's dozen or so lackeys could even touch a corner of Ning Feng's clothes. Damn, Brother Feng, that's brutal. Xiao Liangye exclaimed in amazement. Bai Jinxiao was shocked too. Such strength seems to surpass an external force master. Their eyes were wide with awe. You bastard, daring to mess with my sister, courting death. Bai Jinxiao added, Brother Feng, in this life, you are the only brother-in-law I'll accept. No one else. Bai Qiuqiu immediately slapped Bai Jinxiao across the face. What nonsense are you talking about? She pouted angrily. Bai Jinxiao gave an awkward smile. Sis, stop hiding it. You've liked Brother Feng for over 10 years. What's there to hide? Shut up. Bai Qiuqiu glared. Xiao Liangye also said, that little punk dared to go after my sister. He'll kill him. Bai Jinxiao nodded. Same here. My sister belongs to Brother Feng. If he messes around, he'll kill him too. The 2 women fell silent, gazing at Ning Feng's imposing figure, their hearts growing more captivated. Before they finished speaking, the door opened. Everyone saw the men groaning and rolling on the floor inside the private room, with Ma Wide buried somewhere beneath them. They stared in shock. One person in just half a minute had taken them all down. Ning Feng straightened his clothes. Let's go. Time to head back. Stay away from places like this in the future. The 2 younger brothers nodded obediently, while the 2 girls gazed at him with adoring eyes. Upon hearing this, the 2 women hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance. Sister Qiuqiu, Ning Feng was so valiant today. How should we reward him? What do you think? Bai Qiuqiu gave a light snort. We must reward him well. Hearing this, Xiao Lui's interest was piqued. Great. I want him too. Tonight he belongs to both of us. Ning Feng. Xiao Lui, why are you butting in? Xiao Lui snorted lightly. No more nonsense. Just say yes or no. How could Ning Feng dare to agree to such things? Falling into their hands would be his doom. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Lui said, be careful, or I'll have Yi Chun beat you to death. Ning Feng bristled instantly. No, no, no. Ning Feng glanced over. Xiao Liangye and Bai Jinxiao were both covering for them. Qiuqiu, what exactly are you up to? Bai Qiuqiu gave a light snort. Don't ask. Just think about those beastly things you did this evening. If you agree to this, we'll call it even. Xiao Lui was curious and smirked wickedly. Oh my, what did this scoundrel do to you, Sister Qiuqiu? Ning Feng shot her a glare. Stay out of this. It's none of your business. He turned to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu, what exactly do you want? Bai Qiuqiu said, maybe just a walk, a movie, and some talk. Ning Feng replied helplessly, Qiuqiu, we broke up 8 years ago. Let it all fade away. You were the one who wanted to break up, so break up we did. Bai Qiuqiu was stubborn. I don't need your input. Just say yes or no. Ning Feng looked at her expression. Damn, is Qiuqiu planning to force herself on me tonight? Bai Qiuqiu and Xiao Lui nearly burst out laughing. Ning Feng said, Qiuqiu, I'm a man of principles now. You can't make me do anything embarrassing. You dead fool. Bai Qiuqiu grabbed his ear just like she had 8 years ago, intimate and familiar. Xiao Lui was speechless. Ning Feng begged for mercy. Fine, fine, fine. I agree. Me too. Xiao Lui chimed in. Ning Feng nodded helplessly. Then each taking one of his arms, they linked theirs through his and dragged him away. Ning Feng felt like he was about to explode. He frantically tried to shake off the 2 women's arms. Bai Qiuqiu smirked mischievously. If you keep taking advantage of us, they'll have Yi Chun beat you to death. Ning Feng was in despair like a prisoner in some Japanese film being dragged off by two twisted beauties for unspeakable deeds. Heavens! What kind of demonesses have I fallen into? Let it all end. Xiao Luai being a little witch is bad enough, but by Qiuqiu turning into this too. After years together, I never knew you had this side by Qiuqiu. You're ruthless. Hearing this, both women giggled uncontrollably. Behind them, Xiao Liangya and Bai Jinxia trotted along obediently. After leaving the Tianshui Palace, Xiao Luai and Bai Qiuqiu both laughed heartily, their joy unrestrained. Sister Qiuqiu, look, we've finally found his weak spot. Bai Qiuqiu smiled sweetly, as if the events of the evening had already dissipated into thin air. Xiao Luai and Bai Qiuqiu had always been close. They were best friends. That was why she had asked Xiao Luai to inform Ning Feng of her return yesterday. Just now it was Bai Qiuqiu who had called Xiao Luai to come and catch Xiao Liangya. Though Xiao Luai had always harbored some dislike for Ning Feng, she could tolerate minor matters given his long relationship with Bai Qiuqiu. Besides, the Ning Feng of the past didn't have the infamous reputation he carried now. Ning Feng shook off their hands. Ladies, are we done yet? Please just let me go. Bai Qiuqiu snorted coldly. Tonight you belong to us. If you don't behave, he'll go straight to Yi Chun and have him beat you to death. Having his weakness exposed like this was truly unbearable. Ning Feng was in despair. Fine, do as you wish as long as you don't ravish me. Pervert. Filthy. The two women scolded him. Ning Feng had given up. Xiao Liangya and Bai Jinxia caught up. Sis. Xiao Luai and Bai Qiuqiu turned around immediately. Scram. Get lost. The two men instantly wilted like frosted eggplants. Ning Feng looked at Xiao Liangya. Fatty, listen to me. Don't come to this place anymore. But Xiao Liangya seemed unfazed. No matter how tough he is, can he beat my army of thugs? Ning Feng was exasperated. Are you listening or not? Would I ever lead you astray? Remember, be good and go home immediately. Xiao Liangya nodded. Alright, I get it. Take care of my sister. If you win her over, it'll be your brother-in-law. Bai Jinxia was displeased. What? Trying to compete for the brother-in-law spot? He's my sister's. Xiao Liangya smirked slyly. Actually, we can both be brothers-in-law. Bai Jinxia chuckled. You know what? That might actually work. Ning Feng. Get lost. The two women also shouted, get lost now. Then Ning Feng was dragged straight into the car. As the door slammed shut, he felt only darkness. Qiuqiu, promise me, don't make me do those things. You dead fool. You're dreaming. Xiao Luai giggled. You've got some nerve thinking that. Sister Qiuqiu, how shall we deal with him tonight? Patience. Let's leave here first. Inside a black Jetta, Yi Chen's face was dark and grim. Watching the two women drag Ning Feng away, Qin Rui sat in the passenger seat, acting more like the boss. Young master, how about we just take him out? She made a throat-slitting gesture. Are you telling me what to do? Yi Chen shot her a glance. No. Yi Chen was somewhat exasperated. Qin Rui was indeed highly skilled in martial arts, but now she had no real use. Ning Feng can't die yet. The Ning family has only him as the sole heir. If he dies, the Ning Corporation will have no successor and might collapse entirely. What good would a ruined Ning Corporation be in my hands? Understood. Qin Rui replied with a serious expression. But these past few days have indeed been rough. Many things in my plan should have fallen into place, but now only the Lin family side is half complete. Everywhere else has hit a snag. I failed with Xiao Luai, and I failed with Bai Qiuqiu. I'm so furious. Qin Rui said gravely. Young master, could it be that your baptism in the sewage today has brought you bad luck? Would you like me to sacrifice a chicken's head to ward off misfortune? Shut up. Don't mention that to me. Yi Chun was enraged. Just thinking about that scene gave him nightmares. Understood. Yi Chun. Yi Chun was somewhat broken. Forget it, he'll ask fourth senior sister for help. If I can't kill Ning Feng, at least it'll make him suffer. That scoundrel Ning Feng, consumed by lust, surely won't be able to resist fourth senior sister. If she can control him, everything might fall into place. Qin Rui's eyes lit up. Excellent. Don't get angry. No one will save you if you get sick from anger. Don't get angry. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Soon a voice that could melt bones came through the line. Little Qinshan. Why are you thinking of your senior sister? Are you craving my body? Li Gang sped through the night in his car, following by Qiuqiu's directions until they arrived at a park. Luoi, give him and me some time alone. I need to talk to him. Xiao Luoi nodded, knowing she was merely an afterthought going along with the situation. She just wanted to mess with that bastard. Spending 50 billion to make her a youthful beauty leave had infuriated her. Then Ning Feng got out of the car with Bai Qiuqiu. They walked one behind the other. Bai Qiuqiu was as beautiful as a white lotus gently swaying. Under the moonlight and streetlights, she appeared even more pure with her dignified and elegant demeanor. Ning Feng almost succumbed again. No, I must stay calm, but I can't help it. She's my first love, an indelible mark from my 18th year. Hearing this, Bai Qiuqiu suddenly turned around. With her hands behind her back, she looked just like the young girl she once was, vibrant, playful, and adorable. Ning Feng, do you still like me? Well this. No I don't. Ning Feng hesitated. I must be ruthless, absolutely cannot admit it. I do like her, but I won't confess. I must not walk down that dead-end road again. Hearing his inner thoughts, Bai Qiuqiu felt both joy and sorrow. Since he liked her, why couldn't he say it? Ning Feng sighed and said, Qiuqiu, what's between us is over. There's no possibility anymore. About this evening I apologize. I swear I'll never speak recklessly to anyone again, nor bring up our past. Let everything be buried in the depths of our hearts. Bai Qiuqiu's eyes reddened. Why? Why is that? Because of that Yi Chen. That's not right. I haven't mentioned Yi Chen to her much, have I? Is fate this strong? Ning Feng shook his head helplessly. I have my reasons. Bai Qiuqiu knew he was telling the truth. There's really no hope for us, but you could consider Yi Chen. He's not only a master of medicine, but also incredibly skilled. He's destined to become a giant in Huaxia. By his side you'll be safe. Beasts like Mile Wide won't dare touch you. Bai Qiuqiu's eyes burned red. No, I don't want anyone else. I only want you. I can forgive what happened today, and I've realized I was wrong back then. I apologize. I was too impulsive back then. I shouldn't have doubted you. My rashness turned you into what you are now. Can we start over? I really can't let you go. 8 years. I thought it was your fault all along, and I held a grudge. But I still dream of you. Dream of you riding your bike with me, of us holding hands running across the grassland. I dream of you lifting me high in your arms. My everything is about you. Now I know I was wrong then, and I want to make it right. Okay. Bai Qiuqiu was both aggrieved and heartbroken, blaming herself. Seeing her like this, Ning Feng felt a deep ache in his heart. Heavens! Open your eyes and see. What have I, Ning Feng, done to deserve such devotion from a beautiful girl like her? I want to throw everything away and spend my life with her. She gave a sorrowful smile. All right. If you want to speak, it's fine. Just grant me one last condition. Ning Feng's eyes flickered. Tell me, do you remember that night when we were 17? Our first time trying alcohol in the attic of your room, watching the stars. That was where we officially started everything. It began there, so let it end there too. Watch the stars with me one more time, share a drink, and after tonight we go our separate ways. From then on you do your thing, I do mine, like ordinary friends. Hearing this, Ning Feng was lost in memories. They were truly innocent back then. So be it, start there, end there. Bai Qiuqiu said, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. This time, we'll bring Luai along so your parents won't say anything. Ning Feng gave a bitter smile. That's not necessary. Bai Qiuqiu shook her head. It's time to make a clean break. Ning Feng nodded. They turned back, got into the car, and headed home. Back at the Ning residence, his parents were out, and they didn't notice the two girls. They went straight to Ning Feng's room and up to the attic. Li Gang had prepared some food and brought wine. Bai Qiuqiu returned to this familiar place, gazing at the familiar starry sky, filled with gentle nostalgia. Xiao Loi also said curiously, so this is where you two started. Pretty romantic. She looked at them, but didn't intervene. Some things once past are gone. And Xiao Lui's gaze at Ning Feng was complicated. Bai Qiuqiu had calmed down. Yes, back then everything was so beautiful. Ning Feng didn't know what to say. Bai Qiuqiu opened the wine. All right. No more talk about that. Tonight we just drink. Get drunk, and everything will be over. Xiao Luai, looking like a little girl, smiled and nodded. Good. I'll risk my life to keep you company tonight. Ning Feng gave a wry smile and raised his glass, feeling a pang of pain, but knowing there was no other way. They began to drink, their faces gradually flushing. Ning Feng wasn't worried since Xiao Loi was there to prevent anything improper. He had also instructed Li Gang to move them to separate rooms if all three got drunk. Ning Feng drank freely. Cheers. One toast to tomorrow, one to the past. Bai Qiuqiu smiled too. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Just as beautiful as it was back then. Xiao Loi, beautiful. Come on, drink. Come on, drink. The three continued drinking until they all blacked out, forgetting everything. The night passed in silence. Li Gang did as Ning Feng had asked and separated them. The next morning, Xiao Loi woke up first groggy and found a large hand pressing on her, nearly suffocating her. She was jolted awake. Rubbing her head, she pushed Ning Feng's hand away. Her heart skipped a beat. Ning Feng, how did I end up in bed with him? She turned her head sharply. Damn. Qiuqiu was on the other side. Ning Feng's wretched hand was draped over Qiuqiu. He seemed to be dreaming, a smile on his face. Even in dreams he was hooked. Xiao Luoi was fuming and about to wake him, but then a sly smile curled on her lips. Humph. Making you the heartbreaker. It'll ruin you today. She took out her lipstick and applied it liberally. For Qiuqiu's sake, you're getting off easy. She planted several lipstick kisses on Ning Feng's face, smeared a bit of residue on Bai Qiuqiu, and left a hickey on her. Perfect. Then with a mischievous grin, Xiao Loi pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of this glorious scene. After taking a set of photos, she grabbed her clothes and quietly slipped out of the room, a smile on her face. Just you wait. You're in for it. Ning Feng woke up in a daze, feeling thirsty. He got out of bed and walked straight out the door, completely unaware that Bai Qiuqiu was still under the covers. As Ning Feng left, Xiao Luai, hidden in the shadows, looked puzzled. Why was there no commotion? The moment Ning Feng descended the stairs, she slipped into the room. She saw Bai Qiuqiu still asleep and fell silent. Then she woke Bai Qiuqiu, who was still bewildered. Xiao Luoyi lectured her and showed her the photograph. Bai Qiuqiu's face flushed crimson and she nearly screamed. Then Xiao Luoyi whispered something stealthily to her. Bai Qiuqiu's face showed great surprise, shock, then shyness, then hesitation, and finally a smile. Sister Qiuqiu, just follow my lead when the time comes. I guarantee you'll win Ning Feng over. Bai Qiuqiu said sheepishly, is this really okay? Ning Feng stumbled downstairs in a daze. Seeing the lipstick marks all over Ning Feng's face, Ning Qianhua's expression darkened. Young Master Ning had a wild night, didn't you? Hearing his father's sarcastic tone, Ning Feng was startled. Dad, what are you talking about? Wild night. I just had a bit to drink last night. Ning Qianhua sneered. Oh, just a bit to drink, huh? And which girl did you bring home? Ning Feng still didn't know what he looked like. No one special, just Bai Qiuqiu and Xiao Luoyi. What? Ning Qianhua exploded. 2. Ning's mother was also dumbfounded. 2 at once. Wouldn't they ever get to enjoy their peaceful retirement? Seeing his parents' exaggerated reactions, Ning Feng said, Mom, Dad, what's gotten into you? We just had a few drinks, then each went to sleep. They're still asleep. You'll see when they wake up. Ning Qianhua suppressed his fury. Mrs. Su, bring a mirror for this ungrateful son. And get my stick too. Right away. Mrs. Su rushed off and soon returned. Seeing the familiar stick, Ning Feng panicked. Dad, what are you doing? I just had a bit to drink. Is that worth a beating? Ning Qianhua barely contained his rage. Just a bit to drink. Look at yourself. Mrs. Su held the mirror up to Ning Feng. In that instant he saw his face covered in lipstick marks and was stunned. What happened? Did he do something shameful while drunk last night? Ning Feng looked at his father, who was about to explode. He gave an awkward smile. Dad, don't worry, I can explain. Just wait until they wake up and they'll clear things up. As he spoke, a timid figure in pajamas appeared at the top of the stairs. Bai Qiuqiu was shy, her cheeks flushed red. Qiuqiu, were you drunk last night? Nothing happened between you two, right? Ning's mother felt uneasy. If something had happened, it would be a big deal. Ning Qianhua shared the same thought. But Bai Qiuqiu looked incredibly shy. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, making Ning Feng swallow hard. Damn, that look, that little face. I just want to take a bite. Bai Qiuqiu fidgeted, extremely embarrassed, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, Uncle Ning, Annie, it's nothing. We just had a bit to drink. Hearing this, Ning Qianhua and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, see, I told you it was nothing. Ning Qianhua roared, shut up. Bai Qiuqiu said nervously, Uncle Ning, Annie, please don't worry. Ning Feng didn't trick me into drinking. I did it willingly. We planned to clear up past misunderstandings, but after drinking we fell asleep. I don't know how we ended up in the same bed, but nothing happened. Bai Qiuqiu couldn't continue, it was all Xiao Luoyi's coaching. Ning Qianhua was furious. You beast. He'll kill you. Smack. The stick came down. Ning Feng covered his head. Dad, stop. We really didn't do anything. Ning Feng felt like crying, but had no tears. Heavens, why are you tormenting me like this? Ning's mother said angrily, look at your face and the marks on Qiuqiu's neck, and you still deny it. Is this how we raised you? You want to shirk responsibility? Ning Feng sobbed, Mom. I really didn't do anything. I don't know what happened last night. Mom, say something. I'm going to be beaten to death. But his mother paid no attention. She tightly embraced Bai Qiuqiu, refusing to let her leave, suspecting something had happened last night. Finally, Xiao Luoyi appeared. Uncle Ning, please don't hit him. We really didn't do anything. Ning Qianhua was stunned. The more he listened, the more suspicious it seemed. The two girls must be too afraid to tell the truth. He hit even harder. Ning Feng winced in pain. Dad, I told you nothing happened. Why won't you listen? Bai Qiuqiu could not bear it. Uncle, please don't hit Brother Ning Feng. It pains my heart to see this. I would rather you strike me instead. Mother Ning's eyes reddened as she covered her mouth, nearly weeping. Had her wayward son saved the world in a past life? To have a girl love him so deeply, every word unspoken yet brimming with affection. Ning Qianhua sighed, his face darkening as he fixed his gaze on Ning Feng. Keep this up. How could you lay a hand on such a girl? If you truly like Qiuqiu, pursue her openly. Do you think we would object? Ning Feng felt utterly hopeless. Let things be as they may, he no longer cared. Mother Ning promptly led Qiuqiu and Xiao Luoyi to the dining table. She served them food. Qiuqiu, we knew you were once involved with him, but 8 years have passed. Do you still love him? Mother Ning asked curiously while placing dishes before Bai Qiuqiu. At that moment, Bai Qiuqiu seemed to revert to her true self, every gesture exuding tranquility and grace. The epitome of a refined lady. Bai Qiuqiu's cheeks flushed slightly. Auntie, I have always loved Brother Ning Feng. The misunderstanding from 8 years ago has been cleared up. It was my fault for wronging him. I want to win him back. He himself said he won't be betrothed to Lin Qingcheng, so I intend to try. Then she shifted her tone. Even after 8 years apart, I think of Brother Ning Feng every day. When I went to university in another city and others asked why I wasn't dating, I proudly showed them his photo saying he was my boyfriend. I have regretted my impulsiveness countless nights and days. I should have given him a chance to explain. It was all my fault. I was too willful and spoiled. I should have been gentler. So I kept waiting for his call only to hear about his engagement to Lin Qingcheng. I couldn't delay a moment. I feared losing him. As she spoke, tears streamed down by Qiqi's face once more. Ning Qianhua let out a deep sigh. You little brat. If you ever betray Qiuqiu, it'll break your legs. Ning Feng surrendered. He gave up entirely. Yet the floor was cold and he wanted to rise. But Ning Qianhua shot him an icy glare. Stay on your knees. Don't even think of getting up until this is resolved. Hearing by Qiqi's words, Mother Ning also sighed. She looked at Ning Qianhua. What should we do now? The die is cast. Ning Qianhua sighed again. The Lin family called yesterday. They mentioned postponing the engagement. But from their tone it seems they are considering calling off the betrothal. They'll visit the Lin family today to dissolve the engagement. It's just hard on that girl Qingcheng. As he spoke he glared at Ning Feng. Look at the mess you've made. Explain yourself to Qingcheng. Ning Feng looked utterly innocent. These women will be the death of me. Lin Qingcheng plays this game, and now you all do too. Hearing this by Qiuqiu and Xiao Lui were inwardly astonished. Lin Qingcheng had done the same. By Qiqi's sense of guilt lessened considerably. So she had already pulled this trick. Let the best woman win. Ning Qianhua continued. As for things here, once the engagement is dissolved, Qiuqiu shall be betrothed to this scoundrel. Are you willing, Qiuqiu? Ning Feng was stunned. Resolving one engagement only to bring on another, would it never end? Dad, shouldn't we discuss this with the Bai family first? Isn't it too soon? Shut up. Ning Qianhua roared. Bai Qiuqiu lowered her head. I am willing, father. The entire room froze. Mother Ning was astounded. Ning Feng exploded. Qiuqiu, that's my father, not yours. Xiao Luai laughed heartily. Wonderful. All's well that ends well. Uncle Ning, auntie, congratulations on gaining such a wonderful daughter-in-law, and sister Qiuqiu. Ning Feng shot her a glare. Wasn't the chaos enough? Enough already, she even called him father. Ning Qianhua was deeply moved. Come Qiuqiu, eat. Don't mind this fool. With such a fine bride he must have rocks in his head. Ning Qianhua enthusiastically served by Qiuqiu. Mother Ning beamed with joy. Good. I've always adored Qiuqiu. Old Ning, go to the Lin and Bai families today and settle everything. Ning Qianhua nodded with a smile. Thank you, mother. Bai Qiuqiu called out obediently to Mother Ning. Oh my. Mother Ning felt a wave of warmth. That single address struck straight to her heart. Ning Feng's eyes went vacant. Yichen, you useless fool. Where's your swagger? Can't you tame these women? He gave up completely beyond all redemption. Mother Ning laughed joyfully. Suma, go fetch the bracelet handed down from my mother-in-law. Oh, all right. Suma clattered upstairs. Ning Feng sat up. Mom, no. That bracelet was passed down from Grandma's mother, meant only for the future mistress of the Ning family. Mother Ning glared at him. Shut up. Qiuqiu is the future mistress we've chosen, the young lady of the Ning family. Go sit in the corner. With such a wonderful daughter-in-law you should be overjoyed. Ning Feng. Mom, am I not your own son? Joy my foot. Once the betrothal is set, I'm doomed. Yichen will smack me to death. I have to get out of here. Leave Jiangning. Hearing this by Qiuqiu and Xiao Lui were inwardly shocked. Xiao Lui quickly said, Brother Ningfeng, you're not thinking of running away from the engagement to enjoy a bachelor's life, are you? You can't be serious. Ning Feng, what the heck? I swear, was I that obvious? Ning Qianhua snorted coldly. Qiuqiu, don't worry. If he dares to run, I'll tie him up and drag him back. He'll freeze all his assets and see where he can flee. Ning Feng wept. Dad, don't be so ruthless. Soon Suma returned with the bracelet. Smiling, she took by Qiuqi's hand. Come Qiuqiu, let me put this on you. From now on you are the designated daughter-in-law of the Ning family. If he dares to bully you, just tell us. Your uncle Ning will teach him a lesson. Bai Qiuqiu smiled blissfully. Though the means and process were somewhat questionable, at least she got what she wished for. Thank you, mother, thank you, father. The elders beamed with joy. In the car. Qiuqiu, give that bracelet back to my mother. Last night must have been a misunderstanding. Ning Feng lunged to grab it. Xiao Lui slapped his hand away. She pulled out her phone. Ning Feng saw the scandalous scene. He nearly had a nosebleed. His own hand was on Qiuqi's ample chest. He was gripping it. With a look of pure bliss. Ning Feng was stunned. What is this? Xiao Lui snorted. You're asking me. You must be the lecher who carried Sister Qiuqiu over here last night. Ning Feng's head was about to explode. What on earth is going on? Xiao Lui sneered. I'm telling you, you'd better treat Sister Qiuqiu well, or he'll send just one of these photos to Yi Chun and you're dead. Besides, you wouldn't want to ruin Sister Qiuqi's reputation, would you? Ning Feng let out a deep sigh. Back at the company, Ning Feng felt utterly numb. He lay on the sofa lifeless, completely unsure of what to do next. Everything had fallen apart. Everything was in chaos. In just a few days, all these leading ladies had entangled him. Yichen, I beg you, please take these women off my hands. In the secret base of the Green Dragon Society, within a dimly lit hall, a figure sat, shrouded in darkness upon the highest seat. Before him knelt another silhouette. Old Huang, remember your mission to assist the junior disciple of the Heavenly Way Society's leader, Lord Yi, in seizing control of the 5 great families of Jiangning with all your might. Remember, from now on your life belongs to Lord Yi. Even if you die, he must not suffer a single scratch. Lord Yi is ordained by fate. Following him is akin to following the Heavenly Way Society itself. Do you grasp the gravity of this task? Old Huang below furrowed his brow and asked, Second-in-command, isn't our creed to uphold justice and vanquish evil? The second-in-command in the shadows snorted coldly. How many of those tycoon families have clean hands? Originally, the Green Dragon Society targeted those 5 families, but we lacked the strength. Now that Lord Yi has arrived in Jiangning, this is our golden opportunity. Don't question it. This is a boon from the Heavenly Way Society's leader to us. Just carry it out. Old Huang clasped his fist in response. Understood. Over the next 2 days, Ning Feng grew much more cautious. He had figured out that as long as he kept a low profile and avoided contact with those women, he could maintain some distance from them. He spent his days at the company planning project overhauls while stealing secret pleasures, savoring the fragrance of his young secretary. Though he hadn't yet conquered her, he could still indulge in a bit of mischief from his boss chair. From the last batch of rewards, he had 10 pairs of fine stockings which he gave to Ning Qingcheng, tearing one apart whenever the mood struck. Delightful. By night, he would hit the nightclubs, hiding in such places where those leading ladies wouldn't come. Chen wouldn't come either. With foot baths and massages every day, wasn't this life comfortable? As long as he avoided them, wasn't lying low a fine plan. As the end of another workday approached, Ning Qingcheng came in to report. Her tight pencil skirt and black stockings were utterly tantalizing. But Ning Feng held back, knowing he couldn't touch her yet. Damn, I can barely stand it. Ning Qingcheng dressed like this every day is like fire scorching my heart. No, I need to cool down. Hearing this, Ning Qingcheng shot him a flirtatious glance. Ning Feng shuddered and cursed silently. You little vixen. Ning Qingcheng covered her smile with a hand. Such a Ning always was endearing. President Ning Pei Qian's company has been set up and is now requesting capital injection. Hearing this, Ning Feng rubbed his hands together. Not bad. Everything's done in 2 or 3 days. Fine. Inject 1 billion into it. Have finance fully monitor the cash flow. As long as it's not wasted on nonsense, let him invest as he sees fit. Ning Qingcheng sighed and nodded. President Ning, that's a whole billion. Ning Feng waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. Also, I need to leave now before those women block the door. Contact me by phone if anything comes up. Ning Qingcheng quickly stopped him. President Ning, the municipal committee is holding a seminar tomorrow. Secretary Ma specifically asked for your attendance. Final go tomorrow and secure the project. With that, Ning Feng got up and left. As he passed by, he gave Ning Qingcheng a playful slap. Come on, I'll take you for a feast, he said with a roguish grin. He earned a charmingly indignant glare. President Ning Feng's bones nearly melted. He hurried off with Ning Qingcheng following. Ning Feng sneaked out, having changed into sportswear to blend in, dreading an encounter with those women. Fortunately, nothing happened. Everyone was busy. Getting into the car, he said, Li Gang, find a different spot today. A quiet barbecue stall for a simple meal. They found a secluded barbecue stall. Ning Feng feasted heartily, savoring a taste he hadn't enjoyed since being transported into this book. As President Ning, he rarely had the chance for such fare. It didn't suit his status. Today was perfect. Li Gang looked at him as if seeing a new person, and Ning Qingcheng was equally astonished. What are you staring at? Eat. This is the real deal. Li Gang forced a smile. President Ning, you never used to eat this. You said it was beneath your dignity. Ning Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Ning Feng waved dismissively. That was me being an idiot. What does food have to do with status? I was a fool back then, oblivious to the true delights of life. Nothing a barbecue can't fix, if it doesn't have to. Ning Feng grinned, washing it down with beer. Awesome. Burp. Ning Qingcheng gazed at this completely transformed Ning Feng, utterly captivated. At a nearby table, 3 men sat together. Boss without a photo were searching for a needle in a haystack. The second-in-command is so unreliable, complained a man in black beside Commander Huang. Another nodded. It's like looking for a drop in the ocean. There's not even a single useful clue. Old Huang shot him a glare. Shut your mouth. Lord Yi will likely reveal himself soon. He's destined for fame, and we'll find him. This mission is critical. Don't screw it up. The two nodded and continued eating. Soon a gang of thugs stormed the barbecue joint, sitting down, and after a few words started trashing the place. Bitch, look at the garbage you're serving. If you can't hack it, get lost. Brothers, smash it all. Chaos erupted. Old Huang's group frowned, itching to intervene, hating such injustice. But Old Huang stopped them. Leave it. It's not our concern. We have a mission. Don't court trouble. They held back. Meanwhile, Ning Feng frowned too, looking over. Li Gang, do you know them? Li Gang hesitated. They seem to be Jiang Tianha's men. Ning Feng was startled. Damn, that means they're tied to me. Ning Qingcheng recalled. President Ning, this is part of one of our development projects. It stalled because some old shop owners refused to move. You sent Jiang Tianhao to handle it last week. Ning Feng jolted. Right? Damn. I almost forgot this subplot. These thugs should have been beaten off by Yi Chen. Where the hell is he? He was supposed to fight his way up, cripple Jiang Tianhao, And then Jiang Tianhao would come after me, making me suffer again. Crap. I've done so many awful things. Ning Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. Ning Feng was at his fortune-telling again. System, where's Yichun? He should be here. Dear Yichun isn't here right now. Due to circumstances, he's entertaining guests. Perfect timing. The system assigns you a small task. Pretend to be Yichun, help Missouri Yushuan drive off these thugs, earn her trust, and you'll be rewarded with a minor power boost. Ning Feng was speechless, having to impersonate Yichun. He cursed silently. Yichun, you idiot. Skipping a main side quest to entertain guests. You're probably drowning in pleasure. And indeed, Yichun was currently in a massage parlor, utterly relaxed. Final take it. Free power was not to be refused. Qingcheng, take off your stockings. Ning Qingcheng blushed. Here, President Ning, maybe later at home. Hurry up. Ning Feng's urgency made her cheeks burn crimson. Over at the stall, the middle-aged owner tried to stop the thugs, but was shoved to the ground. A stunningly beautiful girl ran out. Dad, you beasts. You're picking a fight on purpose. I'm calling the police. Well, never move. A thug with dyed hair sneered, call the cops. Huh. Brothers, this little girl wants to call the cops. They all laughed. Boss, she's gorgeous. How about we have some fun? Haha. Great. Let's all get a taste. They moved to assault Mo Yushuan, the poor girl. Suddenly a foot flew in. Get lost. Ning Feng kicked a thug, sending him crashing into others. In that instant, he was like a beam of light in Mo Yushuan's life, dazzling and bright. But when she looked closer, her eyes twitched. That light was a bit odd, wasn't it? Who wears a stocking over their head? Ning Feng had no choice. He was too famous. These thugs would recognize him, so he had to hide. To complete the task, he had to do it right. Miss, don't worry. He'll beat these scoundrels for you. Mo Yushuan touched nodded while calling the police. Damn it, a thug cursed. Think you're in a movie. Trying to play hero? Brothers, get him. The thugs charged. If Ning Feng hadn't told Li Gang to stay back, had have jumped in. But soon Li Gang and Ning Qingcheng were stunned. Ning Feng displayed astonishing prowess, knocking out thugs like they were children. His strength as an external force expert was too much for them. In moments, the thugs lay on the ground groaning. Ning Feng snorted, get lost. The dyed-hair thug roared, bastard. We're Tianha's men. You're dead meat. We won't let this go. Got the guts to leave your name. Ning Feng paused. Yichun, come after me if you dare. That so-called Tianhao can rot if he bothers this place again. Now scram. He figured the task was done and he could leave. But he didn't notice old Huang's trio, who had been about to leave, freeze in their tracks. Yichun, could it be? The three exchanged glances. Mo Yushuan bowed to Ning Feng in gratitude. Thank you, mister. Yi. You should leave quickly, they'll surely be back soon. Mo Yushuan was a classic beauty of a tragic fate, reminiscent of the tofu beauty archetype. Her damp, fine hair swayed gently, carrying the faint scent of a maiden's fragrance. Her chest was notably ample, a sight of rolling hills. She worked elsewhere during the day and came to help here at night. Originally, this was meant to be an opportunity for her to meet Yichun. Later, Yichun would lend her a hand and bring her into the Lin group, which he would eventually seize. Then Mo Yushuan would become one of Yichun's many concubines, spending her days washing his underwear. A pitiful soul. Why did such a wonderful woman have to belong to that bastard Yichun? Suddenly hearing these words, Mo Yushuan was startled. An illusion? Yichun a bastard? How could he speak of himself that way? And how did he know she would wash Yichun's underwear? Mister, what did you say? Mo Yushuan asked tentatively. Ning Feng was taken aback. Huh? I didn't say anything. He chuckled. Don't worry, they won't be coming. Then he turned to look at Ning Qingcheng. Ning Qingcheng understood and made a call, telling Jiang Tianhao to stop causing trouble here. But she was also shocked. Mo Yushuan could hear Ning Feng's inner thoughts too. Well, you two clean up. I'm done eating. Li Gang, pay the bill. Ning Feng said. Mo Yushuan waved her hands repeatedly. No, you helped me. This meal is on me. But Ning Feng insisted. This is a small business. You're not well off. I must pay. He turned and left, unable to stay any longer. Just then, three burly men blocked Ning Feng's path. Excuse me, are you Lord Yichun? Ning Feng was terrified. But after hearing them clearly, he came to his senses. His heart raced. Weren't these the men from the Green Dragon Society? That old Huang. Damn it. Why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to appear only after Yichun swallowed the Lin family? This is bad. I must have shown off too much and made him mistake me for Yichun. Ning Feng trembled, inwardly certain that the damn system was to blame. This man was no ordinary. He was a master of inner strength. He would later help Yichun secretly eliminate those who disobeyed. The Green Dragon Society held considerable power in the shadows of Jiangning. These men lived on the edge of a blade, ruthless and decisive. Ning Feng never expected to run into this man. What do I do? What can I do? I must not expose myself. If they find out I'm impersonating Yichun and tell him I'm done for, damn it, he'll just have to play along. Ning Qingcheng, understanding the situation, grabbed Li Gang to stop him from stepping forward. Mo Yushuan was stunned. He hadn't spoken, but she heard a voice. Was that his inner thoughts? He said he was impersonating Yi Chen. He wasn't Yi Chen, his name wasn't even Yi Chen. Mo Yuxuan was shocked and needed to confirm. Ning Feng cleared his throat twice. Get up, what's this posture? It seems you've received orders. Old Huang nodded repeatedly. We've been searching for Lord Yi for 2 days, not knowing your appearance. Now that we meet, you are truly wise and heroic, noble and grand. Like a true dragon descending unparalleled. Ning Feng waved his hand. Enough, I don't care for such flattery. Give me your contact number, I'll instruct you when needed. Don't follow me, though I dislike having too many people around. Old Huang nodded again. Ning Qingcheng noted down the number. I'll take my leave now. Wait for my orders, they'll call you when something comes up. Old Huang was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Yi. Ning Feng was speechless. What was there to thank? Ning Feng nodded mysteriously. Yes, good. Wait for my news. When I need you to act, I'll let you know. Leave now. You are skilled, but don't cause trouble outside. If you bring me any trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. Old Huang and his 2 companions nodded repeatedly. Lord Yi is right. Well, be careful. Then they took their leave. Ning Qingcheng whispered, Mr. Ning, they're gone. Ning Feng immediately relaxed. He panted heavily, his legs weak. Alas, what do I do? Ning Feng's face was full of worry. Li Gang asked, Mr. Ning, did they mistake you for that bastard Yi Chen? Ning Feng nodded helplessly. Everything's going wrong. Even here I run into such people. Li Gang was curious, Mr. Ning, are those guys really that terrifying? Ning Feng sighed. Gang, you should know about ancient martial arts experts. Li Gang was astonished. They're ancient martial arts experts. Ning Feng nodded. Inner strength masters. Next time you see them, be careful. Never act recklessly. Li Gang nodded dumbly. He knew a bit about ancient martial arts. Inner strength masters were terrifying, capable of taking on 100 men alone. Mo Yuxuan came out with tea and was stunned. That face. It was so familiar. Wasn't it the president of the Ning group, the man she hated to the bone? With a crash, the tea spilled all over the floor. Mo Yuxuan's face twisted with rage. So it's you, the despicable scoundrel. Ning Feng sighed. Mo Yuxuan was another trouble, but he couldn't do evil anymore. Don't be afraid. I know you hate me. Regarding the shop front, your father owned, those thugs caused trouble, and I didn't handle it well. I promise you no one will harass you again. As for your relocation, Qingcheng liaise with this young lady. Offer more compensation. That bastard Jiang Tianhao must have tormented them. Add some compensation for emotional distress. Find time tomorrow to discuss it with them. Yes, Mr. Ning. Ning Qingcheng said respectfully. Mo Yuxuan was stunned. Ning Feng glanced at her and sighed inwardly. Another poor girl. Forget it, everything will return to normal. Mo Yuxuan was dumbfounded. He cared about me. Wasn't he rumored to be a blood-sucking tyrant? Why did he seem so different now? He didn't appear as detestable as the rumors suggested. Ning Qingcheng had already gone to explain and left her number. Jiang Tianhao wouldn't bother them anymore. Then Ning Feng hurried away. Mo Yuxuan felt bewildered. What on earth had just happened? At the entrance of the city government meeting hall, Ning Feng had just arrived when he spotted some familiar faces. Most notably, Yi Chen was also there. Ning Feng wanted to avoid him as much as possible. This was exactly why he hadn't wanted to come. The 4 leading ladies were all gathered here. And with the male protagonist present, stepping into this place felt like walking into a den of wolves. Brother Ning Feng. Brother Ning Feng. Ning Feng still tried to hide. But 2 stunning beauties had already greeted him first. It was Lin Qingcheng and Bai Qiuqiu. They both approached him warmly. Yi Chen watched this scene with a dark, gloomy gaze. These women were all his. He had to possess their bodies to eventually swallow up their families. Never mind, he would endure for now. Ning Feng gave an awkward smile. Oh, President Lin, President Bai. Long time no see. Lin Qingcheng shot him a sidelong glance and said reproachfully, where have you been these past 2 days? I went to your company, but couldn't find you. Ning Feng forced a smile. Busy. Bai Qiuqiu snorted lightly. Brother Ning Feng, I've missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see me? I went to your place, but didn't find you. Ning Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The 2 women began vying for attention. Each grabbed one of his hands. Their gazes clashed as if sparks might fly. This is a disaster, a disaster. What are they trying to do? I should never have come. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoyi seemed to enjoy stirring things up. She walked over. Oh, Sister Qiuqiu, where did you get that bracelet? It looks quite old. Hey, Brother Ning Feng, doesn't this bracelet look just like your mother's heirloom? Hearing this, Ning Feng's hair stood on end. He shot her a glare. Dear lady, aren't you making things messy enough? Bai Qiuqiu said a bit sheepishly. Annie gave it to me. Wow. So you're going to be the young mistress of the Ning family. Bai Qiuqiu felt a little embarrassed. She was shy. But Lin Qingcheng suddenly felt a pang of panic. Was her position under threat? She stared intently at Ning Feng. This is your mother's heirloom. Ning Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Well, yeah, I think so. Ning Feng felt like he was about to explode. 3 dear ladies, please spare me. Look at Yi Chen. That guy's practically ready to kill me. I don't want to provoke any of them. I should never have come. Upon hearing these words, the 3 women each had their own thoughts. In the distance, Wang Xuany's lips curled slightly. Interesting. Who exactly was engaged to whom? Lin Qingcheng's eyes reddened. A sense of crisis arose in her heart. She snorted lightly. Brother Ning Feng, they'll come find you tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Bai Qiuqiu refused to back down. Brother Ning Feng, have dinner with me tonight. Brother Ning Feng, I've learned some new moves. You'll love them. Lin Qingcheng threw caution to the wind. Even Bai Qiuqiu was impressed by that. He's with me tonight. With me. Brother Ning Feng is mine tonight. He's mine. The two beauties tugged at each other. Ning Feng was about to lose it. Crazy, crazy. You madwoman, do you want me dead? Ning Feng shook them off. Stop it, everyone's watching. I need to go to the bathroom. Ning Feng walked away grumbling, leaving the two women locked in a standoff. Lin Qingcheng snorted coldly. Brother Ning Feng is mine. He's about to get engaged to me. Bai Qiuqiu showed no weakness, raising the jade bracelet on her wrist. Your engagement will soon be called off. He'll be engaged to me. Lin Qingcheng said coldly, dream on. No one can cancel it. Bai Qiuqiu snorted lightly. That's not for you to decide. The two women's gazes clashed. It was a war without gunpowder. Yi Chun was almost spitting blood from rage. The women he had set his sights on were all fawning over a villain instead of him, the destined protagonist. It seemed this guy really couldn't be allowed to continue. He just had to wait for fourth senior sister to make her move. Yi Chun snorted coldly in his mind. Today his main purpose was to stop Lin Qingcheng from doing something reckless. Ning Feng ran to the restroom and splashed water on his face. This was really a disaster. Both leading ladies were fawning over him. He sighed inwardly, what am I going to do? Yi Chun will definitely make a move against me. But why didn't he act in that situation just now? Ning Feng couldn't understand. Since when did Yi Chun, the big male lead, become such a patient turtle? This can't go on. I have to find a chance to gather them all together and make things clear. Ning Feng's gaze gradually grew resolute. Yes, he had to make things clear. For now he would hide. He lit a cigarette right there in the restroom, squatting in a stall with the door closed. He wouldn't come out until the meeting started. He had only taken 2 puffs when voices came from outside. Boss, which one is Lord Yi? We can't just barge in and ask, can we? We can't afford to cause more trouble. Old Huang snorted coldly. No rush, we'll find out soon. Just watch and see if that Ning Feng is the guy we saw last night. Damn it, he dared to screw me over. I'm going to kill him. In the stall, Ning Feng inhaled backward out of shock, nearly choking himself. Holy crap. They knew. It's over. They found out, and so fast. Ning Feng was so terrified his whole body went limp. What should he do now? They probably didn't recognize the guy with the stocking over his head from last night. Ning Feng's heart was pounding with anxiety. This was extremely dangerous for him. If Old Huang and Yi Chen met up, he'd be finished. It would definitely trigger Yi Chen's fury. After Old Huang and his 2 men left the restroom, Ning Feng cautiously opened the door. Confirming no one was there, he quickly made his escape. But just as he reached the entrance, he ran into 2 important figures. President Ning. Approaching him were Secretary Ma and Mayor Li. Ning Feng greeted them politely. Mayor Li and Secretary Ma. They shook hands cordially. Secretary Ma grabbed Ning Feng's hand. President Ning, we've been looking for you for a while. Didn't expect to find you here. Ning Feng smiled awkwardly. Mayor Li, Secretary Ma, what do 2 such important figures want with me? Mayor Li was a lean, middle-aged man. He also shook Ning Feng's hand excitedly. President Ning, I saw your speech at the high-speed rail New City project. In you I see the hope of Jiangning. Please, you must help Jiangning and its people with the old city district. Secretary Ma chimed in, yes. President Ning, I know you're a conscientious entrepreneur at heart. Please don't refuse. Hearing this, Ning Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This was something he intended to do anyway. He was already prepared to take it on himself. Whether others did it or not was their business. Ning Feng glanced around and said, Mayor Li, Secretary Ma, I've actually been following this project for a while, and I am indeed ready to take it over. How about we find a place to discuss this? Hearing this, Secretary Ma and Mayor Li's eyes lit up. Really? The 2 were overjoyed. Let's go. They eagerly pulled Ning Feng along, afraid he might change his mind. Ning Feng smiled wryly. They chatted for a while, and everyone was beaming. When Ning Feng and Secretary Ma entered the conference room, the place was already full of guests. To everyone else, this was just a boring meeting that no one would take seriously. They were just there to go through the motions. After all, how many company chairmen had actually shown up? They'd just listen and endure the tedious affair. But right from the start, Secretary Ma skipped the usual opening pleasantries. With a smile, he dropped a bombshell on everyone. Sorry to have you all come for nothing. Today's meeting is cancelled. Countless people looked bewildered. Cancelled? Why? Secretary Ma continued. As for the old city district, the Ning Corporation has agreed to take on the entire project. Whoa! Countless people gasped in shock, their eyes bulging as if they had misheard. Everyone was dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the unruffled Ning Feng. Was he out of his mind? That old city district project. Basically, whatever you invest, you'll lose. Only a fool would take it on. The meeting hasn't even started and you've already announced it unilaterally. Isn't there something fishy going on? Secretary Ma smiled at their astonished expressions and said, That's how it is. Mayor Li and I have just discussed it with President Ning. The Ning Corporation will take over completely. If any of you business elites wish to participate in this project later, you can collaborate with the Ning Corporation. Just then a figure suddenly stood up. Ning Feng, are you sure you're not joking? Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to that figure. Ning Feng looked at him, as well his expression utterly calm. A thought crossed his mind. You want to swallow up the 5 great families of Jiangning. Let's see what you can swallow. Ning Feng was determined to hollow out the Ning Corporation, so that when Yi Chen eventually took over a shell company, what could he possibly do? He would take a small fortune of over $1 billion, find a remote town, and live comfortably as a wealthy recluse with his parents. But that inner thought reached the ears of the 4 beauties present. Shocked, they wondered, was Yi Chen really planning to annex the 5 great families? On what grounds? Secretary Ma looked at the rising Yi Chen with some confusion and asked, and this is? A secretary beside Yi Chen explained, Secretary Ma, this is Mr. Yi Chen, the new vice president of our Lin's Oriental Group. Secretary Ma chuckled, oh, a young hero indeed. But that's how it is. Ning Feng also stood up at that moment. The old city district in the east. My Ning Corporation will take it. All right, this meeting ends here. As soon as he said this, the entire room fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. It was actually true. Yi Chen was also stunned. That guy's words from the other day were real. He really was going to take on this project. Lin Qingcheng was shocked too, as she could hardly believe he hadn't been lying that day. Why on earth would he do this? With his business acumen, he had to see that this was a money-losing venture. What was the reason? Bai Qiuqiu Xiaolui and Wang Xuanyi were all bewildered. They hadn't known in advance that Ning Feng was going to take this project. They were all utterly astounded. In the corner of the conference room, 3 burly men stared at Yi Chen, finally confirming his identity. Boss, that's Lord Yi. No mistake, he's now the vice president of Lin's Corporation. Old Huang nodded. This time it should be right. But that Ning Feng, is he the guy from last night? Hearing this, the 2 subordinates fell silent. After all, it had been nighttime, and that guy had worn a stocking over his head. Just as the 3 hesitated, a stunning secretary walked over to Ning Feng and stood quietly by his side. Holy crap, it's him. It's him, one subordinate exclaimed angrily. Another added, boss. No mistake, that woman was with him last night. Old Huang's face darkened. Damn it, they'll kill him. Keep an eye on him, grab him, and give him a good beating. Yes. In the venue, everyone was in shock, unable to believe the truth of the matter. Yi Chen had a bad feeling. If the Ning Corporation took on this project, its assets would shrink drastically. That was the last thing he wanted. In his plan to take over Jiangning, the Ning Corporation was the most critical piece. It was the dominant player, and its assets were vital. If Ning Feng squandered them like this, how could he build his own business empire? His face darkened. If necessary, he had to stop this. Ning Feng said, all right, this matter ends here. Everyone go home. He turned to leave. Just then, a crisp bell-like voice rang out. Wait. Everyone looked. It was from the Lin's Oriental Group. Lin Qingcheng had stood up. All eyes were on her, but she was looking at Ning Feng. Lin Qingcheng was deeply shocked. She had thought Ning Feng was just joking that day at her house. But she never expected he wasn't kidding. Given his nature, he would never invest in a losing project. There had to be a catch. She truly believed Ning Feng must have his reasons. Plus, with that inner thought he just had, that Yi Chen was going to swallow the 5 great families, and he knew about it beforehand. This was likely his countermeasure. He wanted to protect the Ning Corporation, and taking such a risky move must have its logic. And if she, Lin Qingcheng, wanted to save the Oriental Group, she had to stand with him. Moreover, her grandfather was determined to trust Yi Chen and buy that piece of land. That would inevitably lead them step by step into Yi Chen's trap. She would use the Oriental Group's funds to prevent Yi Chen from carrying out his plan. That was the safest approach. Even if she was removed from her position later, it would be fine. Saving the Oriental Group was paramount. This was Lin Qingcheng's inner thought. But for Ning Feng, he hadn't thought that far. He simply wanted to squander his fortune. Lin Qingcheng suddenly spoke up. My Lin's Oriental Group is willing to go forward and retreat with the Ning Corporation and would like to help. As soon as she said this, the room fell into dead silence once more. Everyone stared at Lin Qingcheng in shock. Hearing Ning Feng's inner thought, the remaining 3 women also exchanged meaningful glances. Bai Qiuqiu felt a surge of rivalry with Lin Qingcheng. Yi Chen's face darkened completely. This was absolutely not the outcome he wanted. What he desired was the intact 5 great families group. He intended to build his commercial empire upon it, gradually expanding outward. But now the situation had spiraled out of control. The women he had set his sights on, along with their enterprises, were all recklessly throwing themselves into Ning Feng's arms. This was tantamount to hollowing out the 5 great families entirely. What would he be left with when he finally acquired them? 5 empty shells. Were they collectively squandering his assets? He could never tolerate such a thing. No, this must be stopped. Damn Ning Feng. His gaze locked onto Ning Feng's face. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was inwardly desperate, wanting only to flee, for he had already sensed Yi Chen's murderous intent. He bolted immediately. Yi Chen gave chase without hesitation. At the same time, old Huang and the other two hiding in the shadows followed silently. Escaping the meeting room, Ning Feng's only thought was to run, leaving even Ning Qingcheng unable to keep up. Chen had already notified Qin Rui to detain Ning Feng. Just as Ning Feng passed by the restroom, a hand yanked him inside. Ah, damn it. Ning Feng couldn't react in time, only to find himself in a bow-tie embrace, a fragrant breeze washing over him. Qin Rui. Ning Feng was astounded. Such an intimate posture. Wow, she smells so good. This pose, this softness. I love it. I really envy that bastard Chen. Qin Rui caught his thoughts. She snorted coldly. Bastard. What filthy thoughts are running through your mind? She drew her sword with chilling swiftness and laid it across his neck. Ning Feng immediately raised his hands. The blade's icy gleam could end his life in an instant. Little fairy, what are you doing? We're in a civilized society. No need for swords and blades. Let's talk things out nicely. Everything can be negotiated. But Qin Rui was in no mood for conversation. Shut up. My master has business with you. Say one more word and he'll take your life. Chen wants to see me. Oh no, oh no. Is he going to beat me up? Sigh. He sighed inwardly, but mentally prepared himself. If Chen made a move, he would use the experience card. Although his strength had advanced to the outer strength perfection after completing that small task yesterday, it was far from enough against freaks like Qin Rui and Chen. He could only rely on the Grandmaster experience card and the indestructible Diamond Divine Art. Then he began to study Qin Rui. Their current distance was the length of a sword. The faint fragrance emanating from her was truly intoxicating. Ning Feng appraised her figure. Damn, a woman like this belongs to Chen. How infuriating. Why can't I be gifted a woman like this? Hearing these inner thoughts, Qin Rui was furious. This scumbag. Why were his thoughts always so filthy? He was utterly despicable. Just as Qin Rui was pondering this, Chen appeared. The moment he arrived, Ning Feng's expression hardened. He had to be careful. Chen's eyes were grim and dark. Ning Feng asked, Chen, what exactly do you want? I haven't provoked you, so why have this woman tie me up? Chen was icy cold. Why did you invest in this project? Give me an explanation. Ning Feng was taken aback, then said naturally, didn't I tell you? I'm doing a good deed. Does that bother you? Chen snorted coldly. I don't want to waste words with you. You've obstructed me time and again, and I've tolerated you long enough. Investing in this damn project, making them all follow you. What exactly are you plotting? Ning Feng knew he was anxious, fearing losses for the families. Ning Feng said helplessly, what does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Chen's face instantly darkened. They'll say this one last time. Lin Qingcheng, Xiao Luoyi by Qiuqiu and Wang Xuani. They are all women I Chen have set my sights on. They will only ever be playthings in my palm. They are my toys to be played with as I please. But if you dare touch even a strand of their hair, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Don't question whether I have the ability to do so. I tell you, there are many existences in this world beyond your knowledge. If it weren't for the fact that you still serve some purpose, crushing you would be as easy as swatting a fly. Hearing this, Ning Feng's face turned utterly cold. His eyes fixed on Chen, burning with boundless fury. Playthings. His Moonlight, the goddess he had pursued for 3 years, was nothing but a puppet in your hands. Of course he was aware of this. His own claim that Lin Qingcheng and the others were Chen's playthings was an exaggeration. It was their inescapable fate. But when the words came from Chen's mouth, their meaning twisted. He had originally believed that Chen, as a passionate and multifaceted protagonist, wouldn't love each heroine to the point of madness, but at least he would show them some compassion. After all, that fit the protagonist's mold. But now Ning Feng realized he was wrong. So even this kind of protagonist had a sordid side. They were just better at pretending. Chen saw his gaze and sneered. Oh, interesting look. What, can't take it? Going to make a move on me? Chen laughed scornfully. I'm telling you, this is the truth. Destroying you and yours is just a casual act for me. You'd better behave. Now go tell the government that the Ning Corporation is withdrawing its investment. Ning Feng glared at him and snorted. I don't take back what I've put out. You're dreaming. Chen's eyelid twitched. That was rather disgusting. He snorted coldly, not wanting to waste more time, since the meeting would soon adjourn. Chen sneered, no matter. I don't mind if you disagree. I can cancel it for you. At this, Ning Feng was stunned. What do you mean? Chen sneered. You probably don't know how great my abilities are. For me, it's far too simple. Hearing this, Ning Feng's face changed instantly. Damn it, you're cheating. Bastard. How can I play like this? Screw this amount. Ning Feng yelled frantically. How could he continue? But Chen ignored him. Rui or knock him out, guard him, and he'll handle the matter and return. Ning Feng, WTF. Smack. Qin Rui slapped the back of Ning Feng's head. His head drooped, seemingly unconscious, but he was actually faking it. Only by doing so could he lower their guard and escape later. Qin Rui was startled. He passed out that easily. Chen sneered, a dissipated playboy with a drained body. Naturally, he's weak. Don't overthink it. Strip his clothes. Qin Rui set to work. Soon Ning Feng was stripped down to his underwear. Ning Feng was inwardly bitter. A monumental humiliation. He would exact revenge one day, Meanwhile, a wave of energy emanated from Yi Chun, and his face began to contort gradually, becoming identical to Ning Feng. After changing into Ning Feng's clothes, he was indistinguishable from him. Qin Rui said worriedly, "Master, this is very dangerous." "Your power." Yi Chun waved his hand. "What danger could there be here? Besides, it only lasts for 3 hours. My strength is still at the inner strength level. Ordinary people can't harm me. And with this opportunity, I can thoroughly hurt those women. They'll surely hate Ning Feng and return to me." A smile spread across Yi Chen's face. "Imagenius." Qin Rui, "Master is awesome." Yi Chun, "All right, find a place to lock him up and ensure he doesn't show up for now." Qin Rui nodded, covering Ning Feng with Yi Chen's clothes. Yi Chun had already left. Qin Rui stuffed Ning Feng into a trash bin and wheeled him out. She then placed him in a remote storage room, tied him up, locked the door, and left. She had to follow her master. Yi Chen's strength was greatly reduced, and it was her duty. Ning Feng was furious. He broke free from his bonds, got up, and paced back and forth. What should he do? Damn it, maybe he should just confront him heat. "If you want to play dirty, I won't let you off easy." No. He had to get out and see exactly what was happening. Old Huang and his 2 men, having finally located Ning Feng, were eager to exact revenge. However, a beautiful woman approached them, forcing them to halt. Xiao Luoyi spotted Ning Feng. "What are you doing here? Where did you just run off to?" Ning Feng offered a faint smile. "I went to the restroom. By the way, I have something to announce." "Has everyone not left yet?" Xiao Luoyi replied, "The irrelevant people have already gone. Only our families remain, discussing the old city district matters with Secretary Ma." Ning Feng nodded. "Good." Xiao Luoyi also nodded. "All right, I'll go to the restroom and be right back." With that, Xiao Luoyi walked away. Yi Chun, without a second thought, headed toward the meeting room. Old Huang and his 2 men, unable to act due to the constant presence of others, had no choice but to bide their time. "Boss, no chance. Should we still wait?" Old Huang's face darkened. "Damn it, we'll wait no longer. We'll strike directly in the meeting room and expose that bastard's true ugly face. We'll land a heavy blow on him. Consider it a tribute to Lord Yi. After all, he's someone Lord Yi plans to deal with later." The 2 lackeys nodded vigorously. "The boss is wise. Let's go," Old Huang declared. They followed Yi Chun directly into the meeting room. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Xiao Luoyi was about to head to the restroom, she spotted Ning Feng again at a corner. "Ning Feng." Ning Feng was also startled to see Xiao Luoyi. "Ning Feng, how? Weren't you just over there? How did you get ahead of me? And why are you wearing Yi Chen's clothes?" Ning Feng instantly understood that Xiao Luoyi must have encountered Yi Chun. Ning Feng quickly said, "Luoyi, I am Ning Feng. The one you just saw was actually Yi Chun in disguise. He stole my clothes and is now going to announce the cancellation of the old city district renovation investment." Xiao Luoyi's gaze sharpened, but she quickly regained her composure and shoved Ning Feng back. "Nonsense. I think you're the one who's Yi Chun. Confess. Why are you pretending to be Ning Feng? Do you think you can fool me? If you don't come clean, I'll call the police. And this is the city government building with plenty of officers around." Ning Feng grew frantic. "Luoyi, I really am Ning Feng. It's Yi Chun who's impersonating me." A spark flashed in Ning Feng's mind. "I can prove it. Remember that day at my place when we drank and the next day you and Qiu put on an act?" Xiao Luoyi snorted coldly. "That kind of thing isn't exactly a secret." Ning Feng grimaced. "Then do you remember that time in the car? I was staring at your legs and skirt, and you directly spread your legs, showing me your white safety shorts." Xiao Luoyi grew suspicious. Ning Feng continued, "And more. When we were kids, you girls would gather around me to play house. I'd often pretend to be the doctor, and you were the patients. I made every one of you strip for my examination down to your little panties until my dad caught me and nearly beat me to death. And that day we drank, when you were drunk, you said you liked me, and you only pretended to dislike me out of consideration for Qiu." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Luoyi's face flushed red. "Stop. Don't say any more." She was filled with disbelief. "So that Ning Feng was really a fake?" Ning Feng nodded. "He's truly a fake. He impersonated me to stop my Ning family from investing in this project." Xiao Luoyi was skeptical. "Why would he help you stop this?" Ning Feng sighed helplessly. "He probably saw Qingcheng and you all following me into this investment. He's now the vice president of the Lin family, trying to secure a piece of land for them. If Qingcheng pours all her money into this, he won't be able to maneuver, so he wants to terminate the project. Luoyi, this isn't the time to discuss this. Help me out. I can't appear there to expose Yi Chun. You need to find a way to reveal his true identity and stop this. It's crucial to me." Hearing this, Xiao Luoyi felt like she was listening to a fairy tale. She was still somewhat unconvinced, even suspecting that the original Ning Feng who initiated the project might have been Yi Chun in disguise, and now the real Ning Feng had returned to cancel the investment given that the project was a loss. "I still don't believe you. Here, think of something in your mind," Xiao Luoyi said. Ning Feng grew agitated. "What nonsense am I supposed to think? How will thinking of something convince you?" Xiao Luoyi nodded. "Exactly." Ning Feng was frantic. "You little girl, why won't you listen? Careful, or it'll pull down your pants and whip your little bottom." Xiao Luoyi was shocked. You really are Ning Feng. That one was a fake. Ning Feng exclaimed that actually worked. He had no time to dwell on it. Go to the meeting room now and find a way to expose him. He'll sneak close and hide. Xiao Luoyi nodded solemnly. Okay. He'll skip the restroom and go right now. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Luoyi turned back and asked, why are you investing in this project? Ning Feng grew impatient. For the investment, of course, to make a profit. What else? Now go. Xiao Luoyi flashed a sly smile and sprinted back. Ning Feng used a piece of cloth to partially cover his face. After all, the situation with two Ning Fengs was far too bizarre. He stealthily approached the meeting room, found an opportunity to slip in through the back door, and hid himself. He knew the confrontation was about to begin. Chen wearing Ning Feng's face appeared in the meeting room. The others had already left, leaving only the 5 families involved in the investment. Everyone was discussing how to proceed with the project's signing ceremony. Chen cleared his throat. Everyone, let's set that aside for a moment. Well, wait for President Xiao. I have something to announce. All eyes turned to him. Lin Qingcheng by Qiuqiu and Wang Xuanyi looked his way. At that moment they looked at Ning Feng, but felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Ning Feng rarely displayed such an attitude, one of condescension. Secretary Ma asked with a smile, President Ning, do you have something else to add? Ning Feng smiled. No rush. Let's wait for President Xiao to arrive, and he'll speak to everyone together. But the next moment the door swung open and 3 burly men walked in. Everyone was puzzled. Who were these 3? They clearly weren't business people. Were they city government security? Coincidentally, Xiao Luoyi entered right behind them. Chen saw their arrival and smiled faintly. Xiao Luoyi stared at this Ning Feng as he naturally walked over to Bai Qiuqiu and Lin Qingcheng. At this moment, there was no room for hostility. She needed to find a chance to tell them the truth. Chen chuckled. Since everyone is here, I'll make my announcement regarding this old city district project. Before he could finish, hold on, President Ning. It was the burly man who spoke. Chen's face instantly turned cold and harsh. How dare someone interrupt him? Who are you? We're discussing serious matters here. Unrelated personnel, please leave. Upon hearing this, Old Huang was amused. He slowly approached Chen. Old Huang sneered, suppressing his anger. President Ning truly has a short memory. We met just last night, and today you don't recognize me. Turning your back so quickly. Chen was baffled. The hidden Ning Feng was also stunned. Why did these 3 idiots have to show up now? They were about to attack him. And now Chen was wearing his face. Ning Feng's eyes lit up. This was getting interesting. The onlookers were very curious. Had Ning Feng taken this man's money and then reneged? Xiao Luoyi was also perplexed. How had things become so complicated? Chen grew annoyed, sensing the man's aura and seemingly understanding. Azure Dragon Society. So it's you. I don't have time to waste with you now. Oh, I have important matters here. Old Huang was enraged. No time. Commander Huang erupted instantly. He'll let you pretend. He'll let you deceive. He grabbed Chen by the head and delivered an elbow strike to his jaw. Teeth and blood flew out. Then came a flurry of moves. Double dragons emerge, twist the universe, pull up the seedlings to help them grow. Old man pushes the cart, wild geese descend, release the tiger back to the mountain. Left hook, right hook, backstab, swallow, return. Chen was left in tears. Chen was beaten to the point of being incapacitated. Fortunately, Qin Rue appeared and whisked him away. There's still an expert. Chase him and finish him off. Old Huang bellowed. Ning Feng, who was lying low on the ground, sighed inwardly. The protagonist is the protagonist after all. He won't die, just suffer a bit. At that moment the women were still in shock. That blow. Even a steel rod would have been destroyed. Could that really not be Ning Feng? Just then, from a hidden corner in the back row, Ning Feng stood up. When they saw another Ning Feng, they were truly stunned. Ning Feng. President Ning. Brother Ning Feng. Ning Feng chuckled and stepped forward. Everyone, don't panic. That wasn't me just now. It was just someone impersonating me. Everyone was utterly astonished, never expecting it to be true. Alas, this is truly troublesome now. It seems I've really burned bridges with Chen, and we'll have to face off directly. Hearing Ning Feng's inner thoughts, the 5 women present all breathed a sigh of relief. It's him. There's no mistake. Brother Ning Feng, what exactly is going on? Lin Qingcheng stepped forward, asking with concern. Bai Qiuqiu also came directly forward, vying for attention. Brother Ning Feng, I was so scared just now. Oh, I thought that was you. Both women grabbed Ning Feng's arms, their faces full of worry. Ning Feng sighed and shook his head. He'll explain later. He turned to Secretary Ma. Secretary Ma, I apologize for this unexpected drama here. I hope you weren't too alarmed. Please expedite the confirmation on the old city district matter so we can sign the contract quickly. Once it's signed, no petty people can interfere. Secretary Ma, still shaken, nodded. All right, I'll hurry them up. Ning Feng nodded and began to leave, his expression grave. At the cafe, 4 beautiful women surrounded Ning Feng. He had brought them there. Wang Xuanyi was absent. Yang Qingcheng stood behind Ning Feng. Lin Qingcheng by Qiuqiu and Xiao Luoyi sat across from him. Ning Feng stirred his coffee, his mind wandering far. This is truly a huge problem now. Chen is bound to explode. I must be careful from now on. he will lash out. But since we're facing off directly, I need to change my strategy. To keep these women from being caught in the crossfire, I have to create distance completely, or they'll all get hurt. Little did he know the women were fully aware of his inner thoughts. So Ning Feng had always been concerned about them. Suddenly Ning Feng looked up and said, "Qingcheng Qiuqiu, I won't get engaged to either of you. Let's stop all contact from now on. And Luai, you should stay away from me too." At these words the women fell silent for a moment. Lin Qingcheng was the first to protest. "Don't even think about it. I'm not leaving you. I told you I'll make you fall for me again. Even if it means death, I'll be with you. I'm not afraid of that, Yi-chan. You can't shake me off." Bai Qiuqiu suddenly added, "I'm already the daughter-in-law approved by your parents. I won't leave you, so don't even try." Xiao Luai smiled. "Brother Ning Feng, I like you too. How about I just marry you as well?" Ning Feng was utterly bewildered. "Ladies, what are you doing? Haven't I made myself clear enough? And besides, I can't marry all three of you, can I?" Lin Qingcheng dropped a bombshell. "I wouldn't say a word even if you married us all at once as long as there's no hierarchy. I'm sticking with you no matter what." Ning Feng, he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Oh, so I'm blessed with this fortune, am I? Ning Feng stared blankly at the three of them. He sighed and said, "I'm not joking with you." "Neither am I," Lin Qingcheng replied earnestly. Ning Feng let out a bitter laugh. "You don't understand, Yi-chan. You have no idea what kind of person he is. His methods are far too numerous. And he possesses extremely formidable ancient martial arts skills." Inside the car, Ning Feng felt exhausted. He lay on Yang Qingcheng's thighs. Yang Qingcheng gently stroked his hair with a look of tenderness. "President Ning, is it really that troublesome?" Ning Feng nodded. "It is indeed very troublesome, but this matter won't involve you girls. It's just for me. I need to think it over carefully." He was truly in turmoil now. Yi-chun had already confronted him. This time after Ning Feng deceived Commander Huang, Yi-chun had taken a brutal beating for him. He surely wouldn't swallow this insult. It seemed the time for a final showdown had truly arrived. Back at the company, he still couldn't find a way to break the deadlock. He glanced at Yang Qingcheng, who was alluring and seemed to await his embrace, and sighed inwardly. "I still can't touch Yang Qingcheng. Once I take her, if I end up dying, Yi-chun won't want her either, and her life will become very difficult." Hearing this, Yang Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flickered, tears glistening. Even at this moment, President Ning was still thinking of her and planning for her future. Where could one find such a man? Ning Feng looked at Yang Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, maybe you should resign. He'll give you a sum of money enough for a life of luxury. Later you can start a small business, find a steady man, and live a stable life. What do you think?" Yang Qingcheng's eyes instantly reddened. She shook her head, repeatedly walked over, and sat beside Ning Feng. She lay in his arms like a little lamb, a fragrant breeze wafting. "President Ning, I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay with you. I like you. Even if it means dying for you, I will, but I can't leave you. President Ning, take me. I won't regret it. No matter what I become in the future, I accept it." Hearing this, Ning Feng was deeply moved, his nose tingling. "At least my little secretary is on my side. My sincere feelings weren't wasted. But I still can't touch her. I have to leave her a way out." Yang Qingcheng was also deeply moved. "President Ning, I don't care about my future. I want you now. I want to give myself to you now." As she spoke, Yang Qingcheng began to act. Hey, Qingcheng, what are you doing? Don't make me make a mistake." "Qingcheng, calm down." Ning Feng felt that Yang Qingcheng's body was now burning hot, as if she were fully ripe. What few could resist such temptation? Just then, knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. "Qingcheng, someone's here." Yang Qingcheng restrained herself. They both quickly dressed. Ning Feng called out, "Come in." A female employee appeared timidly. "President Ning, President Wang said she wants to discuss something with you." Ning Feng was taken aback. "Which President Wang?" "It's Vice President Wang Xuanyi of Wangshi Chengrong Group." "Wang Xuanyi?" Ning Feng was stunned. "What's she here for?" he asked suspiciously. "Please invite her in." Soon Wang Xuanyi's cool and elegant figure came into Ning Feng's view. He had seen her that morning. Wang Xuanyi was different, as she was a bit older than the rest of them. Usually Ning Feng had little interaction with her, so their dealings were rare. Plus Wang Xuanyi carried a mature, sophisticated style, an irresistible aura with a natural hint of allure. She seemed like the kind of person hard to control. Seeing her appear, Ning Feng chuckled. "President Wang, what brings you here? Please have a seat." Wang Xuanyi surveyed Ning Feng's office, a faint smile on her face. She gently smoothed her skirt, perfectly outlining her figure's curves. Breathtaking. No wonder. A mature woman is a mature woman. This aura, this coquettish charm. Compared to Lin Qingcheng and Bai Qiuqiu, it's truly a different flavor. The mature, sophisticated style. Cuteness really is worthless in the face of sexiness. Hearing Ning Feng's inner thoughts, Wang Xuanyi wore a faint smile. "President Ning, this is my first time at your esteemed place. What am I not welcome?" Ning Feng chuckled. "Welcome? How could I not welcome you? President Wang, what brings you here?" Ning Feng smiled, still unable to gauge Wang Xuanyi's intentions. According to the original story, his interactions with Wang Xuanyi were very limited. Moreover, her entanglement with Yi Chun would only unfold later. But everything was now in chaos. Ning Feng had no idea which plot point would come first. Wang Xuanyi wore a mature, alluring smile. Her charm wasn't the kind that made one fall at first sight. Far from it. But that natural allure combined with her mature style added much to her appeal. It wasn't easy for her to stand out among the other women. Wang Xuanyi seemed hesitant, glancing at Ning Qingcheng behind her, her meaning clear. Ning Feng, however, smiled. President Wang, don't mind her. She's my confidant. Wang Xuanyi gave a slight smile. Some things aren't fit for even a confidant to hear. Ning Feng was puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Ning Qingcheng to leave. Now, President Wang, can you speak? Ning Feng said with a smile. Wang Xuanyi nodded with a chuckle. I came to ask you something. As she spoke, she stood up and paced back and forth. What is it? Wang Xuanyi smiled faintly. Why invest in the old city district? Ning Feng was taken aback. That's simple. Without thinking, he said, I've already told you. I simply want to develop my hometown and benefit the people. Don't you understand, President Wang? Wang Xuanyi shook her head with a smile. You're still treating me like an outsider. If others don't know you, we women certainly do. We grew up together. I know your character well. You never do a losing deal. I've invested a lot following you, we're in the same boat. Aren't you willing to reveal a little? Ning Feng thought to himself, would I tell you it's to squander my fortune? He smiled. President Wang, there's really no inside story. I just genuinely want to benefit the people. What's gotten into Wang Xuanyi today? So strange. Wang Xuanyi smiled faintly, her alluring brows captivating. Ning Feng, don't be so distant. Just call me Xuanyi. Just because we've had less contact in recent years doesn't mean you won't acknowledge your childhood friend, right? Ning Feng smiled. Since you're being so direct, I won't stand on ceremony. Xuanyi, I really didn't overthink it. I just want to benefit Jiangning. It's not as complicated as you think. As for investing in the old city district, it's not a good project. Since you haven't signed yet, you should back out and avoid this mess. Wang Xuanyi sighed inwardly. This guy still wouldn't tell her the truth. Looks like I'll have to show some real skill to make him confess. Seizing the moment, she sat right next to Ning Feng, pressing close. Ning Feng felt uncomfortable and moved away a bit. But the next instant, a jade-like hand grabbed his tie and pulled him close. Their faces were nearly touching. Her red lips were incredibly tempting, just begging for a bite. What the hell? What is she doing? Tempting me. What's the game? Damn, those three women are already too much for me. Now another one. I'm done for. Wang Xuanyi chuckled inwardly. Actually, I also have feelings for you. As she spoke, she flicked her hair. Look at me closely. I don't believe your mind is a blank slate. Her seductive gaze seemed to bewitch. Ning Feng's heart raced. I'm just kidding. I won't tease you anymore. Ning Feng gave her a deep look. This woman was definitely dangerous. Far harder to handle than Lin Qingcheng and Bai Qiuqiu. That person who impersonated you today, do you know his background? His skills were extraordinary. Ning Feng nodded. Ancient martial arts expert. Very strong. Hearing this, Wang Xuanyi smiled and nodded. So you do know a thing or two. Yes. He's an ancient martial arts expert. On the surface, his strength is terrifying. At least an inner strength expert. Such people are rare. Ning Feng was also surprised. You've studied this. Wang Xuanyi smiled mysteriously. Ning Feng was puzzled. That's not right. Wang Xuanyi seemed ordinary. Could there be some hidden setting in this book? There's an underground auction in a couple of days. The participants are all ancient martial arts experts from around Jiangning. Some interesting items might appear. Interested in coming along? Ning Feng was momentarily stunned. He remembered now. There was indeed such an auction. It was Yi Chen's stage for showing off. At that event, Yi Chen would expose someone's trick and display his true skills, earning great prestige. But this had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to bother with it. He shook his head directly. I'm not interested. Wang Xuanyi was taken aback. Even this couldn't tempt him. How could she get close to him? She said, there might be legendary experts there, leaping over roofs and walls, shattering rocks with fists. Aren't you even a little curious? Not curious. And various rare treasures, each worth a fortune, even herbs for longevity. You're really not interested. Not interested. Wang Xuanyi was about to break down. She rarely shared such things with others. But this guy showed zero interest. She struggled to suppress her anger. This man was impervious to all persuasion. Ning Feng had made up his mind. He would avoid getting involved with Yi Chun as much as possible. That was his plan, but someone else had other ideas. Dear, a new mission has arrived. Ning Feng was instantly furious. Damn it. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You just can't stand to see me do well. Ning Feng awkwardly saw Wang Xuanyi off. Xuanyi'll call you in a couple of days. Watching Ning Feng's sly demeanor, Wang Xuanyi was perplexed. One moment, he claimed to have no interest, the next he suddenly agreed to go. She decided to stop overthinking it. As long as she could establish a connection with him and create opportunities to interact, she truly believed she could conquer this lecherous Ning Feng. After seeing Wang Xuanyi off, Ning Feng sighed helplessly. Come on, get out here. You definitely did that on purpose. You can't stand to see me well, can you? Dear, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I can't stand to see you well. I want to help you court disaster. The system girl's voice was truly infuriating to Ning Feng. He wanted to keep a low profile, but this damn system wouldn't allow it. Ning Feng quickly focused and asked, just tell me now that I'm going head-to-head with Yi Chen, what are my chances of winning? Very, very high. Bigger than someone's rabbit. Ning Feng, do you think you're funny? Dear, don't be mad. It's very, very high. About 2%. Ning Feng nearly spat blood. Forget it, there was no point arguing with this damn system. So if I accept this mission and succeed, it'll get 600 points plus what else? Ning Feng asked. The system began to explain. Mission core, go to the Qianlong auction, stop Yi Chen from showing off. Rewards 600 points, a minor realm breakthrough, and one of 3 minor rewards. Failure, return to the original world. Ning Feng was stunned. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to stop him from showing off? He could crush me with a finger. Dear, given the mission's difficulty, we've provided you with 3 items, which will expire after this mission. Ning Feng's eyes lit up. What items? A transformation card lets you take on anyone's appearance for 3 hours, reversible at will. It can help you hide your identity while stopping Yi Chen so his wrath won't fall on you. It's up to you how to use it. Hearing this, Ning Feng's eyes sparkled. What a great item. An aura concealment card lets you disguise yourself as a grandmaster of the inner strength perfection level, bluffing your way to increase survival. Lasts 3 hours, reversible at will. Another great item. Ning Feng grew excited. This indeed gave him a way to stop Yi Chen from showing off. Finally, a teleportation card lets you flash to any location within a 5-kilometer radius, ignoring all obstacles. Note these 3 items are only usable during the Qianlong auction and will expire automatically afterward. Hearing this, Ning Feng finally felt some confidence. At least you have a conscience. I can go now. The next period was relatively peaceful. However, the government's speed was remarkable. That morning, Mayor Li reported to the province. Upon learning that someone had taken over the Jiangning project, the province immediately set aside everything else to hold a discussion meeting. They acted swiftly, overturning the original plan according to the Ning family's proposal, stamping and announcing it. Smooth and seamless, it was done in one go. By afternoon, the documents reached the city government. Mayor Li then contacted the involved companies to sign contracts. Ning Feng didn't want to waste time and signed quickly. Once the government announcement was made, the entire Jiangning was destined for a sleepless night. It was like a major earthquake. The old city renovation project was signed at lightning speed, sealing the deal. In the end, the Ning family invested 50 billion yuan, with other families contributing as well. Jiangning was shaken. When the chairman of the 5 major families saw the news, they spat out their food, frantically calling to inquire. But they couldn't get any answers. No one understood. The contracts were signed, everything was settled. No one could figure out what had happened. Especially the Lin family. Old Master Lin and the middle-aged generation were in an uproar. All the funds that had just revived the Lin family were poured into that hole. Old Master Lin was furious. He threatened to remove Lin Qingcheng from her position as CEO. Lin Qingcheng would inevitably face a scolding when she returned home. Ning Feng couldn't stop the other families from investing. They seemed convinced that he had some secret deal with the government, otherwise he wouldn't have invested without profit. Ning Feng sighed, thinking he'd have to find a way to reduce their losses. It was better for him to bear the cost. In the evening, just as Ning Feng stepped out of the company building, the entrance was already swarming with reporters. Director Ning is out. Director Ning, may I ask why you invested in the old city? Will you also treat the common people as mere pawns like the previous investors? Director Ning, we're from Jiangning Daily. Do you have other motives for investing in the old city? Are you expanding the Ning family's business empire? Director Ning. A flood of reporters fired questions simultaneously. Ning Feng smiled. Everyone, please don't rush. The Ning family won't hold a press conference for this. It'll pick one person to ask a question, and he'll give a unified reply. His gaze scanned the crowd. Soon he spotted a very delicate young woman. Damn, it's her. Luo Feifei. This woman is one of Yi Chen's minor harem members. I might as well look out for her. I wonder if the plot will unfold as it originally did. Logically, she should meet Yi Chen during Zhong Xinting's mission when she's captured by bandits and rescued by Yi Chen, then falls for him. I'll forget it. I won't worry about that. Luo Feifei, squeezed in the crowd, was startled. Did she hear wrong? This Ning Feng actually knew her. And what was this about Yi Chen? A harem. Xinting captured on a mission. What nonsense. He hadn't spoken, so why could she hear his voice? How strange. Ning Feng locked his gaze on her. You there? Ask a question, and I'll answer. Off. Luo Feifei was taken aback. But she quickly snapped out of it. This wasn't the time to dwell on such things. Luo Feifei raised the microphone. Director Ning, regarding your group's 50 billion yuan investment in the old city renovation project, what is your motive? Is it really just to exploit the people, as rumors suggest? Hearing this, Ning Feng showed a gentle smile. I believe most people are most concerned about this, fearing that the Ning family is here to exploit you. Let me give a unified reply. Let the people of Jiangning wait and see how things turn out. I Ning Feng mean what I say. Since I'm investing 50 billion, I will invest 50 billion. I have no other agenda. The Ning family's rise to this height is inseparable from the support of Jiangning's people. Now it's time for the Ning family to give back to society and to the people. Great oaks from little acorns grow. Just wait and see. The Ning family will transform the eastern old city into another new city for Jiangning. As for those who speculate about my hidden motives, let them guess. Actions speak louder than words. I will show my results to every citizen of Jiangning. Alright, that's all I have to say. Please make way or I need to leave work. The reporters listened to Ning Feng's speech, but none of them were willing to believe him. Ning Feng glanced at Luo Feifei. This girl, she's quite delicate, completely different from Qingcheng and the others. And her figure, well endowed. It'd be nice to have a taste. Ah, too bad, she's Chen's woman. Forget it, there's no point talking to them. They don't understand the old city project. Luo Feifei's pupils contracted sharply. Her eyes were fixed on Ning Feng's lips, but he hadn't spoken a word. What was going on? Could she hear Ning Feng's inner thoughts? Luo Feifei was astounded. But his thoughts were disgusting. He wanted to taste her. Indeed, a leopard can't change its spots. Disgusting. However, he mentioned the old city. Was there a secret there? Surrounded by bodyguards like Li Gang, Ning Feng got into his car and drove away. Luo Feifei was quick. Quick follow Ning Feng's car. She got into her company's car and sped off in pursuit. Within the Lin family mansion. You've disappointed me deeply. From this day forth you are no longer the president of the Lin Corporation. Get out. Moreover, you can forget about marrying that brat Ning Feng. Never in this lifetime. Get out. Old Master Lin erupted in fury, smashing numerous objects in his rage. Never before had the Lin family witnessed the old master in such a towering rage, especially directed at his most beloved granddaughter. At this moment Lin Bantian and his wife were on the verge of tears. Qingcheng, apologize to your grandfather quickly, then go negotiate with the city government to cancel the investment. Lin Bantian urged anxiously. The eldest and third son sneered inwardly, thinking that after such a grave mistake, she still hoped for forgiveness. Dream on. Now it was finally their turn to take charge. Lin Qingcheng's face was streaked with tears. Her most cherished grandfather still refused to trust her. To berate her so harshly. Indeed, in this family, only the Lin Corporation mattered, everyone else was insignificant. Moreover, she did not believe she was at fault. They simply failed to see the hidden truth. If they heeded, each in the Lin family was doomed to ruin. With tears in her eyes, Lin Qingcheng smiled bitterly. Grandfather, what's done is done. I have no objection to you stripping me of my presidency. But I must say this Chen is not to be trusted, and you will see that this project will be fine. This is the key to the Lin family's rise. After speaking, Lin Qingcheng turned and walked away. Lin Bantian roared in fury, rebellious. Absolutely rebellious. You wretched child. Torn between stopping Qingcheng and persuading the old master to reconsider, Lin Bantian was deeply conflicted. Lin Qingcheng departed nonetheless. Old Master Lin thundered, all of you get out. At his roar, the younger generation and the middle-aged alike slunk away. The eldest and third sons knew better than to cross him in such a mood. The Lin family mansion fell into an eerie silence. Old Master Lin remained silent for a long time. His heart burned with fury. Just as the Lin family was on the verge of rising, Lin Qingcheng had plunged them into an abyss. He racked his brain for a solution. But truly there was none. He wondered what spell Ning Feng had cast over Lin Qingcheng and the daughters of the other three families, making them so infatuated that they followed him into this investment. It was destined to be a catastrophic loss. He sat alone in silence for 2 or 3 hours, only finding a way around 9 o'clock. The crux of the problem lay with Ning Feng. Only by breaking through from Ning Feng could he find a solution. He would have to step back into the fray. Old Yang. Soon Old Yang appeared. Master. The old master said grimly, contact Ning Feng. Ask where he is. I want to meet him. Old Yang nodded and promptly called Ning Feng. Not long after, the old master and Old Yang set out. The old master had finally re-entered the scene. Time rewind, 3 hours. After Lin Qingcheng left the Lin family, she drove aimlessly around the city only to realize she had nowhere to go. Cast out by the Lin family, she seemed unable to do anything. She couldn't return to the mansion, nor did she want to go home where her parents would inevitably pester her. She laughed bitterly. I never thought Lin Qingcheng would be so pitiable. Driving around alone, she couldn't help but cry. Only in her downfall did she realize how truly pathetic she was. She had no one to talk to. Her heart was filled with boundless loneliness. Wasn't it laughable that she had no one to rely on? She wandered through the city for a long time, that face frequently flashing through her mind. She could only go to him. He was the only one who still liked her. She smiled bitterly, wishing desperately for someone to comfort her, to hold her. She was so heartbroken. Would he accept her? Probably. Crystal teardrops trickled down her cold, beautiful face. She looked so weary and pitiful. At Ning Feng's own villa. Along the way he had received many calls. His father had scolded him severely, and he had barely managed to calm him down. He had originally planned to rest early, but then he received a call from Old Yang of the Lin family. Old Master Lin wanted to see him, and he naturally wouldn't refuse. So he decided to wait. It wasn't long before Old Master Lin and Old Yang strode in full of vigor. Almost simultaneously, Lin Qingcheng appeared before the house. Through the glass, she caught sight of Ning Feng and her grandfather in surprise. Why would grandfather be here? Had he come to pressure Ning Feng? Lin Qingcheng began to eavesdrop. Old Master Lin stormed in with an imposing air. Ning Feng could immediately tell he meant trouble. The old master fixed his gaze on him and said as calmly as possible, "I've racked my brains, but I can't see any profit in the old city renovation project. No matter how you spin it, it can't yield a profit. I need an explanation from you." Ning Feng smiled wryly to himself. It was indeed about this. Grandfather Lin uncle once said that in business it's not about who earns more, but who lasts longer. I didn't enter this project to make money. I'm a member of Jiangning, and that project has been stalled for too long. Someone needs to step up. It's a contribution to society and the people and a way to accumulate virtue for my parents. I truly never intended to profit from it. Old Master Lin's murky old eyes fixed on Ning Feng for a long silent moment. Ning Feng felt a chill. This old fox was no simpleton. When did the Ning family produce such a saint? But that's irrelevant. Be a saint if you must, but why drag the Lin family into this? Qingcheng threw herself into this investment without hesitation. Are you trying to destroy the Lin family? Ning Feng smiled bitterly. Grandfather Lin, you're overthinking. I never influenced Qingcheng. She made the decision to invest on her own. It has nothing to do with me. Outside the door, Lin Qingcheng smiled bitterly. Indeed, it had nothing to do with him. Yet how she wished he would defend her even with a single word. Did he truly no longer care for her? His words distancing himself from her cut deep. She was on the verge of leaving. Old Master Lin snorted coldly. So you still won't admit it? Fine. He'll be blunt. Weren't you going to marry Qingcheng? If you don't extract the Lin family from this mess, you'll never marry her in this lifetime. Ning Feng's eyes lit up. Such good fortune. Excellent, excellent. It's a deal. Lin Qingcheng clamped her hand over her mouth, struggling to suppress her sobs. Tears streamed down her face unbidden as she leaned against the wall. She recalled Ning Feng's relentless pursuit of her over the past 3 years. His sweet words, his vows of eternal love. Now in retrospect, it all seemed utterly ludicrous. She couldn't fathom why he had changed so drastically in just a few days. She had already taken the initiative to confess her feelings. Did he truly possess not a shred of compassion? Was his love truly extinguished? She let out a bitter, hollow laugh. How ridiculous. Her own grandfather had treated her like a commodity. A man who had groveled at her feet for 3 years now refused to even glance her way once she had lost her utility. He was positively elated at the news of their engagement's dissolution. It dawned on her that from the very beginning Lin Qingcheng had been nothing but a joke. A complete and utter joke. She was the most pitiable woman in the world. Old Master Lin was also seething with rage. He had gravely misjudged this cunning young whelp. His methods were ruthless and merciless, far surpassing even those of his father. He was now certain that Ning Feng was waiting for the Lin Corporation to collapse so he could swoop in and acquire it. The old man's blood pressure skyrocketed. Ning Feng, let me make this clear. If you think you can bring down the Lin Corporation with such underhanded tactics, you're delusional. I've already dismissed Qingcheng from her position as executive director. I am coming out of retirement. We'll see just how you plan to swallow my company. Ning Feng was stunned. What did you say? Old Master Lin snorted coldly. What's wrong? Scared? It's too late. I'm coming back, and I will restore the Lin Corporation to its former glory. Prepare for war. With that, the old man turned to leave. Ning Feng quickly grabbed his arm. Grandpa Lin, wait. You can't fire Qingcheng. If she does something desperate, you'll regret it. Ning Feng's voice grew more agitated. He knew Lin Qingcheng's temperament all too well. Once she lost her sense of purpose, compounded by her perennial solitude, she would lose all will to live. It would be perilous. Old Master Lin scoffed. Support her. Supporting her would only drive the Lin Corporation into the ground. Ning Feng was genuinely frantic. Grandpa Lin, think carefully. Over the past few years, how many nights has Qingcheng spent at the company instead of coming home? And you, her most beloved grandfather, did this to her personally. Do you have any idea how devastating this is for her? The old man was unmoved. He'll agree if you sever all ties with the Lin family. Ning Feng slammed his hand on the table. Fine. He'll do it, but it's not something I can resolve right now. He'll give you an IOU. Old Master Lin turned to look at Ning Feng's furious expression. A cold sneer crossed his mind. Young man, you're still too green to play games with me. In the end, you still love my granddaughter. He said icily, don't just spout empty words. We're both old foxes here. Put it in writing. Once the IOU is signed, she's yours. Hearing this, Ning Feng let out a furious roar. Old man, shut your mouth. That's your granddaughter. Your own flesh and blood. She is a human being, not an object. She's not something you can buy and sell. Take your money and get the hell out of here. And remember your promise. With that, Ning Feng grabbed his phone and made arrangements. He slammed it down. Satisfied now, Old Master Lin glanced at him and gave a wry smile. You've got guts. He tried to cozy up to him. Xiao Feng, actually, I've always. Get lost. Ning Feng bellowed. The old man snorted and strode out the door. Lin Qingcheng, who had been hiding by the entrance, quickly ducked into a dark corner, already sobbing uncontrollably. She didn't know what to say anymore. He still loved her, but if he was willing to pay the price, why wouldn't he just admit it? She would accept it if he simply bought her. She had resigned herself to it. She walked back slowly and threw herself into Ning Feng's arms, wailing. Ning Feng was shocked. Qingcheng. Ning Feng was truly panicked now. When did Qingcheng arrive? Had she just come, or was she already outside the door earlier? Damn it, she must be heartbroken to the extreme. Ning Feng gently stroked her hair. The refreshing fragrance of the young girl wafted toward him. Lin Qingcheng was sobbing in his arms, her soft chest pressed against his. But he truly had no mind for such thoughts at this moment. Qingcheng. Ning Feng couldn't even finish his sentence. Lin Qingcheng's tender lips pressed against his. The sensation was exquisite. It's over. Qingcheng kissed me. I'm ascending to heaven. This feels incredible. No, I must stay calm. This is the heroine. He pushed her away, licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste. Damn it, who could resist this? At this moment, Lin Qingcheng was pitifully delicate, in dire need of care. Ning Feng knew that if he wanted her, he could have her completely. But he couldn't do it. It wasn't that his little brother was incapable, but that his little brother wasn't destined for this. Sobbing. Qingcheng, I know you're heartbroken, but you must stay calm. You don't have to do this. We can't be together. On Lin Qingcheng's exquisite face, 2 streaks of tears lingered. She seemed to want to speak, but held back, pitiful and vulnerable. Anyone would feel pity at the sight. Lin Qingcheng choked out, from now on I'm yours. I'm at your mercy. Do whatever you want with me. Come. I give myself to you. Ning Feng's hair stood on end. Was this said in anger? Lin Qingcheng took forceful action. Hey, Qingcheng. Stop. Hey. No. This isn't the right place. Then let's go upstairs. Ning Feng wanted to slap himself. Nowhere is right. Qingcheng, listen to my explanation. Oh, Qingcheng. That hurts. Her cheeks flushed as red as an apple. She couldn't understand why she was behaving like this. How had she become this way? Brother Ning Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Ning Feng was truly rattled by her antics. Lin Qingcheng, seeing his reaction, blushed deeply. Brother Ning Feng, let me help you. Ning Feng was on the verge of tears. Sis, please stop. I can't handle this. Listen to me. Ning Feng held Lin Qingcheng down, keeping his distance while tightening his belt. Qingcheng, are you heartbroken because of what you overheard? I can explain. I'm not a trafficker. I gave him the money just to prevent him from removing you. Don't feel burdened. If you make money in the future, you can pay me back. Lin Qingcheng shook her head. You've already bought me. From this moment on, I'm your woman. Come, ravage me. Ning Feng was dumbfounded. Lin Qingcheng spread her arms wide, presenting herself, as if to say, take me as you will. I have no family left. From now on, you are my family. You are my only man. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to lie down, I'll never stand. Ning Feng panicked. He rushed over to stop her. This girl has lost her mind. She must be furious. I'm not crazy. Lin Qingcheng's tears swirled as she frantically tore at her clothes. Ning Feng stopped her. Qingcheng, no. Listen to me. Don't take it off. Hey, not that. You absolutely can't take that off. Ning Feng pinned her down. Qingcheng, listen to me. I want listen. No one believes me. They kicked me out of the house. They've left me without love. I only have you. Only you still love me, still care for me. You treat me like a person, not an object. I want to give myself to you. I must give myself to you. Qingcheng, be good. Don't act recklessly. We truly can't be together. Lin Qingcheng cried. Why? Why can't we? I like you. I'm willing to give myself to you. Isn't that enough? Besides, you spent the money. I'm here to fulfill the agreement. Why can't we? Ning Feng, you've liked me for 3 years. Was that all a lie? Why are you torturing me like this? Why? Ning Feng's head throbbed. Giving this money was such a headache. He wrapped his arm around her. Qingcheng, be good. I have my reasons, as I've told you. We truly have no future. A wonderful girl like you will surely meet your own Prince Charming. He will love you, cherish you, and adore you for a lifetime. But I wish it could be you. Lin Qingcheng choked out. Ning Feng sighed. Heavens, what sin have I committed? Qingcheng, you're blinded by anger now. Listen to me. The money will be in your account by tomorrow morning. They won't be able to remove you. With capital, you can do so much. You must stage a brilliant comeback and show them all. Once you've calmed down tomorrow, you'll see clearly. Go back for now. Lin Qingcheng gazed at him with tender affection. I have no home anymore. Where would I go? Damn, this girl has suffered so much. I want to take her away from this misery, but I truly can't. Brother Ning Feng. Lin Qingcheng's voice seemed to steady. Take me. I'm not speaking in anger. I truly like you, truly love you. You'll never find anyone who treats me this well. For 3 years I was blind. I didn't appreciate your kindness. I took it for granted. But now I understand. Take me. I willingly give myself to you. Do you still like me? If you do, take me. Qingcheng, I dare not like you now. Following me leads to no good. My own fate is uncertain, my future bleak. How could I dare to lead a beautiful woman astray? Ning Feng sighed. Qingcheng, you haven't calmed down yet. Erase the plan since you have nowhere to go, stay here. Aunt Lou is here. Food, clothing, and lodging won't be a problem. They'll give you the keys. I have many other villas like this. They'll just switch to another one. From now on, live here for as long as you like. Let's not talk about anything else yet. First, calm down. Lin Qingcheng stared at him blankly, trying to read something in his eyes. She finally calmed down. Fine. Consider the money a loan from you. When I earn enough, I'll pay you back. And I'm not speaking in anger. From now on, I'm your woman. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do. He'll live here from now on. Whether you're keeping a mistress or anything else, I accept it. But you can't leave either. You have to live here too. We can have separate rooms and slowly build our feelings. When you feel the time is right, we'll share a room. Ning Feng's head swelled to bursting. It's over. There's no turning back. The heroine has truly fallen for me. What do I do? What can I do? It's a dead end. Chen will probably recover by tomorrow and come kill me with a single slap. I'm doomed. While Ning Feng was stunned, the door was pushed open. Xiao Luai, dressed in a white miniskirt that barely revealed her pert bottom, burst in. You scoundrel Ning Feng. You're seducing Sister Qiuyu on one side and keeping a mistress here on the other. In broad daylight, you two were already taking off your clothes. What exactly are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid of breaking Sister Qiu's heart? Ning Feng fled in panic, not caring where he went. Lin Qingcheng was also startled, but upon seeing Xiao Luai, she instead calmed down. She leisurely began to put on her clothes. Lin Qingcheng, you have no shame. What are you trying to do? Force yourself on him. Lin Qingcheng smiled calmly. I'm willing. What business is it of yours? Xiao Luai was about to explode. I'm telling you, Ning Feng belongs to Sister Qiuqiu. She's already slept in the same bed as him. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have given the family heirloom to Sister Qiuqiu. Lin Qingcheng remained unruffled. Oh, do you have proof? Ning Feng is mine. I'm already his woman. You want proof, do you? I have it. They'll show you. Ning Feng's heart nearly stopped. That evidence could not be revealed. Little witch, don't make things worse. It's not what you think. Ning Feng lunged to grab her phone, desperate to prevent those photos from going public. Ning Feng, let me go. I have to clear Sister Qiuqiu's name. No, don't. They wrestled for the phone. It flew out of their hands and bounced onto Lin Qingcheng's thigh. An image came into view. Lin Qingcheng froze, then picked up the phone. Ning Feng panicked. No, but Lin Qingcheng had already raised it. A smile spread across her face. She burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ning Feng and the little witch were both stunned. The little witch was also dumbfounded. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? See, Ning Feng slept in the same bed as Sister Qiuqiu. Be sensible and leave him immediately. Ning Feng was also baffled. Lin Qingcheng narrowed her eyes with a smile. Why are you so worked up about Qiuqiu's affairs? It turns out you're the one who's anxious. Both of them were taken aback. Lin Qingcheng had already lifted the phone. This is your proof. Huh, little witch, so you run a fever too, keeping a photo like this. If you like Ning Feng, just say it. Are you keeping it to fantasize? Hearing this, the little witch and Ning Feng both fixed their gaze on the phone. What met their eyes was a photo of Xiao Luai, wearing only her underwear, taking a picture with Ning Feng. Yes, there was a sleeping by Qiuqiu beside them, but in this photo, Xiao Luai and Ning Feng were the main subjects. They were so intimate, Xiao Luai was nearly pressing her upper body against Ning Feng's face. In an instant. Oh, not this one. Not this one. Xiao Lui's face and neck flushed crimson. In an instant, the red spreading from her neck to her cheeks. Her face was so red it seemed ready to drip. She snatched the phone away and quickly swiped to another picture. Ning Feng was also dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was there another photo like this? When had he ever slept in the same bed as Xiao Luai? Little witch, explain yourself. What the hell is this? Xiao Lui's face was now as red as an apple, her whole body burning. She had deliberately kept that photo thinking it might be useful someday, but she never imagined it would be seen by Lin Qingcheng under these circumstances. So embarrassing. Lin Qingcheng, however, laughed. What's there to explain? I've always known this little witch is just like us. She liked him when we were kids. Her heart is stirring with spring. Xiao Luai was furious with shame. Lin Qingcheng, stopped talking nonsense. It's not like that. Lin Qingcheng was like a queen. Oh, then tell me, what is it? If you like him, just like him. You have no guts. Look at me. I like brother Ning Feng, and I offer myself to him. Do you dare? The great little witch, a medical genius, yet lacks the courage to admit she likes someone. And you still have the nerve to come here and lecture me. You claim to be keeping an eye on Ning Feng for Bai Qiuqiu, but really you want to keep him for yourself, don't you? What? Can Ning Feng only have Bai Qiuqiu and not me? That's our business. What's it to you? Xiao Luai puffed up with anger. She was wearing a Squirtle short-sleeve shirt. On someone else it might look like a squint, but on her eyes were as big as brass bells. Eyes that were incredibly alluring. It was clear that Xiao Luai had dressed up specially to see Ning Feng. She wore a miniskirt that swayed with her movements. You. Xiao Luai trembled with rage. Her beauty was that of a cute, adorable girl, the kind with a childlike face and a voluptuous figure. She was youthful and radiant, completely different from the other three women. Each had their own style. Xiao Luai gave a light snort. Lin Qingcheng, don't look down on me. What's there for me to be afraid of? Lin Qingcheng sneered. Oh, do you dare? I said I like brother Ning Feng. Do you dare to say it? You don't, do you? You can't even admit you like someone. What do you have to be proud of? Just a few pounds of flesh on your chest. That's going too far. Xiao Luoyi exploded. Fine. I do like Ning Feng. I like him. I admit it. Don't look down on me. Ning Feng. I like you. I've liked you since we were kids. Since you already know this time I'm not drunk. I'm telling you seriously. I just like you. Ning Feng. Perfect. Come on, you can just kill me. The young ladies of the 4 great families of Jiangning are all clinging to me. I can't go on living. Ning Feng's face was full of despair, and he collapsed onto the sofa. But at that moment neither woman's attention was on Ning Feng. Xiao Luoyi said angrily, I said it. Are you satisfied? What? Are you jealous of the flesh on my chest? What do you have? What else can you do? Lin Qingcheng smiled. Little potato, I have something you don't. She lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her snow-white, incredibly long legs. Those legs. Phew. Then she leaned over seductively, swept her hair to one side, and kissed Ning Feng on the cheek. She said provocatively, do you dare? Xiao Luoyi exploded. She rushed over. What's there for me to be afraid of? She jumped onto Ning Feng's lap, hugged him, and gave him a fierce kiss. She puffed out her chest proudly, and Ning Feng couldn't breathe. Can you do that? Do you have what it takes? The two were completely locked in a rivalry, each trying to outdo the other. Lin Qingcheng laughed. So what if you're big? I can do a handstand for him. Can you? Xiao Luoyi was furious. Who are you looking down on? Xiao Luoyi made a move to take off her clothes. Ning Feng was suffocating. He pushed Xiao Luoyi away. Enough. Huh. He gasped for breath. Xiao Luoyi still looked at Lin Qingcheng with a predatory gaze. Can you make him react like this? Ning Feng. Lin Qingcheng. It seemed she couldn't. Enough. Ning Feng bristled. How long are you two going to keep this up? Am I something for you to compare? I really can't handle these two women. Is this something to compare? Little witch, you have big breasts, so you're amazing. Qingcheng, you have long legs, so you're amazing too. But do you care about my feelings? I don't dare to touch either of you. But seriously, Qingcheng, were you serious about doing a handstand? Both women heard Ning Feng's inner thoughts and blushed. Lin Qingcheng was mortified. Why had she said something like that? Ning Feng felt like crying. This dungeon is too hard. Every path leads to death. So many heroines like me. Am I not a scumbag? Do women all like scumbags? Ning Feng glared at Xiao Luoyi. Tell me the truth. What the hell happened that day at my place? Xiao Luoyi looked a bit guilty. Did you and Qiuqiu conspire to sneak into my bed early in the morning? Xiao Luoyi glanced at him. Bullshit. Would Qiuqiu and I do something like that? Ning Feng's eyes widened. Then what happened? Xiao Luoyi fidgeted. I don't know either. When I woke up, Qiuqiu and I were both in your bed. I suspect you carried us over in the middle of the night. I just wanted to mess with you a bit, so I went along with it. Anyway, your wandering hands had already groped all over Qiuqiu. Ning Feng was frantic. You're lying. I did not. You did. I did not. You did. Ning Feng's head was spinning. Lin Qingcheng was also astonished. So that was how it happened, and that was how the bracelet came about. This little witch was quite scheming. Ning Feng shook his head. Oh, forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. Why are you here? Xiao Luoyi gave a light snort, pouted, and said discontentedly. I've confessed to you now. Don't go too far. If she can come, why can't I? Ning Feng's head was splitting. Miss, did I ask for your confession? I'm telling you I won't touch any of you. Xiao Luoyi gave a sly smile. Are you sure you don't want to taste what it's like with 3 women and 1 man? That feeling will blow your mind. Hearing this, Ning Feng shyly touched his nose and gave a foolish grin. Sounds pretty good. Do I look like that kind of person? Ning Feng glared. Don't change the subject. Tell me, why are you here? If you have nothing to do, get lost. I'm very tired. Xiao Luoyi gave a coquettish snort. You big jerk. I don't mind, but you're the one making a fuss. I dressed up so nicely to come here. Here, touch me. I won't make a sound. Ning Feng almost reached out his hand. The temptation was so great, but he stood up directly. You? Out. Ning Feng grabbed Xiao Luoyi and tried to push her out. This little witch was deadly. Bai Qiuqiu had been ruined by her. Oh, fine. Xiao Luoyi pushed his hand away. It's all your fault. Because I followed you to the old city district, my dad kicked me out. He told me not to come home until I figured out the reason. I'm staying here tonight. Ning Feng was crushed. Another one. On a certain street, Old Huang and his 2 men had originally been searching for Ning Feng, but they discovered they had lost his trail. For a moment they had lost their target and didn't know what to do. In their view, Ning Feng had been beaten so badly that he couldn't show himself for a short while. They instantly regretted it. If only we hadn't hit him so hard, Old Huang said remorsefully. Boss, why don't we just wait at his company? A subordinate suggested. Wait my ass, with his condition, who knows how long he'll take to recover. This money is trouble, we need to find him. Damn it, he dared to cheat me out of my money, and now I can't explain to Lord Yi either. He was at a loss. Just then the phone suddenly rang. It's the second boss. A subordinate said. Old Huang answered the phone, beaming. Second boss, I was just about to report to you. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then calmly the voice said, Old Huang, return to headquarters first. He'll assign this task to Old Xian. I have other arrangements for you. Huh? Old Huang was puzzled. Second boss, please don't. This mess is my fault. Let me atone for my mistake. He'll finish the job soon. Is Lord Yi angry? He'll go beg for his forgiveness right now. The second boss suppressed his rage. Don't do anything now. Get the hell back here. Your mission is cancelled. Old Huang's face fell. Second boss, please. Trust me, you'll get it done. Give me one more chance. The second boss was furious. A chance? How many chances do you want me to give you? Do you even know who you hit today? Of course I do, Ning Feng. Lord, yes, enemy. Old Huang said matter-of-factly. The second boss exploded. You idiot. That was Lord Yi. That was Lord Yi. The one you beat up was Lord Yi. The man whose body you broke all over with over 100 fractures is Lord Yi. The Lord Yi you called a fool. In that instant, Old Huang's heart sank. His face turned pale, and he was on the verge of collapse. He hung up the phone. Old Huang was going mad. How could this be? Lord Yi, why did you have to disguise yourself as Ning Feng? I'm dead meat. Now the boss wants me back at headquarters. One of his subordinates said, Boss, don't go back. You mustn't go back. Old Huang looked at him. The subordinate urged, Boss, if you go back now you're sure to die. The boss will use you as a scapegoat. Hearing this, Old Huang's face turned ashen. He had thought of that possibility, but didn't want to dwell on it. The second boss had lied to him earlier just to get him back. I'm doomed. The other subordinate said, Boss, run. Going back is certain death. Only running can save us. Old Huang laughed bitterly. Run. Forget the Azure Dragon Society, there's also the Heavenly Way Society. Where can you run to? I've been cursed with the worst luck taking on a job like this. The first subordinate said, Boss is right. Running is impossible. There's only one way out. What way? Old Huang asked curiously. Get the money back and beg for forgiveness. That's our only chance to live. We have to get the money, find Lord Yi, and if he wants to vent his anger, we take the beating. If he wants to kill us, we have no choice but to risk that one slim chance. Hearing this, Old Huang's eyes flickered. Right? That's the only way, or we three will die without a burial place. Old Huang said tremblingly. Let's go. Well, find Ning Feng, now get the money back, and then go to Lord Yi. The three staggered to their feet, their legs weak. They knew that if this last attempt failed, they would truly be dead. Inside the villa, Ning Feng felt helpless. You got kicked out, but you have plenty of places to stay. Why do you have to cling to me here? Xiao Luai snorted. If she can stay, why can't I? Anyway, don't worry. I won't sneak into your bed in the middle of the night. I'm just borrowing a room. And let me ask you, do you have inside information on the old city renovation project? Ning Feng said helplessly, I've told you 1,000 times, I just want to benefit society. I really didn't think that far ahead. You guys were the ones who invested. Now I'm stuck too. If you really can't explain it. How about this? As long as the project runs smoothly and I don't go bankrupt, I can still pay you back. I'll make up for your losses as much as I can. How about that? Ning Feng certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to squander money. Xiao Luai was stunned. Really? Of course. Xiao Luai smiled charmingly. So you do care about me that much? Care about you? You spend money without thinking, always believing I have inside info. At that moment, a sneaky figure was crouching by the wall of his villa. It was Luo Feifei, who had come upon hearing the news. She saw two beautiful women inside Ning Feng's villa. She sighed. That scumbag keeping beauties hidden in his golden house. He had seduced the beauties of two major families. She wanted to see if there was really any inside information. No wonder several families had followed suit and invested. Inside the house, Ning Feng sighed and said, you guys always overthink things. I really didn't have any other intentions. The old city project has been delayed too long. You haven't actually seen the current state of the old city. A few developers did minor work, and the people whose houses were demolished are now living in makeshift shacks. It's been over 2 years. Every day they live like vagabonds. Many can't even find a toilet, they have to walk over a mile. Tell me, is this humane? In this day and age in a city, such conditions still exist. Don't we as bosses have any conscience at all? I know the project will lose money, but I don't believe it will bankrupt me completely. At worst, I'll make it up elsewhere. No matter what, as long as my Ning Corporation doesn't collapse, I'm determined to see this project through. I swear to bring a bright, clear sky to the people of the old city. Outside the house, Luo Feifei was stunned. Was this real? Were these truly his heartfelt words? She could hardly believe it. Had this guy always been like this? Was his past relentless pursuit of wealth all in preparation for the old city project? No, she needed to observe more. She slipped away quietly, not daring to stay long. Ning Feng was truly exhausted. All right, you two can stay here if you want. There are plenty of rooms. I'm very tired. I need to rest. The two women looked at Ning Feng with sparkling eyes. Then both stood up. Lin Qingcheng planted her cherry lips on Ning Feng's cheek. Xiao Luai followed suit, kissing the other cheek. Lin Qingcheng winked, love you. Feel free to open my door tonight. Then Lin Qingcheng swayed her shapely hips upstairs. Xiao Luai, not to be outdone, twiddled her fingers shyly and said embarrassedly, I won't lock my door tonight either. Ning Feng was stunned. Lady, spare me. Ning Feng was truly exhausted. Lying in bed, his mind wandered through countless thoughts. Tossing and turning, he realized the danger was far from over. Once Chen recovered from his injuries, he would undoubtedly seek ruthless vengeance. Death would be a simple matter of facing the sky, so he didn't bother about the two women sleeping in his house. The other issue was that fool old Huang. He would soon discover he had beaten the wrong person. When that happened, he would surely come back for revenge. Could he turn old Huang into his ally? A spark of inspiration flashed through Ning Feng's mind. That's right. This guy was a top-tier expert with perfected inner strength. Having such a bodyguard by his side would certainly provide some safety. A smirk curled on Ning Feng's lips. Perhaps he could make this work. The night passed without incident. This time Ning Feng locked his door, having no desire to share a bed with them. His heart had nearly stopped from fright. Early the next morning Ning Feng slipped away before dawn. He had no intention of dealing with those two women. Throughout the night he had pondered deeply, sorting through many thoughts. Now he understood. Considering the recent events, the most obvious conclusion was that everything had collapsed. Yes, completely fallen apart. All the plot lines involving the four female leads had utterly derailed. Those four women, no five including Ning Qingcheng. Instead of clinging to Chen, they had all turned to pester him. Now he understood. The situation had forced him onto a direct collision course with Chen. Everyone knew Chen's caliber. He was the mid-lane overlord possessing absolute dominance. As for Ning Feng, he was merely a silver-tier player. A direct confrontation would only result in his demise. So he had to cower under the tower, becoming its ward. Yet he still had to hold the line. If he couldn't win, he'd find help. Or rely on his wits. If a frontal assault was impossible, he'd resort to underhanded tactics from the shadows. As a villain, such actions were perfectly reasonable, weren't they? Besides, he still had an advantage. His opponent was weakened, as long as he denied him time to recuperate, wearing him down slowly, Ning Feng still had a chance. The plot had developed in ways he never desired. He didn't know where the problem lay. But since he had come this far, he wanted to do something meaningful. If this world was real, then even until death, he would handle his affairs cleanly. The old city renovation project still needed to proceed, and the family fortune still had to be squandered. Back on Blue Star, he had never had such an opportunity. But now he did. He wanted to experience being a truly good person. So he returned to the company early in the morning, among the very first to arrive. Lu Xuanqi, Ning Feng called. Outside the office, Lu Xuanqi hurried and slightly flustered. His early arrival had disrupted her routine, forcing her to rush to the company as well. Many employees were bewildered. When had their president Ning started waking up early? Was he no longer indulging in nightly revelry? How is the project preparation going? Ning Feng asked. Lu Xuanqi replied obediently. President Ning, after the contract was signed yesterday, we mobilized immediately, as per your instructions. Today some of our construction companies have already begun mobilizing. 3 lines are operational, and all preparations will be completed today. Construction can officially start tomorrow. Ning Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. Lu Xuanqi felt uneasy. This was usually when President Ning would find fault. A few reprimands seemed necessary to assert his leadership. Based on the engineering progress estimates for the 3 lines, what is the monthly production cost target? Lu Xuanqi breathed a slight sigh of relief. He hadn't scolded her. She had already prepared answers for his questions. Barring force majeure or unforeseen circumstances, the estimated monthly cost will be around 3 billion, with a fluctuation margin of 5%. Ning Feng's brows knitted tightly. Just then Ning Qingcheng entered with freshly brewed tea, placing it before him before standing obediently by his side. She subtly shifted her curvaceous figure closer, as if offering a convenient resting place for his hands. But at that moment Ning Feng seemed utterly uninterested. He frowned and said, if we stick to our current investment targets, it would take at least 2 years to spend all this money. Lu Xuanqi explained, certain stages require substantial funds. Based on our initial estimates, it would take about 2 years. Given the municipal government's 3-year deadline, we might even finish ahead of schedule. Ning Feng waved his hand dismissively. I can't wait that long. Expand to at least 10 lines, full-scale development. I want to eradicate this old city blight within a year. Both Lu Xuanqi and Ning Qingcheng were stunned. 10 lines. Lu Xuanqi exclaimed in alarm, President Ning, that's too risky. At that scale, our monthly cash flow could exceed 10 billion. The management complexity would increase exponentially. We can't handle it. With such massive capital movement, loopholes are inevitable, leading to tremendous waste. President Ning, please reconsider. Before she could finish, Ning Feng cut her off. I don't care about the process. If management is tough, hire more people. I only care about results. How you achieve them is your problem. I know it will be arduous. So Vice President Lu, your annual salary will be doubled from the original. You'll oversee this entire project. Lu Xuanqi was shocked. Doubled. Her salary was already approaching 10 million annually. She was utterly dumbfounded. Who could withstand such temptation? Lu Xuanqi felt like throwing herself into Ning Feng's arms, willing to accommodate any whim of this prodigal young master. Thank you, President Ning. I will dedicate my life to the Ning family. You are my heaven, my earth, my benefactor. He'll do whatever you say, anything. Ning Feng waved his hand. Spare me the nonsense. Do your job well. This project is critically important. I will establish a dedicated financial oversight department to monitor all capital flows for this project, and I will also coordinate with the government. Every salary payment related to this project down to a few hundred yuan will be tracked and audited. Anyone caught embezzling, well, I still have some influence with the government. I can have them locked up for years. I hope no one crosses that line. Lu Xuanqi nodded repeatedly. They chatted for a while longer before Lu Xuanqi hurriedly left. She would devote most of her energy to this project, now brimming with motivation. Ning Qingcheng stood there somewhat dazed. Suddenly a restless hand found its way to Ning Qingcheng. Her cheeks flushed crimson. President Ning. She shot him a seductive glance. Ning Feng chuckled. You little vixen, don't think I didn't notice you sidling up to me. I let it slide earlier, but now it's time to settle the score. A lecherous grin spread across Ning Feng's face. Little Qingcheng, you're asking for trouble. Oh, I forgot. Can the big bad wolf help me put it on? Ning Feng laughed. Put it on. Why bother with that? They frolicked for a while. Ning Feng sighed inwardly. Damn, this is the kind of life I deserve. But his joy was short-lived. A knock came at the door. President Ning, the chairman of Bei's Tina Group, and Vice President Bai Qiuqiu are here to see you. Hearing this, Ning Feng hastily withdrew his hand. Damn it, this is trouble. Ruining my fun. Ning Qingcheng smiled seductively and stood obediently to the side. In a private residence, a man wrapped like a mummy lay on the bed, roaring in fury. Bastard. He'll tear that beast apart. He'll make him pay. Those fools from the Azure Dragon Society are all idiots. Qin Rui said, He'll go kill those 3 beasts for you right now, young master. Her words made Yi Chen's teeth clench with rage, though his murderous intent subsided slightly. He now knew that those 3 fools carried a sum of money meant for him from the Azure Dragon Society. He didn't care much for the money himself, but he had failed to stop Ning Feng's actions. Now with the Lin family's funds frozen, this money was his golden opportunity to infiltrate them. He had to wait until the money was in hand before dealing with Ning Feng slowly. Stop right there. You're not allowed to kill anyone without my permission, Qin Rui said with a hint of grievance. But he nearly crippled you, young master, even your. Yi Chen's face turned red as he snapped, Shut up. My manhood is fine. I'll be okay after some rest. I have the Black Jade Renewal Ointment and my injuries will heal quickly even there. No problem at all. Don't go looking for trouble for me. Qin Rui nodded. All right. Young master, don't get upset. He'll listen to you. Even if your manhood truly fails, Ruer is still yours, and he'll treat it as if it's fine. Yi Chen was speechless. You? Shut up. Go away. I need to calm down. Don't move against anyone without my orders. Just protect me today, and by tomorrow my external injuries will be mostly healed. There's an auction tomorrow. My 3rd senior sister foresees a fortune awaiting me there. Don't go anywhere during this time. Oh, okay. Qin Rui nodded and stepped out, but paused at the door to add, Young master, even if it's useless, Ruer will always be yours. Yi Chen roared, Get out. Fuming, he was on the verge of collapse. Was this woman insane? Why did she have to harp on this? Qin Rui left the room. Yi Chen lay in bed, his eyes dark as water. Damn you, Ning Feng. I'm not done with you. You've brought this calamity upon me. It'll make you lose your manhood too. He glared with wide, furious eyes. Meanwhile, 2 people entered Ning Feng's office, Bai Qiuqiu and her father. The moment Ning Feng saw the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, his heart sank. He had once thought Bai Qianjing would be his future father-in-law, so he instinctively felt a sense of fear toward him. Now he dared not even glance at Bai Qiuqiu, who was dressed in an elegant cheongsam. Ning Feng forced a smile. Uncle Bai, what brings a great figure like you here? If you need anything, just call your nephew, and he'll come to you. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. Please don't take offense. Ning Feng's fawning demeanor betrayed his inner thoughts. Oh dear, my former future father-in-law is here. Doesn't he know I fear him most? Why show up now? Hearing his thoughts, Bai Qiuqiu chuckled inwardly. This guy was still most afraid of her father. Bai Qianjing said sarcastically, Don't bother President Ning. You're a busy man capable of manipulating the clouds and rain with a flick of your hand. You mysteriously dragged the other 4 families into investing in the old city district with you. Now you're the talk of Jiangning. How could an old man like me dare to order you around? Hearing this, Ning Feng wore a bitter smile. Uncle Bai, you flatter me. I didn't drag the 4 families into anything. I'm still baffled by it all. Bai Qianjing said with a sly grin. You've been clever since you were a child. Don't think I don't know. If I hadn't come, would you have told me the truth? Ning Feng glanced at him, already guessing his thoughts. Likely the same as everyone else's. Why do you all think I have inside information? Oh my God, stop playing with me. Bai Qiuqiu kept laughing inwardly. Even if it meant losing money, her Bai family could afford it. But they had come for another reason. Ning Feng chuckled. Uncle Bai, you're too formal. What could I possibly hide from you? Bai Qianjing sneered coldly. You told me not to be formal, so I won't be. Give me an explanation. You've cost my Bai family a fortune for nothing. I need an answer. Ning Feng felt a headache coming on. He truly didn't want to explain anymore. Ning Feng sighed. Uncle Bai, why doesn't anyone believe me? I just wanted to contribute to my hometown. I didn't think much of it. How was I to know everyone would follow my lead? You all think I have inside information, but I really don't. Bai Qianjing sneered, still pretending even now. Ning Feng was exasperated. No means no. So you led my Bai family into a loss for nothing. Can you blame me? Not you. Fine. Blame me. They'll cover whatever the Bai family loses as long as I don't go bankrupt. Profits are yours, losses are mine. Satisfied. Hearing this, Bai Qianjing paused, a deep glint in his eyes. His heart seemed to settle. This Ning Feng wasn't foolish. Saying such a thing indirectly proved there was indeed inside information. He felt reassured, but didn't show it. He snorted, I don't believe your empty words. If you've got the guts, sign a contract. Don't just talk. Ning Feng, eager to get rid of him, agreed to sign, and hurriedly asked Ning Qingcheng to prepare the contract. But soon Bai Qianjing changed the subject. Actually, money is nothing. My Bai family can afford the loss. Ning Feng chuckled, of course. You're a distinguished entrepreneur, philanthropist, and educator of Jiangning. The Bai family has deep roots and scholarly traditions. This sum is trivial. Bai Qianjing snorted. You talk a good game, but am no fool. I can afford the loss, but that doesn't mean I want to lose. Overall, you misled Qiuqiu, and am not happy about it. She was also disobedient and didn't consider the bigger picture. Ning Feng frowned at these words. What did Bai Qianjing mean? Uncle Bai, what are you implying? Bai Qianjing waved his hand. I don't need your guarantees. My Bai family's investments don't require you to cover them. Ning Feng nodded with a smile, but inwardly he wished he could pay the sum himself. Such a reasonable way to squander money was something he'd begged for. But having suffered such a loss, I still hold a grudge against you, boy. Ning Feng gave an awkward smile. Uncle Bai, you're a magnanimous man. Bai Qianjing cut him off. Am not magnanimous. Ning Feng asked bitterly. Then what does Uncle Bai want? Bai Qianjing said calmly. I want you to promise me one thing. Ning Feng asked, what thing? Bai Qianjing shook his head. Don't ask yet. Just promise first. But rest assured this will only benefit you with no drawbacks. In fact, you'll be the one gaining. Ning Feng looked skeptical. Was there really such a good deal? It doesn't involve business. Bai Qianjing shook his head repeatedly. Don't worry, absolutely no business. It won't put you in a tight spot. It's a pure blessing. It can fulfill your dream. Ning Feng was dubious. My dream. Bai Qianjing nodded. Enough chatter. Just promise me first. Ning Feng sighed with a wry smile. All right, I promise, Uncle Bai. But it must be within my ability. Bai Qianjing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I won't make things hard for you. To ease my anger, it's simple. If we were family, I wouldn't be upset anymore. Suddenly Ning Feng had a bad feeling. Damn, the real intent isn't the drink. These father and daughter are after me. Bai Qiuqiu now wore a mischievous smile. Ning Feng's heart crumbled. Qiuqiu, you've changed. You'd actually plot with your father to trap me. Bai Qianjing waved his hand, a smile on his face. Good. Pick an auspicious day, get engaged first, then get the marriage certificate early. From now on we'll be one family. A playful smile also appeared on Bai Qiuqiu's face as she walked over to Ning Feng. She naturally linked her arm through Ning Feng's. Brother Ning Feng, you can't run away now. Ning Feng's face immediately fell. Uncle Bai Qiuqiu, you can't joke like this. How can this be? Bai Qiuqiu pouted. Bai Qianjing snorted coldly. Who's joking with you? Don't act like you're doing me a favor. If my daughter didn't like you, do you think I'd come here with my old face? You've already agreed, I'm telling you. Besides, Ning Qianhua has already discussed it with me. Don't think I don't know what you've done to my daughter. I'm telling you, you have no choice in this matter. Heavens, I'm truly speechless. What kind of cliché drama is this? Can this really happen? What exactly do they see in me? They'll change, okay? Bai Qiuqiu heard his inner thoughts and gave a light snort. Brother Ning Feng, can you really not accept me? Ning Feng said helplessly, Qiuqiu, this isn't as simple as you think. Besides, I'm still engaged to Qingcheng. How can I do this? Bai Qiuqiu snorted, I don't care. I heard the Lin family is going to break off the engagement with you. You can only marry me. I've now realized my true feelings. I like you, and only you. In this life, I won't marry anyone but you. Bai Qianjing, standing aside, also felt somewhat helpless. What was so good about this kid? He had no choice either. This was the person his daughter liked, so he had to go along. Moreover, as a business tycoon, couldn't he see that Qiuqiu marrying Ning Feng was the best outcome? The two families were well matched. In the future, through a strong alliance, perhaps Jiangning would be under their control. That was why he agreed to this. Ning Feng's reputation was a minor issue. Which of them hadn't been reckless in their youth? Besides, this kid had already slept with his daughter. Did he think he could run? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Forget it. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. Bai Qianjing smiled. All right, take your time to digest this. When you feel like telling me the inside story of the old city project, go ahead. If not, it's fine too. Bai Qiuqiu also gave a sweet smile. Dad, you go ahead. He'll stay here with brother Ning Feng. Bai Qianjing nodded and left without another word. Ning Feng looked utterly dejected. He was both happy and terrified. If things continued like this, how many days could he survive? He had originally thought that as long as he went along with the protagonist, he could survive. But now with his intervention, the plot and character development had completely changed. It was spiraling out of control. These heroines were all throwing themselves at him. How was he supposed to handle this? Bai Qiuqiu nestled directly against Ning Feng's shoulder. Brother Ning Feng, don't worry. From now on, he'll be your little wife. He'll take good care of you and make you comfortable. You can do whatever you want. Ning Feng sighed and helped Bai Qiuqiu sit up. Qiuqiu, why don't you understand? I've made it very clear. We can't be together. Bai Qiuqiu snorted. Why? Because of that Yi Chen. I don't care. I don't know him and am not afraid of him. In this life I'm set on you. Ning Feng's heart was bitter. You damn system, you're trying to torture me. You know I can't resist, yet you let all these heroines throw themselves at me. I'd love to accept them all, but I can only look not touch. Now that they're coming at me, it's like I'm wearing a sign that says, Yi Chun, I've stolen your heroines, come kill me. Ning Feng was on the verge of a breakdown. He could only look, but not touch. If he didn't have so many worries, he would have stripped all the heroines naked and thrown them onto the bed for a wild battle. But he dared not. Damn it, this was driving him crazy. Just look at Bai Qiuqiu's outfit today. Her figure was tight and curvaceous with not a single flaw. The slit on her cheongsam was at just the right height. Stockings with suspenders. Damn, Ning Feng almost had a nosebleed. Qiuqiu had definitely done this on purpose. Dear, this system will never interfere with any individual's choices in this world. This is all the result of the various entanglements and collisions between you and Yi Chen. The system will not interfere. Every person here is a flesh and blood existence with no falseness. This system cannot interfere either. Ning Feng was stunned. Are you saying this world is real? Dear, yes. It's not the kind of illusory constructed world you imagined. Ning Feng was shocked. This was a real world. Could it be a parallel world? If I return to my original world in the future, what will happen to the Ning Feng in this world? Will he just disappear? Dear, that's a secret. The specific outcome depends on whether you can survive. Ning Feng sighed. Yes, why worry about such distant things? He was already struggling to get through the present crisis. His gaze gradually hardened. Since he could no longer control these heroines' feelings, he would have to change his strategy. He was already confronting Yi Chen Heiden. It was uncertain who would win and who would lose. Qiuqiu, doesn't your company have things to do? You should go back first. I still have to handle company matters too. Bai Qiuqiu snorted. That's my business. Don't worry about it. I'm staying with you today. Ning Feng gave a wry smile. All right, then stay here. I have to deal with company matters too. Bai Qiuqiu nodded and suddenly said, Brother Ning Feng, tomorrow at Qianlong Manor, there's a mysterious auction. I heard some rare and good items will appear. Want to go together? I happen to have an invitation. Ning Feng glanced at her and will go. I've also received word. Bai Qiuqiu exclaimed with delight. Great. He'll come find you tomorrow, and we'll go together. Ning Feng smiled bitterly. All right. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu from 8 years ago. Bai Qiuqiu was still that little girl who clung to him. Playful, cute, innocent, and carefree. They worked until afternoon, and then Bai Qiuqiu left. When night fell, he didn't go home, afraid those two women would pester him again. He had to think carefully about what to do next. At a certain club, two groups were locked in a bloody fight. Xiao Liangye roared angrily. Damn it. Call for backup. If I can't take down this outsider in Jiangning today, my name isn't Xiao Liangye. Who's afraid of whom? Call for backup. She can only be mine. Tang Yiru also sneered. Ning Feng, who was just about to find a place to rest, received another phone call from Xiao Liangye about a fight. Feng Ge, hurry up, someone's causing trouble. At Tianshui Garden, come quick. Ning Feng. Before he could say a word, the call was hung up on him. He felt somewhat helpless. Causing trouble for me again. You little bastard, I'll beat you black and blue. Ning Feng cursed under his breath, but his feet never stopped moving. He called Li Gang, loaded up a car full of men, and headed straight for Tianshui Garden. It took about 10 minutes to arrive. What an honor. President Ning graces us with his presence. Tianshui Garden is truly blessed. What would you like to do today, President Ning? Ning Feng merely glanced at the manager. Where is Xiao Liangye? The manager, clearly noticing Ning Feng's grim expression, gave an awkward smile. He's on the 3rd floor, let me show you the way. Then he led the way without daring to utter another superfluous word. Facing such a big shot, one extra word could spell the end of his career. Just as they reached the private room door, they heard the roars coming from inside. Damn it, I'm the little white dragon of Jiangning. How dare an outsider like you compete with me? Little white dragon of Jiangning. Looks more like a worm to me, you piece of trash. He'll kill you. Damn it. You think I'm scared of you? Then came the sounds of smashing and crashing. Ning Feng frowned. Don't you guys intervene. You just let them go wild like this. The manager looked helpless. President Ning, we dare not interfere. One is President Xiao, and the other is a big shot from outside Jiangning. We can't afford to offend them. They already told us to stay out of it. Ning Feng was a bit surprised. An outsider. Ning Feng kicked the door open with a single blow. Bang. Ning Feng's men surged in masse. Ning Feng, exuding the full aura of a villain, entered draped in his overcoat. Damn it. Who dares to bully my brother? The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look at Ning Feng. When he played the villain, his presence was indeed formidable. Ning Feng swept his gaze across the room and saw a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Most importantly, on the sofa sat a bewitching, enchanting figure. In that instant his heart skipped a beat. Big trouble. Yi Chen's fourth senior sister Luo Xueji. A demon. Her charm was innate. Feng Ge. Xiao Liangye laughed heartily, his face bruised, but his spirits high. It's this bastard and outsider who dared to compete with me for Sister Xueji. Feng Ge. Help me take him down. Huh. You little punk. My Feng Ge is here. I'm going to destroy you. Xiao Liangye roared with laughter. Don't worry, Sister Xueji, this outsider is about to get crushed. A faint pink glimmer flickered in Xiao Liangye's pupils. Ning Feng's expression soured. At this moment, he dared not even look at Luo Xueji. This woman was poison. One more glance, and he'd be doomed. Xiao Liangye and this Tang Yiru had clearly fallen for it. They were bewitched by Luo Xueji's charm. Tang Yiru snorted coldly. Don't gang up on me if you've got guts. My backup is almost here. Xiao Liangye sneered. Fine. He'll wait for you. Then I'll make you give up. Sister Xueji is mine. Tang Yiru bellowed. Sister Xueji is mine. 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 Xiao Liangye roared. Damn it. Get him. How dare you compete with me? Tang Yiru cursed. Didn't you say you'd wait for my backup? You have no honor. Huh. Xiao Liangye spat. In Jiangning you talk about honor with me. Feng Ge brothers, get him. Ning Feng's bodyguards charged forward and laid into Tang Yiru and his men with a brutal beating. Ning Feng didn't stop them. In the original plot, Tang Yiru was also a blade in Yi Chen's hand, the chief culprit in destroying the Ning Corporation. Ning Feng wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip. If a beating was due, a beating was given. Xiao Liangye howled with triumphant laughter. Damn it. Dare to compete with me. Don't you know who my Feng Ge is? With that, Xiao Liangye lunged straight at Luo Xueji, a lecherous grin plastered on his face. Sister Xueji, big brother is coming. Xiao Liangye was completely consumed by lust, not even bothering to greet Ning Feng. Ning Feng's heart was pounding with anxiety. I told you, you idiot, not to come to a place like this, but you wouldn't listen. Damn, it's so annoying it never ends. Is this a woman you can like? She devours men without spitting out the bones, shall drain you dry. Ning Feng's mind raced with panic. How could he drag this reckless kid Xiao Liangye out of here? He was already lost to lust, ensnared by the charm spell. He had to break it, but he didn't know how. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Xiao Luoyi. Ning Feng quickly pulled out his phone and sent Xiao Luoyi his location without saying more. She would definitely come. Luo Xueji dodged Xiao Liangye's lunge with a nimble movement, then pressed a delicate finger to his brow. She smiled seductively. President Xiao, it's better if you just lie down. The hypnotic sound of her voice entered his ears, and Xiao Liangye collapsed onto the sofa, grinning foolishly like a lovesick fool. He could only chuckle, unable to get up. It seemed harmless, but he was completely under Luo Xueji's control. After dealing with Xiao Liangye, Luo Xueji swayed her shapely hips and walked toward Ning Feng. Every smile and frown was dripping with allure. Inside, Luo Xueji was stunned. She hadn't seen Ning Feng utter a single word, yet she distinctly heard his voice in her ears. Why was this? She said she devours men without spitting out bones. Drain them dry. Then he'll just have to see if you Ning Feng can be drained dry. Seeing her approach, oh crap. She's coming, she's walking over with that little catwalk. She really is a temptress. Compared to her charm, Wang Xuanyi is like a barbarian swinging a broadsword in front of a master. Luo Xueji was shocked. Indeed. He hadn't spoken. Could this be what he was thinking? She found it all quite baffling. But this was no time for shock. She still remembered her mission. Once she had Ning Feng under control, she could study these questions slowly. Luo Xueji's voice carried a hint of a seductive moan. Excuse me, are you President Ning Feng? Luo Xueji's body wafted waves of fragrant breeze, dizzying and intoxicating. Ning Feng quickly started coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Then he stuck his pinky fingers straight up his nostrils. Ning Feng knew full well that the scent on this woman was the first hurdle. Once he fell for it, he was done for. Is there something you need? I don't think I know you, do I? Ning Feng's face was cold and stern, and his appearance was utterly ridiculous. Luo Xueji's eyelids twitched at the sight of his pathetic demeanor. A man, seeing a beautiful woman, and he sticks his fingers up his nose. President Ning truly is unique with a style all your own, Luo Xueji said, genuinely thrown off by him. Ning Feng chuckled. Sorry, I've got a cold. Got some boogers. They'll just dig them out. He wiggled his pinkies around inside his nostrils. Then without wiping them, he reached out his hand to shake hers. Luo Xueji recoiled, her skin crawling with goosebumps. Get away. There's filth on that. Looking at the hand Ning Feng extended, though she couldn't see any filth, Luo Xueji still felt a shudder within. She thought, is this something a billion-dollar CEO a man would do? Picking his nose, and then shaking hands with a beauty. Luo Xueji considered herself peerlessly enchanting and naturally alluring. Never had any man upon first sight of her acted in such a manner. Typically those men would wipe their hands spotless before rushing to her side. This Ning Feng's behavior was utterly incomprehensible. Ning Feng meanwhile was sizing up Luo Xueji. This woman was the very essence of a seductress. Her graceful figure, the amorous glances from her eyes, the moist allure of her red lips, the tantalizing glimpse of her cleavage. Every movement she made magnified the feminine allure within her. Few men in this world could withstand it. She and Chen were from the same sect. Her martial prowess might not be high, but her spiritual attacks were overwhelmingly potent. Ning Feng chuckled inwardly. You'll pick my nose like this, eh? I bet you won't dare to shake hands. Luo Xueji was stunned. Indeed, there was no mistake. This was definitely Ning Feng's true thoughts. This guy was actually fantasizing about her. Men were all the same, only thinking about those things. Still, this was a good omen. Luo Xueji suppressed her disgust and resolved to proceed. She needed to control Ning Feng first. Since he had harmed little Qingcheng, how could she let him off easy? She still grasped Ning Feng's hand. Ning Feng was startled inwardly. This woman actually went for it. Luo Xueji wore a fragile, seductive smile, her posture so inviting that any man who didn't know her would have pulled her into an embrace. A soft sensation washed over him, and Ning Feng felt a pleasant comfort, but reason told him to stay alert. Luo Xueji was also surprised. Her hand was in his, yet he showed no reaction. If she didn't show her skills, he wouldn't know her power. Luo Xueji seized the moment and leaned directly into Ning Feng's arms. Ning Feng, it's too noisy here. Those two have me cornered, and I'm so scared. Can you take me away? I brought my ID. I can have a cold drink today. In that instant, her soft body fell into his embrace. The tender sensation of her chest, accompanied by a hint of fragrant breeze, left Ning Feng somewhat dazed. This is deadly. But the next moment, Luo Xueji was pushed away like a gust of wind. She fell onto the sofa. Luo Xueji was dumbfounded. Had she been pushed away? Impossible. Aside from little Chen, no man in this world could push her away. Ning Feng, you're hurting me, she said, her delicate voice and gaze utterly captivating. Ning Feng dared not look. He turned away, gasping heavily. He felt dizzy, as if everything in his vision was blurring into double images. Damn it, had he fallen for it? Ning Feng didn't stop. He rushed to the restroom and splashed cold water on his face. Gasping deeply, he finally suppressed his restless heart. As he walked out, Luo Xueji approached. Ning Feng chuckled, you little vixen, I adore you to no end. Come, let your brother hold you. Luo Xueji sneered, inwardly thinking she had succeeded after all. She tried to break free, playing hard to get. She was an old hand at this. But the next moment, goosebumps rose on her skin. One of his hands clamped down on her firmly, not letting her escape. The other hand began to roam all over her, sliding across her back. Luo Xueji exploded. This beast dared to grope her. She felt uncomfortable. It was always she who played with men, not the other way around. Her body, including everything, belonged to little Qingcheng. Goosebumps covered her, and she barely contained her fury, but Ning Feng now acted like a mindless beast, his hand frantically exploring her. It even touched some private areas. Luo Xueji was going mad. Was this scumbag's lust this strong? Ning Feng deliberately whispered lewd provocations. Xueji Mimi, your body is so soft. I love it. How about we go to the restroom? I can't hold back. Ning Feng pulled Luo Xueji toward the restroom. Luo Xueji was genuinely frightened. This wasn't a man, it was a rutting monkey. Ning Feng sneered inwardly, you want to play? He'll play along. As long as him not control the touch is no loss, and if I get more it's a win. Luo Xueji was covered in goosebumps, struggling to break free, but the strength Ning Feng displayed was no ordinary man's. It was like that of an ancient martial arts expert. This stunned her, and she didn't react in time. Suppressing herself, she said, no, Ning Feng, I don't like this environment. Can we find a quieter place? They'll give you everything. Just then Luo Xueji shot a glance at Tang Yiru, signaling him to help her out. Ning Feng, let go of Xueji Mimi. She's mine. Tang Yiru charged over and grabbed Ning Feng. Ning Feng snorted coldly, get lost, you worthless piece of trash. If you delay my fun, I'll skin you alive. His ferocious expression didn't scare Tang Yiru, but it frightened Luo Xueji. He still wanted to have fun with her. Luo Xueji was about to explode. This scumbag actually intended to do such a thing here. She couldn't wait any longer. She stared at Ning Feng. Ning Feng, listen to me. I don't like cold toilets. Let's find a room, okay? As she spoke, her eyes seemed to glimmer with an eerie light. Ning Feng sensed trouble. He snorted, I like toilets. Since you don't forget it. Go with him. He flung Luo Xueji toward Tang Yiru, quickly turned away and strode off. Luo Xueji was stunned. She groaned in pain, her face contorted. Interrupted mid-casting, she suffered some backlash and felt unwell. Xueji Mimi, what's wrong? Tang Yiru asked with feigned concern. But Tang Yiru was delighted. Luo Xueji was now in his hands. Pleasure was imminent. Luo Xueji fumed inwardly. She had never failed before. Could she not subdue this Ning Feng today? She pushed aside the lust-driven Tang Yiru and chased after Ning Feng. Her delicate hand grabbed him. Ning Feng, you bastard. How dare you flirt with these sluts here? Luo, you finally arrived. A moment later, an ID be done for. You're my savior. Xiao Luai charged forward, ignoring her brother who had already turned into a lovesick fool. She grabbed Ning Feng and pulled him away. What are you doing? Is this slut really that entertaining? I offered myself to you, and you refused. Yet you fancy these cheap vulgar women. After saying this, she also saw Luo Zueji's face. She fell silent. This didn't seem like a cheap vulgar woman. Truly seductive. The spell failed once more, and a pale, pained expression emerged on Luo Zueji's face. Her heart was about to explode. It's over. Backlash. Luo Zueji was in agony, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath. She was in great pain. Having failed to cast the spell twice in a row, she couldn't use it for now. Today was a failure. Her inner rage was immense, but she had never failed before. She had finally met her match today, and she had let this scumbag take advantage of her and leave. Xiao Luoyi grabbed Ning Feng. Ning Feng said, "See you? Oh no, better not see you again." After watching Ning Feng and the others leave, Luo Zueji exploded. "Bastard." Luo Zueji's face darkened with fury. "I won't let you off." She clutched her chest, feeling tight and short of breath, utterly miserable. Tang Yiru stepped forward with a concerned look. "Sister Zueji, what's wrong? Is your chest hurting? Let me rub it for you." Luo Zueji shot him a cold glare. "Get away from me. Men are all worthless. Are you really concerned about me? You're clearly just lusting after my body." "Beast. Useless thing. Yes, I'm useless. I failed to protect Sister Zueji. It's all my fault. I'm trash. I'm garbage. I'm sorry." Tang Yiru started slapping himself hard, utterly unbothered by Luo Zueji's insults. In Luo Zueji's eyes, this was the normal reaction of any man who encountered her. This Ning Feng was indeed no simpleton. No wonder he had caused little Chen such harm. Just then the door opened again. A man and a woman walked in. Luo Zueji was stunned. Little junior brother. Yi Chen was also shocked. "Fourth senior sister, what are you doing here?" Tang Yiru saw Yi Chen and immediately stood up. "Brother Yi, you're finally here. I got beaten up and Sister Zueji isn't feeling well." Yi Chen took one look at Tang Yiru's foolish demeanor and knew he was under fourth senior sister's control. Luo Zueji stepped forward. "Little junior brother, weren't you injured and unable to move?" She looked at Yi Chen's pale face with deep concern. Yi Chen shook his head. "It's nothing. I have the Black Jade Renewal Ointment. It can heal my bone injuries within a day. Though I can't use my power now, I can move fine." "Senior sister, what happened?" Luo Zueji then explained what had just happened. She had set up this trap to lure Ning Feng out and control him to avenge Yi Chen. "But I failed. It was as if he was on guard against me." Yi Chen comforted her. "Senior sister, don't worry. Maybe it was just bad luck today. Ning Feng is no rush. Dealing with him is but a trivial matter. There's no need to be angry. Rest well first. Tomorrow we'll attend that auction together. There's something I need to obtain." Luo Zueji nodded. "By the way, junior brother, do you know this guy?" Yi Chen nodded and whispered, "This man still has some use. Senior sister, keep him dangling. His family is the Tang clan of Jiangbei, a powerful force. He might become an asset to me in the future." Luo Zueji nodded. Yi Chen's eyes darkened. This Ning Feng again. Even his fourth senior sister had failed. How bizarre. He was inwardly shocked. His senior sister had never failed before. Yet she had failed with Ning Feng. Damn it, this guy was truly a nuisance. After leaving Tianshui Garden, Ning Feng and Xiao Luoyi carried Xiao Liangya into the car. "Sister Zueji, I'm coming." "Ha ha hee hee, Sister Zueji, wait for me." "What are you doing?" "I want my Sister Zueji. Get away from me." Xiao Liangya was still raving. Xiao Luoyi was astonished. "Brother Ning Feng, what's wrong with my brother?" she asked worriedly. Ning Feng said helplessly, "I told him to stay away from places like this, but he wouldn't listen. He's been bewitched by that woman. She can enchant men's minds. He's fallen for it, and now he can only think of her." Xiao Luoyi exclaimed in shock, "Something like love powder? That's possible." Ning Feng nodded wryly. "Sort of. That guy and Tang Yiru were fighting over her. They clashed, and he called me over. I saw what was happening, and figured you might know how to snap him out of it." Xiao Luoyi's face grew serious. "We need to save him quickly, or there could be side effects. If he turns stupid, that'll be trouble." Ning Feng shrugged. "I can't help him. You think of something. I didn't bring my silver needles. Let's go to my place." Xiao Luoyi decided on the spot. Ning Feng told Li Gang to drive. Arriving at the Xiao residence, Ning Feng felt a bit awkward. He had been there many times, but mostly because of Xiao Liangya. However, since learning that Xiao Luoyi had shared a bed with him, and that she had been forced to confess by Lin Qingcheng, he felt uneasy. After settling Xiao Liangya, Ning Feng felt relieved watching Xiao Luoyi insert the silver needles. With her skill, it should be fine. Ning Feng scolded, "You should keep a tighter leash on this guy. Don't let him run off to places like that. If I hadn't arrived early, that woman would have ruined him." Xiao Luoyi nodded. But then she suddenly grabbed his hand. With a shy expression, she said, "Brother Ning Feng, since you're already here, why not stay a while longer?" Ning Feng looked at her coy demeanor. "Something's off with you. Are you in heat?" Xiao Luoyi snorted playfully. "You're the one in heat. I've confessed my feelings to you, and you don't even react. Oh my god, what is this all about?" Sai Xiao Luoyi is indeed beautiful with that classic youthful face and stunning figure. Messing around with her would be fun, but I can't do it. Stop messing with me. He waved his hands repeatedly. Luoyi, stop fooling around. Xiao Luai stomped her foot. I don't care. I have photos of us sleeping together. If you keep ignoring me, you'll show them to your parents. Ning Feng's head was about to explode. Luai, didn't I tell you to delete those photos? A leak of information would be bad. Xiao Luai snorted coldly. I don't care. I've already confessed. Ning Feng felt dizzy, worn out by these women. Does confessing mean I have to accept you? As soon as he said this, Xiao Lui's eyes reddened. Ning Feng felt he had gone too far. Luai, don't cry. What's this all about? What sin had he committed? I'm clumsy with words. I misspoke. I won't marry anyone. Xiao Luai suddenly flashed a sly smile. Haha, you can get flustered too. I'm just teasing you. Stay here and keep my brother company. I'm going out for a bit. I'm all sweaty. I'll change my clothes. With those words, Xiao Luai turned around, but tears still fell unbidden. Where had she lost? This trick probably only worked on Sister Qiuqiu. Ning Feng sighed. He was unworthy of such a bowtie's affection. He hoped Luai wasn't truly hurt. He still felt a pang of guilt. But soon he realized Xiao Luai probably wasn't angry. Not long after, she returned in a tight-fitting outfit. A short pleated skirt, white thigh-high stockings, and black leather shoes. Her legs were impossibly fair and smooth. Her upper body was wrapped tightly with a voluptuous figure. Ning Feng nearly had a nosebleed. This little vixen had learned the art of seduction too. Xiao Liangya woke up feeling mentally exhausted. Brother Feng. Sis, say. Ning Feng scolded him harshly. Do you have a death wish? Didn't I tell you to stay away from places like that? Look at yourself. Do you even remember what you did? Xiao Liangya rubbed his head, somewhat dazed. I only remember meeting an incredibly alluring woman. I kept thinking how blissful it would be to fly away with her. Smack. Xiao Luai slapped him. Fly away. You're dreaming of flying to heaven. Xiao Liangya's face instantly fell. Sis, why did you hit me? And why are you wearing your most prized battle robe? He glanced at Ning Feng, a sly grin spreading across his face. Oh, I see now. Brother Feng, you're truly blessed. My sister wore her battle robe just for you. Xiao Lui's cheeks flushed crimson. Shut up. Ning Feng looked equally awkward, shaking his head. All right. Listen to me. Stay away from that place from now on. That woman can truly be the death of you. Xiao Liangya chuckled. Brother Feng, she's quite something, isn't she? What happened to me? I feel like I'm bewitched by her. Ning Feng snorted coldly. Stay home for now, and forget about her, or you'll regret it. She uses seductive arts. If you fall under her spell, you'll ruin your family. Don't say I didn't warn you. Xiao Liangya froze, asking solemnly, is she really that terrifying? Ning Feng nodded. It's true. The men she ensnares almost never end well. Luckily, I arrived quickly. If I'd been a moment later, you might never have escaped. Xiao Liangya was puzzled. But then, Brother Feng, how come you weren't enchanted by her? At this, Ning Feng suddenly remembered himself. He said, who am I? I've wandered through a garden of 1,000 flowers without a single leaf clinging to me. I've seen every kind of woman. Just behave yourself. Yet as he spoke, he pulled 2 wads of tissue from his nostrils. Xiao Luai immediately understood. Was it the scent from that woman? A hallucinogenic effect? Ning Feng nodded. That's just the simplest trick. Old Xiao was likely captivated by the fragrance, but that woman has other far more dangerous methods. From now on, turn around the moment you see her. Don't hesitate. Both Xiao Liangya and Xiao Lui nodded, finally understanding. All right, I'll be off then. Ning Feng left with Xiao Luai following. As they descended the stairs, they saw Xiao Tianche sitting in the living room watching the news. Ning Feng smiled awkwardly. Uncle Xiao. Xiao Tianche was startled. Ning Feng. His expression turned cold. Ning Feng felt embarrassed. Uncle Xiao, I just brought Liangya back. He'll take my leave now. Wait. Xiao Tianche stepped forward. Ning Feng halted and looked at him. Xiao Tianche was a man of few words, exuding an innate authority. I need an explanation from you. Ning Feng knew exactly what he meant. He truly didn't want to explain again. Uncle Xiao, there's really no inside story. I simply wanted to do a good deed to accumulate some virtue for my parents. I have no idea why the other families followed my lead. They just suspected there was something behind it, but there truly isn't. Hearing this, Xiao Tianche merely glanced at Ning Feng without saying more. He nodded and sat back down, absorbed in his news. Ning Feng was taken aback. Was Xiao Tianche always this easygoing? If there's nothing else, I'll be going, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Tianche simply nodded. Ning Feng hurried out, with Xiao Luai following. Why is your dad still so terrifying? Xiao Luai smiled faintly. What are you still scared of my dad? How could I not be? He's always blamed me for what happened to Xiao Liangya. Ning Feng said helplessly. Xiao Luai gave a mischievous grin. So what do you think would happen if my dad saw that photo of me? Would he kill you? Ning Feng nearly jumped. He smiled ingratiatingly. Luai, don't joke like that. I'd be done for. Xiao Luai snorted lightly. That depends on your behavior. If you ever upset me, you'll announce it to the world, and you'll never wash your hands clean, even if you jump into the Yellow River. Ning Feng stared at this little demoness, utterly stunned. Don't you care about your reputation? Xiao Luai snorted again. Why would I need that? Anyway, I've slept with you. You'd better figure out how to handle the 3 of us. She turned and left a smile on her face. Indeed, the only tactic that worked on him was threats. Ning Feng smiled bitterly, speechless. He was truly at a loss. The next day, it wasn't until the afternoon that Bai Qiuqiu came to find him. As for Wang Xuanyi, Ning Feng had sent her directly to the Hidden Dragon Manor. Bai Qiuqiu now wore a radiant smile, naturally reaching out to take Ning Feng's arm. Ning Feng felt helpless. 3 women were now clinging to him, and he had no idea what to do. The Hidden Dragon Manor, located on Hidden Dragon Mountain in Jiangning, was an exclusive venue for the wealthy, often used for low-key, yet high-end gatherings. The auction hosted by the Hidden Dragon Manor had gathered prominent figures from Jiangning and its surroundings, many of them immensely wealthy. As Ning Feng arrived, he spotted many notable faces, including some middle-aged and elderly men in understated Zhongshan suits or Tang suits, all radiating vigor. It was clear at a glance that these were extraordinary individuals, all masters of ancient martial arts. At the entrance, he saw Wang Xuanyi. She approached him naturally. Seeing Bai Qiuqiu by his side, Wang Xuanyi's face bore a curious smile. This guy was entangled with Lin Qingcheng on one hand and still linked to Bai Qiuqiu on the other. What kind of magic did he possess? Wang Xuanyi also walked gracefully to Ning Feng's side. Director Ning, you're as charming as ever. Ning Feng offered a polite smile upon seeing Wang Xuanyi. Let's go. Wang Xuanyi chuckled. Mind if I take your arm too? Ning Feng smiled wryly. Stop playing around. Let's go. He walked straight inside. Wang Xuanyi smiled without a word and followed. Just after Ning Feng entered, a man and 2 women stepped out of a car. It was Yi Chen along with Luo Xueji and Qin Rue. Yi Chen's face was dark. Truly, enemies are destined to meet. Master, shall I teach him a lesson? Qin Rue asked. Yi Chen shook his head. No need. I'll handle it myself. Don't reveal yourselves. Senior sister, maintain your air of mystery for now. Don't appear by my side. I have no more time to waste with him. They'll make him understand the price of opposing me. Luo Xueji and Qin Rue both nodded, then entered separately. After them, many others filed in. Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Lui also appeared. Inside the venue, Ning Feng scanned the crowd, looking for Yi Chen. The auction hadn't started yet. There was a reception cocktail party. Ning Feng disliked such scenes. He found someone and arranged for a quiet suite, temporarily staying there with the 2 women. Wang Xuanyi smiled slyly at Bai Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu, isn't Ning Feng engaged to Lin Qingcheng? Isn't it improper for you to be so intimate with him? Bai Qiuqiu looked at her unafraid and said directly, Ning Feng's engagement to Lin Qingcheng will be called off. He'll be engaged to me. Wang Xuanyi was astonished. Ning Feng wore a helpless expression. He couldn't be bothered to explain. What was the point? You're all impossible. I'm just a scumbag, yet you all flock to me. What's this all about? The 2 women heard his inner thoughts, but said nothing. This was also Wang Xuanyi's puzzle. Ning Feng's reputation in Jiangning was well known. He was a complete scumbag loser. So why were the heiresses of these major conglomerates flocking to him? Did Ning Feng harbor a secret she didn't know? Wang Xuanyi was still convinced that the old city renovation project had to have some inside story. Otherwise, the other 3 families wouldn't have thrown themselves into it so recklessly. Lin Qingcheng had even poured all of the Lin family's available funds into it. It was a huge gamble. So Wang Xuanyi was even more convinced. She wanted to uncover the secret from Ning Feng. She smiled. Interesting. Ning Feng, you're truly blessed. Ning Feng didn't want to speak. Say whatever you like. His mind was full of how to stop Yi Chen from showing off. Wang Xuanyi chuckled. So the engagement with Lin Qingcheng is off, but yours with Qiuqiu isn't settled yet. That means I still have a chance. Ning Feng, would you like to try a mature woman like me? Puffed. Ning Feng spat out the water, head just drunk, staring at Wang Xuanyi in shock. Bai Qiuqiu was also stunned, immediately on guard. She clutched Ning Feng's arm tightly. Xuanyi, did you misspeak? Ning Feng stared at her blankly. Wang Xuanyi gave a seductive, mature smile. What? Am I not good enough for you? A marriage between the Ning family and my Wang family would be the best choice. Together wed, dominate all of Jiangning. How about marrying me? Ning Feng's face twisted into a grimace. What a bitter predicament. I'm utterly speechless. Are you 4 women demons? I'm just a scumbag, not a gold nugget. What do you mean by wanting to marry me? Xuanyi, don't make such jokes in the future. I already have enough headaches, Ning Feng said helplessly. Wang Xuanyi, however, offered a faint smile. I'm not joking with you. I'm not as complicated as them. If you agree to marry me, I can get the certificate with you right now, as long as you're willing. Bai Qiuqiu snorted coldly. Wang Xuanyi, don't you dare. Brother Ning Feng is mine. Wang Xuanyi smiled lightly. Qiuqiu, you spoke too soon. As long as you 2 aren't married, there's still a chance for him and me. Bai Qiuqiu snorted again, filled with wariness toward Wang Xuanyi. Though they had grown up together and shared some camaraderie, when it came to Ning Feng, Bai Qiuqiu would never yield. Why? Ning Feng had fallen into a despairing calm. He just wanted to ask why. Wang Xuanyi smiled. There's no particular reason. One is for a marriage alliance to unite our families. The other is that I've realized I've grown interested in you. I think I'm starting to like you. Her charming, mature smile exuded a feminine, intellectual beauty. It must be said that Wang Xuanyi was truly different from the other 3. But Ning Feng really didn't want to get involved. I really don't want to discuss these matters anymore. I feel like becoming a monk now. Ning Feng waved his hand, dismissively looking utterly disinterested. I really can't understand these women. As the old saying goes, a woman's mind changes faster than flipping through a book. Back then they couldn't stand me, and now they're all rushing to throw themselves at me. The worst part is I can't even touch them. It's driving me crazy. The two women heard his inner thoughts and both chuckled. Just then, Ning Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was Lin Qingcheng, he immediately signaled the two women to be quiet. He answered carefully, a smile on his face. Hey Qingcheng, what's up? Seeing his smile, Bai Qiuqiu snorted softly. So it was her. A voice came from the phone. I know you're at Qianlong Villa. I'm here too. Where are you hiding? Bai Qiuqiu spoke up at the right moment. Oh brother Ning Feng, why bother with her? Come play with me. Ning Feng's face stiffened as he silently begged Bai Qiuqiu to stop. Three women were already a handful. What's that noise? Which woman is with you? Ning Feng laughed awkwardly. No one, no one. You must have misheard. Lin Qingcheng scoffed lightly. Where are you? He'll come find you. I have something to say. Ning Feng replied helplessly. I'm at the Shanyu Hall. Come on over. Hanging up, Ning Feng didn't feel like talking anymore. These women were truly relentless. Ning Feng glanced at Bai Qiuqiu and Wang Xuanyi. You two go sit in the inner room for a while. He'll send her off, then you can come out. Bai Qiuqiu snorted. Why? Do I have to hide from her? I'm here openly. Wang Xuanyi also looked at Ning Feng with interest. She didn't want to hide either, as if she had done something wrong. Ning Feng said, if she sees me with you too, but not her, won't she make a scene? It'll be chaos. Is that any better? Why bother? Hearing this, Bai Qiuqiu smiled. That made sense. This way she was still the favored one. Even if she was found out later, it would count as a small victory for her. That made it more interesting. Then Bai Qiuqiu and Wang Xuanyi happily headed toward the inner room. Waiting inside to eavesdrop, Ning Feng smiled bitterly, feeling that this trend was irreversible. What a worry. It was turning his hair gray. Before long, two graceful figures burst in. Oh, why not just one but two at once? The newcomers were Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luoyi. Now all four women from the four great families had gathered. Without even greeting, Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luoyi started searching everywhere as soon as they entered. Where is she? Lin Qingcheng called out directly. Ning Feng smiled bitterly. Who? There's no one here. I don't believe it. I clearly heard someone just now. It sounded like Bai Qiuqiu. Xiao Luoyi added, Brother Ning Feng, you're so biased. How could you come to such a fun place without calling me? They kept talking while searching. Ning Feng said helplessly, all right, stop looking. What do you want from me? If there's nothing, I'm leaving. The more you tried to stop them, the more they would search. But if you said you were leaving, they would definitely stop. Hearing that, the two women immediately stopped searching. They hurried over, one on each side, grabbing Ning Feng's arms. Don't leave. Held by both of them, Ning Feng smiled wryly, never expecting such fortune. Ever since he transmigrated into the book, these women had all gone crazy. What exactly do you two want? Lin Qingcheng said tenderly, nothing much. I just missed you. When I heard you were here, I came looking for you. And I want to thank you. My position is secure. Lin Qingcheng tilted her head and leaned on Ning Feng's shoulder. Xiao Luoyi mimicked her. I wanted to. Lin Qingcheng looked at her. Little witch, what are you up to? Are you doing this on purpose? Xiao Luoyi made a face. What's it to you? I like him too, and you can't control that. He's not married yet, so you have no say in what I do. Besides, your engagement to brother Ning Feng is basically dead in the water. Don't think I don't know. Lin Qingcheng snorted coldly. Then let's compete. I'd like to see how you can rival me. Xiao Luoyi smirked slyly, puffing out her chest, saying it all without words. Lin Qingcheng was a bit annoyed as she couldn't beat this girl in that department. But Lin Qingcheng lifted her long skirt, slightly revealing the strap of her black stockings on her stunningly beautiful long legs. Do you have those legs? Ning Feng almost had a nosebleed. Lin Qingcheng's long legs were truly unmatched. He really didn't want to struggle anymore. Taking all four beauties at once. Even dying a romantic death would be worth it. He grinned foolishly, ignoring their quarrels. But soon Yang Qingcheng entered from the door. President Ning, Officer Zhong, is here. She says she has something to discuss with you. Yang Qingcheng looked at the two women clinging to Ning Feng, feeling envious inside. There was also a hint of disappointment, as if she was always falling short. Hearing this, Ning Feng was stunned. Zhong Xinting. How does she know I'm here? Yang Qingcheng shook her head. She might have noticed when you came in. Ning Feng frowned. What does this woman want with me? This doesn't seem like the time for her to appear. But she's quite interesting, full of tricks. If I deal with Yi Chen's trouble later, getting her would be very amusing. A girl who likes toys can't be a bad girl, can she? A mischievous smile spread across Ning Feng's face. The two women snorted coldly. So this bastard liked girls who play with toys, did he? Ning Feng looked at the two women. Fine, he wouldn't make them hide. Then he pulled free from them. All right. Someone's coming. Are you going to let go? Is this a good look? It is. Both women said in unison, as if holding a grudge. They both squinted their eyes. Ning Feng ignored them. Please let Officer Zhong in. Soon Zhong Xinting walked in with another elegant figure. Well, this is a real mix. All of Yi Chen's early women are here. This is going to be fun. The newcomers were Zhong Xinting and the beautiful reporter Luo Feifei. By now neither Zhong Xinting nor Luo Feifei was surprised that they could hear Ning Feng's inner thoughts. They were just puzzled by mix. Yi Chen's early women. What did that mean? Ning Feng smiled. Officer Zhong, you have quite a nose for finding me anywhere. And you brought a little sidekick today. Zhong Xinting said with a half-smile. Who can help it when President Ning leaves such a strong scent? Who wouldn't notice when you show up? Ning Feng didn't mind the veiled sarcasm implying he smelled bad. He just smiled. Officer Zhong, is there something you need? Zhong Xinting glanced at him. No more jokes. First about the high-speed rail New City project. We can temporarily rule out your own manipulation. I apologize for wasting your time last time I paged you. Now I need your help with something. Ning Feng was amused. Haha, Officer Zhong actually needs my help. I thought you hated associating with people like me. Missy, you finally need me, huh? Let's see how you'll beg me. Zhong Xinting scoffed inwardly. Damn capitalist. But today she truly needed a favor, so she had no choice. I'm not joking. This involves a major provincial matter. If you can help me secure it, the province will commend you, and you'll gain some prestige. I don't think you'll refuse. Hearing this, Ning Feng frowned. Becoming serious. What exactly is it? Zhong Xinting glanced at Ning Feng and the two women Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luo. President Lin, President Xiao, please excuse us. This involves confidential police operations. Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luo, being sensible, headed straight for the inner room. Ning Feng smiled bitterly. This was a disaster. He hadn't sent them in, but Zhong Xinting had. Great, now the four women's drama is never ending. The others heard his thoughts and were puzzled. What four women? Only when Lin Qingcheng and Xiao Luo entered the inner room did they understand. He meant the four of them. The moment their four pairs of eyes met, Lin Qingcheng snorted softly. So this guy had hidden beauties in his golden house. Bai Qiuqiu looked at Lin Qingcheng with pride. Lin Qingcheng said nothing. She would win back next time. Ning Feng knew that even if it was quiet inside, sparks were flying. He smiled bitterly. Officer Zhong, what exactly is it? Zhong Xinting and Luo Feifei both looked serious. Zhong Xinting said, in today's auction there's a smuggled national treasure. I hope you can help us bid for it. National treasure? Ning Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a matter. Zhong Xinting nodded. This mission was temporarily assigned to me by the Bureau. It is highly classified and involves bigwigs from the province who place great importance on it. I am at my wit's end, but upon hearing you were here, I thought to ask for your help. Ning Feng was taken aback. Why me? Zhong Xinting replied naturally, because you are rolling in wealth. Ning Feng fell silent. My money doesn't just fall from the sky. I foot the bill while you carry out the mission, you get promoted and make a fortune, and I end up the fool, right? Seeing Ning Feng's bluntness, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Zhong Xinting's face. Indeed, this was a bit of an imposition. But she had only approached him tentatively given the immense difficulty of the mission. If she could bring back the national treasure, it would be wonderful. If not, there was little she could do. After all, the higher-ups had not allocated any funds. Zhong Xinting gave an awkward smile. When you bid and spend the money, it's just a drop in the bucket for you. As the young master of the Ning family, surely a little cash means nothing. The government will hold a donation ceremony for you, officially recognize your name, and establish your reputation as a conscientious entrepreneur. Isn't that good? Isn't that the kind of prestige you businessmen love? Ning Feng gave a wry smile. Xinting, you really are treating me like a fool. Such a national treasure when auctioned will cost hundreds of millions. That reputation comes with a hefty price tag. Zhong Xinting strove to remain composed. You can choose to accept or decline. Oh, I won't force you. But from a personal standpoint, I hope you'll help. It would be very beneficial for you, and the Ning family could set a fine example in Jiangning. Ning Feng pondered for a moment. He really didn't want to wade into such murky waters. After a brief silence, he asked, don't tell me the national treasure you're trying to recover is that Buddha head. Hearing this, Zhong Xinting's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? Ning Feng gave a bitter inward laugh. How could I not know? Yi Chen is also after this Buddha head, and I have to stop him from getting it and prevent him from showing off. This is perfect. Everything's colliding. Ning Feng was truly in a bind, already troubled by this matter. Now that Zhong Xinting had brought it up, it meant he would have to clash head-on with Yi Chen. This was indeed a problem. Hearing Ning Feng's inner thoughts, Zhong Xinting and Luo Feifei were both astonished. He wanted to stop someone named Yi Chen from obtaining the Buddha head. Why? But Zhong Xinting felt a surge of joy inside. This way it seemed Ning Feng had no choice. Perhaps he would help the government secure this national treasure. Ning Feng pondered and asked, since you know it's a national treasure and that it's smuggled, why can't you directly use government power to reclaim it? Zhong Xinting sighed. If only it were that simple. You came to the Qianlong auction, surely you know that everyone here today is a prominent figure from around Jiangning. Moreover, many of these people are highly respected individuals from various regions. According to the higher-ups, they hold considerable prestige and influence in their areas. If we disrupt the auction here, the ensuing public pressure would be a nightmare to handle. Besides, everything auctioned here comes with legal documentation, so we can't resort to force. Hearing this, Ning Feng nodded. He could understand. The people here were all major figures from around Jiangning, including many ancient martial arts masters who dominated their regions. Indeed, it wouldn't be wise to use force. Ning Feng, this is a golden opportunity. I hope you won't miss it. Ning Qingcheng said. Ning Feng nodded. All right, let me think it over. He'll give you an answer shortly. Ning Qingcheng nodded, pleasantly surprised by his attitude. She had only come to try her luck. She hadn't expected it might actually work. If she could bring back the Buddha head, she would have exceeded her mission requirements. Just as Ning Feng was hesitating, Ning Qingcheng entered the room again. She hurried over, whispering in Ning Feng's ear, President Ning Qingcheng is here. He wants to see you. Hearing this, Ning Feng's expression shifted instantly. How does he know I'm here? Ning Feng's face darkened. This is bad. All the early heroines are here with me right now. If he sees them, he'll want to kill me. And now there's Ning Qingcheng and Luo Feifei too. What rotten luck. Ning Qingcheng and Luo Feifei were both puzzled. Why did Ning Feng panic so much at the mention of that name? Was there someone in Jiangning who could make Ning Feng afraid? Ning Feng had already risen to his feet. Qingcheng, you two go inside and hide. Don't make a sound. Wait until I've sent this person away before you come out. Ning Qingcheng blinked in confusion. Is it that serious? Ning Feng said, just do as I say. As long as you stay quiet, we can talk about that matter later. Go inside and tell everyone in there to keep silent. Ning Qingcheng had rarely seen Ning Feng like this. Without further argument, she led Luo Feifei into the inner room. Only when she entered did she realize how many people were there. All the pearls of the 4 great families were in Ning Feng's room. That guy really knew how to have fun. They exchanged awkward greetings. Ning Qingcheng also gestured for everyone to stay quiet. Then the 6 women pressed themselves against the door, listening to the sounds outside. Ning Feng composed himself. Let him in. His eyes were solemn. What did Chen want by coming to him now? Was he planning to make a move here? Ning Feng's gaze darkened. If it came to a fight, he wouldn't hold back. At this stage, Chen's strength surely hadn't recovered yet. It was still uncertain who would prevail. He had already tightened his grip on the experience card, ready to activate it at any moment. The next moment, Chen strode in through the doorway. His eyes were filled with contempt, along with a faint simmering rage. Ning Feng felt a twinge of unease. This was the male lead heir at his peak. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. A cold smirk hung on Chen's face. Ning Feng, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Ning Feng said, if you want to fight, just do it. Don't spout such nonsense. Hearing this, Chen was slightly taken aback. It seems you have some self-awareness. Ning Feng's heart tightened. So that's it. This is it. But Chen seemed to calm down. No rush. I have little interest in killing you. Oh, that's a relief. He scared me half to death. Good, no killing. Saves me the trouble of a fight. I don't know what means you've used to make Lin Qingcheng by Qiuqiu and Xiao Luai cling to you. I can also understand your coveting of their beauty. I could even let go of Ning Qingcheng. But these 3 women, you dare to compete with me over them. Do you think you're worthy? Ning Feng fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke solemnly. What if I said that none of this was my intention? With Lin Qingcheng, I took the initiative to dissolve our engagement. It was only due to some misunderstanding by the Lin family, but now it's essentially resolved. Then there's by Qiuqiu. We broke up 8 years ago. As for Xiao Luai, that was purely accidental. I had no idea she had harbored feelings for me since childhood. I've explained all this. Chen cut him off directly. That's your perspective, and it matters not to me. All I want is for you to stay away from them. We need to settle this once and for all. If you continue to oppose me like this, I won't be lenient. Ning Feng sighed helplessly. Settle it how? By having me die. Chen let out a hearty laugh. It hasn't come to that yet. I need you to manage the Ning Corporation. You still serve some purpose to me. Ning Feng gave him a calm look. So in the end you want spare me, or the Ning family? Chen sneered. Sometimes I have to admit you're clever, but other times you're utterly foolish. In the end you're just trash, a scumbag. Isn't what I've said clear enough? Ning Feng fell silent. The girls in the inner room all fell silent. Yet a blaze of fury ignited in their eyes. Did this man truly think he was some kind of supreme being, wanting them, these girls, to lick his toes? Dream on. Now the women were utterly disgusted with this Chen. Even Ning Qingcheng and Luo Feifei were left speechless. It seemed from Ning Feng's heartfelt words that they too were destined to become Chen's women, members of his harem. But how could they ever like such an overbearing and domineering man? Yet none of the girls spoke up. They continued to listen, curious to see how this matter would unfold. Would Ning Feng really be coerced and threatened, and then sever ties with the girls? At that moment, Lin Qingcheng and the others thought to themselves that no matter what, they would never leave Ning Feng. He had been enduring the pressure from this scoundrel all along. They wanted to share his burden. Ning Feng was silent for a long time. Then he asked, "There's one thing I'm curious about. With your strength, even if you lost some power that day, how could old Huang have beaten you so badly?" At the mention of this, Chen grew somewhat enraged. He'll settle that score with that beast. Ning Feng nodded. So your strength still hasn't fully recovered. Chen cast him a cold glare. Why do you ask so much? Even if I told you, would you understand? You're nothing but an ant of the mortal world. What do you know of power? Faced with these merciless words, Ning Feng let out a bitter laugh. So you came to me today, just to warn me about all this? A look of bewilderment flickered in Ning Feng's eyes. Such a great protagonist came to him for matters like these. What else? I tell you to do something, and you do it. You have no right to choose. You are just a small ant in my hands. An ant. Ning Feng laughed bitterly, and fell silent again, finding the situation quite ironic. Chen said coldly, I don't want to waste words with you. If you dare to oppose me again, you'll be waiting for death. You might think your own life is worthless, but you should consider your family. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Su Liang's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Chen walked away with a loud laugh. Trash. Ning Feng lay dazed on the sofa, his expression dark and gloomy. This situation absolutely could not be allowed to continue. Yet his mind was a tangled mess, utterly uncertain where to begin. Suddenly he thought of old Huang. Use a wolf to drive away a tiger. Let them tear each other apart. The 6 women in the inner room all emerged. Lin Qingcheng and Bai Qiuqiu hurried over. Ning Feng, are you all right? Lin Qingcheng asked with concern. Bai Qiuqiu also said, Ning Feng, don't be afraid, we'll always have your back. Does he really think he's an emperor? Ning Feng looked at the 6 women and sighed. Now you see why I couldn't accept any of you. I won't marry any of you because it endangers not only my life, but also my parents' lives. From now on, stay far away from me. Let's just be ordinary friends, and don't meet unless necessary. Xiao Luai snorted, why fear him? Ning Feng shook his head. Don't meddle in this. If you get involved, they'll have no way out. Bai Qiuqiu and Lin Qingcheng wanted to say more, but Wang Xuanyi pulled them aside, one in each hand, and gave them a look. Ning Feng was in no state to talk. The women's faces were tinged with melancholy. Bai Qiuqiu and Lin Qingcheng sighed inwardly. They had never seen Ning Feng wear such an expression, so grave it was as if he were about to go bankrupt. The Ning Feng of old was the simplest man, domineering and never hiding his thoughts. But now he had changed ever since this Chen appeared. All of you leave. Let me be alone for a while. Qingcheng, see them out. Yang Qingcheng's face was also filled with sorrow. She had never imagined that President Ning was under such immense pressure. This Chen was truly despicable. She had even thought him a decent person at first. But inside he was such a beast. Yang Qingcheng sighed. Ladies, let President Ning rest. He really needs his personal space right now. They nodded, not wanting to distress Ning Feng. Zhong Xinting also prepared to leave. Ning Feng, don't be afraid. Ning Feng smiled and nodded. Xinting, thank you. I'm fine. And about the matter you entrusted to me, you'll consider it. Whether he'll shoot it or not, just wait and see. Zhong Xinting nodded and said no more. After everyone left, only Ning Feng and Yang Qingcheng remained in the room. Yang Qingcheng walked behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. The fresh scent of a young woman filled the air. Ning Feng calmed down a little. Yang Qingcheng's voice came softly, President Ning, no matter what happens, Qingcheng will always be by your side. Ning Feng smiled warmly and patted her hand. At least he's not targeting you anymore. That's good. President Ning, take me. I'm willing to give you everything. Ning Feng was momentarily stunned. This was indeed something he could do now. He swept away the gloom in his heart. Aren't you the protagonist? Since the masks are off, there's nothing left to hide. Time for a real face-off. It was time to start laying his plans. You're the protagonist, huh? Well, I was chosen by the system. Let's fight it out. I've got the innate script in hand. Let's see who wins and who loses. Ning Feng shook off his gloom and stood up. He pulled Yang Qingcheng into his arms. You little vixen, don't rush. This isn't the place. He'll devour you when we get back. Yang Qingcheng blushed and softly murmured in assent. Ning Feng kissed her fiercely on the lips. The feeling was exquisite. It was one of the perks of transmigrating into a book. Let's go. I need to prepare. I have to set up some schemes. Send a message to old Huang. Tell him to come to Qianlong Manor. Say that Chen is here. Ning Feng wandered through the venue, found some acquaintances, and gathered a bit of information. Then he quietly lurked in a corner awaiting old Huang's arrival. He knew that to complete the mission and stop Chen from showing off, he would have to work through this man. At this critical moment, colliding head-on with Chen would be suicide. So he had to use leverage and indirect means to eliminate the threat. Since a frontal assault was futile, he would strike from the shadows. He had already stationed his men at the venue's entrance. The moment old Huang appeared, he would meet him, and the drama would unfold. According to his calculations, the auction still had some time before it started, which gave him enough time to lay out his scheme. Ning Feng waited anxiously. Meanwhile, Chen, that arrogant show-off, had already begun his grand act. His outfit was worth less than 250 in total. He strolled through the crowd, being shunned and despised by others. He was just waiting for the auction to start so he could put on his show. Sure enough, not long after, a message came through on the phone. Old Huang had arrived. Ning Feng sneered coldly. That show-off was still putting on airs, but soon he would get what he deserved. Let's go. He grabbed Yang Qingcheng and rushed outside the venue. Qingcheng, don't be afraid when you see me change my appearance later. Yang Qingcheng was puzzled by Ning Feng's words. Are you going to dress up President Ning? Ning Feng shook his head. You'll see soon enough. Leading his stunning young secretary Yang Qingcheng, he quickly arrived outside the venue. By then his men had already taken old Huang to a secluded corner. In the next instant the transformation card was activated. Ning Feng's face instantly changed into Yi Chen's likeness, and even his physique became nearly identical. Yang Qingcheng was utterly stunned. Was she filming a sci-fi movie? A sudden metamorphosis? Yang Qingcheng was truly bewildered. President Ning, you. Ning Feng shook his head. Don't worry about it. Just follow my lead. Disguised as Yi Chen, Ning Feng strode boldly toward that corner. Their old Huang and his two underlings were waiting anxiously. Lord Yi had sought them out proactively. Whether they lived or died depended on this moment. Returning to their base meant certain death, so they might as well confess and beg for forgiveness. As they saw a man and a woman striding toward them with an air of blazing fury. Old Huang, an internal energy master, couldn't help but swallow his fear. This was Lord Yi. He truly had no idea whether he would live or die. Ning Feng and his companion soon stood before the three of them. In that instant his icy gaze exuded an aura of domineering authority. Old Huang and his men panicked instantly. There was no mistake. That face was the same Lord Yi they had seen at the city government building a few days ago. How could he have been foolish enough to beat Lord Yi so severely back then? He was the biggest idiot under heaven and earth. What more could he dare to say? In an instant they dropped to their knees. Old Huang of the Green Dragon Society pays homage to Lord Yi. Please forgive my transgression. Old Huang prostrated himself, trembling with fear. His two underlings followed suit, nearly wetting themselves in terror. This was a desperate gamble for them. Ning Feng let out a cold snort. Lift your head. Hearing that icy voice, Old Huang raised his head shakily, a bitter smile on his face. Lord Yi about that day. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Feng delivered a resounding slap to Old Huang. As an external force master of considerable skill, Ning Feng's blow was powerful. Old Huang dared not use his true energy to block it, so the slap made him spit blood. Ning Feng had to strike this blow. It was only fitting for the enraged Yi Chen's character. If he was going to act, he had to be convincing. After this slap, the two underlings were terrified, prostrating themselves without daring to look up. But Old Huang was secretly relieved. Lord Yi hadn't struck a killing blow, which meant there was still hope. Ning Feng erupted in fury. How dare you bring up that day, you fool? It'll blind your dog eyes. Slap. Another blow landed. It'll knock the rust out of your brain. Slap. The more Ning Feng struck, the happier Old Huang felt inside. Lord Yi, go ahead and hit me. It eases my guilt. Old Huang looked like he was ready to face death, strangely cheerful, a typical masochist. Ning Feng chuckled inwardly. What a fool. Yang Qingcheng was completely stunned. Wasn't this the man who had beaten the imposter disguised as President Ning to a pulp a few days ago, breaking his bones and nearly crippling him? The scene of that brutal groin strike was still vivid in her mind. And now President Ning was hitting this man. Wasn't he afraid this guy would lose his temper? And why was President Ning pretending to be Yi Chen? Ning Feng raged on. You bastard, you idiot. You've ruined all my plans. I want to chop you up. Even with blood streaming down his face, Old Huang forced a smile. Lord Yi is right. I am the biggest fool under heaven, a bastard. Lord Yi, don't dirty your hands. I'll do it myself. I am a fool. Slap. I am an idiot. Slap. I am a bastard. Slap. I am a waste. Old Huang kept slapping himself hard and cursing himself. He was truly putting his strength into it, his face swelling from the blows. Blood poured freely, but he was almost gleeful knowing he had passed this trial. Since Lord Yi hadn't killed him outright, he would survive. How could he afford to be lazy at a time like this? I am a fool. I am a waste. Ning Feng could barely hold back his laughter. You're a real piece of work, a perfect lackey. This is hilarious. No, I have to keep it together and not blow my cover. Hearing Ning Feng's inner thoughts, Yang Qingcheng, who had been about to laugh, quickly composed herself. She had to cooperate or she'd be punished. Ning Feng took out a cigarette. One of the underlings was quick to react. Lord Yi, let me help you. He cheerfully lit the cigarette for Ning Feng. Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry. He just let Old Huang keep slapping himself. If he didn't say a word, would that guy dare to stop? The two underlings watched, their faces twitching. Was their boss going to beat himself to death? Ning Feng even kicked him in the middle of it. You idiot, you broke over 100 of my bones and nearly ruined my family jewels. If I didn't think you were still useful, I would have killed you with a single slap. Don't you dare stop until I say so. Old Huang, blood dripping from his mouth, grinned foolishly. Lord Yi is right. I am here to vent your anger. If you don't say stop, I won't stop, even if I beat myself to death. As long as it calms you down. I am an animal. I am a fool. Slap. Slap. After a while, Ning Feng finished his cigarette. He seemed to have cooled down. All right, stop for now. I didn't call you here just to confess your sins. Old Huang grinned, as if granted a pardon. Thank you, Lord Yi. Thank you, Lord Yi. Let me clean your shoes. He crawled on the ground, quickly wiping the bloodstains off Ning Feng's leather shoes. Ning Feng kicked him away. Get up and talk. Ning Feng chuckled inwardly. That should have intimidated him enough. When it's time to risk his life, he'll give it his all. Ning Qingcheng forced herself not to laugh. President Ning's methods were truly brilliant. Old Huang stood up and obediently positioned himself before Ning Feng. Now he was utterly terrified. Ning Feng snorted coldly. If you want me to forgive you, it depends on how well you risk your life. Old Huang quickly stood at attention. Lord, you just give the order. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. I won't even flinch if I have to climb a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. Ning Feng nodded slightly. Last time you messed up my big plan. This is your only chance to redeem yourself. If you screw it up again, come see me with your head. Old Huang forced a smile. Yes. I guarantee it'll complete the mission. Ning Feng said, today there's an auction going on inside. That bastard Ning Feng has disguised himself as me and is trying to ruin my reputation inside. I want you to stop him. Find an opportunity to drag him away and beat him within an inch of his life. I want him to taste what it's like to have every bone in his body broken. Hearing this, Old Huang was stunned. Ning Feng disguised himself as Yue. Old Huang felt as if he had misheard. He was truly terrified now. It had started with Lord Yi disguising himself as Ning Feng, and he had beaten that impostor severely, a complete accident. Now he was told that Ning Feng had disguised himself as Lord Yi. How could he bring himself to strike Lord Yi again? He was immediately at a loss. Lord Yi, how could that Ning Feng disguise himself as you? Old Huang didn't want to be reckless again and sought clarification. Ning Feng snorted coldly. What? Do you have doubts? How would I know how he disguised himself as me? Whether it was a human skin mask or some expert's help, is that my concern? Don't you know such people exist in this world? Otherwise, how could I have disguised myself as Ning Feng that day? Is the art of transformation so strange to you? Old Huang gave an awkward laugh. I've grown cautious. Ning Feng snorted again. Spare me the nonsense. Do as I say. I know you doubt my identity. Let me show you then. Ning Feng activated the aura disguise card. This was the decisive moment. In an instant, a unique aura burst forth from his body. It was an aura only martial artists could perceive. Inner force perfection. Old Huang's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, the man before him must be Lord Yi. Forgive my transgression, Lord Yi. Ning Feng waved his hand. Since I still have some patience, ask all your questions now. I want no more mistakes. Old Huang was nearly moved to tears. This was a true enlightened master. It was as if all grievances were resolved with a smile. He asked, Lord Yi, why is your aura only at inner force perfection? Ning Feng snorted. Isn't it your fault, you fool? My strength had already fallen to the Grandmaster level due to certain matters. Then a few days ago, while using the transformation art, my inner energy went haywire, and you, that idiot, attacked me, leaving me severely injured. My strength has plummeted repeatedly. Don't make me slap you. If you ever bring this up again, I'll kill you. Old Huang was mortified. One last question. Ning Feng stifled a laugh inwardly. Ask quickly. We have work to do after. Yes, Lord Yi. Old Huang bowed obsequiously. Lord Yi, how did you recover from your full body fractures? Ning Feng said angrily. Are you trying to rub salt in my wounds? Old Huang looked pained. You told me to ask. Ning Feng feigned rage. If you weren't of some use, you'd be dead by now. Forget it, I won't bother with a fool like you. It was black jade renewal ointment. Old Huang's eyes widened in shock. No wonder. Such an ancient miracle drug. Lord Yi is truly Lord Yi to possess such a rare remedy. Lord Yi, you are divinely gifted and will soon dominate Jiangning. He didn't forget to flatter. Ning Feng snorted. Thanks to you, you idiot, I've used up my last bit of black jade renewal ointment. Old Huang was mortified, not daring to speak. Sensing the moment was right, Ning Feng decided not to push further. Enough, no more idle talk. Since this Ning Feng dared to impersonate me and deceive others, he must face the consequences. I don't want blood on my hands. You will handle this. Do it well, and your past transgressions are forgiven. Consider it your penance. Old Huang was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Yi. Thank you, Lord Yi. I will serve you with utmost loyalty and ensure the mission is accomplished. Ning Feng nodded. This Ning Feng is now dressed like a fool, ready to ruin my reputation inside. I've tolerated him long enough, but I don't want you to cause another commotion like last time. There are many external and internal force experts at this auction. A big scene would be hard to manage. I've devised a plan for you. Old Huang was thrilled. Lord Yi was practically handing him the solution. If he failed now, he would truly be a fool. Please speak, Lord Yi. Ning Feng said, go find some security guard uniforms. Wait for the right moment. That idiot Ning Feng will surely make a fool of himself in public, and many will despise him for disrupting the auction. Appear at that opportune time pretending to maintain order. Secretly knock him out, take him far away, and beat him within an inch of his life. This way you won't disrupt the auction. I have very important matters here. After you've dealt with Ning Feng, come back and report to me. Old Huang and his two companions nodded excitedly. If they failed now, they were truly idiots. Rest assured, Lord Yi. We will complete the mission. Ning Feng nodded. Oh, one more thing. Remember, Ning Feng has a highly paid expert by his side. Be careful. Old Huang rolled up his sleeves. Don't worry, Lord Yi. No matter the expert, we guarantee to capture that scoundrel Ning Feng. Ning Feng nodded. Good, go prepare. Old Huang and his men clasped their fists. Oh, and I will use the transformation art again to become Ning Feng. I will finish what I started last time and destroy his reputation completely. Furthermore, when the real Ning Feng is taken away by you, your suspicion will vanish. Old Huang was nearly moved to tears. He knelt before Ning Feng. Where could one find such a thoughtful boss? In the past, when they carried out assassination missions, they always had to change identities and clean up their own mess. This feeling was entirely different. Lord Yi, Old Huang will follow you to the death. Ning Feng waved his hand impatiently. All right. Don't mistake me again. Remember this outfit and this brooch. Don't give me another beating and stop kneeling like I'm oppressing you. Old Huang was utterly captivated. Even kneeling was forbidden. But if you mess up this mission, don't bother coming back. Just go feed the fish in the river. Old Huang and his men nodded fervently. This was their only chance. Go now. Ning Feng waved his hand. Old Huang stood up. Lord Yi, we've retrieved the 50 billion. Which account should we transfer it to? Ning Feng thought for a moment and looked at Ning Qingcheng beside him. Give them the account for the Old City District Special Fund. Old Huang was startled. You're investing in that project? Ning Feng snorted. Are you teaching me what to do? Old Huang broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, was that his place to ask? Ning Qingcheng gave them the account number. Don't transfer the full 50 billion. Each of you three keep 10 million to buy yourself some decent clothes. When you come to see me next time, dress like proper men. Old Huang and his men were dumbfounded, tears welling in their eyes. 10 million each. How many missions would it take to earn that? With Lord Yi, it was just a word. They were deeply moved for a long time. They silently resolved to hell with the Green Dragon Society. Why not follow Lord Yi? Ning Feng and Ning Qingcheng watched them leave, moved to tears and looking as if they were going to their deaths. The moment they were completely out of sight, Ning Feng and Ning Qingcheng turned around. They couldn't hold it in any longer. Ha! What a fool! Ning Qingcheng covered her mouth, unable to stop laughing. How are these three so amusing? Your methods are brilliant, President Ning, fooling them all. That Yi Chen is in for it. Ning Feng laughed too. I really wonder how these three idiots ever rose in the Green Dragon Society. They both found the entire scene hilarious. After calming down a bit, Ning Feng said, All right, the act isn't over. Don't blow our cover. Ning Qingcheng immediately became serious. Ning Feng quickly deactivated the transformation card. He returned to his original appearance. Ning Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. President Ning, are you a god? Qingcheng loves you. She planted a kiss on Ning Feng's cheek. Ning Feng pushed the infatuated Ning Qingcheng away. Not even a god has your skills. Be serious. Let's get ready to watch the show. Ning Qingcheng nodded obediently. Let's go, my great hero. Time to watch the show. Ning Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Yi Chen, I hope you enjoy this grand performance I prepared for you. Let's see how you show off now. Our battle has officially begun. As the banquet drew to a close, the auction was about to commence. Everyone took a brief respite. The auction hall had been prepared to a considerable extent. Those who came today were all prominent figures. Yet many showed palpable excitement for the day's lots. Even some martial arts masters could barely contain themselves. Truly, some of today's offerings were exceedingly rare. The auction proceeded as scheduled. Ning Feng chose a rather inconspicuous seat, still positioned behind Yi Chen. Those women, as if possessed, clung as close to him as possible. Ning Feng surveyed his surroundings. Experts, all of them were experts. And wealthy individuals too. He also spotted Old Huang and the other two fools lurking in a corner waiting for Yi Chen to show off. The auction proceeded as usual. The initial lots were already exceptionally rare, fine items seldom seen in ordinary times. There were ancient herbs for prolonging life and some old objects regarded as antiques, which were actually broken artifacts. There were also extremely rare calligraphy and paintings, some concealing ancient scriptures. All sorts of precious treasures incited fierce competition among the magnates. Some were wealthy tycoons from around Jiangning, others were martial arts masters who preferred to keep a low profile. They all bid fervently. Yet Ning Feng and Yi Chen remained motionless throughout. Ning Feng knew well that Yi Chen had his sights set on only two items from the very beginning. Every item here was priced in the hundreds of millions. In truth, this fellow had no money at all. He was the protagonist. Oh, would a protagonist need money to acquire something? Of course not. He would rely on showing off. One item was a Buddha head, the other a peculiar artifact. Both were catalysts for his grandstanding. Ning Feng waited patiently, thinking, hell, once he's taken away, he'll be the one to show off. No better to stay low-key. As item after item was auctioned, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Watching those precious items fall into the hands of masters and magnates, many faces showed envy. Lin Qingcheng and the others surrounded Ning Feng. Wang Xuanyi sat close to him. She narrowed her eyes and leaned in to ask, aren't you buying anything? Ning Feng shook his head. I'm a layman, I wouldn't understand even if I bought. Wang Xuanyi smiled faintly. She occasionally placed bids, but would withdraw if the price wasn't right. Lin Qingcheng by Qiuqiu and Xiao Lui were very curious. Some items looked shabby, and even if they were priceless antiques, it would be one thing. But many items seemed to have no collectible value at all. Was it really worth spending such a fortune on them? Lin Qingcheng leaned in and asked Brother Ning Feng, are those things really that valuable? Upon hearing this, the women leaned in closer. Ning Feng nodded. Most should be worth it. These items are different from ordinary antiques. Just watch, you probably wouldn't fully understand even if I explained. Hearing this, the three women looked bewildered. Completely lost. Wang Xuanyi chuckled inwardly. He says he doesn't understand. This Ning Feng definitely has secrets. The 2-hour auction passed quickly. There was supposed to be an intermission, but several martial arts masters insisted it was unnecessary, so it was skipped. The auction continued. Soon a hostess carried out a tray covered with a red cloth hiding its contents. The middle-aged auctioneer smiled and said, ladies and gentlemen, today the 2 most special lots of this auction are finally about to be presented to you. At these words, the entire hall stirred with excitement. The main event was coming. A gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Finally here. The moment for me, Yi Chen, to make my name in Jiangning has arrived. Ha, kneel before me, Yi Chen. You insignificant ants. Ning Feng was also excited. Hee, it's finally starting. Yi Chen, are you ready? You big fool, you're about to be in trouble. Hearing this, the women were somewhat surprised. Yi Chen was about to be in trouble. How did he know? Hadn't he submitted to Yi Chen? Despite their confusion, they felt more at ease. They knew this guy wouldn't be easily defeated. It seemed he was about to strike back. As they say, a bad penny always turns up. The women exchanged knowing smiles. Then let's do this together. The middle-aged man on stage smiled and said, however, this lot is somewhat special. It won't simply go to the highest bidder. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was slightly taken aback. Someone asked, what does that mean? The crowd grew restless, but the middle-aged man remained unruffled. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Allow me to introduce this lot. This lot is a very ancient object. It was not originally meant to see the light of day, but the original owner could not unravel its secrets, and it became an obsession. So this time he has brought it forth. He hopes to gather the wisdom of all masters here to see if anyone can fathom its mystery, thus relieving this great figure of his burden. Upon hearing this, everyone grew curious. What could it be that warranted such solemnity from the organizers? Show it to us. Someone shouted. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Everyone take a look. He lifted the red cloth from the tray. Instantly, the object was captured by special cameras and projected onto the large screen behind. Here it is, everyone. The moment the object appeared, many were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. What? This piece of junk? That was many people's first impression. Someone sneered, what are the organizers playing at? Are you sure you haven't brought the wrong item? You call this piece of trash a treasure? The middle-aged man smiled unfazed. He had expected this reaction. Please don't be angry. I Qianlong Manor swear on our reputation that this is no ordinary item. It comes from the hands of a grandmaster. At this proclamation, the hall fell into utter silence. From a grandmaster, an incarnation realm grandmaster. That was a figure of immense stature. So they had to examine it closely. Yet no matter how they looked, it appeared to be nothing but a piece of junk. Ning Feng's gaze also turned to the large screen, scrutinizing the object. It was actually quite simple. It was an old bronze mirror. The mirror surface was blurred and even cracked. The back was made of a special wood already decayed, covered in dense cracks. It showed no signs of distinction whatsoever. It gave off a shabby, worn-out feel, like an old bronze mirror from the waning days of a feudal dynasty, utterly lacking in collectible value. For people like them, such items were a dime a dozen. They truly could not see its worth. Many shook their heads. It's just a worthless mirror. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I see nothing special. Is there a hint? The middle-aged man gave an enigmatic smile and shook his head. The Grandmaster said that if no one can discern anything, then explaining it would be pointless. Many shook their heads. I can't see what's so special about it. I can't fathom its mystery. I don't believe it's anything good. Could the Grandmaster be playing a trick on us? Indeed, it looks like nothing more than a mirror from the late feudal period, less than 3 centimeters, thick, the size of a face, very common in its time. All the masters present shook their heads. Ning Feng watched quietly, sensing the time was ripe. With a thunderous roar, the king of showing off makes his grand entrance. Yahoo! The women nearly burst out laughing. Was Ning Feng's inner voice this adorable? He was right, the timing was about right. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Tremble, you ants. How could creatures like you recognize such a thing? Just then a mocking laugh rang out. Hey, your ignorance is your stupidity. At these words the masters glared angrily. Bastard! Who said that? Show yourself. Yi Chen's heart was pounding with excitement. The moment to make a grand spectacle had finally arrived. Ning Feng chuckled. Your moment of misfortune has finally come. Within the venue the martial arts masters glared furiously. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak of them in such a manner, calling them foolish. That was a death wish. Did they even know who was gathered in this hall today? These were experts who could defeat 10 opponents single-handedly. The strongest among them could take on 100. Even that fellow who once declared he wanted to fight 10 would likely struggle. Following the gaze of the middle-aged man on the stage, everyone looked in one direction. There a young man rose to his feet. He appeared barely out of his youth, his entire worth amounting to less than a pittance. Outrageous. A mere brat dares to spout such nonsense. Whose child is this? Has no one taught him any manners? The speaker was an elderly man with white hair and beard radiating vigor and a fiery temper. It's Master Wu, the Wu family of Jiangbei, a true martial arts lineage passed down for centuries. Some felt a pang of worry for Yi Chen, but in Ning Feng's eyes this was the classic trope of showing off. Appearing as an unknown, stirring up conflict, raising the reader's emotions, and making everyone look down on the protagonist. They would think the protagonist was a fool. Then a few would fan the flames, belittling him as a mere greenhorn. At the crucial moment, the protagonist would make his grand entrance using his silver tongue to unravel the bronze mirror's secret, slapping everyone's faces resoundingly. These so-called martial arts masters would blush with shame, wishing they could crawl into a hole. Then Yi Chen would show off a little more, gaining a legion of elderly admirers. A classic tale of the underdog triumphing. How tedious. Master Wu snorted coldly. Boy, if you don't give us a proper explanation today, they'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your family. Yi Chen sneered, a bunch of fools. A treasure lies right before your eyes, yet you squabble over scrap metal. If you're not stupid, who is? These words stunned everyone present. Was this boy courting death? Outrageous. What is this nonsense? He'll swat this brat dead. The masters bristled with fury. They were about to erupt. The middle-aged man on stage frowned and said, "Friend, the Qianlong auction welcomes all from the martial world. But if you continue to be so rude, even I may not be able to protect you." Yi Chen sneered again. "Do I need your protection? Every single one of you here is a worthless glutton. At your age, you haven't even reached the Grandmaster realm. What right do you have to put on airs?" Yi Chen's words ignited the crowd's fury. But that was exactly the effect he wanted. By angering everyone first, the eventual face-slapping would be all the more satisfying. Behind him, Ning Feng was almost ready to give him a thumbs up. The king of showing off truly lives up to his name. What a performance. But let's hope he doesn't end up looking like a complete fool. A mischievous grin spread across Ning Feng's face as he clearly saw Commander Huang and his two men slowly approaching. Soon Yi Chen would be in for a world of trouble. The middle-aged man on stage also snorted. "It seems we have a greenhorn who's just left his nest. And you dare to speak of the Grandmaster realm? Do you even know what a Grandmaster is? How dare you spout such nonsense here? Everyone seated here today is a renowned martial arts master from the Jiangning region. Young man, your words are too bold. Whose offspring is this? So ill-mannered. Will no one step forward to discipline him? If not, I who will have to find someone to do it." This man was also a formidable expert. He too was angered. Only those who practiced martial arts truly understood the terror of a grandmaster and how difficult it was to reach that realm. This boy spoke as if he were a grandmaster himself. It was utterly ridiculous. Yi Chen wore a haughty expression, savoring the growing tension. Show off in the most stylish way. Find the most beautiful women. That was his creed. Master Hu on the stage snorted. "Security. Security. Throw him out. Since no one will teach him manners, well, do it for his family." Ning Feng's eyes lit up. The timing was perfect. Old Huang and his men knew what to do. In an instant, they stepped forward, their security uniforms surrounding Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even bother to look at the three security guards. He waved his hand grandly. "Wait. You want to know the origin of this item, don't you? He'll tell you." His arrogant demeanor made the master's teeth itch. If not for their reluctance to bully the young, they would have struck him down. But old Huang and his men didn't care about that. Their mission from Lord Yi had to be completed today, or they were dead. And from what they could see, this imposter Ning Feng was ruining Lord Yi's reputation. Why did he have to show off like this? They were ready. Each of them produced a silver needle. In a flash, they moved in, striking 3 specific acupoints on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen, still severely injured, had little strength left. And he never would have guessed that these 3 security guards possessed such skill, rivaling ordinary internal energy experts. His pupils contracted sharply. Pain flashed across his face. His body went rigid. His throat seized up, unable to produce a sound. Shock filled his face. He stared at the 3 guards. When he recognized them, his mind exploded. Damn it! It's those 3 idiots. They're ruining my plans again. He was furious. Old Huang let out a cold smirk. Kid, impersonating Lord Yi to swindle people is a death sentence. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Impersonating Lord Yi. I am your Lord Yi. You 3 colossal morons. He'll kill you. He trembled violently, his eyes bloodshot. If looks could kill, he would have slain those 3 fools 100 times over. He seethed with hatred. The 3 idiot silver needles had sealed his vital acupoints, rendering him unable to move or speak. Master Wu and Master Hu on the stage snorted coldly. "Well, tell us the true secret of this bronze mirror." Yi Chen panicked. He was held fast by the 3 men, completely immobilized. Abba, Abba, Abba. Yi Chen wept. Abba, Abba, Abba. His mind was a storm of rage. He'll skin you three alive. You've made me lose all face, and he'll make you regret it. Abba, Abba. Yi Chen howled in fury. Everyone was stunned. Had the boy gone mad? Ning Feng and the four women behind him were struggling to contain their laughter. They lowered their heads, unable to hold it in. They had witnessed his rise. And now his fall. The show-off had failed. The masters present were bewildered by his antics. Was this man an idiot? Why had he suddenly fallen silent? Old Huang chose his moment to speak. He must be a madman. Well, take him away. Master Hu on the stage found it amusing. He waved his hand dismissively. Get him out of here, and don't let him back in. To think such a fool would disrupt our auction. Throw him out. Old Huang replied respectfully, yes, sir. Then they carried Yi Chen away. Yi Chen was devastated. He couldn't mobilize his qi. Abba, Abba. He was in despair. He could only watch helplessly as his grand performance slipped away. My reputation, ruined by those three morons. I will kill those three idiots. Yi Chen was on the verge of madness. Ning Feng and the four girls behind him were practically in hysterics. Ah damn, I'm dying laughing. He finally got what was coming to him. Xiao Loi also chuckled. Who would have thought those three had such tricks up their sleeves? I'm dying. The few of them were beside themselves with laughter, mainly because they knew exactly what had happened. Bai Qiuqiu smiled lightly. Ning Feng, if he finds out this was your doing, he'll probably want to kill you. Ning Feng was taken aback. What are you saying? This wasn't me. Ning Feng would never admit it. How do they know it's me? Am I that obvious? Hearing this, the girls fell silent. They couldn't let Ning Feng find out. Otherwise the fun would be over. Bai Qiuqiu laughed. I'm betting it's you. Ning Feng simply waved his hand. Then he noticed that Qin Rui and Luo Xueji, who hadn't been sitting with Yi Chen, were panicking. They rushed out after him. But once outside, there was no sign of Yi Chen. Yi Chen had been seized by Old Huang and the other two and taken straight out of Qianlong Manor. He was likely in for a good beating. Ning Feng knew Yi Chen wouldn't die so easily. Qin Rui and the others would surely save him. As the protagonist, as long as Yi Chen had a breath left, he couldn't die. Or rather, the protagonist was simply unkillable. He'd definitely make it to the finale. Congratulations. Mission accomplished beyond expectations. You are awarded 600 points. Your cultivation has risen one minor level, reaching the peak of the external force realm. The system girl's voice chimed in. Ning Feng checked the points panel. Now he had 1,170 points. That was equivalent to 117,000 yuan. Not too shabby. Knowing the system's temperament, the next mission's points would surely be 1,200, doubling each time. It was practically forcing him to take on missions. Feeling his power surge, Ning Feng's lips curled slightly. At least he had some strength now. But going head-to-head with Yi Chen was still out of the question. He needed to grow stronger. Ning Feng smiled and asked system, any new missions? Hurry up and give me one. Let me boost my strength. Sorry dear, missions are random. I don't have any right now. Ning Feng was a bit speechless. This damn system only assigned missions when he wanted to back down. Dear, we're quite satisfied with your performance so far. Hope you keep stirring up trouble and confronting the protagonist. That'll trigger missions faster. Ning Feng nodded and said no more. Today's incident had definitely angered Yi Chen. So from now on he had to be more careful. But relying solely on Old Huang wouldn't hold Yi Chen back for long. He needed to find more allies. Yet such allies were hard to come by. Ladies and gentlemen, can no one see the mystery of this artifact? Master Hu called out from the stage, and many shook their heads. No one could discern its secret. Master Hu sighed, if no one can see through it, then there's no point in auctioning this piece. It's a pity that no one can fulfill the senior's wish. This was a golden opportunity to connect with that grandmaster. Hearing this, many were tempted, but what could they do? They couldn't identify it. But these words struck Ning Feng like a bolt of inspiration. Here it was. Ning Feng seemed to recall that the grandmaster behind this bronze mirror was no ordinary figure. He was a dominant force in the Jiangnan region. If Ning Feng could gain his help, he might just obtain the power to rival Yi Chen. Ning Feng's lips curled slightly. Just as Master Hu was about to remove the mirror, Ning Feng suddenly raised his hand. Wait. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Ning Feng stood up. The martial masters looked over. Another brat here to cause trouble. Don't waste our time. Master Wu snorted coldly. Ning Feng was barely in his 20s. How could these masters believe him at a time like this? But soon someone reminded them of Ning Feng's identity. Yet many still dismissed him. What was a 100 billion conglomerate CEO? Many among them were guests of trillion-dollar conglomerate chairman. A mere 100 billion was nothing impressive. Master Hu also frowned. President Ning, a businessman like you shouldn't meddle in such matters. Master Hu clearly knew Ning Feng. Ning Feng chuckled, humble and polite. Masters, please don't rush. I'm not that fool from earlier. I do know the mystery of this object. Everyone, I understand you're all distinguished figures from Jiangning and its surroundings, and your time is precious. I won't delay you long. I ask for your indulgence. A sudden thought struck Ning Feng. What if he stole all the thunder Yi Chen was meant to have? Would he become the protagonist himself? It didn't seem impossible. The masters were momentarily stunned. He really knew. Still, this young man's words were more pleasant than that earlier idiot's. Just a moment of time. Seeing the masters silent, Ning Feng stepped forward with a smile. Master, who didn't press further. The four girls looked on with curiosity. Ning Feng knew this. Suddenly they felt he had changed so much. Since when did he understand such things? Wang Xuanyi narrowed her eyes. This guy knew so much but pretended not to. Ning Feng, you're making me more and more curious. You can't escape my grasp. Ning Feng walked to the stage. Master, who did that grandmaster say that if no one sees through the mirror's surface mystery, it won't be auctioned? Master, who nodded. That is what the esteemed one said. Ning Feng grinned and nodded. All right, let me speak then. This bronze mirror is no ordinary one. Everyone knows of the demon-reflecting mirror. At these words the hall shook. What did you say? The masters on site rose to their feet. Even Master, who on stage was jolted. His eyes were full of disbelief. Is this the legendary demon-reflecting mirror? Ning Feng laughed and shook his head no. Everyone was stunned. Kid, are you mocking us? Master Wu nearly exploded with his hot temper. Master Wu, calm down. Don't rush. I'll explain right away. Ning Feng quickly said. He didn't want to get beaten up by this old master at the peak of internal force. Ning Feng smiled. The demon-reflecting mirror is too mystical, existing only in legends. Whether it truly exists is unknown. But this bronze mirror is a later Taoist celestial master's artifact named the demon-reflecting mirror, though not reaching legendary heights. Still, it has some use, warding off evil, dispelling negative energies. It's a pure yang artifact, quite decent. Hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. Could it truly be such an object? Master, who exclaimed, could this be the lost treasure mirror of the purple-robed celestial master Zhao Lingsu from Dragon Tiger Mountain during the war years? This declaration shook the entire hall. Celestial master Zhao Lingsu. That legendary master from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Is it really? Could a treasure mirror from such a legendary master be ordinary? In an instant all eyes were on Ning Feng, filled with shock. This young man truly knew his stuff. They had underestimated him. Their respect for him soared. But Ning Feng just chuckled. This was meant for Yi Chen to show off. How could I not know? This feeling isn't bad. Is this what that show-off loves to do? But he wouldn't say more for now. To fish you need to leave some bait. Master, whose eyes trembled. Looking at the mirror, this object had become profoundly significant. Ning Feng smiled faintly. As for its origins, Master, who please relay this to the current owner, that Grandmaster. I have some urgent matters now and can't meet. Later you can arrange an appointment, and I'll explain everything to the Master. Also, although this mirror has lost its function now, it's due to external damage. Inside the mirror still holds hidden mysteries. Please keep it safe. I'll take my leave now. The masters immediately grew anxious. This young man hadn't finished speaking. Why was he leaving? Master, who was frozen for a long time still in shock, when he saw Ning Feng, had already departed. Ning Feng's lips curled slightly. He was sure the Grandmaster wouldn't be able to resist. Once he hooked him, he'd have some leverage to protect himself. Ning Feng left the venue. Ning Qingcheng and several girls quickly chased after him. Why did you come out? The girls snorted lightly. Wherever you go, we go. Ning Feng was speechless. What? Do I have some addictive masculine scent on me? All of you are like clingy shadows, and you're already CEOs of considerable age. Humph. I beg you stop following me. Ooh, I feel like I'm heading for trouble. The girls heard his inner thoughts and pursed their lips, suppressing smiles. They simply remained silent. Ning Feng felt helpless. Ning Qingcheng, don't leave. Go back and help me secure that Buddha head at the auction. That's a treasure too. Ning Qingcheng was startled. Oh, okay. Mister Ning, is there an upper limit? Ning Feng waved his hand directly. Just play around as long as it doesn't exceed 10 billion. Ning Qingcheng was stunned. 10 billion. Was it that valuable? The other girls were equally shocked. What secret did he know? Ning Feng glared at them. Don't follow me, ooh, I have important matters. With that, Ning Feng vanished like the wind, slipping away so swiftly that no matter how the girls chased, they couldn't catch up. As a master at the peak of external force, they couldn't even match his pace with all their might. The girls stamped their feet in frustration and had to give up. They returned to the venue, curious to see what made that Buddha head so special. After leaving, Ning Feng searched everywhere for old Huang and the others, even getting their phone numbers from Ning Qingcheng. He called them directly. Thinking they wouldn't answer, he was surprised when they did. Lord Yi, the mission is fully accomplished. A voice came from the other end. Ning Feng's heart leaped, barely containing his elation. Is he dead? Commander Huang hesitated. He should be dead. Ning Feng's face darkened. What do you mean should be? Where are you? I'm coming now. Commander Huang gave their location. Ning Feng fixed a direction and sped off. His speed was like a gust of wind, leaving only a blur in his wake. Ning Feng felt he could now run 100 meters in under 8 seconds. It was terrifying. A world record breaker. Ning Feng charged into the deep mountains behind Qianlong Manor. Soon he spotted old Huang and the other two on a mountaintop. Where is he? Eager to see Yi Chen's corpse, he didn't notice their awkward expressions. Once Yi Chen was dead, the world would be his to roam freely. He could enjoy those beauties at his whim, swapping them as he pleased. No one could stop him. He would reach the pinnacle of life in this realm. Wouldn't that be delightful? But in the next instant, two figures leaped out from a hidden spot. Yi Chun and Qin Rue. Luo Shueji was nowhere to be seen, likely separated while searching for Yi Chun. In that moment, Ning Feng's heart sank. It was over. He was done for. Had he been discovered? How had Yi Chun found a way to survive in that state? It made no sense. Back then, Yi Chun could barely speak. Had Qin Rue caught up and saved him? Yi Chun wore a mocking smile. Impressive, Ning Feng. You really know how to play, switching things around, pulling a fast one. You've got guts. Did my words before the auction go in one ear and out the other? Are you truly asking for death? Ning Feng's face turned grim. He never expected it would come to this. Those three fools were indeed unreliable. He had been too impulsive following them here. Now he was done for. He tried to stay calm. He still had a trump card. He might not lose yet. He fixed his gaze on Old Huang and the others, roaring, "You idiot! What the hell are you doing?" Old Huang's face instantly fell. He was utterly confused now. Old Huang wept. "Your faces keep changing. I'm terrified. Tell me the truth. Who is the real Lord Yi?" Ning Feng sighed inwardly. "No choice, this is your fate." Meanwhile, Qin Rue beside Yi Chun gripped her long sword, ready to strike at any moment. This farce couldn't continue. Ning Feng knew his chance to turn the tables lay in once appearing as Yi Chun. That was the key to confusing Old Huang. Yi Chun was furious. "You idiot. Why ask him so much? Make him undo the transformation art, and see if he can turn into my current form. If he can, isn't he the fake?" At those words, Old Huang had an epiphany. Ning Feng felt a flicker of panic. There was no way to avoid this, right? Transform back. If you do, we'll have no more doubts. Ning Feng was caught in a dilemma. Ning Feng sneered coldly. "The transformation art. Do you think it can be undone so easily? I paid a heavy price for this. Undoing it casually would bring backlash upon me, wouldn't it? And do you think I need to follow your commands? If I say I am Yi Chun, then I am Yi Chun. In my life, Yi Chun has never needed to explain himself to anyone. No one is worthy of that, not even you." In an instant, a kingly and domineering aura erupted from Ning Feng's body. Old Huang wept. What he says makes some sense. The transformation art cannot be undone casually. Commander Huang tore at his hair in anguish. He was on the verge of madness. Ning Feng slowly walked up to Commander Huang. He reached out and patted his face. "My patience is very limited. You've already wasted a lot of my time, and you're about to miss this opportunity. It doesn't matter. If you're gone, there's still Commander Xin, Commander D, and Commander Tian. Forget it. I've lost the interest to waste more time on you. I'm tired of all this pointless chatter." A powerful aura burst from Ning Feng, completely overwhelming Old Huang. This caused Old Huang's pupils to tremble violently, and even Yi Chun was stunned. How could such a terrifying aura erupt from him? Wasn't he just a spoiled, good-for-nothing scion? A mere waste. And yet the pressure he now unleashed was even stronger than his own. It was utterly complete, seemingly indestructible, like an unbreakable diamond. Ning Feng roared, "Can't you see it now? Who is strong and who is weak? Can't you discern that? This is the foundation of my Yi Chun's confidence." Ning Feng bellowed. Yi Chun now began to panic. He had never imagined that this Ning Feng before him was actually a top-tier expert. Why hadn't he noticed this before? A miscalculation. He had already conceived the thought of retreat. Given the foolishness of that idiot Old Huang, today's identity dilemma was beyond salvaging. He signaled Qin Rue to start pulling back. "Young master, should we leave?" Yi Chun was on the verge of tears. "Can you shut your mouth? If I die, it'll be your fault." Ning Feng looked triumphant. "Old Huang, do you understand now? Who is Yi Chun is now crystal clear, isn't it?" Old Huang was overwhelmed with excitement. "Your subordinate pays respects to Lord Yi." He immediately knelt on one knee. "It was your subordinate who was blinded by a leaf. Ooh, I should have trusted Lord Yi. Lord Yi's demeanor is unparalleled in the world. I am utterly captivated. I implore Lord Yi not to be angered. Let me capture that villain at once. Allow me to atone for my mistake with merit." Ning Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. This hurdle was after all crossed. Good. Don't let him escape. Kill him, and he'll credit you for it. "Hiya, brothers, charge!" Old Huang shouted with glee. Yi Chun was filled with grief and indignation. "You utter fool. You'll regret this. Let's go." Qin Rue finally sprang into action, taking Yi Chun and darting off in an instant, fleeing deep into the mountains. Ning Feng grew anxious immediately. "Quick, don't let them escape." Old Huang let out a wild laugh. "Brothers, let's kill that bastard." The three of them gave chase directly. Their speed was extremely fast. Although Ning Feng was also swift, he couldn't keep up. After all, they were all at the inner strength level. Ning Feng could only follow the trail. He tried to be as cautious as possible. He still had one Grandmaster experience card left, offering some means of self-preservation. Yet Ning Feng also felt a lingering dread. It had truly been a hair's breadth from disaster. One wrong step today, and he would have been in serious trouble. If that dull-minded old Huang had a single moment of clarity, he would have faced the fierce assault of 3 inner strength experts, plus Qin Rue. Just now he had used the aura from the indestructible Diamond Divine Art Experience card. It could only be used once. It was a desperate gamble treating a dead horse as if it were alive, and to his surprise it actually worked. Now only one Grandmaster Experience card remained, which could only last for 3 minutes. Once those 3 minutes were up, death would be certain. But still he had made it through. He let out a long sigh of relief. Ding dong. Congratulations, dear user, for successfully repelling the male lead once with your silver tongue and your audacity, triggering a hidden quest line and completing it perfectly. Hearing the system's words, Ning Feng's eyes lit up. A hidden quest line. Indeed, this hidden quest line requires you to clash with the male lead during your journey through the book and repel him. Every time you repel him, there will be corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng's face lit up with joy. What about the reward this time? Do you wish to open it now, eh? What is the reward? Tell me about it. Ning Feng truly had no time to check at the moment. It is a points reward along with a choice between cultivation level improvement and a martial arts skill. Ning Feng curled his lips slightly. Points, how wonderful. But soon he snapped back to reality. By the way, in that situation, just now weren't you afraid you'd get me killed? Game over on the spot. The system replied. Dear, I wasn't worried at all. The higher-ups were very satisfied with your performance just now. They hope you continue to push your luck and go further down the path of reckless daring. May boundless fortune favor you. Ning Feng. What the hell was that boundless fortune? As he pursued, he grew confused. He simply couldn't catch up. He wished old Huang would just strike that arrogant bastard dead. That would truly settle everything once and for all. Then he would never have to worry again. Beauty's luxury cars, mansions. All would be his to enjoy as he pleased. One woman in the morning, another in the afternoon, and yet another by night. It sounded utterly blissful. But Ning Feng also knew that as the protagonist he couldn't die so easily. So dead or alive he had to see the body. Well, at least he hoped to see Yi Chen dead. Ning Feng searched through the forest, but found neither Yi Chen nor his companions. He was about to take a break, and perhaps make a call to contact them. But then the next moment, a sound rang out. Ning Feng was instantly on high alert. A graceful figure burst out from the woods, charging straight at him. Ning Feng focused his gaze. Holy crap, Luo Xueji. Damn it. She's another formidable expert. If she finds out Yi Chen is being hunted right now, won't she go berserk? Hearing Ning Feng's muttered thoughts, Luo Xueji panicked instantly. Her little Chen was being hunted. A surge of anxiety gripped her heart. Ning Feng, where is my junior brother? She barked coldly. Luo Xueji abandoned any thought of using her charm techniques. She struck directly. Though she wasn't the most powerful in combat, that didn't mean she lacked martial prowess. If she combined her attacks with her charm skills, even he could fall into her trap. Ning Feng bolted away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Who is your junior brother? I don't know him. Luo Xueji was furious. He was still trying to lie. Stop right there. My junior brother is Yi Chen. Who is hunting him? Ning Feng was stunned. How did she know? I don't know. Stop chasing me, or I won't go easy on you. Luo Xueji erupted. She absolutely could not bear to see Yi Chen come to harm. You leave me no choice. She was like a frenzied kitten. Her speed was astonishing. She darted through the forest, closing in on Ning Feng at an incredible pace. Luo Xueji's strength was equivalent to the inner strength level, though not quite the same as ancient martial arts inner strength. It was merely comparable. According to the original text, her power was at the Qi refinement stage. Yes, exactly like the Qi refinement stage in those cultivation novels. In terms of power, it matched inner strength. She moved swiftly and soon drew near Ning Feng. He felt her presence closing in from behind. Damn it. So unlucky. How did I run into this vixen here? I can't beat her. Should he use the Grandmaster trial card? Wouldn't that be too wasteful? Ning Feng was frantic. Suddenly, he remembered his reward. System, show me my reward. What is it? What martial arts reward did I get? The system interface quickly displayed his reward options. The points reward had already been automatically distributed, adding to his current total of 1170 points to bring it up to 1500. He received only a little over 300 points. Ning Feng was truly speechless. How stingy. Then he looked at the other reward. A choice between two options. One was to elevate his cultivation to the initial inner strength level. Damn, it didn't even reach minor mastery. How infuriating. This was clearly a dirty trick. That dog of a system had conjured up an extra sub-realm within the inner strength stage just to mess with him. Dear, you're overthinking it. Inner strength and outer strength are completely different. The inner strength stage is divided into 5 small steps. They are initial minor mastery, major mastery, perfection, and peak. Ning Feng nearly spat blood. She was definitely doing this on purpose. There were no such divisions originally. Both the first and last were her own additions. Damn it, the meek are always bullied. Ning Feng decided not to dwell on it. He then looked at the other option. A martial arts manual, the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, granting immediate mastery of the first level. Ning Feng's face flushed with excitement. He'll learn this. Learn this. I want this. He was ecstatic. With this, who needed anything else? You know Xiao Feng, right? As he ran, a sense of seamless fusion washed over him. In Ning Feng's mind, a clear impulse emerged. If he wished to act now, he could instantly unleash the first 2 palms of the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, utterly impressed. However, he still dared not engage Luo Xueji lightly. This woman cultivated the path of enchantment. The physical strength was not her forte, yet she possessed other skills. Back in the club, she had shown no killing intent toward him, or he would have been in grave danger. At the chi refining stage, if she truly employed those techniques, Ning Feng would have no choice but to use a Grandmaster experience card to stand a chance against her. After all, cultivation was a dimensional blow to so-called ancient martial arts. In summary, if Luo Xueji merely competed with Ning Feng in physical strength using ancient martial arts, the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms might give him a fighting chance. But if she abandoned that and relied on her cultivation, Ning Feng could only gamble with the Grandmaster experience card. The critical issue was that the card lasted only 3 minutes. Ning Feng, stop right there. Tell me what happened to my junior brother. Ning Feng kept running without pausing. Miss, you ask me, but who do I ask? I truly don't know where your junior brother is. And why are you chasing me? Luo Xueji snorted coldly. You leave me no choice. She summoned her power, driving gravel and tree branches to shoot fiercely toward Ning Feng, controlling objects with chi. As he heard the sharp whistles of the projectiles, Ning Feng's expression shifted instantly. Damn, this is insane. How can there be such a freak in this world? I'm using a slingshot while she's firing a cannon. How can I play this game? What rotten luck. Ning Feng dared not look back. He weaved through the forest as best he could, using the terrain and trees to block her attacks. From what he knew, Luo Xueji's chi refining stage was not invincible. She too would run out of strength. So he had to wait until her power was nearly spent before striking a single blow to subdue the enemy. He moved like a nimble monkey bounding through the woods. Luo Xueji was furious. Combat was not her strength and her attacks were all evaded. She grew agitated, and the danger to Chen further frayed her nerves. That Ning Feng, a mere mortal, could run so fast was utterly baffling. Yet her desperate need to know about Lin Qingcheng made her oblivious to her own exhaustion. She only wanted to capture Ning Feng quickly. As Ning Feng ran uphill, he didn't notice he was approaching a cliff's edge. After a leap, he burst through the underbrush and emerged into an open space. Seeing the end ahead, his expression shifted. Damn, a cliff. Is this a joke? At that moment, he seemed to hear several screams. It sounded like Chen and Commander Huang. Damn, did they fall off the cliff while fighting? Ning Feng dashed to the edge and stared into the seemingly bottomless abyss, stunned. What was going on? How could there be a cliff here? Could the system be so powerful as to conjure one? Luo Xueji caught up, panting heavily. In contrast, Ning Feng seemed unfazed, easily handling the physical exertion. Luo Xueji's chest heaved with rage, her alluring eyes filled with killing intent. Ning Feng. Huh, where is my junior brother? She was still gasping for breath. Ning Feng realized she must be greatly drained now. This was his chance. Ning Feng began to act. Miss, I told you I have no idea what you're talking about. What does your junior brother have to do with me? You chased me the moment you saw me using those strange sorceries. Are you human or ghost? Let me tell you, I have plenty of yang energy. I can handle 10 women in one night without issue. If you're a female ghost, leave now, or I'll blast you to death with my yang energy. Luo Xueji was infuriated by his vulgar words. She considered using her charm magic to control him, but recalling the last attempt and the urgency, she decided to capture him directly. Charm magic was risky. It seems you won't give up until you see the coffin. Luo Xueji moved, using her chi refining cultivation to hurl gravel at Ning Feng. She also closed in. Where is my junior brother? She demanded coldly. Ning Feng blustered. I said I don't know. Maybe if you strip for me, I might remember. Ning Feng was being shameless. How could he let her rescue Chen now? He also activated the Grandmaster experience card. Instantly, a mysterious power surged into his body. The surging sensation intoxicated him. Was this the power of a transformation realm Grandmaster? He felt he could overturn mountains and seize punch through a building. Ning Feng smirked wickedly. Little beauty, here I come. Along the way, Ning Feng shattered the gravel Luo Xueji controlled, advancing toward her with terrifying momentum. Luo Xueji was shocked. How could Ning Feng possess such fearsome power? Wasn't this the strength of a transformation realm Grandmaster? In her moment of shock, Ning Feng closed in, moving at incredible speed. Her heart pounded. Impossible. That was her first thought. She tried to retreat, but was too late. Ning Feng roared. Today, it'll be Xiao Feng. Repentant dragon's lament. A fierce dragon's roar echoed, and Luo Xueji seemed to see dragons shooting from his palms. Her mind reeled. Martial arts supreme skill. The 18 dragons subduing palms. How could it be? Panic seized her. With her strength and body, she couldn't possibly block a Grandmaster's strike. This was a martial arts ultimate technique capable at its peak of rivaling chi refining cultivators. Only her peak junior brother could stand against it. Instinctively, she pulled out a talisman artifact given by her master. She held it before her. A thunderous boom. Luo Xueji was sent flying dozens of meters, spitting blood, her face instantly pale. She collapsed to the ground motionless for a long time. Ning Feng was stunned. His heart surged with ecstasy. The ancients didn't deceive me. This is the true ultimate skill. Mr. Jin Yong is incredible. Tears welled in Ning Feng's eyes. He never thought had experienced such a technique in his lifetime. It was deeply moving. But Luo Xueji dared not move now. Ning Feng strutted toward her, looking down his nose. Little vixen, do you think you can match me? In this world, it's not about wiggling your hips. It's about fists and backing. Luo Xueji lay half-propped on the ground, blood trickling from her lips, her expression grim. She was utterly shocked. She never imagined Ning Feng was a martial arts grandmaster, a true transformation realm expert. She spat out a bloody froth, her face pitiful and tearful. With her disheveled state and partially exposed fair skin, she was truly heartbreaking. She spoke sorrowfully. Why did you hit me? I was only worried about my junior brother's safety. How could you bear to strike me? My chest hurts so much. Can you rub it for me? Ning Feng felt a pang of reluctance seeing her like this. Injuring such a stunning beauty with one blow seemed harsh. A rub where? A lecherous grin spread across his face. At that moment, Luo Xueji's eyes flickered with pink light. Ning Feng shuddered. Luo Xueji sighed in relief. The spell had worked. She thought head dodged again. But the next moment panic set in. Come here, little beauty, let me rub it for you. Ning Feng crouched down and began groping her. The moment he touched her skin, Luo Xueji exploded. She felt as if electrocuted, her whole body tingling and breaking out in goosebumps. Bastard! What are you doing? Get away! She shouted, thinking he had fallen for her spell. Ning Feng was displeased. Why are you yelling? You asked me to rub it, and now you don't want it. Do you think I care? Luo Xueji was stunned. You didn't fall for the spell? Ning Feng suddenly realized and broke into a cold sweat. You cast a spell on me. A moment of dead silence. One didn't know about the spell, the other thought it had worked. They both snapped back. Luo Xueji instinctively erupted. Die. She didn't understand why it failed, but this wasn't the time to ponder. A dagger appeared in her hand, sharp and clearly not ordinary. Ning Feng was terrified. You crazy woman, using a knife will get someone killed. Luo Xueji was frantic. If you want talk, then die. He retreated, trying to knock the dagger away, but didn't notice that each step backward covered dozens of meters. In the next instant, he stepped into empty air. Damn, this can't be my luck. I don't know Qinggong. He grabbed Luo Xueji without thinking. She panicked. Let go. Ning Feng gritted his teeth. If I die, you die with me. But Luo Xueji was equally mad. Fine. Well, die together. She lunged into his arms. He couldn't savor the moment. They hung in the air for an instant. You're something else. Couldn't you have pulled me back? Whoosh. Help? The cliff was neither deep nor shallow. You foolish woman. Now we're both going to die. Ning Feng cursed. The two were still locked in a struggle midair. Stop it. Ning Feng used the power of a grandmaster to restrain her, then held her tightly. Her soft body fell into his arms. A moan escaped her lips. Pleasure. You lecher. Let me go. Luo Xueji fumed with shame and anger. She tried to break free, knowing a bit of chi control. She still had some strength left to ensure she wouldn't die from the fall. But Ning Feng wouldn't let her leave. You have to take me with you, or we die together. Luo Xueji was truly afraid. I can't carry you, you're too heavy. She struggled wildly in his arms, no longer caring about being groped. Let go. Luo Xueji was terrified. If falling like this would surely kill her. Her eyes reddened. Tears streamed down. How could she die like this? She had been too impulsive. It's all your fault, she complained bitterly. Blame me. You are the one who always wants to kill people over nothing. Luo Xueji was helpless. Her strength was spent, unable to carry both of them. Despair set in. Ning Feng sighed as he saw the ground approaching. Fine. I guess I owe you. Ning Feng couldn't bring himself to use a woman as a cushion against the impact. Hold me tight, he commanded. In an instant, the remaining dozen seconds of his Grandmaster experience were about to expire. He unleashed his Grandmaster power to shield himself. He flipped Luo Xueji above him. Her above him, below. What a perfect position. Whether we live or die is up to fate. Ning Feng gritted out. Then, bang. Their vision went black, blood trickling from their lips. Everything fell into silence. When Ning Feng groggily awoke, the pain throughout his body was excruciating. He felt as if every bone was broken. 100 Jin girl was still lying on top of him. Her chest alone weighed several Jin. He pushed her off with all his strength. But the moment he did, a large stone held by a hand was swung toward his face. Holy crap! Ning Feng nearly pissed himself in fright. He instinctively dodged. Then he saw Yi Chen, the show-off, lying prostrate on the ground, his face covered in blood, a fierce expression on his face. Are you trying to kill me? Ning Feng roared. Yi Chun was ablaze with rage. You'll have your life, you bastard. Ning Feng could tell that Yi Chun was now half crippled too. He couldn't move his body either. He had crawled over to Ning Feng. Ning Feng was in a similar state. Only his hands were functional. Come on. Who's afraid of who? They'll beat you to a pulp. Ning Feng cursed. The two lay on the ground fighting only with their hands. A ridiculous sight. Ning Feng jabbed his fingers forward. Yi Chun roared. You have no martial ethics. Yi Chun was nearly blinded. Martial ethics, my ass. You want to kill me, and I should still play fair. Should I talk law with you? They scuffled for a while until they had no strength left. They lay there groaning in pain. Their situation was dire after falling from the cliff. Yi Chun had the protection of the protagonist's halo while Ning Feng survived only because of his Grandmaster experience card. They were the first to wake up. Nearby Qin Rue and Luo Xueji were still unconscious. Commander Huang and his three fools were nowhere to be seen. Ning Feng, this isn't over between us. Yi Chun shouted hoarsely. Ning Feng snorted. What's not over? Just as they were about to start cursing again, two pairs of feet appeared eerily before them. They looked up to see two pairs of tattered old cloth shoes, filthy and mismatched, clearly one wearing the other's. The toes were sticking out. They raised their heads further. Two sets of yellowed teeth grinned at them. Holy crap! Were they savages? Ning Feng was nearly scared out of his wits. How did two such decrepit old men suddenly appear in this wilderness? Big dog, it's lively today. So many people have come to keep us company, one old man said foolishly. The other slapped him on the head. Two dog. You're big dog. Oh, big dog, the first chuckled. Two dog, should we boil them or roast them? Big dog showed his yellow teeth. Ning Feng and Yi Chun exchanged glances and swallowed hard. This didn't bode well. Ning Feng studied the two old men. Big dog seemed simple-minded with snow-white hair, looking older. Two dog was younger, thinner with gray hair and beard. There was a slight difference. But Ning Feng keenly noticed a black mole on Big Dog's forehead tinged with red. Truly strange characters. Two dogs slapped Big Dog on the back of the head again. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know. These are people. You can't eat them. Hearing this, Ning Feng and Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. At least one of them was sane. No, I want to eat. I want to eat. Big Dog stomped his feet like a child throwing a tantrum. He started pounding the cliff wall beside him. The solid rock instantly crumbled, and he punched a deep hole into it. Ning Feng and Yi Chun were dumbfounded again. They looked at each other, suddenly feeling like hugging. What kind of freak was this? Was this normal? He threw a tantrum and blew up a mountain. Mom, I want to go home, but it's too dangerous out here. I want to eat. Boil this one, roast that one, pickle that one, eat that one raw. Two dog looked helpless. Be good, we want to eat them. Let's eat fish, okay? They'll grill you fish, boil fish, pickle fish. Anything, but not these. He coaxed Big Dog like a child. I don't care. I want to eat. Two dog, roast me something. I'm hungry. Two dog glared. Will Big Dog be good? Big Dog nodded frantically. Good. Two dog smiled slightly. Good, then we want to eat them. I don't care. I want to eat. Big Dog kept throwing a fit. Ning Feng and Yi Chun trembled with fear. This was terrifying. They were completely helpless now. If they were boiled or roasted, it would just be their bad luck. Yi Chun said awkwardly, Senior Big Dog, if it's food, I can bring you some. There's no rush. Two dog immediately scolded, shut up. How dare you call him Big Dog? Yi Chun was sprayed with spittle. Yi Chun trembled with rage. If not for his current state, how could he endure such humiliation? Ning Feng struggled to suppress his laughter. Two dog sneered. Do I look like I need food from you? We can go 10 days or half a month without eating. Do we need your pity? Yi Chun tried to hold back his resentment. Ning Feng could see that two dog wasn't all there either. These two old men had probably been in this wilderness for years, their minds somewhat addled. They only knew that humans weren't food. Ning Feng squinted at Yi Chun. The show-off always managed to strike up a conversation. And from such a height, with his severe injuries, he hadn't died. His injuries were similar to Ning Feng's. That was the protagonist's halo. But then Ning Feng froze. Wait. This was the bottom of a cliff. The protagonist. An old mentor. Damn. This was where the protagonist got his fortune. Falling off a cliff always leads to an old man or a cave. It was true. What kind of cliché plot was this? He absolutely couldn't let Yi Chun succeed, or it would be the end of him. Yi Chun knew this was a golden opportunity. He was the chosen one, the favored child of destiny. All good fortune would gravitate toward him. Yi Chun, grasping at straws, said, could the two esteemed seniors be the legendary Xianming elders? He was forcing himself to act, and even if he was wrong, it wouldn't matter. Unexpectedly, Ergo waved his hand and sneered. TCH, how could we be those two pieces of trash? Dago also looked bored. I am the Golden Mane Lion King. Bring me my dragon-slaying blade, let me cut down this sycophantic scoundrel. Dago flailed about dramatically, as if acting, pretending to strike Yi Chun. Ergo immediately stopped him. Golden Mane Lion King, my foot, and the heavenly sword too. You're Dago. Oh. Dago obediently dropped his stance. Chen was now subdued. This path was a dead end. Ning Feng quickly interjected, "Two esteemed seniors, why have you chosen to live in seclusion in this deep forest? Could it be that you cannot bear to witness the world's sorrows?" Ergo glanced at him. Ergo said with a sardonic smile, "Your words are pleasant enough, but we hate nothing more than flatterers, bootlickers, hypocrites, and beasts who commit every evil. In our day we killed everyone we saw." The goat chuckled, "Right, kill everyone we see." Chen hurriedly said, "Senior, he's no good, kill him." Ning Feng cursed, "You are the one who's no good." Chen retorted, "You were never a good person, you tyrant." Ning Feng's face darkened. "Don't slander me. What about you trying to swallow up the families of Jiangning? Are you the good one?" The two were about to quarrel. Ergo roared, "Do you think I'm invisible?" The go echoed, "Think I'm invisible?" Ergo turned to Ning Feng. "I told you to guess, so guess." Ning Feng began to feel uneasy. These two old codgers weren't exactly sharp. Ning Feng pondered inwardly. In the original book, right? It was them. The two old rascals. Seniors, could you be the once renowned heavenly masters Zhao Lingxia and Zhao Lingsu? Ergo was astonished. "Oh, you actually know that? Impressive." Yes. We are the famed twin peaks of Mount Longhu, Zhao Lingxia and Zhao Lingsu." At these words, Chen's heart tightened. He actually knew them. This was getting troublesome. Ergo Zhao Lingxia grew enthusiastic. "Young man, I see you have extraordinary talent. To guess this is remarkable. You're to my liking." Ning Feng smirked inwardly. This was the advantage of having foreknowledge. Chen was furious. Had he been beaten to the punch? He ventured, "Senior, actually I was about to say that too." Zhao Lingxia glared at him. "You're lying. You said shimming elders. Could we be those two pieces of trash?" Zhao Lingsu also glared. "Right? You're lying." Ning Feng looked smug. "How, what use is being the protagonist? What use is being the show-off? Can't match me, the destined villain." Chen felt like vomiting blood. Ning Feng asked warmly, "Two esteemed seniors, you are illustrious figures from Mount Longhu. How did you end up here?" Zhao Lingxia sighed. "It's because of my senior brother. He's had some issues with his cultivation, sometimes lucid, sometimes confused, and now he can't leave this place." Ning Feng sighed. "No wonder." Chen was about to burst. "Damn it. What do you mean, no wonder? You don't know a thing." Ning Feng said earnestly with a sigh, "Senior, for you to accompany your brother in seclusion for so many years devoted solely to him. This is true righteousness. This is genuine brotherhood. I admire you from the bottom of my heart." Zhao Lingxia was moved. "Alas, it's nothing. He is my senior brother. How could I not protect him? But the fact that you understand touches me." Ning Feng said solemnly, "Senior, you deserve it." "Do I deserve it?" "You do." Zhao Lingxia laughed heartily. "Good. I accept." Chen was speechless. What was all that? Zhao Lingxia said emotionally, "Come, rise." Ning Feng smiled awkwardly. "Senior, I am gravely wounded and cannot rise for now. Thank you for your kindness." Zhao Lingxia and Zhao Lingsu both frowned. Ergo, what's wrong with him? "He's injured." The go Zhao Lingsu quickly pulled a pitch-black pill from his pocket. "Here, eat this." Ning Feng's face twitched as he looked at the pill reeking of sweat. "Senior, this isn't the legendary stretch-leg-and-drolyze pill, is it?" "Senior brother," Zhao Lingsu laughed. "How did you know?" Ning Feng felt like crying. If it was one bite would send him to the afterlife. He said seriously, "Senior, my injuries aren't that severe, I'll recover soon. Let this pill go to this more gravely wounded friend. We should uphold justice and take saving lives as our duty. How could I think only of myself at a time like this?" Junior brother, Zhao Lingxia's eyes reddened. "Good child, you are a good child. Here, let that lad have it first." Zhao Lingxia snatched the pill and walked toward Chen. Chen's face contorted. No. Senior, my injuries aren't that serious either. Let him have it. I can hold on. Who knew if that thing would backfire?" Junior brother Zhao Lingxia looked at him. "Are you sure? He offered it to you." Chen smiled awkwardly. "I'm sure. Yielding is a traditional virtue of our people." Zhao Lingxia nodded with a smile. "Good. Since you're both so considerate, I'll decide. This Qianquan Lesser Yuan pill, I'll give it to you instead." He smiled at Ning Feng. At the words Qianquan Lesser Yuan pill, Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The Qianquan Lesser Yuan pill contained the universe within it could restore all external injuries in a short time. Chen felt like dying. Ning Feng also sensed something. Was this a miraculous pill? No time to think, had eat it first. Chen panicked. "Senior, can I take back what I just said? Actually, my injuries are quite severe. And this guy is no good. His family in Jiangning has a fortune of hundreds of billions, and is heartless. Countless common folk despise him. You mustn't save such a scourge." Zhao Lingxia looked at Chen. "Didn't you say you wanted to give it to him?" Chen smiled awkwardly. "I regret it now." Zhao Lingxia snorted coldly. "Regret is useless. I don't have any regret pills here." Senior brother Zhao Lingsu also snorted. "Right. None." Chen didn't want to argue anymore. What was the point of bickering with two madmen? Chen was about to explode. These two were nothing but lunatics, utterly unlike normal people. Ning Feng, didn't you say you'd let me have it? You offered me the elixir of life. Ning Feng made a face. I've changed my mind. I let you have it, but you went back on your word and tried to give it to me. No sense of traditional virtue at all. I won't let my goodwill go to waste on you. Yi Chen's face twisted in anger. It was surely his own reaction that made Ning Feng realize the extraordinary nature of the Qingcheng minor pill. Well said. I like honest folk. Zhao Lingxiao exclaimed excitedly. Well said. Honest folk. Zhao Lingsu echoed. Yi Chen said anxiously, Senior, he's not a good person. You look down on me. Are you saying I can't judge people? Yi Chen quickly apologized. Senior, that's not what I meant. A reclusive master like you. I fear this scoundrel might deceive you. Zhao Lingxiao said, he is a good person. Ning Feng's eyes turned red, and he blustered, the one who knows me best is none other than Senior. I've truly found a kindred spirit. Zhao Lingxia's eyes also reddened slightly as he grasped Ning Feng's hand and said, to think that in this world today there's still a fine child like you. Oh, you are truly a fine child. Ning Feng's eyes also glistened. Compared to a man of great righteousness like Senior, I am still a million miles behind. I still have much to learn from you in the ways of being a person. One who has devoted most of his life to his senior brother is a lifelong role model for me. Senior, from now on you shall be my example. Zhao Lingxiao chuckled and waved his hand, saying, ah, that's enough, that's enough. Any more, and it starts to sound like flattery. My senior brother and I detest flattery the most. Fine. Huh. Zhao Lingxiao produced the Qingcheng minor pill. Kid, here you go. Yi Chen felt like he was going to spit blood. Behind him, Zhao Lingsu just stared with wide, vacant eyes. How in the world had he fallen into the hands of these two old bastards? Senior, how can I make you believe he's deceiving you? Like this? Ask him to tell you your origins. He only knows you as the twin paragons of Mount Longhu, nothing else. And the Qingcheng minor pill, he definitely doesn't know its effects. He's been faking it all along. Zhao Lingxiao narrowed his eyes at Ning Feng. Speak. If you can't answer his questions, you're done for. Dare to deceive us, brothers. Ning Feng remained unfazed. He had already gained the upper hand. Honored seniors, why would I need to deceive you? What kind of exalted beings are you both? Would I, a mere greenhorn, be able to fool you? As the two unparalleled celestial masters of Mount Longhu at the end of the feudal dynasty, how could you be so easily tricked? If I tried to deceive you, it would be like brandishing an axe at the door of the master carpenter Guan Yu. With your supreme presence before me, how could a junior like me dare to do such a thing? My admiration comes from the depths of my heart. And as for the Qingcheng minor pill's function, it naturally heals injuries. What's so miraculous about that? Zhao Lingxiao and Zhao Lingsu both chuckled. That's all in the past. We're just two old farts now. Yi Chen frowned inwardly. How did Ning Feng know so much? Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Since gentle persuasion wouldn't work, he would have to resort to cunning. Senior, I can't hold on much longer. I'm dying. Save me, save me. I beg you, save me. Zhao Lingxiao and Zhao Lingsu watched Yi Chen spit blood. Why are you spitting blood? Zhao Lingsu asked. Yi Chen was utterly defeated. These two old bastards were completely inhuman. Couldn't they see it? Zhao Lingxiao waved his hand. All right, I won't play favorites. I must keep things fair. You're both badly injured, but there's only one Qingcheng minor pill. They'll test your knowledge a bit. Whoever is smarter gets it. Both nodded. All right, starting with you. He looked at Ning Feng. Ning Feng took a deep breath. Bring it on. Zhao Lingxiao grew intrigued. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Lingxiao asked, how long have you gone without a bath? Ning Feng puffed out his chest. Bikinis look good or not? Zhao Lingxiao slapped his thigh in excitement. Brilliant. Simply divine. Yi Chen. He felt his blood surge on the verge of spitting. This was too much. Yi Chen, are you serious? A bikini. Zhao Lingxiao laughed heartily and continued. Are there aliens in Zhangjiago? Ning Feng also got into the spirit. Is smoking harmful to health? Yi Chen. Huh. Zhao Lingxiao roared with laughter. Great. Absolutely splendid. Correct answer. What other views do you have? Ning Feng chuckled. Personally, I think this spaghetti should be mixed with No. 42 concrete because the length of this screw can easily directly affect the torque of the excavator, you know. When you hammer it in an instant, it produces a massive amount of high-energy protein commonly known as UFO, which will severely impact economic development. Zhao Lingxiao doubled over with laughter, frantically slapping his thighs. Divine. Absolutely divine. Correct answer. Yi Chen was in despair, a bunch of madmen. He only wanted to leave this place of trouble immediately. But his internal injuries were too severe, and who knew how many bones were broken again. If not for Qin Rui's protection, he might not have woken up at all. He might have died at Ning Feng's hands long ago. And now these two old bastards were completely siding with this Ning Feng. For him the situation was very unfavorable. No, he must stay calm. I, Yi Chen, am a man of destiny. I am the chosen one destined to dominate the future. I cannot fall here. He carefully searched for the key to the exchange between Ning Feng and the old bastards. Senior, save me, I am truly a good person. Zhao Lingxiao looked at him with disdain. Idiot. The repeater, idiot. Yi Chen obediently said, if Senior says I'm an idiot, then I'm an idiot. I'm really dying. Zhao Lingxiao snorted coldly. Do you still think him deliberately favoring this kid? Come, let him give up. How many is this? Zhao Lingxia held up 3 fingers to Ning Feng. Ning Feng answered honestly 3. Zhao Lingxia scoffed, see. It's you who can't find the key and you don't know how to flatter either. Yi Chen let it all end. Back to square one. Let everything be destroyed. He wept, having never suffered such humiliation in his life. At this moment Zhao Lingsu ran over and crouched before Yi Chen. How can you be so foolish? When he asks how many, you don't look at the fingers, you listen to how many words he says. As for the earlier question, you should have watched some memes. Old folks like us watch memes. Why don't you? Hearing these words, Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. So simple. Instantly his chi and blood surged backward. A mouthful of blood spewed out. He was on the verge of fainting, lying on the ground with a look of utter despair, defeated by sheer intellect. Zhao Lingxia chuckled, come. Use this Qingcheng minor essence pill. Ning Feng took the Qingcheng minor essence pill, he handed over. His heart surged with excitement. As soon as he swallowed it, he would recover immediately. Seeing that the Kunlun miniature elixir was about to be consumed, Yi Chen was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned vicious as he slammed his palm against the ground, propelling himself into the air, and unleashed a fierce punch toward Ning Feng. He'll strike you dead. Ning Feng, quick-witted and unfazed, assumed the opening stance of the 18 dragons subduing palms. Repentant dragons lament. A dragon's roar echoed and a faint dragon shadow flickered into view. Ning Feng sneered inwardly, you still dare to fight. I'm sparing your life out of kindness. I've taken the pill and am recovering. With the strength of a perfected external force realm, and you Yi Chen so gravely wounded, and having lost so much blood, do you think I fear you? Bang! Their palms collided, producing a thunderous crack. Tap tap tap. Ning Feng stumbled back a few steps, his heart trembling in awe. The protagonist is indeed the protagonist. Even severely injured, he still possesses such power. But Yi Chen's condition was far worse. He was sent flying over 10 meters by Ning Feng's palm and crashed to the ground. Another mouthful of blood burst forth. Yi Chen was utterly stunned. He truly hadn't expected that this fellow actually knew martial arts. The aura he sensed earlier in the small forest was genuine. But this single palm strike now awakened him to the truth. He truly does know martial arts. And the force of that palm was incredibly fierce, as if it were the legendary martial art, the 18 dragon subduing palms. He didn't seem like a novice at all. It was a failure of perception. He never imagined this guy had hidden his skills so deeply. For Yi Chen, this was a supreme humiliation. He who had always been the hawk was now pecked by the eagle. If it weren't for that fool Old Huang chasing him, and Qin Rue and beating them savagely. Old Huang was now completely twisted by Ning Feng, believing that Yi Chen was the heinous Ning Feng himself, so he attacked with all his might. Every move was a killing strike. As a result, Yi Chen's injuries were now extremely severe. In a confrontation, he could barely overpower Ning Feng. Now after that palm clash, his wounds had worsened. Yi Chen's face darkened. Ning Feng gazed at him without fear. Matters had reached this point, and fear was useless. Zhao Lingxia looked at Ning Feng and said, impressive. Young one, how do you know the 18 dragons subduing palms lost for so many years? Ning Feng smiled and replied, you flatter me, senior. It's merely a matter of serendipity. But compared to you, I am but a firefly's glow beside the bright moon, utterly insignificant. Yi Chen, still flattering. Can't you change the subject? Ning Feng, I will kill you. Yi Chen roared. Zhao Lingxia glared at him. How can you kill a man with such a great heart? I want to resolve the enmity between you two. Yi Chen shot him a look, thinking, old bastard, just wait until I recover. Ning Feng's face seemed to radiate joy. Senior, is that true? Zhao Lingxia nodded. Naturally. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Zhao Lingxia turned to Yi Chen. Do you have an objection? Yi Chen showed no deference, his face fierce with defiance. He and I are irreconcilable. You want me to resolve this enmity? Not a chance. Zhao Lingxia revealed a knowing half-smile. Oh, is that so? He then formed his 2 fingers into a sword and struck toward a large blue stone in the distance. A fierce energy bolt shot toward the massive blue stone. Boom. The stone, weighing several tons, instantly exploded into fragments. Yi Chen and Ning Feng were utterly dumbfounded. Zhao Lingxia looked back at Yi Chen. And now, with a thud, Yi Chen immediately put on a smile. Senior, you jest. What enmity can't be resolved? I was only joking earlier. We can let bygones be bygones. A wise man knows when to yield. Yi Chen understood the weight of that single strike. From 20 or 30 meters away, he had reduced that massive blue stone to dust with a mere energy bolt. Do you know how terrifying that is? This is something no mere martial arts grandmaster could achieve. And in his current state, Yi Chen was no match for this old man, so he had to swallow his pride. This was the true weight of a heavenly master. Ning Feng was also shaken. It was simply terrifying. Were these two even human? Were they also cultivators? Zhao Lingxia chuckled. Good. Very good. It warms my heart to see you two getting along so harmoniously. He then turned to Ning Feng. Ning Feng, what do you think? Ning Feng glanced at Zhao Lingxia, then noticed Yi Chen staring at him with cold eyes, silently urging him to go through the motions and pretend. I'm not falling for your tricks. Senior, isn't this inappropriate? Can some people really be trusted? There should be some restraint, right? Yi Chen shot him a glare. What do you mean? After all I've said, you still don't trust me? Ning Feng replied, I don't. Yi Chen was speechless. Zhao Lingxia said, from now on you two brothers shall become a loving family. Ning Feng and Yi Chen were stunned. Brothers? Ning Feng reacted first, turned to Yi Chen, cupped his fist respectfully, and called out, senior brother. Zhao Lingxia and Zhao Lingsu chuckled, excellent. Yi Chen refused, no, brother, my foot. I look down on you. I am the chosen one, and you are unworthy. The two elders immediately turned their gazes upon him. Oh, is there a problem? The elder's eyes glinted with a sinister chill. Yi Chen forced an awkward smile. No problem, it's nothing major. Ning Feng burst out laughing, feeling he had struck gold. Senior brother, you must take good care of me from now on. Yi Chen's face darkened with gloom. He thought to himself, care for you, my foot. I'd be merciful not to kill you. Zhao Lingxia chuckled, how touching. Another good deed accomplished. Yi Chen thought, touching my foot. These two old bastards are clearly out of their minds. Ning Feng's face was filled with excitement. Senior brother, you are truly my good senior brother. Zhao Lingxia and Zhao Lingsu wept with joy. Senior brother, it's been so long since we've seen such devoted fellow disciples, just like us in the old days. I'm so moved, it reminds me of our lost youth. Boohoo, junior brother, I'm so moved too. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Move my foot. Youth, my foot. Zhao Lingxia wiped his tears. Suddenly a thought flashed through Ning Feng's mind. Masters, why not take these two unconscious girls into the sect as well? We can all love each other. Yi Chen really wanted to slap this bastard to death for trying to cut off his right and left hands. Master. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Lingxia shook his head. No, we don't accept female disciples. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yi Chen's heart tightened again. Ning Feng's eyes lit up. However what? Zhao Lingxia smiled. Hee, you can take them as disciples, and well be their grandmasters. Ning Feng laughed. That's a great idea. They'll take them. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Nonsense. One is my senior sister, the other is my woman. Taking them as disciples would be utter chaos. Ning Feng disagreed. We can just address each other separately. Yi Chen's eyes seemed to shoot daggers. Don't make me slap you. Master, senior brother wants to hit me. If we're not taking them, fine, but why resort to violence? Zhao Lingxia frowned. What about being loving? Yi Chen forced a smile. Master, junior brother and I were just joking. One is my senior sister, the other is my woman. How could I take them as disciples? It would mess up seniority. That's not good. Zhao Lingxia pondered for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, it's inappropriate. Let's drop it. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Yi Chen pulled Ning Feng close, gritting his teeth and whispering, if you cause any more trouble, I'll skin you alive. Ning Feng scoffed softly. Final stop. Zhao Lingxia wiped his eyes. Good. You are both good children. Come, let me heal your injuries. The two sat cross-legged. After about an hour, their wounds were essentially healed. The two women also awoke, glaring fiercely at Ning Feng. Ning Feng stretched his body. Luo Xueji now regarded Ning Feng with a degree of wariness. Although Yi Chen's injuries had healed, his strength had not recovered. Having suffered successive heavy blows, he would not recover in the short term unless he obtained some miraculous elixirs. Yi Chen was quietly explaining the recent events to them. Qin Rui knew what had happened while Luo Xueji was somewhat shocked, never expecting things to turn out this way. Luo Xueji whispered, Junior brother, be wary of this Ning Feng. He conceals his true capabilities well. When he fought me, he erupted with the combat power of a grandmaster, and he even knows the martial art 18 dragon subduing palms. Yi Chen nodded slightly. We cannot make a move against him for now. These two convenient masters of mine are extremely powerful. We'll decide after we return. Both women fell silent. Ning Feng also knew what schemes they were discussing. But now he had no fear. With these two masters here, why should he be afraid? He almost wished for Yi Chen to make a move so the masters could discipline their disciple. He just wondered where Commander Huang and those three big fools had gone. Zhao Lingxia cleared his throat twice. Well, since you have become our disciples, we naturally must give you some gifts and teach you some unique skills. Come. Xiao Chen Xiao Feng approached. Yi Chen and Ning Feng drew near. Two tokens appeared in Zhao Lingxia's hand. The tokens were of substantial texture, appearing very ancient, engraved with the characters Celestial Master. These are our Celestial Master tokens. When you venture out in the future bearing this token will ensure that any member of our Dragon Tiger Mountain lineage will respect you. It is a symbol of your identity. Keep them safe. Ning Feng was somewhat excited. This was a fine treasure. Thank you, Master, for the token. Yi Chen also accepted it, though he held it in little regard. Zhao Lingxia chuckled. Good. Now let us teach you some of our sect's unique arts. Both were slightly excited. Zhao Lingxia had real skill. What would he teach? In the next second before they could react, Zhao Lingsu had already grabbed Ning Feng. Ning Feng felt like crying. Could this first master really teach? Chen finally smiled, feeling he had regained some ground. He followed Zhao Lingxiao away with satisfaction. As for Ning Feng, Zhao Lingsu grabbed him and leaped, vanishing from the spot. The sensation was no different from ascending to heaven. When they landed, Ning Feng was stunned to find themselves standing atop a small hill. It was terrifying. This was truly an immortal. Although this first master was muddle-headed, his strength was still tremendously fearsome. He recalled the demon-revealing mirror from the auction, which had been lost from this master's hands. It was a fortuitous coincidence. This was an old monster who had lived over 100 years, and he was still so vigorous and energetic. But Ning Feng's heart was bitter now. Would he really teach? Forget it, he could simply not learn. He couldn't risk ruining his mind. Suddenly, a weathered voice rang out. Xiao Feng, watch me. This is the 5 Thunder True method of our Dragon Tiger Mountain. It can slay all manner of demons and monsters in this world. Now I am the only one who masters it. Even Dragon Tiger Mountain has lost the crucial part. Today I pass it all to you. Do not let this method's lineage be broken. Ning Feng was startled, looking at Zhao Lingsu. Why was he speaking so normally now? The next moment, a brilliant sharp light burst from the old celestial master's eyes. Rise, thunder, he commanded softly. Come, thunder. Instantly the sky was filled with a myriad of thunderbolts. Zha, zha, zha. Zhao Lingsu floated directly in the air. The sky was dense with thunder flashing all around him. It struck the ground, leaving patches of scorched black. Ning Feng's breath caught in his throat. He was utterly stunned. Damn, this was truly an immortal. Ning Feng remained stunned for a long while, as if he had witnessed the most marvelous spectacle in the world. This was surely something no one had ever seen before. At that moment, Ning Feng suddenly realized that in some short videos during thunderous rainstorms, when lightning flickered, the faint figures captured on camera might indeed be real. It was like the saying, some people perform magic tricks as mere illusions, while others use the guise of magic to wield true sorcery. Such wondrous things truly existed in this world. As Ning Feng was still lost in astonishment, Zhao Lingsu suddenly appeared before him. Like the descent of the thunder god, she pointed a finger at the center of Ning Feng's brow. In an instant, Ning Feng was jolted, both crispy and tender. It was both painful and pleasurable, tingling and numbing, as if he were ascending to heaven. At the same time, a torrent of profound knowledge was transmitted into his mind, the esoteric secrets of the thunder art. Before long, everything ceased, and the thunder vanished. Ning Feng regained his senses, as if waking from a dream. He gazed at Zhao Lingsu with a mix of reverence and disbelief. Grandmaster. Zhao Lingsu had now returned to her normal state. Xiao Feng, I have imparted the thunder art to you. Since your innate foundation is slightly lacking, I have planted a thunder seed within your body to aid your cultivation. Remember this. Zhao Lingsu's sudden seriousness left Ning Feng feeling disoriented. At this moment, this celestial master of Mount Longhu seemed like the true grandmaster. Solemn, dignified, rigorous, and extraordinary in bearing. The 5 Thunder True method is the thunder art. Thunder and lightning are born from the qi of yin and yang. According to the 5 elements in the Luo Shu, East 3, South 2, North 1, West 4. These are the great numbers origin and central 5. Thunder and lightning move through the central qi of heaven and earth, hence, it is called 5 thunder. It does not refer to 5 types of thunder. In internal cultivation, the 5 thunder corresponds to the 5 organs. When the qi of the 5 organs gathers and converges into one can attain the great Tao and master the wondrous use of the 5 thunder. This is called converging the 5 thunder, meaning the internal cultivation of the thunder art reaches the realm of 5 qi tending to the source. Shi Xian said, when the 5 qi tend to the source, not a single speck of dust remains, one can be pure and clean, which is called no leakage. The liver is the wood of the eastern soul, the lungs are the metal of the western pei, the heart is the fire of the southern spirit, the kidneys are the water of the northern essence, and the spleen is the earth of the central palace. Thus the sage's eyes do not see, so the soul returns to the liver, ears do not hear, so the essence resides in the kidneys, the tongue does not taste, so the spirit dwells in the heart, the nose does not smell, so the pa rests in the lungs, the limbs do not move, so the intention stays in the spleen. Hence it is called converging the 5 thunder. Cultivation of the thunder art is not achieved in a day, you must practice diligently and never slacken. Ning Feng was utterly bewildered. He could only nod and say, "Thank you for your teachings, Grandmaster. Your disciple will keep them in mind. But Grandmaster, may I ask what level of cultivation I must reach to command thunder and lightning as effortlessly as you do?" Zhao Lingsu explained, "You can divide the thunder art into 4 minor realms: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. When you reach the initial realm with the aid of the thunder seed, you can envelop yourself in thunder, warding off evil spirits, and ordinary martial arts internal force experts will be unable to harm you. At the intermediate realm, you can project thunder out of your body and control external lightning. At that point, you can even slay a grandmaster. At the advanced realm, the thunder art begins to take form. Tao magic enhances your body, and with a mere gesture you can annihilate all demons and monsters in the world reigning supreme. Ning Feng grew increasingly shocked, terrifying, utterly terrifying. This surpassed his understanding and shattered his worldview. And at the peak realm it will be much like what I just did. Gulp. Ning Feng swallowed hard. He now realized just how immense a fortune he had stumbled upon. If he could one day reach the peak realm, would he not become invincible in this world? But this world still held hidden masters. His thunder art was already this formidable. How terrifying then was Yi Chen's peerless gale sword art which he was learning, a technique that claimed to dominate heaven and earth and tread the world alone. Would that not allow him to soar to the heavens and storm the southern heavenly gate? Damn it, he wanted to stop him, or better yet learn it himself. He would have to assess the situation later. Ning Feng snapped back to reality and gazed at the old celestial master, though disheveled, with profound admiration. If he could keep such a celestial master by his side, would he not be invincible as well? So he asked, Grandmaster, why don't I take both you and second master down the mountain and prepare a quiet place for you so your disciple can fulfill his filial duties? Zhao Lingsu looked at Ning Feng and chuckled, Don't think I don't know what schemes you're plotting. Ning Feng smiled awkwardly. Forgive me, Grandmaster. Zhao Lingsu shook her head with a smile. We will not descend the mountain. Neither of us is fit to appear in the world now. Your second master, though he may seem normal at times, is far from it. He used to be a man of few words. The normalcy you see is actually abnormal. While I care for him, he also cares for me, because I still have the ability to regain clarity, but he does not. If we were to enter the world, the consequences would be dire. So we rarely leave. Of course, after taking you two as disciples, we may occasionally come down to see you, but we won't stay long. Ning Feng was taken aback. Was that so? Zhao Lingxi's current state was actually abnormal. Come to think of it, did he seem like a normal person? This meant that it was Grandmaster who was caring for Second Master. Ning Feng forced a bitter smile. Such deep brotherly affection. Grandmaster, how did you both end up like this? Zhao Lingsu shook her head. Knowing won't help you, so don't dwell on it. Alright, let's go back. Don't let your second master cause any trouble. Remember, the fact that I can regain clarity at will is for you alone to know. If you ever encounter. Ning Feng clasped his fists and bowed. Your disciple will remember. Zhao Lingsu grabbed Ning Feng and flashed away. They returned to the bottom of the cliff. And as expected, Grandmaster had once again become a repeating recorder. Ning Feng sighed inwardly. What had caused both celestial masters to end up in this state? It was such a pity. At that moment, Yi Chen had still not finished his cultivation. Grandmaster had already gone off alone to pound on the large blue stone. Qin Rui and Luo Xueji were both glaring fiercely at Ning Feng. Ning Feng smiled awkwardly. Hello, ladies. Oomph, oomph. They both turned their heads away. Ning Feng didn't mind and just smiled. That Yi Chen is already this strong. If second master teaches him such a powerful trump card, won't it be even harder for me later? I need to think of something. The two women heard Ning Feng's thoughts and both looked at him with ill intent. Qin Rui snorted coldly. Just wait to die. My master is destined to ascend the 9 heavens. Luo Xueji also snorted. Ning Feng, you are no match for my junior brother. I advise you to behave and become his subordinate. Only then might you have a chance to survive. Ning Feng looked at these two women. Right, your master and junior brother are amazing, incredibly amazing enough to soar to the heavens. Look at you, he said to Qin Rui. When you fell off the cliff, he used you as a cushion, leaving you severely injured. And you, Luo Xueji, when we fell just now, I placed you on top. You, otherwise would you be in this condition? Hearing this, both women fell silent. Ning Feng sneered disdainfully. Qin Rui retorted, I was raised by my mistress to be a maidservant for my master, and I do it willingly. Luo Xueji also said, my junior brother is above all. I would only wish for him to save himself. Hearing this, Ning Feng rolled his eyes. Two brainless, lovesick fools. Luo Xueji glared. Are you looking for death? Ning Feng quickly walked away. I was complimenting you. But in his mind, he thought, damn that show-off, what kind of love potion has he fed these women? To make them so devoted. Damn it, he's so powerful and has such a loyal and formidable harem. It's infuriating how unfair life is. I beg you, please treat these women well, don't abandon them. If you don't want to treat them well, I do. But alas, I have nothing, only a little secretary. How the hell am I supposed to survive? The two women heard Ning Feng's inner thoughts and were momentarily stunned. What was this idea of his? He hoped Yi Chen would treat them better. Ning Feng crossed his arms over his chest. Senior brother, we're fellow disciples now, so you can't attack me, bully me, or hit me. If you do, may you never have a son, may your soul and body be destroyed, may you be torn apart by 5 horses, may sores fester on your feet, may pus flow from your anus, and may you suffer for all eternity. Yi Chen was about to explode. You keep talking, and he'll strike you down, believe me. Ning Feng asked, what did the master teach you? Yi Chen's entire body trembled. His icy gaze fixed on Ning Feng. Want to learn? Ning Feng nodded, naturally wanting to probe his capabilities. Yi Chen was furious. Fine, he'll teach you. He casually picked up a twig, planted his feet in a horse stance, and assumed a charging posture. There are 4 moves total. The first 3 are fundamentals, and the last is a finishing strike. Ning Feng praised impressive. You've simplified complexity into just 4 moves. These must be earth-shattering. First move, Steel Tempest. Chen shouted before him, Hasa. He thrust the twig forward. He froze in place as a cold wind blew past. But Ning Feng was startled. Steel Tempest. Hasa, isn't that someone else's move? Chen squinted. You know it. Ning Feng waved his hands hastily. Senior brother, just keep demonstrating and teach me. He said this move is crucial, the core of the wind technique. You must shout Hasa when striking to unleash its full power. When you master it, he said that with a single thrust you'd feel the breath of wind gathering a layer of wind intent. Then within 10 seconds you strike again at an enemy, accumulating a gale within you. Using Steel Tempest again, the strike transforms into a raging gale, like a tornado. Extremely powerful. Ning Feng quickly gave Chen 2 thumbs up. Senior brother, incredible. A single sword strike can conjure a tornado. Isn't that amazing? Chen was bewildered. Amazing. He himself didn't understand. He asked skeptically, really amazing? Ning Feng nodded vigorously. Absolutely amazing. Senior brother, you must train hard. You'll be terrifyingly powerful in the future. By the way, senior brother, what are the other moves? Show your junior brother. Chen, dazed, began demonstrating. Holding the twig like a sword, he started earnestly. His solemn demeanor made Ning Feng think he was truly admirable. Chen shouted, face the wind. He swept the twig horizontally before him. An awkward breeze passed, chillingly empty. Even Chen felt embarrassed. Clap, clap, clap. Senior brother, amazing. Truly incredible. You're the best. Chen was stunned. Is it good? Ning Feng nodded. It's great. Senior brother, you must cultivate diligently, perfect the wind technique, and dominate the world with your unique skill. Ning Feng showered him with flattery, a spiritual PUA, making Chen genuinely believe the wind technique was powerful. Senior brother, what's the third move? Without thinking, Chen began demonstrating. This one needs your cooperation. It's called Sweeping Blade, part movement, part attack. He said it's the true essence of the wind technique. Ning Feng could barely contain himself. He nodded like a pecking chick. Begin your performance. Chen nodded. I need you to spread out 1 meter or 2 apart. They complied, and Chen demonstrated. He tucked the twig into his belt just like that. Windwalker. His brows were firm. He softly yelled, I slide. I slide. I slide, slide, slide. Like a fool, Chen slid past them, the twig brushing against them. Ning Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen felt humiliated. He glared darkly at Ning Feng. Is it funny? Ning Feng waved his hands, suppressing his smile. No. Senior brother, I wasn't laughing at you. I suddenly remembered my cousin eating feces as a child. I couldn't help it. Chen snorted coldly. He said that once this move is perfected, even if an enemy is dozens of meters away, I can slide over, instantly taking their head. It's highly flexible, unpredictable, and perfect for catching someone off guard. He also said that at its peak it might even let you pass through walls. Though I'm not sure if that's true. Ning Feng burst out laughing again. He quickly waved his hand. Senior brother, I just remembered my cousin eating feces again. Let me laugh for a moment. Chen's face darkened, feeling mocked. Ning Feng quickly composed himself. He gave a thumbs up. Incredible. Absolutely transcendent. I've never seen such sublime swordsmanship with movement and wall-piercing ability. Senior brother, it's divine. Train hard and teach me when you've mastered it. What about the finishing move? Chen asked. Finishing move. Ning Feng clarified. The lethal strike. Chen explained, this one's different. It can't be demonstrated now. He called it last breath. When used, you must roar Toliegato. It's extremely powerful. If an enemy is 100 meters away and airborne, I can instantly reach them, with last breath striking dozens of times in midair. He said it's spectacular and very destructive, but I need to comprehend it slowly. The only flaw is that the enemy must be off the ground. Steel Tempest Tornado can launch them into the air, setting up the finishing strike. Chen spoke solemnly. The name Last Breath at least gave him some comfort. Ning Feng nearly burst with laughter. He nodded repeatedly. Last Breath. The name alone sounds divine. Unmatched, unparalleled. This wind technique truly dominates heaven and earth. Senior brother, train hard and teach me later. I want to learn. Such a technique should have been mine, but you claimed it. You must pass it on. Hearing this, Chen felt slightly better. It must be a powerful technique, he just hadn't grasped it yet. But then he snapped back, changing his attitude. Teach you. Are we close? Get lost. Don't think the oath makes you safe. Ning Feng stepped back. You can't touch me, or you'll never have a son. Chen's face darkened. Say one more word, and it'll strike you dead. Ning Feng retreated 3 more steps. Senior brother, you're a protagonist. You can't break an oath. Heaven sees all, and Qin Rue and Luo Shueji know too. Chen's face grew grim. Indeed, as a chosen one, he couldn't easily violate his vow. Dealing with this bastard would take time. Chen squinted. What did the Grandmaster teach you? Ning Feng shrugged. Forget it. I learned nothing. With the Grandmaster like that, what could he teach? I don't want to mess up my mind. That lightning technique isn't for me. I can't learn it. That's why I want yours. Yi Chen snorted. Dream on. Ning Feng laughed inwardly. Just keep training. You'll become the new Wind Walker, no Wind Walker Chen. Soon Zhao Lingxiao appeared. Xiao Feng, Xiao Chen, come here. We need to talk. Ning Feng and Yi Chen stood across from the two venerable masters. Zhao Lingxiao spoke earnestly. It's a stroke of fate that we've taken you two as disciples, which has brought fulfillment to our later years. We have given you all that we could and taught you all that we should. Now it's up to you to comprehend on your own. They both nodded. All right. Zhao Lingxiao continued. Xiao Chen, I know you had some unpleasantness with Xiao Feng initially, but now that you've joined our sect, past grievances should be resolved, turning swords into plowshares. Like your first master and me, we didn't always get along in our youth, but look at us now. In time you'll understand how precious this bond is. Don't doubt the capabilities of us old fellows. We mean what we say. Xiao Chen, can you do that? Yi Chen sighed inwardly and nodded. I can. Ning Feng grinned. All right, enough idle talk. You may leave now, we need some peace and quiet. Zhao Lingxiao said. That's enough for today. Go on. Ning Feng bowed respectfully. Take care, masters. Yi Chen also bowed, thinking he couldn't be worse than a scumbag at this moment. Zhao Lingxiao chuckled. We're off. Xiao Chen, let me show you the Gale sword technique. Hassa. A twig appeared in Zhao Lingxia's hand, and he thrust it forth like a sword. A fierce wind rose. Hassa. Another thrust. A raging gale now swirled around Zhao Lingxia. Hassa. Yet another thrust, and a terrifying tornado emerged. In that instant, Ning Feng and Yi Chen were stunned. Could it truly be so powerful? Ning Feng was even more astonished. The tornado swept across the land, its winds threatening to engulf them both. Zhao Lingxiao laughed heartily. Face the wind. With a single slash, a formidable wall of wind materialized before him. We're off. The two elders stepped onto the wind wall and vanished in an instant. Ning Feng and the other three were left with jaws nearly hitting the ground. What the hell? Such a sword technique truly exists in this world. Is second master the mortal incarnation of Yasuo? Yi Chen was already dazzled. Such swordsmanship was indeed formidable, and he took it seriously, vowing to train hard. When everyone came to their senses, Yi Chen fixed a malicious gaze on Ning Feng. Heh. Ning Feng returned an awkward smile. Heh. 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 Senior brother, you wouldn't lay a hand on me, would you? The masters haven't gone far, they can surely sense what happens here, Ning Feng said nervously. Yi Chen squinted with a smile. Junior brother, you jest. How could I bear to harm you? You are my dear junior brother. The words dear junior brother were gritted through his teeth. Ning Feng cautiously stepped back. We really can't fight now, our fellow disciples. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Don't worry, we're brothers now, aren't we? Yi Chen walked over to Ning Feng and slung an arm around his neck. Ning Feng forced a smile. Right. We're brothers. You're the senior, the big brother. Yi Chen nodded with a grin. All right, so about old Huang and those three idiots. You tricked them away, and I got beaten because of it. Shouldn't you compensate me, senior brother? Senior brother, we're brothers. Saying that makes it sound distant, doesn't it? Easy enough. Yi Chen thrust out his hand. Then hand over the money the Azure Dragon Society offered me. Ning Feng looked bewildered. What money? I never received any. Yi Chen glared. Keep pretending. He looked ready to strike. Ning Feng quickly said, Senior brother, you want the money because the Lin family is strapped for cash, and you plan to use it to buy that plot of land, right? Yi Chen nodded. It was a crucial step. Ning Feng continued, that's simple. It's just a piece of land. He'll think of a way to cut the Ning family's expenses, pool some funds. Easy with a few measures ITLL come together. Wouldn't it be better if I personally deliver that land to you? Yi Chen looked at Ning Feng. I'm warning you, don't mess with me. Ning Feng smiled. How could I be joking? Yi Chen nodded. Fine. Then tell me, how long will it take? Ning Feng was evasive. How can I set a deadline for such matters? It involves billions. I can't just make a snap decision. I'll do my best to work on it, but the project hasn't even been approved yet. Senior brother, there's no need to rush. What you should focus on now is stabilizing the Lin family's position so you can gain a foothold there, right? Yi Chen was swayed. He nodded. Fine, I'll trust you. But if you try to fool me, you'll face the consequences. Ning Feng smiled and nodded. Naturally. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Good. We'll find a time to drink and celebrate together. Ning Feng smiled. Absolutely. Yi Chen sneered, inwardly thinking Ning Feng was still just a fish on his chopping block. He would keep him around for now. They began to take their leave. Ning Feng watched Yi Chen's retreating figure and glared. Bastard. Yi Chen suddenly turned around. Ning Feng's face instantly morphed into a fawning smile. Senior brother, take care. Yi Chen smiled. Turning away, Ning Feng's expression shifted again. Bastard. The three of them vanished in the blink of an eye. Ning Feng let out a sigh of relief. Damn, finally dealt with it. A narrow escape. He wandered around, found the path, and his phone regained signal, allowing him to call Li Gang to pick him up. He left that desolate place. In truth, a full day had passed since they had fainted. It was now a day after the Ning Feng did not head straight back to the company. With his clothes tattered and torn, he naturally needed to get himself ready first. Moreover, there was still the unresolved issue of old Huang and those three fools. They had allowed Yi Chun to succeed twice already, and now they had no way to retreat. Thus Ning Feng resolved to deal with them. Otherwise he would find no peace of mind. Seizing the moment while Yi Chun had just returned and likely hadn't yet notified the Green Dragon Society, he planned to exploit this time gap to deceive them thoroughly. Arriving at the hotel, his disheveled appearance immediately drew the attention of the staff. This establishment, after all, belonged to the Ning family. The lobby manager was horrified at the sight of him. President Ning, who dared to reduce the 1,000 billion president of the Ning family to such a state? Were you truly kidnapped? Ning Feng had just caught up on the news. After vanishing for a night, Ning Qingcheng had already dispatched a frantic search party near Qianlong Mountain. Several major families had joined the hunt. His phone had been unreachable all along. However, on his way back, Ning Feng had already smoothed things over. He waved his hand dismissively. No, don't overthink it. I just got lost in the mountains. Enough of that. Which room? The lobby manager quickly replied, the top floor presidential suite. Just then Ning Qingcheng rushed over with red-rimmed eyes, followed by her team of secretaries. President Ning. Ning Qingcheng threw herself into Ning Feng's arms. Where did you go? We were terrified. With the beauty in his embrace, Ning Feng smiled. All right, let's head upstairs. We can talk after I've taken a shower. Ning Qingcheng nodded. They all ascended together. Li Gang observed the close intimacy between Ning Qingcheng and Ning Feng, a flicker in his eyes. Pei Qian, you had better deliver some results. Upstairs, Ning Feng hastened to shower. The secretary team had already brought an array of his clothes. He had plenty to choose from. Ning Qingcheng helped him dress. Ning Feng's occasional wandering hands made her cheeks flush, and she shot him many a reproachful glance. A smile lingered on Ning Feng's face. Yi Chen had been temporarily placated, but it was only a temporary measure. The key was to decide the next course of action. By the way, did you secure the Buddha head? Ning Qingcheng nodded. Yes, we did. It cost a total of 5.6 billion. Hearing that figure, Ning Feng couldn't help but wince. Damn, that was a steep price. All of it went to curry favor with Zhong Xinting. If that little vixen comes looking for trouble again, I'll have words with her. Ning Qingcheng chuckled. Officer Zhong was all smiles yesterday. She called you a conscientious entrepreneur, said she had a whole new respect for you, and swore she wouldn't bother you anymore. She even wants to thank you in person. When you disappeared yesterday, she led her team in a frantic search. Ning Feng nodded, feeling slightly better. At least she has some conscience. You didn't hand over the Buddha head directly, did you? Ning Qingcheng shook her head. How could we give away something so important? It's currently at the group headquarters under heavy guard. Ning Feng nodded. Have you contacted old Huang and the others? Ning Qingcheng replied. Yes, they've been arranged on a lower floor and are waiting for you. Ning Feng had now undergone a complete transformation. Clad in a sharp suit, polished Italian leather shoes, and with his hair slicked back, he exuded an aura of renewed kingship. He half reclined on the sofa. Before long, old Huang and his two companions arrived. They were awestruck by the opulence of the presidential suite. Every corner reeked of money. Indeed, Lord Yi was Lord Yi, living in such top-tier luxury, something they dared not even imagine. Their Green Dragon Society, though claiming to be a righteous sect, engaged in robbing the rich to aid the poor. Even on the most critical missions, they never received such treatment. The cost of a single night in this room must be astronomical, far beyond their usual comprehension. And now the Lord Yi they were to follow was seated on the sofa in this very room, with a stunning female secretary in his arms, indulging without restraint. It was a scene they could never have dreamed of. Ning Feng smiled. Why are you standing? Come have a seat. At his words, the three snapped back to reality. Old Huang quickly led the others in a half-kneel. We pay our respects to Lord Yi. Ning Qingcheng remained in Ning Feng's arms, enduring his wandering hands while peeling grapes for him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ning Feng said with a smile, rise. No need for formalities. Please sit down. Hearing this, old Huang and his men were nearly moved to tears. They were actually deemed worthy of sitting. Nervously, old Huang led them to their seats and ventured a question. Lord Yi, is this room expensive for a night? Ning Feng waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It's only 100,000 a night. At this, old Huang's heart quivered. 100,000 a night and not expensive. He risked his life every month crawling through filthy drains on missions just to earn about that much. Yet for Lord Yi, it was merely a one-night hotel fee. Truly terrifying. Ning Feng was in no hurry. He smiled. What? Do you like it? Old Huang gave an awkward laugh. It would be a lie to say no. Ning Feng laughed heartily. Good. Then from now on, this room is yours. Stay as long as you like. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Do whatever you please. At these words, the three were stunned into silence as if they had received a command. Lord Yi. You. Old Huang shuddered. My lord, please don't jest. We are but lowly wretches. How could we live here every day? Just one night of enjoyment would be a great blessing. Ning Feng waved his hand with a smile. It's just a suite. I said it's yours to use, so use it freely. Don't worry. Old Huang tried to protest, but Ning Feng merely smiled faintly. Once you board my pirate ship, do you think you can still disembark? Do you want to follow me and live a good life from now on? Before Old Huang could speak, one of his underlings blurted out excitedly, yes. I really do. Old Huang shot him a glare. Shut up. Then he turned to Ning Feng and said awkwardly, Sir, my men have no manners. Ning Feng waved his hand dismissively and laughed heartily. That's good to hear. From now on, this will be your daily standard. You can eat whatever you like. Just tell the people here and they'll arrange it. They'll get each of you a luxury car worth $1 million and a small villa worth several million. How about that? At these words, all three men stared at Ning Feng in shock. Really? One of them asked dumbfounded. Ning Feng smiled. What else would it be? Qingcheng, handle it later. Transfer the properties directly into their names. Ning Qingcheng nodded. Understood. Ning Feng waved his hand grandly. Like this. As long as you stick with me, I'll pay you 500,000 a month and the two of you will get 300,000 each. The three men were truly stunned. Sir, is this for real? Boss, am I dreaming? Slap. Old Huang delivered a sharp blow. Wah. Boss. It's not a dream. It's real. The three men immediately knelt before Ning Feng. Old Huang was so moved, he could barely speak. Sir, from now on we three will be your loyal hounds. Tell us to bite, and we'll bite. Tell us to walk through fire, and we won't hesitate. Tell us to bend over, and we won't resist. Ning Feng. Who wants your backsides? Even Ning Qingcheng was left speechless. All right, as long as you're loyal and obedient to me, I won't treat you poorly. Old Huang and his men were in tears. Sir, you are like our second parents. But soon Old Huang asked tremblingly, Sir, why are you being so generous to us? Ning Feng took a deep breath. The critical moment had arrived. This carrot, he was sure, had already become too tempting for them to abandon. Ning Feng's gaze turned solemn. Old Huang, what's your real name? Old Huang was taken aback. My name is Huang Qianshan. Ning Feng nodded. Good, but that's not important for now. I'm going to tell you something serious. I am not your lord Yi. I am Ning Feng. The moment these words left his mouth, Old Huang and his men felt as if struck by lightning. They stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. In an instant the pieces fell into place. They connected the dots. It meant that Old Huang had beaten Yi Chen twice, the first time breaking his bones, and the second time making him spit blood and fall off a cliff. Old Huang's first thought was, this time he was doomed beyond redemption. Ning Feng left the hotel with a smile. After learning the truth, the three men were utterly shattered. With no other choice, they had to abandon everything and follow Ning Feng. There was no turning back. Not only could they not go back, but they would also be relentlessly hunted by the Azure Dragon Society and Yi Chen. Thus they had to walk down this dark path with him to the end. Good. The issue with Old Huang and his men was resolved. Next it was time to deal with other matters. Qingcheng, let's go. To the city government. Contact the reporters and Secretary Ma. Let's settle all these external affairs today. The battle with Yi Chen has already begun. We can't just sit and wait for death. We must seize this opportunity to accelerate our growth.